Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 54, Chapter. With both servants gone, Korea felt himself on edge. Even as Berserker vanished, the young priest still didn't move much. Although, that was most likely because he couldn't be in such a state, to begin with. However, even like this, Korea couldn't help but feel intimidated by the executioner. Rightfully so, as the bloody mess of a pincushion had a small smile forming on his face. How ironic. He began with a spat of blood to the floor. You, the most pathetic master, the one my teacher regarded as mere rabble, remain untouched while I can't even move. Kirai let out a light chuckle. Oh, how tables turned. Ha. So, I'm completely at your mercy now. What are you gonna do, Matu Korea? Are you gonna finish your job and slay the student of your nemesis, seeing as you've dispatched him to hell twice over? In all honesty, Korea didn't really care about Kirai. Until now, he simply thought the young priest just another pawn in Tokiomi's schemes. But he was mistaken. After all, it was that same pawn that sold out his own teacher. The bloody remains of Tokiomi yet again didn't bother the men who should have been the closest one to the Magus. Apart from his own servant, that was. Still, considering how quick they were to turn the cripple over and allow Korea to deliver Tokiomi's death blow for them, Korea needed to reassess his earlier assumptions. You used Tokiomi as a bait, Korea said. Why? Why did you betray him? Why, huh? Even wounded as he was, the stoic priest so easily made to casually sigh. Why do people betray each other in the first place? Why break an oath of loyalty sworn on one's life? To achieve certain goals. Because of greed and desire? Or was it because they felt betrayed themselves? Don't give me riddles, priest. Korea spat venom from where he sat. I know that you and your father did. You were Tokiomi's allies from the beginning. Your father is dead because of it. And now you decided to betray Tokiomi like this. Why? Because of your father's demise? Because of some selfish reasons? Korea might not have noticed, but the flesh under his skin squirmed with his rising temper. Answer my question. Kirai smirked. Or what? Are you gonna try to strangle as well? In that case, raising both his hands despite the difficulty and pain it would have brought to his partially mangled form, the priest snorted. You're welcome to try, Matu Korea. But be warned that I'm not like my former teacher. I won't be as easy a prey as he. Again, the sleeping bug squirmed, but Korea tried his best to rein back his anger. He'd already killed Tokiomi. There was no need to lose his mind for some nobody he didn't have any obligation to either. Just answer it, priest. You will bleed out before Archer will be able to save you. Even if not by Berserker's doing, Avenger will likely finish him off. Korea clearly understood the plan Lelouch laid out for him. That of Berserker distracting Archer long enough before the boy's own servant could eradicate him with her noble phantasm. While not the initial objective, his suicidal bombing managed to clip Archer's master. This was still a small victory he was allowed to revel in. Much less Kirai, who had no chance of winning now, without an ally and soon to be without a servant. I did it because it was enjoyable. The man's smirk didn't leave his face. In fact, as Korea gave him a weak yet confused look, it widened. What are you? What am I, indeed? I spent years trying to find something, anything, that would give my life meaning. A desire or goal that would make me feel fulfilled. The smile was empty, blank. It was far from what a smile should ever be associated with. I never had a want for anything and simply did as I was told. I experienced many things, but none of them gave me the impression of joy or satisfaction. That is until I was made to participate in this war. You desired the Grail. In the beginning, I did not. I merely questioned why such a device chose me. But, in my wondering, I began to ask why it ever bothered me to choose. That omnipotent wish-granting device, it considered, analyzed, and chose those most likely to desire what it could offer. My teacher was one such individual. Korea watched as the bloody priest's gaze locked onto his own. As were you. You're saying, the Grail is sentient. If it were not, why would it ever select someone as incapable a fighter as Matu Korea? The worms writhed a bit at that, nearing awakening, but Korea managed to calm himself as the men continued. It does not select a master by one's capabilities. It chose those whose desires overflowed, those who sought a miracle. For my teacher, it was attaining a path to the root. For you, it was salvation for Matu Sakura and revenge on the men you could never beat. What would you know of Sakura, NGH? Hand gripping his deadened shoulder, he felt his blood pump slightly. The worms were now half awake due to his anger and had begun draining away his mana again in an attempt to regain full awareness. But as they were tied to his mental state and excitement, his befuddlement of the priest's eager smile had them calming down once more. I know a great deal of all the masters in this war, save for a few. You can thank my teachers' ingenious strategy of faking my loss with one assassin's demise while the rest continue to spy on you all. Kiriai's gaze then drifted to the hole in the wall, as if waiting for someone to come in, only none did. Thanks to that, I had become somewhat acquainted in what it is you all seek from the Grail. Fame, glory, the root, salvation. All of them similarly mundane as they are greedy. And you? Korea demanded. What did you seek? Nothing, that's the most perplexing thing. Me, someone who had no inherent desires from the start, was selected by a magical medium that only sought after those who desired a miracle. In my investigations, there was a certain individual that gave me more questions than answers. I wanted to meet him firsthand. The bane of all magi, you may know of him as the Magus Killer. Korea was aware of the man, but mainly for what he'd done to Tokiomi. Apart from that, there was nothing, someone, as disconnected from the moonlit world as he would know. And though he might have been curious, the thought never weighed more than a passing question. For the first time in my life, I had an actual want to meet him. To fight that man and see for myself what kind of person he is. What would such a person desire from the Grail? In all my years, never have I thought I could yearn for something so. Then, I learned, even more about myself. The priest's tone started to lighten. Instead of sounding cheerful, he began to swing towards hopeful. But, the air about him. Korea felt it far too familiar. It felt as if he was listening to yet another of his own father's sermons before he'd left the Matu house. It even began to resemble Korea's own voice when he began hoping, praying, that he'd one day be able to achieve what he once could not. It was the tone of a man on the brink of lunacy. After my father's death, I started to think. I wanted to see it, to witness the dying face my father made as his life ended. Then, I began to want to see how my teacher would react the moment he encountered you again, albeit on the shorter end of the stick. How the two of you would come into conflict with one another, one at the end of his rope and the other at the end of his sanity. For once, Korea looked upon the priest's smiling face not with fear but with a pitiful stare mixed with disgust. I began to want to see it. Not just the agony and suffering you both endured to come to the fore, but to also witness the pain and suffering my actions wrought upon others. It was perfect. Both you and Tokiomi would meet and clash, seeking hope and destruction respectively, and both losing everything in the end. It was to be the grand prologue to a whole slew of suffering that I finally yearned to see. Kirai spoke with such enthusiasm, such passion, that even as Korea looked at him with disgust, it turned into a horrified gaze. You're sick, he said, spitting it out as he did. A psychopath. Please, Kirai sounded a little offended. I am just a man who has finally found what he wants. Is it wrong to desire what makes one happy? Is it wrong to feel happy when you've accomplished said desires? Not when it means others will suffer. Ha 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 ha. Such hypocrisy. Kirai scoffed, blood dripping from the corner of his lips. Matu Korea, you are a hypocrite if that's what you think of me. You yourself wanted to be happy at the expense of others. You who loved another man's wife. You who yearned for another man's family, another person's happiness. You even went so far as to try to save her daughter, thinking it will win back her affections, did you not? Korea froze. His teeth grit hard. And his grip on his deadened shoulder, although he couldn't feel it, caused his fingernails to draw blood under his ruined jersey sleeve. He couldn't deny it. Just as he became a master to save Sakura, he couldn't deny he wished for such a thing. For the girl's mother and sister to appreciate his efforts. They, Aoi, Rin and Sakura, deserved a better life than what Tokiomi gave them. Maybe he couldn't provide that, but someone who else out there could have, or so he'd hoped. He didn't want to admit it, but the truth had left Kiriai's lips verbatim. Why fall silent now? Shouldn't you be celebrating? You finally managed to kill Tosaka Tokiomi. You've achieved something you never thought possible. All that's left now is to slay the rest of the masters and exchange the Grail for the life of the girl. The men even knew about that. Kirai chuckled, seemingly finding enjoyment in Korea's squirming. I'm sure Lady Aoi will be thrilled to learn that you bested her husband. More so now that you've left Rin and her sister without a father. Shut up. Tokiomi didn't deserve such happiness. And you did, right? You who chose to run away from the dying Matu lineage chose to turn your nose away from the people who stole your happiness away from you. The priest's weakened state didn't deter the devilish smile as he enjoyed every second of Korea's mental breakdown. Until the girl took your place as the Matu's heir, you deserved that happiness, didn't you? What would have happened, perhaps, had you not left a vacant hole for Tosaka Sakura to fill? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Korea howled, losing all composure as he stood up. All thoughts in his head drifted towards finishing the talkative man off. The sick priest smiled when he began limping over to do just that, but the smile vanished when after but a few steps, Korea fell to the ground. Nah, gahak. Blood and worms escaped his throat. The limp creatures still slumbered, but they were without a doubt slowly waking due to being fueled by his anger. Had they not, their poison wouldn't have seeped into him so. Even at the end of it all, you're still just a pathetic worm yourself, Matu Korea. Kirai, despite being weak and trapped, wasn't scared enough to not say with a cold dismissive tone. Weak, cowardly, a hopeless fool who rides on the coattails of others' victories, thinking yourself grand enough to deserve such happiness. Korea couldn't raise his head. The crest worms started to move. The little monsters fed on his emotions even more. His rage was like caffeine, revving them up from their slumber. They squirmed, starting to resume eating his flesh from inside. Nga, gh. It was like his body was on fire. Didn't help that Berserker was fighting and needed mana. Kirai merely looked on at the man's agony with amusement. As Korea lay on the floor, however, the pleasant show soon ended when two new faces arrived. The partially blasted doors of the church were knocked aside by a whip of mercurial tendrils, sending them flying away past Kirai. The wounded priest could only look on with curiosity as two men made their way in. Lelouch Lampy Rouge and Kenneth Archibald gave him and Korea a once-over, assessing their conditions with but a glance. The Master of Avenger walked towards the ladder and tried to help him to stand up. However, when the boy touched his hand, he recoiled slightly. A worm wriggled frantically under the man's arm, forcing Korea to let out a sickening scream in pain. The child's violet eyes went wide, recognizing the crest worms at work. But the boy didn't waste another second as he pulled out a small flask. It was a solution Soleui had given to him. Considering Korea's would-be state after the plan had begun, Kenneth's fiancée had been asked to prepare a little something in the case of needing treatment for non-lethal wounds. The boy quickly forced his ally to drink it all down. Accepting it, albeit needing to be pressured, Korea let out another cough as the worms settled and calmed down once more. Only then did Lelouch let out a sign. So. You are the young master His Highness Gilgamesh took an interest in. The boy's attention was drawn to the priest. Kodo mine Kirai, you look like you'd seen better days. Well, maybe your father has, considering you still live in that state. Lelouch replied mockingly, earning the priest's sordid laugh. Korea was silently sitting, his back pressed against the wall while Kenneth stood up between them and the wounded executioner. Deriving fun in another person's misfortune is quite the sinful thing, young Lampy Rouge, Kirai said. Then again, I guess you won't heed advice from a priest, considering you murdered one in cold blood. You can't really lecture me on that, now can you, teacher killer? Kirai narrowed his eyes. What? Disappointed that you couldn't induce guilt from me? Or is it because I stole your kill? Eavesdropping is a grave sin as well. For a lamb that is your namesake, you're quite the blood-stained sheep, aren't you, boy? You can drop the pious act, fake priest. There's no point in faking it now. Lelouch waved the man's stern glare away. We've heard quite enough of your babbling already. Quite the dramatic prose, I may add, even if it is from scum who betrayed others for something as pointless as mindless murder. But in the end, my little entertainment gave you an edge, no? Then, you should be thankful to me for having carried myself like so until now. Kirai leveled a glare not just on the boy, but Kenneth as well. Silence, executioner. The blonde magus immediately collected himself. You betrayed your own teacher for what? Amusement. What foolish motivation. I would understand if you sought to plunder the Tosaka family's magical secrets, but to waste them away for mere sport, you're nothing but a disgrace to all magi, a selfish cur who consigned value in worthless thrills. Kirai nodded with a short laugh. Ha. Indeed, my reason was born out of a selfish want to be satisfied. However, not everyone can be like you, Lord Archibald. Maybe, for a tool like myself, it is hard to comprehend betraying others for your own benefit. Silence. Kenneth shouted, cutting off the man's words as he closed the distance between himself and Kirai. A simple wave of his hand had his mystic code striking the dying man via a stab through Kirai's leg. The maimed man's body tensed slightly, but his smug expression didn't waver. Any more of your lies won't get you out of this mess, priest. Kenneth, further torture is pointless, Lelouch called out. The young master kneeled near Korea, waiting for his fellow master to catch his breath before they moved out of the half-destroyed church. And you can drop the act as well. I am well aware of his implications. Wah. Lampy Rouge, you. Wait, what? Kenneth froze. Voice tense, he took a step back but kept himself between the downed priest and the young man. What do you mean you know? What is he, what are you talking about? Relax, yourself, Kenneth. The raven-haired boy's calm attitude in the face of the blond man's panic was as sharp a contrast as night and day. I am quite aware that you two had made a deal behind my back. In fact, I was expecting something like this anyway. How did? When? Lady Soleui told me, Lelouch said casually, while Kenneth's face became pale. She also gave me this. Pulling out something from his person, both the priest and Magus recognized the Selfgeist scroll, the one Kenneth had hidden away from him. The Lord of the Clock Tower quickly roamed his hands all over his pockets searching. Shock overtook him when he was certain the scroll that was on him this whole time was the same one in the boy's hands. Unlike the promise of safety for Matukaria, the second scroll had a different description. According to it, one Kenneth Elmeloy Archibald had sworn to help the Tosaka backstab Lelouch in the most critical moment. In exchange, he and his fiancée were guaranteed protection from all else including their collaborators, not to mention a subsequent agreement between two Magi families. Everyone wins, except Lelouch, who was now obviously not as pleased as his polite smile made him out to be. How could Lampi Rouge have gotten it, unless? The blonde's eyes went wide. Soleui, she. Quite an understanding lady when you know what she wants. Of course, it was a bit difficult to convince her, but hey, what's a better motivator than love and vengeance, wouldn't you say? Lelouch's smile turned into a devilish grin as he cornered the men with a mocking tone. I told you to be wary of her, that she might act against you. How ironic that it just needed me as well to give her one final push. But how? When did you manage to trick my fiancé into betraying me? Kenneth screamed with rage. Kirii didn't move, more focused on the show before him. Bleeding aside, it couldn't stop the smile creeping upon his face. The demonic grin was just as, if not more than, sadistic as Kirii's. As I said, I just gave her a final push. The one she loved, Lancer, is dead, while the man who brought his demise, the man she would still be forced to marry, still lives. No one wants to live a loveless marriage, Kenneth. Certainly not Lady Soleui, who has tasted the love she craved for who knows how long. Since Lancer's death, the man was heaving, frothing at the mouth. You seduced her just as that useless fool did. Not in the slightest, no. She already had all the makings of a traitor ever since the beginning when you summoned him, Kenneth. The boy kindly replied like he was giving directions to boil an egg. Kenneth's head was certainly balding by this point. All she needed was to reach her breaking point. Apart from time to grieve over Lancer's death, of course. Ever since then, Lady Soleui Nuatari Sophiari has agreed to help me. She acted as my eyes and ears, so long as it meant I will help her escape this war, escape from you. Considering that I don't really have any plans for Lady Soleui, it was the convenient way to have her exit this whole affair. After the death of Lancer and Castor, Lelouch made sure to speak with Sola while Kenneth wasn't looking. It was clear enough from the get-go that the woman was reluctant to continue with the struggle, unlike her fiancé. Life as Kenneth's wife, seemingly even before this war, was only a means to an end. Now that she'd lost her will to fight, he made a deal with her. Lelouch gets a spy, Soleui gets an out, a proper excuse to rid herself of the men who ruined her brief romance. No. That's a lie. That's impossible. Kenneth mumbled as he slowly walked backwards, leaning against a broken bench and collapsing to the floor as the wood snapped. Why? My Soleui, how? How could she? He was still trying to comprehend what he just heard. His fiancée, the one he wanted to protect, did something like this behind his back. Kirii watched on with a pleasant smile, seeing as it was now Archibald who was in pain. It seems you might have been a talented magus, but not the best when it comes to people, Lord Archibald. Shut up, you plebeian. Smash went the shattered pillar above Kirii's head as a wild mercury tendril thrashed around. You're the one who came to me with this deal, and for what? Neither of the Geass scrolls were worth anything. Especially since Tokiomi's word was useless from the start. Kenneth yelled before quickly turning to Lelouch. Lampi Rouge. You don't have a right to judge me. I was doing only what was best for my fiancé and I needed to make sure we would both survive his war. To continue our lineage. At that time, the deal was the best option. But now, I can see that I fell for a cruel trick. Tokiomi was nothing but a puppet. That's right. So that deal means nothing now. So it means, we're at an understanding. Right. Kenneth heaved and gulped. It was as if he was trying to save face while begging the child. Since he didn't have time to betray him and the deal was useless anymore, Kenneth has technically done nothing wrong. Or, at least, he didn't have time to do anything traitor-like worth mentioning. And it was unlikely he would be extended the same courtesy by the remaining masters. No way he will work with one of his students. The same could be said of reverse. And the Einsburns had allied with the Magus killer. Such sloppy disgraces of a mage family didn't deserve his consideration. Kenneth simply didn't have anyone else who could help him, therefore he had no choice but to stay with Lelouch and Korea. So it should be fine, right? Ha 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 ha, ah. The laugh that left the boy's mouth was hollow, as was the question that followed, ridden with sarcasm. Surely you jest, Kenneth Dano. Without so much as a hesitation, he turned his back to the priest and Magus and lifted Korea with his shoulder. The man's only working eye was focused on the boy, but he opted to stay silent. This wasn't his issue to intervene. And besides, the men who'd never been born a real Magus never held any care for the clock tower or Magi in general, let alone the blonde who was just as likely to betray him as he'd almost done to Lelouch. Nobles like you are the same no matter where I go. Treachery like this, it was expected from the likes of you. Lelouch commented like it wasn't him who'd been betrayed. I'm not angry for your actions, Kenneth. Just disappointed you didn't do anything worthwhile when you could've. And what are you going to do now? Kenneth snarled, venom finally seeping into his tone. Does it mean the end of our alliance? After everything I did for you? Why? We still can work towards our goals and get Grail. Oh, right, I hadn't informed you, have I? The boy said as he leveled an uncaring glance at the two men before him and Korea. I have no need for Grail. I don't have a wish, or at least nothing I desire that I can't attain with my own two hands. Not anymore. But I still have a goal in this war, that being making sure no one else gets the Grail. Kirai was first to speak, preceded with laughter. Ha ha. Ah ha ha. Gilgamesh was right. There is something unusual about you, Lelouch Lampi Rouge. Is that what His Highness thinks of me? Lelouch asked as if he was genuinely surprised. But it didn't fool the adults in the room who could tell sarcasm from curiosity. I can still help you with that. Kenneth said, doing his best to not let the opportunity to survive slip away. If it means I and solely you I will leave alive, we can. Lampi Rouge, you aren't a fool. This, I'll admit. Why not let's forget about this Geass incident and continue working together? As adults. The man even offered his hand, as if hoping patronizing would get Lelouch to agree. However, the Demon Emperor shook his head. Sorry, but you have nothing more to offer me, Kenneth Dano. This little team of ours was an interesting experience. At the very least, I've come to understand how many of you Magi think and act. Not a very promising sample size, but it is still reassuring that you continue to think so protective of your treacherous fiancée. Not many would have put up with such a betrayal from one's betrothed. I respect your feelings for her in that regard. Even if she thinks otherwise. Lelouch said and pulled out a small device. Kenneth, being a Magus that abhorred modern technology, didn't understand what it was. However, next to him, Kirai quickly realized what was going to happen. Shutting his eyes, the priest prepared for the worst. Or maybe, he shouldn't have to. Perhaps, this was his punishment for trying to finally enjoy himself. It may have been worth it, but why waste any more effort feigning pious falsehood? I thank you for your tutelage, Lord Kenneth. Our time together was short, but let it not be said that I didn't learn a great deal from your example. Regardless of the priest's internal musings, Kenneth didn't have time to react when Lelouch pressed the detonator, switching on the small device that Sola managed to hide within her fiancé's clothes while he wasn't looking. The former master of Lancer couldn't do anything when a small homemade bomb under his clothes beeped to life. Wait, for the last time, the Magus tapped his pockets until he met the devilish smile forming on the boy's face. What did you? Nothing personal, Kenneth. But, this is war. The teenager didn't avert his eyes from the next death his plans brought upon another hapless victim. The only ones who should kill are those who are prepared to be killed. Why? Boom. The second explosion wasn't as powerful as Korea's suicide vest. Lelouch didn't want to hurt himself and only needed enough firepower to kill Kenneth. Blasting the already crippled Kodomine was just a bonus. All that remained of the two men were a splattering of blood and freshly burnt flesh. Quite an unpleasant end for a man, but it was fitting for two traitors. Or so Lelouch told himself as he shoved any form of guilt aside for the task at hand. With one grappled onto Korea's dead one and the other on his lower back, the boy ushered him. Let's go, no point for the sinners to remain here anyway. Korea said nothing, now a little terrified by how Lelouch was willing to go. That the master of Avenger seemingly didn't care about the mess he'd made. It was unsettling. 3 dead in a blast engineered by a child no older than a high schooler, how else should Korea feel about the boy helping him limp out? If I'm a sinner, who murdered for his own selfish desires. The cripple kept to himself. What does that make you, who slaughters without a care in the world? Chapter 55, Chapter. Berserker bellowed as he rushed at the servant before him. Gilgamesh glared at the Black Knight as he shot another volley of weapons at him. To be reduced to using reserves, die. A great wall of golden light enveloped half of the courtyard as tons of metal flew at the raging madman like falling stars. Those that he launched were nothing but mere spares. Swords and spears of the greatest make, but nothing in terms of myth or legends to hamper him should they be turned against their owner. The King of Heroes was forced to resort to this tactic for the last few minutes, trying to slow down the mad servant who could care less about his vain attempts to buy time as he continued to charge. Annoyingly, he was still equipped with Kyrie's inferior black keys, using them to parry and deflect every single weapon that should have outclassed the church's blades. The corrupted black smoke that enveloped the holy accessories protected them enough while encouraging the beast to persist with his violent charges. Berserker knew as well as Archer did that he needed to close the distance between them before he could throw them effectively for a decisive blow. Any attempts outside of a certain range would have sent keys shattering against any of Archer's royal reserves once Berserker's noble phantasm lost effect. It was why the king had kept firing at him non-stop in an attempt to keep the hound at bay. Gilgamesh wouldn't allow anyone to make him fall back anymore, even if that was what he was doing still. But this dog didn't stop his advance. Archer's relentless barrage had yet to even wound the mutt he so desperately wanted to slay. Sit still, you little. Their fight had ruined the entire front of the church. With how erratic the dog had been moving around, Gilgamesh had been forced to retreat further into the grounds, ending up standing atop the tallest tombstone in the cemetery. Berserker remained low to the ground, now utilizing the cover of other headstones to mask his approach as he slowly but surely closed the distance between them. Is dancing around all you're good for? When he didn't get a worded response, Archer simply opened fire. Then dance for me, mongrel. Gone was the king's usual snark as the Black Knight ran circles around Archer. Every now and then, a flying spear or axe would hit close to home, but then the charging Berserker would simply use the dust explosion as cover to change direction or move ever closer. Gilgamesh didn't want to fight this animal in close range. He wouldn't allow it. Never would he admit fear for the mutt was simply beneath him for a great king to fight as an equal. However, he hadn't forgotten about his second problem this night. Avenger. She'd been quiet for some time now, but she was somewhere out there, somewhere. Likely waiting for an opportunity while her attack dog distracted him further. Once Gilgamesh let his guard down, she will strike. Of that, there was no doubt. Too bad for her, the King of Heroes was above such paltry tricks and was ready for what may come. Although admirable of them admit weakness and rely on one another to defeat him, the demigod wouldn't allow their disgrace to persist. Berserker howled with maddened fury again, as if to cry out its premature victory in achieving the needed range to hit its target. Do you know anything besides incessant snarling, mongrel? I called you a dog in the first place for that is how you displayed your insolence. But now, I'm starting to think you are less than a beast. Grawa. Was the only response apart from flinging his corrupted weapons at the king. Gilgamesh frowned at even giving the crazed fool a chance before opening his gate of Babylon. A giant sword arose from below, protecting its owner as well as blocking him from view. But Berserker wasn't about to let up just because he didn't have a weapon. Leaping into the air, black tendrils sprouted from his back. Each emanated the same corrupted aura as the weapons he'd stolen before. But more than that, they seemed alive and made to reach out towards Gilgamesh's treasures. Insolent fool. The king smirked as he snapped his finger. A flood of clinking metal and more golden light basked the falling night as golden chains shot out of the golden portals. Berserker couldn't avoid all of them mid-jump. Despite how acrobatic he was all throughout their exchange, the chains of heaven easily caught the mongrel who thought he could fly. Gragrewa. The Black Knight howled as he tried to get out. The blackened tendrils he'd brought out attempted to struggle against the chains, but if the insane servant knew what they were, he wouldn't have bothered trying. After all, Enkidu was a weapon made to trap even the gods. An anti-divine weapon that could ensnare those with strong enough legends and divinity. Granted, the Knight of the Lake had none. But even against mere mongrels consumed by mad enhancement, it was still nigh unbreakable when wrapped around him en masse. It was a weapon without equal. As to be expected of Gilgamesh's most trusted partner and treasure. Something like an animal that corrupts all it touched wouldn't be able to escape Enkidu's grasp so easily. Look at you, unhinged yet restrained. Quite the fitting image for a rabid dog. Gilgamesh spat out a laugh as another shimmer rippled the space near his hand. Pulling on a blade's hilt, he drew a vulgar sword that exuded as much murder and bloodlust as the berserker he trained it on. For a weapon that sprouted a legend of a tyrant who reveled in torture and suffering, it would suffice as a disciplinary tool for a thief even Gilgamesh found worthy of its hunger. As a start, he stabbed an inch of the blade into the back of the knight's knee joint, eliciting another angry howl. Don't think I will grant you a swift death, pest. Gilgamesh withdrew the blade. Despite it being not much of an injury, the legend of the blade itself would cause its victims to experience days, if not weeks, of torturous agony all throughout their body. Such was the potent poison of this gruesome weapon. Thieves must be made an example of, and you will pay dearly for having touched my treasures without permission. But first, sit still while I kill that barbarian woman. Bat-a-da-da-da-da-din, bat-a-da-da-da-da-din. Gilgamesh didn't turn around when he heard the sound of multiple gunshots. Without looking, another giant sword intercepted the double volley. Also without looking, he fired a couple of his own in retaliation. Boom badam blagadum. With the thief chained up, there would be no need to hold himself back and resort to reserves with his next foe. Took you long enough, you bitch. Appearing from behind the dust cloud, he glared at Avenger, who had the audacity to smirk back despite the insult. You missed. I could say the same of you, impudent knave, he snapped back to the woman who stood in the distance. In the air above her, Avenger's rifles formed 2 lines on either side. All of them were aimed at him. But unlike the trapped berserker, Avenger didn't instill the same unease in the arrogant king. Or did a fool like yourself think such cheap weapons would be able to scratch my great armory? The redhead merely smiled as she narrowed her eyes. How arrogant. Do you think yourself the only one worthy of being my target, Blondie? What was that? Before Gilgamesh could snap back, the growl behind him had his eyes widening. It was the golden fragments falling like snow that had his crimson eyes in rage as well as adamant shock. What? Avenger's shots had shattered the chains of heaven, freeing Berserker in the process. Using the brief opportunity, the unrestrained Mad Knight didn't waste a second before going for Gilgamesh's head. Damn why. RRRYAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAGH. The vengeful bellow was accompanied by a bald and blackened gauntlet to the king's face. Even without stolen weapons, Berserker was a force to be reckoned with. In such close proximity, Archer wasn't fast enough to react to the vicious haymaker. Forget retreat, even intercepting it with any of his already deployed blades didn't come to mind. Not when the image of the divine chains shattering burned itself into his mind. Yet, despite being sucker-punched and dirted by the madman's filthy fist, despite flying back into his own sword that acted as a shield against Avenger, the only thoughts in Gilgamesh's head was that of disgrace for a king like himself to be sullied so. That and furious rage. Keh. Gilgamesh spat to the side. Freezing up as he saw the blood, he then realized. The wild dog had gotten him to bleed. You. Berserker didn't even give him the time to speak. Seemingly pumped by the success of the first, he went for a second haymaker like he hadn't had enough. Unfortunately, Gilgamesh was at the end of his patience. You think I would allow you another chance? Even before he'd finished his howl in anger, the moment Berserker got within a meter of him, a new golden chain struck the Black Knight. But unlike the mass he'd used to restrain the beast, the new chain was not only thicker but had a spearhead the size of a man's head striking at Berserker's heart. Grewag. The madman was only saved at the last second by his own adaptability. The haymaker turned into a 2-handed grapple that held the chain's spearhead at bay. The golden blade scraped against black armor, but just barely. Reawaga. Dio, you take me for a fool. Cutting off the cur's victorious cry, Gilgamesh summoned a second chain. Similar in girth as his earlier restraints, it snapped around the knight's leg. But instead of dangling him up like before, this one snapped like a whip and threw the mud into the earth with a sharp crack. Grewawag. Boom. Berserker roared as he disappeared into a crater several meters deep. And yet still, Gilgamesh wasn't done. For marrying a king's face, I shall be lenient. 100 lashes for your impertinence. Boom 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 boom. More chains had appeared, the same size and thickness as the spearhead. But instead of stabbing at the men in the hole, they all whipped him with their massive links. Gilgamesh had opted to beat the mutt down. Successive flaying and whip cracks caught Berserker all over as the chains of heaven lashed out a beating no man would ever survive. The silence, stillness of the body, and size of the impact crater's aftermath was pretty telling in the state of the maddened beast. He'd managed to beat one into submission. For now, at least. Remember this day, mongrel. Gilgamesh spat down into the crater he made. Blood is still mixed with saliva. For it is but the first of the hellish eons I shall put you through. This is what you call hell. Before he heard her, Gilgamesh felt Avenger's presence. A rush of wind to his side had him dodging back, away from a slashing katana that left a trail of murderous red in its wake. Avenger clicked her tongue. TCH. I missed. Ah, what a shame. I could have silenced that babbling mouth of yours once and for all if I'd just kept mine shut. The fearlessness in how Avenger just shrugged her failure caused Archer's gaze to narrow on her. Not only was she taking him lightly, but she was also carefree enough to act so relaxedly. This wasn't good. Gilgamesh had a good idea of what her noble phantasm was. From the swipe to his head that he barely avoided, he'd felt it. Anti-divine. Not just her blade, the crimson aura that enveloped her form, her weapons, her bullets reeked of it. That explained why his chains had been shattered earlier and had the king even more on edge than any opponent had the right to force him. Had he blocked the surprise attack with Enkidu, she would have cleaved through it and him like butter. The king of heroes would never admit it, but his hairs were standing on end. But he wasn't going to shame himself further by standing down. Multiple portals opened in the air above them, as he activated his Gate of Babylon. Avenger did the same, summoning more ancient rifles and lining them up towards Archer himself. However, her weapons couldn't be compared to Archer's arsenal. No armory could compare to his collection. Offensive-wise, she had lost in range and firepower. But considering she wielded a katana, Avenger could very much attempt the same as Berserker and close the distance between them. He wouldn't let that happen. He'd already been insulted once. That was one too many. Die, you heretical whore. Quite the dirty mouth. Archer fired his treasury. Avenger's rifles attempted to shoot the weapons down in response. However, unlike the Madhound who troubled him by being a difficult target, mere magic bullets weren't able to so much as taking out the originals of every legendary weapon. Only deflect a few. Had they continued this mode of fighting, Archer would have won decisively, no matter how many more lines of rifles Avenger summoned. Even with her anti-divinity, none of her attacks would pierce a weapon that had its mystery birthed from mortal hands. Blades of famed warriors, spears of renowned soldiers, axes, glaives, chakrams and more, all powerful treasures individually, rained down like a cataclysmic barrage of golden death on the red-headed woman who struggled to fend them off with a smile. It only turned more vicious when one legendary spear managed to strike the ground where she stood. For a second, all was silent. Then, a swift shadow with crimson flare flew off to the side, circling around him, much to the chagrin of the king of heroes. You, damned woman. She was repeating Berserker's tactic of being as much of an annoyance as possible, biding her time as the rabid mutt had wasted his. Only this time, she seemed more eager, more ravenous as she ducked, evaded, even slapped his weapons out of the air. All the while, she got ever closer and closer. Why? Why won't you keel over and die, you bitch? Oh. So this is the fair cadence of what had been called the King of Heroes, she snidely remarked as she slipped behind a shattered gravestone to barely avoid a flying axe overhead. Gotta say, I'm impressed a royal brat grew up with quite the foul mouth. Be silent. Gilgamesh shouted with anger. Mongrels like you do not deserve such respect. After the shame you've wrought on me this day, I'll make sure you understand you are undeserving of life as well. Avenger merely smirked, seemingly finding amusement in something as she earned even more of his ire. Mongrel this, mongrel that. Don't you get tired of referring to other mortals like so? Or is it a simple attachment to your own humanity, Gilgamesh, the one-third mongrel of a demigod? Silence, insect. His gate opened even wider. It was practically the courtyard's sun at this point as it spouted even more of his treasures, making it more difficult for the mocking Avenger to dodge perfectly. It was getting hard so fast that one of the many haphazardly flying knives clipped her slightly, scratching her cheek. You are nothing but another trash who calls herself a king. Crimson eyes filled with fury glared into the second crimson pair whose expression smiled with glee. A pathetic barbarian like you don't deserve such a title. If you wish to persist with it, I shall eradicate you and send these backwards islands into oblivion. What's wrong, Giggles? Do you find something you don't like about Japan? Avenger barely dodged the giant axe that flew for her neck just at the mention of the nickname. Even while avoiding death, the devilish smirk never left her. And here I thought you of all servants would have appreciated how far humanity has gone. The wonders of what people have achieved since our age, don't tell me you envy these mortals, Mr. Mongrel Demigod. Bam boom dan. Yet another spear or 10 nearly made a pincushion out of the woman as Gilgamesh's blood boiled. Recomposing himself, the king steadied his breathing, realizing the woman was just wasting his time. However, he wasn't against voicing his complaints. Nothing but a waste of resources. Humanity has grown weak and lazy. Millennia to evolve and for what? Only to regress into barbarians such as yourself and that thief of a knight. Venomous and spiteful were his words. With the souring of the woman's expression, his hate was certainly conveyed. Without my guidance, this world cannot achieve anything meaningful. It is all but a stain compared to the kingdom that I built with my own hands. So you say, but then your kingdom never attempted to reach out beyond the stars. Avenger's smirk widened when Gilgamesh's brow twitched in annoyance. Arrogance, such arrogance in trying to reach that which they cannot attain. Even if what they achieved is great, such conceit and self-importance in their own race makes them just as filthy and imperfect as the ants they tread over. Well, aren't you a total prick, Blondie? She asked. Hand on her hip, she scoffed at the king who'd stopped his barrage but had yet to lose his gate. Here we have humanity, simple humans trying to achieve the impossible, attempting to improving and create new things. We should be amazed by what they can do with their own ingenuity, without relying on sorcery and magic. And yet, there's you, a fallen king who keeps whining about how well they're doing for themselves without him. I dare say someone seems to be feeling petty and jelly, aren't they, O King of Heroes, Giggles? Call me that again and I shall cut your tongue off myself. Ah. Avenger didn't respond, only sticking her tongue out while laughing haughtily. My. How easy it is to break your patience, O ancient king. One would think, having been a monarch, till your death, you'd have the patience and understanding to remain composed and graceful at all times, especially in dealing with us mere mongrels. Patience is wasted on your lot. Even on you, who has ascended to being a servant, are the same as them. They who forgot the struggles of old, who understood what it cost the common man to even be given the opportunity to bloom. All humans were nothing but cattle, mere fodder for the gods until I separated the world. The arrogant and self-righteous glare he gave her was akin to a star looking down on the dirt. Neither you nor the humans of the modern age can understand what sacrifice I and my kingdom had to suffer. What price we paid to beget your future. I see now that it was all not worth it. Gilgamesh saw it in the woman's eyes. The same ineptitude. The same lack of purpose he found in all others. Avenger, like all the other humans that had survived until now, were as worthless as this conversation. He decided to end this meaningless exchange. I had joined this war to see if anyone was truly worthy of my grail, but I see that neither fighters, bystanders, nor the world itself has the right to be bestowed my treasure. Even mortal heroes such as yourself, though blessed with being inscribed onto the throne, are the mere rabble and are not worth the honor. Despite not having closed them, a ripple echoed along his gate. With Gilgamesh himself at its center, the golden space about him drew all of his greatest weapons, regardless of whether their use would end up causing more than a mere crater this time. Even in the face of such a fearsome arsenal, Avenger didn't so much as wilt. How presumptuous of you to continue claiming any judgment of yours would be followed by the world. Do not insult my hegemony, Avenger. No matter what filth has taken over, this world is still my property. Anything I say can and will be taken as the one true judgment. The king held his head aloft and proclaimed it thusly. Therefore, in my greatness, I have decided to wipe out every last one of you. To start over, to save my garden from the rot that is humanity, to save this world from itself. So, as my last command to you, stay still, mongrel. With a flick of her wrist, Avenger straightened her dust-covered hair. I refuse. You would still dare defy me, his gaze, irked to no end yet trying its best to remain as regally composed as possible, stared daggers at the woman who stood boldly before him. Giggles, no. She stopped herself so as to make sure he was taking her seriously. King of Heroes, Gilgamesh. As the Demon King, I hereby declare you to be a blind fool. What was that? Your nation is gone. The kingdom you've so proudly raised has been reduced to nothing but dust and memory by the flow of time. Your reign has long expired, ended millennia past and can only be found in books. Humanity hasn't and will not ever need you anymore for they have moved on. If you can't see the progress around you, then I must declare you to be a blind fool. Unlike the mutt who couldn't stop his howling, the drivel that escapes your mouth is quite something else, isn't it, you red bitch? Is that all you have to say? Not admittance to the truth or denial of what has eluded your oh-so-magnanimous gaze. It hasn't eluded me or any other servant in this war, Gilgamesh. Bar one, we who have already played our roles in history have come to accept the end result and don't wish for it to be destroyed. Unlike you and that naive saber. You would dare compare my great ideal to a wishful child's dream. What is a dream but an ideal yet to be attained? Until now, all your words have been filled with claims of lordship over all. I thought it nothing but a fool's bragging, yet it holds some truth for you are one of the world's oldest kings. It was at this point that Avenger's smirk vanished, replaced by a disappointed stare at the king annoyingly glaring down upon her. But that high and mighty attitude doesn't give you an eternal right to call yourself the ruler of the world. You reigned over a nation, but all else, you didn't make to conquer. You only claimed that which you separated from the influence of gods. You may have sacrificed many for the sake of creating your ideal kingdom, but you didn't spill the blood of billions that made the world what it is today. You would deny my right. Another ripple traveled across the gate's opening. More great weapons peeked out, ready to execute their owner's enemies. You would continue to trample on my gracious patience, you inept fiend. Ho. Fiend, huh? Avenger licked her lips. Not exactly as prestigious as a demon, but considering you acknowledge my defiance, the threat I pose for you, I would see this as an absolute win. Bam. The earth near her shook as dust and dirt were thrown into the air. Space had ruptured as soon as Archer fired a warning shot that could have easily shredded anything in existence even if the blade so much as passed by them. I tire of your blathering, Avenger, he said with a not-so-subtle hint of annoyance. I've made my decision. You shall join the impudent thief in eternal suffering. I doubt you'd even have an idea of what hell really is, Giggles. She neither cared nor bothered with hiding her mirth. Katana raised against him, Avenger shouted back with as much hate as she had mockery. If you can't accept this future, then I suggest you win that grail and use it to return to your pitiful past. Stay in stagnation while I march to the future. For I, the Demon King, will forever aim to conquer the world you had no right in claiming, King of Fools. As Avenger said it, hundreds of rifles formed lines before her. She didn't even give him a moment to respond as she opened up with a relentless barrage of bullets. Gilgamesh quickly summoned his treasures to defend. But despite being under constant fire, he hadn't lost his cool. He wasn't going to allow the insulter to remain standing. The demigod was already beyond furious. Be crushed by the dirt as I grind you to dust, mongrel. At his command, the army's worth of weapons he'd summoned rained hell down on the self-proclaimed Demon King. The entirety of the cemetery was reduced to rubble as even more of the earth was gouged out. Scores upon scores of weapons, divine and ancient, flew at and obliterated the many rifles not even half a millennia old in their legend, seeking the demise of their summoner. For her part, Avenger did well slipping back and avoiding the assault. Not as impressive as Berserker, who was quick to avoid and dance around the hail of blades, but the tenacity behind her swiping away the many treasures was not lost on the King of Heroes. This isn't enough. He grit his teeth. Knowing full well the woman wouldn't be so easy to defeat, Gilgamesh summoned the golden key to his strongest weapon. But I've run out of my patience to hold back on this insolent savage. There was only one way the King of Heroes could show his superiority compared to mere plebeians. And, with how he'd finally deemed this woman a true threat, he couldn't afford to hold back. However, as he started to call upon the Sword of Rupture, Archer felt something. There was a noticeable cut in his connection to Kirai that had him turning his gaze towards the ruined church. His new master was wounded, but Gilgamesh was sure in the ability of the priest to survive against a mere worm of Mato. But he felt only one thing. Kirai no longer lived. For the second time in this war, he'd felt the loss of a master, his anchor to this world, once more. This momentary freeze had him hesitating. Without an anchor, a mana source to call his own, summoning EA would more than exhaust him of his now limited reserves. The world itself rejected that sword and would fight back, ensuring the need for more mana spent simply to call on it. His independent action would help him hang on for a little longer, but upon using his greatest weapon, how long could that skill buy him time for? But despite maintaining all his focus on the foe before him, even knowing he'd lost his main battery, another interloper had gone forgotten in the king's frantic mind. Damn it, GAH. Boom. Having a tree slammed against him wasn't a new experience for Archer, but Gilgamesh was hardly prepared for the trunk hardened by its corruption to send him flying off to one side. The darkened tree wasn't enough to kill or wound him, but it had caught him by surprise, giving his attackers a chance to exploit his sudden opening. Avenger especially didn't waste such an opportunity and moved forward, her katana aimed for Gilgamesh's left side. In the midst of summoning EA, the curved blade managed to clip his shoulder and sever bone and flesh as if it was silk. But the unlocked compartment of his gate remained open, allowing the king his chance. If only that damned priest would have stayed alive a little longer. Snatching the hilt of the divine blade with his right hand, Gilgamesh readied to destroy them both. So long as I can just kill them, I. But just as the King of Heroes readied his gambit. Every me from the past, present and future shall gather. Unfold the Hajuan reborn Demon King of the 3,000 great thousand heavens. The world around himself and Avenger went red. Chapter 56, Chapter. Papillas. The world was enveloped in fire and ash. The burning temple was the only structure present. Anything else beyond it burned in eternal pyre. As the supposed enemy of Buddha and Buddhism as a whole, this place was her world. Her hell. During her life, Oda Nobunaga spent years upon years slaughtering monks and burning their temples. So much so that the throne took it upon itself to designate her greatest weapon the bane of all that was divine. A fitting legacy to the slaughterer of the firm Shinto believers. This was her reality marble. The world within her core. The place where she was betrayed. The temple where she was murdered by her own people. A karmic end to one who burned all those monks that denied her conquest for decades on end. The daimyo closed her eyes, taking in the strong scent of sulfur and smoke. Alongside her rifles and blade, this was all she had left. The endlessly burning flames that even a god would consider their hell. Ah. I'll need some time off after this, again. The woman sighed as the strain of forming the world took a minor toll on her. And that was despite Lelouch's surprising amount of mana. Speaking about her partner. I wonder, would Lelouch feel at ease with this world of mine? As a fellow demon, he should. Or, if his proposal was to be, till death they part, he had to be able to at least accept this side of her legend. Naming herself a demon was one thing, but to be eternally attached to one who had her own personal underworld where no deity would willingly tread. That belied a bond requirement beyond simple verbal promises. And yet, Nobu didn't doubt for a second he would accept. He'd accept her despite this world portraying such an unbecoming aspect of her as a woman. After all, the boy had carved his own path to hell for the sake of salvaging the world. For the demon king who'd only seen his path in visions and dreams, the demon emperor who walked it in his past life was an existence worthy of respect as well as a seat in this world for her to rule alongside with. However, Nobu had to pull away from such fleeting thoughts. She had a guest to entertain, after all. The poor soul that was transported inside the reality marble with her wasn't feeling as calm and collected as she. This is. Gilgamesh dropped to a knee. His golden armor smoked and sizzled as it clanged to the ground with him. This world is, Ngah. It was a rare act of weakness, an arrogant one such as he would never do under normal circumstances. But the situation was anything except normal. There was a definite reason Oda Nobunaga had never feared the king of heroes. She'd never been cowed by his presence as many of the others were. Of course, she acknowledged his power and how dangerous he was. Yet still, she remained confident in her ability to beat, nay, slay the demigod. And why? Because her world, her legend was built upon the desecration of all that the divine held sacred. Stoic faith in the sanctity of life. All that had been torn down, replaced by burning holy sites, massacring monks, leaving none who sought refuge in temple grounds alive. All those stories made a strong impression on her followers as well as the generations that succeeded her. Born from negativity and fear, set in stone by her karmic death, and then burned into the annals of history. Oda Nobunaga, the conqueror of Japan, soon attained the title Oda Nobunaga, the Demon King. So strong was her legend that it gave rise to the mystery that fueled her power in the form of the most memorable curse she placed upon her enemies. Those who worship God will know fear. Those who claim the backing of the divine will know death. Those who fight in the name of their deity, even with their life put to the blade, they shall be denied salvation. For all their trespasses against Oda Nobunaga, for all that they claim their cause to be just, the bane of that which is holy will grant them one final damnation. In light of their futile yet stubborn resistance, they shall be granted hell. Thus, the demon king of the sixth heaven was born. She who was believed to be the enemy of the gods had been given the greatest weapon against them. Not divine chains that would restrain them. Not a sword that would sever them off from humanity. No. All she had been given was the power itself to destroy that which held divinity, a crystallization of her god-abhorring mythos. Puppy as was the very picture of that power, an amalgamation of the fear and reverence that the people held for Nobunaga even after her death. Therefore, this world which she held absolute authority over burned with the greatest weapon those with divinity and ancient mystery could never endure. Especially not Archer who was 2/3 of divine lineage. It didn't matter how much of him was human, he would never be immune from the air that sought to kill all who were originally of the divines. Heels clicked against the steps that lead to the burning temple behind her. She hadn't the need to summon the giant skeleton this time, opting to stroll down from her own throne. Her world's only resident would remain slumbering for she only needed the air this land exuded to end her foe. As proof of such confidence, Gilgamesh could barely even raise his head to glare at her feet. Kneeled before the burning temple steps, he continued to suffer while she looked down upon his form. His skin burned, the air was attempting to choke out his very existence. No matter how hard his pride wouldn't allow him to show weakness, one couldn't deny the facts. In this world, Avenger was the ruler. Gilgamesh was nothing but a weakened mongrel on the cusps of death. I see that you're in great pain, king of heroes. Nobunaga smiled as she walked down towards the blood-spewing men. Where has your earlier bravado gone? Come now, Archer. Aren't you going to shut up this bitch's mouth? Please, say something witty lest you bore me with your insufferable hacking. More blood was coughed to the floor in front of her. It started evaporating in the heat of the world. Or maybe, you can start begging for your life, mongrel. The turnabout had Archer's blood boiling. That whilst his skin blistered and burned. Bent forward and in a far more despicable state than he'd been mere minutes ago, he was no longer the picturesque king of Uruk he prided himself to be. He was just a man burning away in hell. But although his very existence was being chipped away piece by the ashes of this world, the arrogant king wasn't about to give her the satisfaction of tormenting him. She hadn't noticed it yet, but Archer's remaining hand gripped tightly on his precious sword's hilt. Burn, in hell. Gilgamesh forced himself to say it through the agony of burning alive. You, bitch. Ahaha. Been there, done that, Nobunaga laughed as she raised her hand. A Gatling gun, a modern rendition of her myth's relentless assault during her conquest, materialized as if it was one of her rifles. But this one, she made to personally wield and aim at the fallen king's head, like an executioner's axe on the downtrodden prisoner of her world. Are those your last words, Gilgamesh? This was it. His end was nigh. The false world around him would spell his end, even if he was able to dodge her finishing strike. No. It's not. But there was never going to be a chance in any hell that he would allow himself to die like this. Oh. A final act of defiance. Coming from a man who abhorred those who would rebel against his wishes. You forget, wench. I, myself, have once fought and defeated gods. Gilgamesh ignored the woman's taunts and raised his head. What blood and sweat that had yet to evaporate trickled down his face. With all his might, he grit his teeth and cried out. Behold! Nobunaga's eyes narrowed before opening wide when Archer trained a sword, the likes of which she had never seen before, on her face. This weapon, just by witnessing it in so close a proximity, had frozen her stiff. Even though she was in the world where she was the most powerful, the gold-black-red object projected an aura that felt so wrong and yet not divine. She couldn't make heads or tails of the power inside it. As the supposed blade of the strange sword started to spin, the air and space about her shifted as well. Brrrr. Sensing her oncoming death, Avenger snapped back to her senses and opened fire upon the archer. The Gatling gun didn't even bother to pre-spin to life as her hell-infused bullets whirred the contraption into a buzzing frenzy. Hundreds of shells made contact with his body and ripped his torso apart. Archer's golden armor shattered like glass. Divine blood smoked and evaporated. Mortal flesh merely splattered and burned under the searing atmosphere. But the man didn't falter despite the obviously fatal damage he received. Everything around him was already killing him. This suffering was less of a detriment and more of an encouragement to the one and only action available to him. Only 2 words left Gilgamesh's mouth. Neither were cries of mercy nor pained death throes. However, the guttural utterance was enough to cause the Demon King's spine to shudder, if for but a moment. Enoma Elish. The world was enveloped in a void of black. Chapter 57, Chapter. Phew, Lelouch stopped to catch his breath. This should be far enough. Leaning Korea against a tree, they made to take a short break. After noting they'd just be in the way of their servant's battle, they'd left the ruined church to seek shelter in the woods behind it. Technically not the best option should Archer have opted to flee here and hide from Avenger's ranged harassment, but considering he'd initially planned for her to hide in the forest beforehand, Nobu being a deterrent coincided with her being the linchpin. For the 2 masters, one frail and physically drained, the other a mere child that was exhausted, this was the best place to hide. You sure? That the bastard isn't gonna come for us? Yes. For now, at least. With Berserker and Avenger hurting him, there's no chance for Gilgamesh to escape alive. Not unless he had a contingency plan or a tool hidden in his armory capable of letting him slip away. No plan survived contact with the enemy, but with 2 servants that were direct counters to the King of Uruk, it was highly unlikely they'd fail tonight. The Demon Emperor sat on a tree stump to catch his breath. Even now, he wasn't as physically fit as his role demanded him to be. Just carrying an adult who weighed less than the average man was exhausting. A certain immortal girl would likely be mocking him for it, not that he wouldn't welcome some criticism said in her voice. Being nostalgic in the middle of a mission was unacceptable. But now that they'd taken care of 3 out of 4 priority targets, he need not stress himself too much. Tosaka Tokiomi, Kodomine Kirai and Kaneth Archibald. 3 of the original 7 masters had been removed from the war permanently. With this and the risk he took to expose Kaneth in front of Korea, it should be enough to convince the men of the miracle he could create for him and the child he wished to save. Speaking of. How do you feel? Lelouch asked. With the crest worms having awakened, it meant that, once Soleiui's potion has expired, he'd undergo the strenuous pain of being eaten alive once more. The men didn't look bothered though, in fact, he looked satisfied. Yet Lelouch wasn't one to observe only what others showed. Can you still keep moving? Yeah. NGH. Lelouch noted a light squirming as Korea's hand shot up to touch his belly, but other than the grunt, the men made to sigh lightly. If not for the sudden awakening of these little pests inside me, I can probably keep up with you with just this victory high. Korea chuckled slightly before his smile withered. I should have killed that priest from the start, instead of letting his words get to me. If you did that, I wouldn't have been able to expose Kaneth, Lelouch interrupted with a simple shaking of his head. Relax. Kodomine Kirai is no more. Do not worry about him or what he'd said. It's all in the past now. The man's expression lightened slightly, but it went back to souring mere moments after. As expected of a man whose true nature was exposed, Matu Korea moving on from it all would prove to be a little more difficult than he expected. Lelouch sighed, drawing the man's attention. From what I overheard, that fake priest had been trying to provoke you. Since he'd claimed to have tailed us all and even knew the hidden location of Amiya Kiritsugu, it's safe to guess he knows about your current state as well. Most likely, he hoped to agitate you enough that the worms would finish you off before he expired himself. Heh. And people say priests are kind and understanding. Korea scoffed. Then, let this be a lesson to both of us. That no matter how holy a man claims to be, they still have their demons. Lelouch agreed with a scoff of his own. Really now, to cause suffering because they lack enjoyment in other mediums. Adding that last bit was meant to imply that Korea at least killed for the sake of another. Not out of selfish reasons. That he was able to relax slightly with a nod was a good sign. So, what now? We stay in hiding until Avenger gives us the all-clear. Getting rid of Archer before he finds another master is a top priority. Staying as far away from their fight would allow the two the leeway to go all out. Even if he was the brains of this operation, the fact still remained that he was just a normal person, in a way. He, as well as Korea, would only be obstacles, unlike the other masters who were capable of riding into battle alongside their servants. Korea nodding along meant he too understood the facts. Even after losing his temper earlier, he was at least able to comprehend the line of reasoning. After they're done, we'll have to retreat to a safe place. Lelouch continued. With both the Arbiter and his son dead, other Magi circles might try to intervene in the Grail War. We can't be caught unawares should they try. Kenneth has served his purpose, but with Lelouch departing Japan soon, we can't rely on their old base. Avenger and I have a base of our own, but it's located on the far end of the city. We can crash at my place. Korea offered. My motel shouldn't be too far from here. It isn't spacious enough for all of us, but it's out of sight for the common folk yet densely populated enough that those Magi bastards wouldn't try anything too flashy. That'll work, Lelouch said. No need to worry about the space. I'm sure I can convince her to be frugal for a day or two. I'll take your word for it. Korea relaxed against the tree bark even more. The sounds of fighting had started to die down. Taking a peek towards the graveyard where the three servants were last seen heading, Lelouch thought that they might have succeeded by now. The lack of flashing lights and explosions in the distance told him as much. However, Lelouch felt something familiar churn his insides. This sensation, a drain on my mana reserves. Nobu finally used her noble phantasm. So she and Berserker managed to cut off Archer's escape route and successfully lured him close enough for her to catch him in her world. Then, it was their win now. This is it. Another down. Mission success. Lulu, sorry, but I got careless. However, as soon as Lelouch heard her voice, his insides churned with a different feeling. One that came only when the worst was to be expected. Keeping his mouth shut, he asked. What happened? Bastard had a world-ending ace up his sleeve. He managed to temporarily destroy my reality marble and escaped me at the last second. Lelouch paused in silence for a moment. A world-ending power wasn't in the realms of impossibility. Having been made known of the legends of Gilgamesh and given a rundown of how the Gate of Babylon seemed to work, Lelouch was aware that Archer's noble phantasm was the greatest, if not the only, Pandora's box. As they didn't know its full potential, he was likely able to do anything. The only thing keeping him from doing so was his flippant attitude. Perhaps, Archer used a getaway one-use tool to escape, but he couldn't rely on such a vague guess without gleaning the details from Nobu later. In any case, they may have gotten 3 out of the 4, but they couldn't leave without eliminating Gilgamesh entirely. He was dangerous, yes. But he was also his most vulnerable now without a master. If they left him alone, the blonde servant may somehow be able to find another replacement and recover his wounds. The fact that the Archer class had an independent action skill partnered with his until recently unknown escaping tool made him more of a hassle to finish off than defeat. Perhaps it would have been ideal to get Ryder on board in the first place. No, that wouldn't work. Nobunaga would likely be against it, even if Iskandar didn't reject him first. Rivalries often got in the way sometimes. Regardless, he had to focus right now. He directed his orders to Nobunaga. Search area. Locate and end him as soon as you can. We can't let him escape after revealing this much. If the demigod survived, he would be more cautious as to how he would handle them. The only reason they'd gotten this far was because Archer had underestimated them until now. If Nobu's words weren't an exaggeration and he really did have a weapon capable of destroying the world, then he'd likely use that against them as soon as he was able to. What happened? Sensing his unease, Korea spoke up, grunting lightly when he pushed his back off of his tree. Is it done? Is Archer defeated? He is, but he isn't dead yet. He opted not to lie as he turned to face them and still resting. Berserker, mad as he was, would likely be able to communicate still to his master. Gilgamesh managed to escape, but he's wounded and on the back foot. I've ordered Avenger to give chase before he manages to run away. No one is running away, Lelouch Lampi Rouge. The familiar voice had both of them stiffening. Korea out of surprise and fear, but Lelouch out of frustration. Of all the places for him to be. Lelouch didn't need to be told where Gilgamesh was. Korea's pale expression told him enough about where the servant chose to materialize. He simply raised a hand to stop and calm his ally before Berserker was accidentally summoned to their aid. Even weakened like Nobu said he was, Archer would still be able to kill them faster than they could initiate a command seal. Nobu, he's here with us in the forest. He didn't hear the response but sensed anger through their bond. His partner was certain to rush towards their position. Calm down. He hasn't told us what he wants yet. Turn around and face me, Lelouch Lampi Rouge. He gulped. So much for asking her to be patient. Having no choice but to obey, Lelouch did as demanded and turned to face the king who could kill him with a simple flick of his wrist. The image that greeted him nearly had him retching into his own palm. Archer was a bloody mess. And that was saying it lightly. He was missing his left arm. The clean cut continued to gush out with blood, most likely dealt by Nobunaga. That is unless Berserker managed to find a good sword to fight with. However, he was certain it was his servant that did the rest of the damage. The King of Heroes' once pristine armor was but shattered metal riddled with round and haphazardly scattered bullet holes. His skin was reddened and marred with ash, or, his skin had been burnt to ashes as the man's fair complexion had been replaced by raw and smoking flesh. His hair was in a similar state, having lost its golden luster. Even more disturbing was the lack of a lower body for, as the demigod leaned back against a tree-like Korea, only his upper half existed. A bloody mess pooled and seeped into the forest floor beneath him as he stared them down from his low stature. Even with his face looking like he'd taken to diving face first into a pool of lit kerosene, the man's confident air and the danger he posed remained. Yet, with bloodshot eyes and slow-labored breaths, it only took a glance for Lelouch to know that Archer didn't have much time left. In the presence of two people already masters, that meant he either came to end them or die trying. While Korea had managed to crawl himself up to stand out of fear, Lelouch's shoulders relaxed slightly. A polite smile hid away his disgusted expression. Well, well. To be visited by your highness in such a condition. Should I consider this an honor, or would you prefer I get you medical attention? Gilgamesh chuckled. Normally I would strike you down for such mockery, but I have come for a chat. He eyed Korea as he added. One where insects are not invited. Lelouch gently sent a reassuring nod to his ally. That Gilgamesh would lie here, even in this state, seemed impossible for the haughty king. If all he wanted was their deaths, he would have killed them already, not let one get away. If he desired a chat, Lelouch would give him a lengthy one. So long as Nobu could arrive as soon as she could and Korea could escape, then he would willingly act as the bait. Korea seemed hesitant at first, but giving him a stern glare convinced the men he wasn't needed. As quick as his one good leg and arm could take him, he scurried off on his limp. You need to look for better allies, said the king as soon as Korea was beyond earshot. The first time it was an airy nobleman too full of himself. Now, it's a handicapped worm that could so easily snap under pressure at a moment's notice. I won't deny your assessment of Kenneth. He'd served his purpose, albeit if I could have worked with any other, I would have. Matu Korea, on another hand, is someone worth fighting alongside. That, I'm afraid not even your words cannot dissuade me. Lelouch replied as politely as he could give. Oh yes, that worm's plight to save a child abandoned by the woman he loves and the men he hates. Gilgamesh nodded, earning Lelouch's surprise. It was quite the plot for a potentially acceptable tragedy. A shame though that Kiriai's story writing not only lacked a few pieces but also a proper climax. So, you'd heard about his wish. Kiriai and Assassin had more to their uses than Tokiomi ever did. He's, Tokiomi, your former allies and that of the boys, who last I heard is the master of Rider. I was made aware of all that they sought in this petty squabble. Am I to take that as you not being made aware of the wishes of Casters and Saber's masters? I wasn't interested in what that abomination or his lunatic of a pooch wanted. Fanatics never appealed to me in my time, the ones in yours, less so. As for that of Saber's master, I could care less of a man who doesn't hold their head high in a war they ought to be winning. Gilgamesh carefully eyed him. But the greatest mystery of all is you, boy. Ho! Lelouch feigned surprise while remaining standing. Forgive me for being surprised at this honor, but I was under the impression you were more interested in Saber, my lord. Truly, that naive girl's shine is one that piques at my inner desires the most, but as Saber isn't here, I can only turn my attention to you. You who went so far as to use not just your ally, but even yourself as bait. Lelouch couldn't help but narrow his gaze. No need to be surprised, Lelouch Lampi Rouge. As you are the one who I find the most curious, it only stands to reason that you'd leave yourself before me while your own lapdog rushes her way to save you. For the target to willingly accept being baited, Lelouch didn't know if that was the arrogance or resignation talking. The man's bisected torso was telling enough that he couldn't escape should she arrive. That meant he wasn't merely waiting for his end to come. Curious, Lelouch designed to entertain him a little longer. You're free to call me Lelouch, your highness. With how much time you have left, it would be a waste to spend it on a mere surname. Then, answer me this, Lelouch. What is it that drew you to this war? With such a suicidal method to put even yourself in harm's way, why do you fight so? Why? My methods are simply a means to an end. A false smile overtook his expression. I simply want to win like everyone else, no matter the method, for a loss in any battle is a loss for me entirely. Knowing I will die if I lose or that I can still die even if I win, I'm willing to use anything and everything at my disposal for victory. Even if I, myself, put into danger, nothing will stand in my way of winning this war. You have spirit, Lelouch. I'll commend you that. Being complimented by half a corpse of a man should have been out of place if not for Gilgamesh's continued casual tone. But as far as the Grail is concerned, what is it that you desire? What is your wish? Are you perhaps planning to use it to return to your own world? Chapter 58, Chapter. The moment he heard these words, Lelouch's perfect mask of politeness faded. Complete shock overtook him before he managed to recompose to a more neutral look. How in the world, his mind couldn't help but race. Only, lacking any real facts, he couldn't come up with a proper conjecture as to how Archer would know. The only one who'd ever get a chance would be Nobu thanks to our dream sharing. Is it some kind of skill of his? Or perhaps there's more to this gate of his? Numerous questions, no concrete answers. As far as Lelouch knew with magecraft, anything was possible. That the bloody mess of a long-dead king before him was able to laugh at his expense spoke volumes of how far debased this world's reality was to him. Ahahaha. My, seeing such an expression on a stoic like you is priceless. It would have been perfect if we could both enjoy this over another glass of wine. Even as Gilgamesh spat blood off to the side, the man didn't let his air wane. Oh, but you must be asking yourself now. How is it that I came to learn of your being an outworlder? Magecraft. Or is it true magic as Kenneth said exists in this world? If it's neither, then forgive me for my lacking knowledge, my lord. With those being his only proper guesses, he had to accede this one. And since the man was confident enough in his answer to be aware of a lie, Lelouch admitted it. After all, it is as you say. I am not of this world. So it is true. Gilgamesh smiled. Worry not your little head on the mortal's concepts of mystery and magic. I am aware of it for I am the king. And so long as I do it, nothing can hide from my eyes. Gilgamesh placed emphasis on the last word. His crimson gems focused on Lelouch's violet orbs. For the first time in a while, Lelouch sensed something odd within them, now that it was brought to his attention. The way the men looked at him wasn't directed at him but seemed to look beyond him. Had it been just the servant spacing out, it'd be a perfect excuse, but the boy wouldn't doubt the men if he was going to boast about it this much. May I ask, my lord, at the man's weak nod, only then did he continue. Since when have you known, your highness? Back on that night, when I and the rest of the kings, including your barbarian woman, enjoyed my wine. On that eve, I noticed something. When my eyes fell upon the others, I was made aware of their legends, of their pitiful myths that were crystallized into the servants who dared claim my title before me. Yet, when I laid my eyes on you, a mere mortal, I sensed something that shouldn't be, Gahak. The king narrowed his gaze as he coughed even more blood. Clearing his throat by spitting to the side once more, he added. You were the guise of a mortal, but something within you screamed that you weren't one. The others may not have noticed it, but my eyes would rarely miss an oddity like you. You, that which hides within you, it is an aura akin to that of the heroic spirit, albeit a lesser one. Lelouch said nothing. Intriguing a revelation this might be, he tried not to now show any signs of it being new to him. He himself knew little about how he was resurrected and brought into this world, only that he was. That entity wasn't very particular about the matter of his transfer after all. All I know is that I am now bound to his world and its history. Whatever that meant, it went way over the demon emperor's head. She was not so much a conversationalist, but rather simply gave him the minimum information before dispatching him here. For there to be someone who could actually give me a clue, now he's just about to die. What a waste, he didn't say as Gilgamesh continued. Still, after my revelations, I was left with more questions than I wanted. When mere guesswork troubled me more than working with that annoyance of a Magus Tokiomi, my curiosity for you only worsened. The hunger in the broken man's expression would have been a regal smile had he not been burned so. But Lelouch didn't classify the men to have gone mad yet. A brat like you couldn't be a true servant for there were already 8. Not even Tokiomi or the priest would be able to accept it should the master of the abnormality that is Avenger also be a servant. Yet, neither were you some sort of ghost or wraith as you had no attachment, no real desire that could be found in this world. It was then that I came to the conclusion of an outlier among outliers. An outsider of this reality. Gilgamesh's stare deepened into a blood-stained yet victorious smile. With how you reacted earlier, I'd already claimed my guess to be correct. It wasn't even a question. The man stated it as if it was a fact even before he'd admitted to it. Lelouch sighed, wondering where this man got his confidence. Yet your highness doesn't sound very surprised. What do you take me for, mongrel from another reality? I am the sole ruler of this world. Finding out an outlier in my garden, it wouldn't be the first time I dealt with one such as you. Archer replied while his gaze wavered slightly. In the past, or was it the future, I feel like I already experienced something similar. Meeting one far detached from this world, an outsider that belonged to a different reality, a different time. Even now, I can still sense the anomaly, that of an organization, a camaraderie and a master not of this war. It appeared like he was reminiscing about something. Something there, but also not. Lelouch couldn't help himself. What do you mean? To you, it will be taken as a dead man's rambling. But to a god king such as I, it is definitive proof that there exists an anomaly. My eye will always be able to sense oddity apart from the mundane. Even if I could be uncertain in my guesses. So I'm not the only one. Are there others like me? She didn't mention anything like this. Lelouch put the thought aside as he carefully watched the now weakening servant before him. So, your highness came all this way to confirm all this. I trust you are satisfied. I am not. He so casually interrupted as if expecting the polite question. Back in that castle, your braggart of a servant claimed you a prince. The progeny to Saber's lineage. Of the latter, it was a lie, and yet, I sense it isn't the complete truth. The men glared up at him, judging him, studying his expression more intently than ever before. This is what Gilgamesh came here for, half dead and about to vanish. I've already confirmed the falsehood of your origins, Lelouch. Now, answer me sincerely. In what manner were that bitch's words false? Lelouch thought about it. Honestly, he'd have preferred the man keep his comments about Nobunaga to himself, but thinking professionally, there was no point lying to him right now. Especially when Archer was in this state. Taking into account that Korea was nowhere in sight, likely being guarded by Berserker, it was just him, Gilgamesh, and Nobu. She'd been here for a while now. Just feeling out for her, Lelouch could sense that Nobunaga was close. Very, very close. Like Archer, she was watching him, waiting. But unlike the broken king who sought answers, Nobu was merely anxious for his safety. What better way to reassure his concerned accomplice and appease the greedy king than by performing a classical act? There was a time when I was once a prince. I threw away the title when I took up a mask of a messiah and led a revolution. Crossing his arms, he hid half of his face with the palm of his left hand as it touched on the eye that once held his greatest power. With a simple gesture of unmasking himself despite the lack of one, he proclaimed to the curious king. Then, when I was betrayed by that revolution, I discarded that mask as well and stole back the throne. With my hands, I overthrew that which I once called father and took over as an emperor. You. The emperor. Gilgamesh with excitement. And what, pray do tell, are you an emperor of? The hunger in his bloody expression, the greedy smile in his burned face. Had he not resembled a lump of flesh, Lelouch would have likened him to a certain journalist-turned-terrorist PR-turned-traitor once more. Lelouch could only smile fiendishly. The king of heroes oft called himself the true owner of the world. But the boy wondered, would the king react the same as the men who had been awestruck by Zero's first appearance? I apologize for the delayed introduction, Milord Gilgamesh, king of Uruk. Offering the men an esteemed bow, the boy held a hand behind him while the other covered his heart. Raising his gaze ever so slowly and capping it off with a dramatical wave of his hands, the formal introduction befitting his former title was given. I am Lelouch VI Britannia. The former emperor of Britannia, the man who was once abandoned by his homeland, the man who raised the flag of rebellion under the guise of a masked hero known as Zero, and the one who conquered the world in less than a year, proclaiming an era of peace the likes of which neither your world nor mine had ever experienced before. For a time, all was silent. The only thing that made a sound was the trickling blood of the servant's severed arm that continued to drip into the pool of the forest floor. Then, the king seated back against the tree's roots shifted with teeth grit hard like it seemingly held back laughter. Heh. So, you aren't lying. I have no need to. Disappointed that Gilgamesh had nothing to offer but an expression of mixed emotions, Lelouch dropped the dramatic charade. My past matters little in this conflict, not to mention, it is of a world different to your own. Nothing from my former life would be relevant to us of the present day. None except the past made him the demon he was today, but that was neither here nor there. Now, King Gilgamesh, are you satisfied? Archer said nothing. The man's expression was hard to read. A likely haughty laugh being held back, a studious gaze that continued to stare deep into Lelouch's own. Had he not been covered in so many injuries, missing half a body as well, Lelouch may have been able to see if the king had other noticeable quirks that he could glean a reaction from. You said you are the former emperor. Instead of praise, surprise, or even mockery, Lelouch received a demand. Explain. Lelouch pondered why he was still on his case but proceeded anyway. As any tyrant, my end was predictable. Opposition from those who didn't agree with my rule eventually led to my downfall. I was slain by a new leader of the revolutionary army I once led. Excluding what need not be said, the boy instead looked up into the stars, wondering what his killer and friend was doing now. It was quite the anticlimactic end mere months after my absolute victory. Henceforth, I am but another monarch fallen from grace, now a mere teen who'd formerly been a ruler of the entire globe. Fool. Gilgamesh scoffed with a foolhardy smile. Even near death, the king wasn't above mocking him with a smile. There is no such thing as a former ruler. Once a monarch, you will forever be a ruler. It is inscribed in history and therefore forever true. While that may be true for my lord and other heroic spirits, as you surmised, I am not the same. Doesn't matter what world you live in, you imbecile, Gahak. Spittle mixed with blood stopped the man as soon as he interrupted. But the pain he must have been feeling spewing out red didn't deter him from lecturing the boy. No matter if it is time or some rebellious mongrels that managed to claim your life, you were, are, and will always be a ruler. One need only look at examples of old. Need I remind you of myself? Even that brute rider or naive child you falsely claimed your ancestor, Saber. Both had fallen from grace in life as I did, yet both continue to be follow through with their kingship even after death. The end of your rule does not end with your life. It ends with the complete and total annihilation of your legacy, what you'd built and what bore fruit thereafter. So you may believe, King Gilgamesh. However, the same cannot be said of one whose legacy would be remembered as the darkest times in history. Even if it was designed that way, went left unsaid. He played his part as the demon that held the world in the palm of his hand. He was not the Messiah that saved it. Merely the martyr that orchestrated the demise of a great evil, manipulating people to unite against him. Even if it was a peace that came as a result, the method he used was not a legacy worth being proud of. Even if one couldn't change the world without getting their hands dirty, there should have still been better ways to go about it. Let it not be said that Lelouch Lampirouge would have taken another path had he had the chance to. I was not a just ruler. Merely a tyrant. I ruled not for the sake of my people, but to achieve my own goal. I did not hesitate to kill whoever tried to stand in my way. Be they a town, a city, or country, the 99th emperor, Lelouch V Britannia, was never the benevolent sovereign. And what of it? Gilgamesh scoffed. You ruled as any ruler should. Your people lived for your sake. They lived for the sake of your desire. Not bad, Emperor Lelouch. Not bad for a child as young as you. Do not fall into the same pitfall as that foolish Saber. No king should rule selflessly, for they are not but fools destined to regret what they wrought. That is not how a king should behave. With his one working arm, Gilgamesh pointed at Lelouch's face. A ruler, you see, should be the star that leads the people. It is by their word, their actions, their presence, that the people act. Wherever the star goes, the people must follow. A king's path is one of isolation, for he treads where others will not. Having heard your answer, I am satisfied knowing you do not fully share the same views of that girl. But, you are stepping on a line that would tarnish the sacrifices made should you step over it. I would still disagree with you to some degree, King Gilgamesh. But I feel like my words will be ignored. Lelouch sighed but smiled. He understood the man's advice, for he too once second-guessed his actions. Like Saber, there was a time he questioned whether he should continue or stop and make amends. But time waits for no one. The path of redemption leads to nowhere if all he does is apologize and retreat. No. Once he'd crossed a line, cutting off the path of many others, there was no going back. Ever. He never became emperor to rule. For him, it was just another mask. But like Archer's adamant yet bloody expression said, he shouldn't discard it like one. He should proudly wear it through and through. No matter how much blood it was stained in. In his mind, it was, in some aspect, fine to accept the Babylonian king's view on kingship. Be that as it may, my past has nothing to do with present matters anymore. As I said, I don't intend to use Grail for myself. Oh. And why is that? Gilgamesh turned curious. Like a bully questioning a stubborn child. I spent a great amount of time showing Kirai his true nature and desires. Must I go through the same with you? I doubt you'd have enough time. The joke was taken with another bleeding chuckle. But no. It isn't that I don't know what I would wish for. It is merely the fact that I already achieved what I wanted before my death. Lelouch paused. He debated whether he should tell the servant of what was to come. He might incur the king's wrath, but, after the length this man went through to give him advice, it was odd to say, but he felt he owed Gilgamesh a little on this. Breathing deep, the young man made his decision. This Holy Grail war, it is pointless. The prize is claimed to be able to grant any wish. However, that is a lie. It does not grant wishes, much less be able to give me anything I could ever want. That, I am aware of, boy. Lelouch's eyes widened slightly. You don't think I kept Kirai because he was an amusing actor, do you? Nay, that man had far more uses than Tokiomi ever will. For one, he would have kept me supplied with mana to see this war to its end and beyond. For unlike the many other participants, what that man sought was not victory, but purpose. The king then followed up with a sneer. Hey, well, he would have had that had you not ended him prematurely. Meaning he'd wasted his time deliberating what the men sat before him already accepted as a fact. Lelouch couldn't help but deride himself for wanting to show gratitude to a man as arrogant and willful as Gilgamesh. But then again, what use was an all-powerful wish-granter to one who used to rule the world? No. A lot, actually. Lelouch knew better than to go back on his own words. He thought to use the Grail himself when he was told of its omnipotent wish-granting powers. Perhaps undoing his wrongs, saving people who didn't deserve to die because of him, maybe even recreating the world for Nunnally without the needless sacrifices he and many others were forced to suffer through. Shirley and Rollo certainly didn't deserve their end. Euphemia more so. If I could do right by them again, then. Lelouch didn't bother entertaining the thought any further than he already had. Not now when he knew it was futile to rely on this Grail. Not only would it fail in granting any wish, but the Demon Emperor also suspected his sponsor already knew that the magic artifact would instead corrupt those wishes, morph the winner's desires into something grotesque. Why else was he brought here to stop anyone from claiming it, instead of win it for himself? From experience, Lelouch knew that power comes at a price. His former countrymen and their corrupt empire turned everyone against one another. His parents and the power of Geass led them to their mad plan to kill God. Power always took more than it gave back. A literal trade with the devil. He'd partaken in one himself, good intentions be damned. No way in hell would he suspect the Grail to not have caveats and underlying strings attached. Besides, even if it wasn't a scam, the fact it would end up using Nobunaga, his partner, as fuel was as much an insult to him as it was a mockery of every participant's struggles. Why offer a heroic spirit such a reward upon victory if it would sacrifice them to that end? I will not use my partner for something like that. Nobu didn't deserve to be betrayed a second time. Ignoring her stunt at the king's banquet, she was still his ally. His one and only accomplice in this world. Not to mention, Lelouch enjoyed her company greatly. For someone as detached from the world as he, she was the only solace he had. Speaking with her, it just let his mind fall at ease. The promise I made with her on that day still stands. I'm not going to act ignorant of its meaning. But, at the same time, I don't know how much time I have left. Seeking her out with their connection, he felt her far closer than ever before. Maybe it was the sentimentality of it all, or she was actually this close yet unseen by the bloody archer, but he felt it. Her concerns, her yearnings. It was subtle, but they were there. Such feelings. I don't want to betray them. But I understand my position more than anyone. He might die the moment war is over for all he knew. And yet, if it truly was the last of his numbered days, he preferred to enjoy it with someone who would accept his company. Whether it be smiling with her or fighting alongside her until his last breath, Lelouch wouldn't squander the trust she placed on him. Thank you. The thought came to him. But they weren't his own. The young man simply shrugged as if to acknowledge it in silence. Being connected as they were, she need not see the appreciative smile on his face. Assured in his position, he broke the silence between himself and the king. Well, regardless of what we know and what we do not, I have to say, I find our positions interesting, Your Highness. How so? During the banquet, you said that you would judge to see if anyone was worthy of the Grail. All this time, it was my goal to prevent such judgment from coming to pass. He need not say, but he knew the king appreciated the irony as much as he did. Not to keep the prize for myself but to deprive it from all others. Indeed. A king who would reward and one who would steal it away. You make for the appropriate master of the woman after all, Gilgamesh chuckled. But now that the winds have changed, I suppose that works out well for me. Lelouch raised a brow. You would accept my taking away your self-proclaimed treasure, my lord. Do not misunderstand me, Lelouch. The only person who I thought was worthy to have it was Kyrie. But such a decision was done merely out of curiosity, an interest to see how that device would answer the wishes of a man who truly had none. The king of heroes sighed, seemingly regretting the loss of opportunity to see things through. You know, Lelouch. I don't have a master anymore. Of that, I am aware, my lord. Lelouch smiled a little, knowing the man wasn't implying what a certain eavesdropping daimyo would assume he'd be. However, I must refuse if you would mean to grant me the honor of being yours. Don't think so highly of yourself, brat, the king snapped back with a smile. While I may deem you somewhat worthy as an emperor, I have not yet come to trust that smug grin on your face. And I'd rather disappear from this world than join forces with the barbarian bitch that inflicted these wounds of mine that won't heal. With his only arm, Gilgamesh pulled his hair back, cleaning the blood off of his scarred forehead, but at the same time, staining the locks of his ash-ridden hair with maroon. I may not accept falling to such a savage, but a king must admit defeat when his foe is one as cunning as you. I'm honored that you would praise me so. Lelouch walked up to the injured man and knelt to one knee. Giving a genuine bow, he offered his thanks in the form of a smile. Only now do you show your true colors. The king graced him with a simple scoff. For a competent strategist and capable leader, you are quite the demon to offer a dying foe a sneer as vicious as yours. It is a smile I've only given a rare few, Lelouch replied. For there are hardly many foes that I feared more than you, King of Heroes. You're lucky I find you interesting, Emperor Lelouch 6 Britannia. Had my one and an only dear friend been summoned alongside me, I'm sure they'd enjoy meeting you as well. Gilgamesh returned the smile with his own. As my parting gift, I shall grant you the honor in finishing this war as you see fit. How presumptuous. For a loser to be offering the rights of victory to his killer. Then again, Gilgamesh lived by his rules, his kingship. If he deemed him worthy, then at least there was no need to worry about him being killed here and now. Not anymore. Then, as my parting gift to you, I would bestow upon you the swiftest end to your suffering. Lelouch stood up, a smile widening further than ever before. In the eyes of many, it would appear cruel. But to Lelouch, he genuinely meant every word he said. In the modern era, I've read it's what's called a gun salute. An honor reserved only for the mightiest of warriors who'd fallen in battle. Gilgamesh raised his eyebrow before Lelouch took a few steps back. At the same time, the leaves rustled underfoot as another made their appearance behind the boy. A river of crimson hair made her way between Lelouch and the staring yet wildly grinning Gilgamesh. I apologize for having relegated her as my substitute. But, as you've said, I am not a real heroic spirit nor a proper servant. Lelouch bowed once more from behind rows of rifles that manifested in the air. Anything I would do would only end up prolonging your pain. Heh, the king's mocking smile was riddled with seething hatred. But Lelouch thought he might have seen a little fear mixed in it as well. For this bitch to be my executioner in the end. What a laugh. Die by my hand, or get ripped apart by Berserker, you choose. Nobu raised her katana at the one-armed, legless, defenseless king of heroes. Or I could grant you the honor of being made into sashimi while you live. Don't worry. I may not be a cook, but I understand the basic concept. Lelouch wondered where all the bile in her voice came from. Though he was aware of her potent rage against all her foes, the way she was threatening a defeated Gilgamesh, it was odd. It wouldn't be until later that the young man would understand. The rage and anger in her scowl was not out of blind bloodlust like berserkers. No. This was just Oda Nobunaga being far more petty than she'd ever revealed to anyone. She didn't like how Gilgamesh managed to destroy her world with the swing of an unknown sword. She didn't like the fact that the escapee went behind her back and managed to sneak his way to her Lulu. She didn't like knowing that, somehow, the foe who refused to see her way of things managed to connect with someone she wished to keep for herself. It wouldn't be until later that the furious woman would understand. The throbbing in her chest, the wrath she managed to hold back was not mere hatred for the servant her entire being was designed to kill. No. This was just Nobu being a little jealous. What's with that threat, mongrel bitch? To the all-seeing eyes of the king of Uruk, it might as well be plain as day. Don't tell me, this is enough for the seeds of envy to blossom. Oh, how rich. Try me, and I'll make your last moments an eternal hell. That's enough, Nobu. Lelouch had to step in lest she loses control. He didn't want her to lose composure over a dying man's words. Calm down. I'll grant you anything you want in return, but please. Stay your temper, my foolish daimyo. It was only by the clinking of her katana that Lelouch knew she would stay her hand. Gilgamesh though, ahahaha. Truly, from reactions alone, you're both made for one another. He was unrepentant. Even with his lungs heaving and soaked in lifeblood, the arrogant king wouldn't hold back his mirth. Ah, a child emperor more mature than his years and a savage daimyo who'd never known being a jealous brat. Ah, yet another potentially good plot I would never see thanks to a poor playwright at work. You must have terrible luck with playwrights, your highness, Lelouch said whilst consoling, as well as holding back, Nobu with a hand on her shoulder. Might I recommend reincarnating to my world? You may find more entertainment there than you would dreary endings here. Enough with the jests, former Emperor of Britannia. Unlike you, as I live and breathe, now and forever, I still have a duty to my kingdom that is this world, rotten and foul it may be. Once I get another chance, I shall end this farce the moment I find no worth in letting it continue or joy in participating in it. The king loudly proclaimed before finally losing the energy to hold his head up high. Yet, if fate would permit it, I'd hope to meet you in the throne of heroes. Perhaps. Or our paths may cross again. Maybe, in a different war. Lelouch noted the man's acknowledgement in the form of a nod and smile. Fare thee well, king of heroes, Gilgamesh. Do not disappoint me, Lelouch 6 Britannia, nay. Lelouch Lampi Rouge. The boy's eyes narrowed upon the removal of his title. A ruler, you may not believe yourself to be. But an enjoyable actor you are. Make sure you continue this dance until its very end. Else, I shall be a bored audience in the afterlife. With their last words said, Lelouch bid the man who was more than an enemy yet less than a friend a final adieu. Stood back, he watched as the numerous rifles clicked, ready to fire. I'll admit this, barbarian woman. Gilgamesh then directed to Avenger, who stood still yet patient. You are strong. But I will not acknowledge you, for you are neither a worthy ruler nor a great conqueror. You are but a sham who accepted your false power upon your ascension. Nobunaga said nothing. Instead, her rifles just clicked. All those that she spawned tore through the corpse, blasting the arrogant smirk of the fallen king's face. By night's end, the number of participants in the Grail War had fallen. 4 servants remain. 4 masters yet live. The 4th Holy Grail War has reached its midpoint by the dawn of the next day. Author's note. Once again, special thanks to Beta Reader for amazing work, Reeves the Reader. Also, the lesson from Reeves, apparently, Lelouch means lamb in Algerian, Hebrew, or some Arabian Peninsula Arabic culture. The more we know, right? Laughing face. Anyway, until the next chapter. Chapter 59, Chapter. Fuyuki City. Rest was required. Never had a statement about sleep rung so true for Lelouch until after the events of the night before. Korea especially needed some sleep after what had happened. Blowing himself up, nearly being killed after succeeding in his revenge, and very much being eaten alive again by the reawakened crestworms, it all left the man in a serious need of a vacation from this whole ordeal. That wasn't to forget Nobu's needed time off after using her noble phantasm. With Gilgamesh's escape attempt destroying it instead of her disabling the reality marble, it drained her more than it had to. Last night's fight was a victory of having taken a few unexpected turns. Yet, the young boy couldn't get his mind off of his last exchange with the King of Heroes. Archer's words about kingship didn't leave Lelouch even as he escaped to the world of dreams. How could he when the Demon Emperor continued to reminisce about the last days of his former life? The terrible atrocities he committed, all those he'd lost. After the last battle in the skies of his world's Japan, Lelouch had an entire month to make sure no one would ever forget his name. Ever. He killed and destroyed, Lelouch wrought hell on earth to any and every who would dare stand in his way, all for the sake of peace. But even now, the single thought persisted in his tired head. Can I take pride in my sins? Of course not. No sane human being could ever just accept it all like the King of Heroes had demanded of him. And yet, he hadn't exactly been a sane teenager after he took the first step on that bloody path, hadn't he? Parenticide would make anyone seem crazy. But I did it for Nunali. I became the emperor for the sake of Zero Requiem. Not rule the world for my own pleasure. And yet Gilgamesh cared little about the reason, only that Lelouch ruled according to his vision of a king. A ruler. My mask as the last emperor is something I have no right to discard. After all deaths and suffering I inflicted upon others, it would be cowardice to run from that part of my life. As Gilgamesh said, neither Iskandar nor Artoria would reject their reign. Their legacies. Except, of course, though she accepted it, the King of Knights was actively trying to avert it. Arturia Pendragon's view on kingship was complicated. Saber's wish was to rewrite the history of her legend so the mistakes she made would all be erased. Even if that meant including wiping herself from the pages of history. Lelouch couldn't agree with such a goal. King Arthur was the legend that inspired many generations. It was the same for him as a child. Many rulers of Britannia's past, corrupt or not, led people using that legend as an example. Even if it led to the subjugation and eventual rule over billions under their heel, it had played its part in shaping the present of his world. The same could be said of here, in this world's own Britain and Eurocontinent. Take that legend away, and many things would change, cultural or not. Many would likely not speak the same language or share the same values as the idealistic king who died attempting to quell an unjustified rebellion. And yet, he could understand where Artoria was coming from. In her eyes, she failed her nation, her people. She failed them all and could blame no one but herself. Then, of course, the only solution she'd come to was to allow someone else to lead, someone she believed would be more worthy than herself. Lelouch would disagree with such a conclusion, but the former rebel leader Zero couldn't outright deny her desperation. He too thought about changing the history of his world, only he couldn't undo what was already set in stone. Not when he realized the flawed nature of the Grail itself could only exacerbate the problem. The desire, quiet it may be, still remained. If the Holy Grail wasn't a scam, could I wish the same as Saber? Removing myself from the history of my world, making sure I wouldn't be able to hurt people who are close to me. Lelouch remembered the words of his first friend. Out of anger for what he'd done to Suzaku's tenuous peace, his old friend once said it would have been better if Lelouch had never been born. Perhaps it was deserved. After all, killing 1,000 murderers would never atone for the sin of killing an innocent. More so Euphemia, one he'd manipulated by accident yet used to his advantage when all was said and done. There was a time when I could agree with him, the boy regrettably chuckled to himself at past sins turned sacrifices. But Gilgamesh was right. Even if my time as Demon Emperor was nothing but a play, a means to an end, I should be proud of how I played this role. Hey, indeed, my last performance won't be forgotten for generations to come. Therefore, an effective and worthwhile example that would deter future leaders from treading towards. He'd done his part and finished his act. No one would ever be able to top a world-conquering emperor who was as cunning as he was merciless. Of course, there was another thing the King of Heroes said that bothered Lelouch still. The part about how there were other otherworlders like Lelouch. Gilgamesh said something about how he vaguely remembered, yet also not, some kind of organization. However, from the way Archer said it, his encounter was outside this war. Perhaps even outside this world. Such a revelation raised even more questions. Many of which, the boy attributed to both the Grail and the so-called Throne of Heroes. But Lelouch didn't know where to start looking for definite answers. He doubted either Ryder or Saber would know anything else, forget sharing. Nobu as well didn't know what Archer was talking about apart from the throne, that she only gave a general explanation of what he was already aware of. In fact, his partner went so far as to insist on forgetting about the King of Fools. Lelouch found it odd she'd still be seething at the now-dead servant. Speaking of Nobu. He held Nobu in high regard and thought of her as a dear partner of his. But without knowing how long he had, Lelouch didn't want to start something that wouldn't last. This uncertainty can't persist. I don't know when I might be killed again, or what will happen once I will achieve my mission. I might even be killed today and she'll just be forced to return to Throne of Heroes. Gilgamesh said something about how Lelouch was a strange entity and that he would like to meet under different circumstances. However, it didn't mean that Lelouch would be free to do so after he accomplished his task. For all he knew, the power that resurrected him might have another use for him and just whisk him away elsewhere, into another world that needed his help. His future was very much unknown even to him. Death, once an uncertainty, had been undone for him once. What's another? Right now our bond is good, great in fact. But I don't know what might happen if we try to advance it any further. I don't want to give her false hope. God knows the trouble he caused for his former accomplice, abandoning her all on her return alone. For now, it will be best to continue this in a professional manner. But, if maybe. No, don't. There's no point wistfully wondering about it now. Biting his lip, he sighed. Right now all of them were inside the small room in some cheap motel. It was Korea's place, and despite not sleeping here for 2 nights, the men hadn't been kicked out yet thankfully. It was a sufficient place to take a quick rest and hide away from the remaining servants. The room they stayed in wasn't big enough for 4 occupants, but for him and Korea, it would suffice. Their servants could rest in spirit form, something Berserker always did outside the fights. Nobu was less enthusiastic about not sleeping like a normal person, having gotten used to it over the times she and Lelouch slept in their hideout, but she complied anyway. At the moment, her partner was lying on the small cot. Lelouch didn't trust the motel's cleaning service and slept in his own clothes. Not the most comfortable thing considering the long trek they'd taken in the woods, but he didn't complain. In fact, when he woke up, he felt something soft and warm pressing against his back. It didn't take long to realize who was behind him. Korea wasn't exactly the picture of health, so the only one who would exude such sensations was clear as day for the boy. He rolled over on his side and came face to face with his partner, literally. The redhead servant lay down next to him, face inches away from Lelouch. Thankfully she was wearing her battle gear, except the cape. That didn't stop her red eyes from piercing through his startled violet orbs. Hey, she said it with such a sultry voice, the small smile on her face looked a bit more predatory than usual. Lelouch didn't want to give in as he narrowed his eyes, mumbling back, "You're too close. I can be closer if you want." The smile turned devilish wide as she leaned in closer. Lelouch could already feel her hot breath. Avenger, he started, sending a quick glance over to his host still sleeping off to the opposite side of the room. But then he felt a finger shut his lips. "Didn't you say you will do anything for me last night?" she asked with a fake innocent smile. "Right when I tried to show that King of Fools what happens when someone goes behind my back and chats with my master." She made to emphasize the possessiveness of the word. Lelouch remembered. Of course, he did. Gilgamesh was lying there, near death yet still having the energy to taunt his executioner. It didn't mean that he deserved torture as death, pricked to Nobu as he may have been. But it was also done more out of precaution. After all, he still didn't know how the downtrodden king managed to get out of Nobu's reality marble. According to her, Archer pulled out some kind of sword that she had never seen nor understood. She couldn't describe it properly. Anytime she tried to speak about it, a headache would overcome her. It was difficult to calm down when the linchpin in their trap for the golden servant was also acting odd about the unknown weapon he pulled out. But now that he was gone, they needn't worry over whatever Gilgamesh's noble phantasm was. Still, that didn't excuse her spoiled behavior. "Indeed, I said as much then. But, my dear Avenger, surely you would like to wish for something more than simple copulation." Lelouch went on the offense. Knowing her, playing defensively would only play right into her hands. Hoping a bold move will make her back down, however, backfired. Her red eyes went wide as she grabbed his hand. Lelouch bit his lip to hold himself back from shouting in surprise. A servant's grip was powerful. But when he saw the hungry smile on her face, a wild grin that showed her fangs, he noted she was doing it to accentuate her domination over him at the moment. That was despite the redness on her face. Era. How bold of you, master. I simply thought about giving you something comfortable to sleep on. She said so whilst squeezing her bosom together suggestively. Lelouch was not amused. But turns out my precious master would offer me more than just some mana transfer. Mana what? He didn't know what it was, but with the ferally eager look on Nobu's grin and how she trapped him from wriggling away, it sounded dangerous at the moment. Ha ha ha. You're quite the splendid guy, aren't you? She wasn't even bothering to cover up her mirth as she chuckled silently. Come on, come a little closer. Let this young lady treat you well. It will be a new experience for both of us. Why? Nobu then closed the distance between them. Lelouch's eyes went wide, expecting her to go all out. To do so would have been shocking enough already, but in someone else's room, while they were sleeping not 2 meters away. That was beyond racy for Lelouch's comfort. However, she didn't do what he was imagining. Instead, she did something less lecherous. NGH. Oi, Avenger. Don't rub your cheeks together with mine, Naya. The demon emperor who took over the world said as the older woman rubbed her face against his. I said stop. Eh? Geez. No need to be so embarrassed, my adorable little Lulu. That's enough, Nobu. Lelouch decided to use their connection to shout his complaints. Our ally is literally sleeping in the next bed. Do you want to give Korea an eyeful? Or Berserker for that matter? Berserker is outside in spirit form. That didn't make things any better. That was still a servant, a being whose senses were far more enhanced than a normal person. And who cares about some walking corpse? Just look at him, she whispered such while motioning towards the men who remained still, deathly asleep on the small bed. He actually looks like a corpse, now that I noticed. What? That she said it aloud, clearly this time, was worrying. Matu Korea was lying quiet, motionless. Managing to break away from Nobu, Lelouch stumbled over to stand warily over his remaining ally's side. The master of Berserker didn't look like he was breathing at all. His body remained in one position, making the two demons observe him in perpetual silence. Don't tell me. Did he actually die? NGH. Lelouch's worries disappeared when Korea's body suddenly jerked and the man let out a muffled yet pained groan as he sat up. Slowly breathing, Korea tried to collect himself with an expression that looked half well-rested while also looking half dead. A day alive meant he was happy that the crestworms didn't eat his organs while he slept. Turning to the boy who had a worried expression on, the men who'd been oblivious to their earlier flirting gave an awkward half-smile. Ah. Good morning. Good morning, Lelouch replied, still concerned. How are you feeling? Never better. A slight groan as the men made to move off his bed said otherwise, but Lelouch took it as the best positive Korea could muster in his condition. Slept well, you too? Considering his muddled thoughts, Lelouch could only answer vaguely. Yeah, somewhat. TCH. Nobu, however, clicked her tongue whilst glancing to one side, earning a perplexed expression from the clueless men. Mood killer. Lelouch was grateful she kept her comment between them. Chapter 60, Chapter. Kainatha's last warehouse. In the far corner of the city, inside the abandoned building, a Western magus grunted as she looked over his belongings. Or rather, what remained of hers. Almost everything Soleil brought with her to Japan was lost over the course of this accursed war. Kainath made her bring enough potions to heal and assist him. Yet, all of the high-quality stuff that wasn't lost to the building was used on the late blonde magus and his brief ally, the crippled Japanese half-magus Korea. But that didn't matter anymore. Humph. With a sorrowful glare to the dilapidated ceiling, she sighed. I'm finally free. Usually, a fiancée would cry over the death of her deceased future husband, but not Soleil Nuatari Sofieri. The red-haired woman stood still in the empty warehouse and was giddily ecstatic. Her marriage with Kainath wasn't out of love but a political alliance between two magi families. She was just a tool, forced to plan ahead in spending life with a man whom she never cared for nor loved. Before, Soleil didn't really care about it. Since her childhood, the idea to marry someone for the sake of her family was hammered into her head. Besides, before this war, Kainath didn't seem like the worst option either. A talented magus from a prestigious noble family, aside from being wealthy and well-educated, he possessed the finest assets any magus bride would look for in a potential mate, powerful genes for a future generation she'd rear with her own skills. Before all of this, Sola didn't care and was readily looking forward to accepting such as her fate. But then it all changed. She'd met her knight, an actual knight, who would have saved her from this lonely existence if she'd only ask. He was the man who showed her what real love was like by simply sparing her a glance. Lelouch never cared about such things before, but that man changed all of it. Ah, my beloved. Servant Lancer, d'Armouid ua Dubni. His name caused Lelouch's heart to stir every time she said it to herself. Even as she cried herself to sleep in the past few weeks, it was the only time she would find solace, saying his name over and over to herself. He was the one she wanted to spend her life with. He was the one she wanted to take her away from it all. Even if said knight tried to avoid her in the beginning, there was no doubt in her mind or heart that he'd accede to her every fantasy, her every wish, so long as she dared take him up with her desire. She stopped caring about anything except for Lancer. She desired him. She wanted for the servant to be hers and hers alone. But Kenneth ruined everything. Not only was he Lancer's master, unworthy of him, but he also made everything interfere with their love. In Lelouch's mind, it was without a doubt Kenneth's fault she and d'Armouid couldn't spend more time together while he was alive. Oh, yes, when he was alive. After all, her knight wasn't alive anymore. Not after the failure of a fiancé had him fight a battle he couldn't outright win. Kenneth is at fault. It's all his fault. He allowed d'Armouid to die. That jealous bastard couldn't stand the truth. That I fell in love with his servant. He should have been the one to die on that night. Calming herself, she recomposed with only her balled fist still tensed. At least that part is fixed. There was another reason Lelouch didn't grieve over the death of her betrothed one. Why should she when she was the one who helped in his murder? After the night her d'Armouid died, the woman Magus started to think about a way to get rid of Kenneth. The man should have paid for his crime against her love. And so he would. Thankfully, his ally, the boy Lelouch Lampi Rouge, was more than willing to help her. While the fool would continue to project his visions of grandeur, his hopes of at least getting something out of his failure of participation, she would act as a spy and inform the master of Avenger when her sorry excuse of a fiancé will inevitably betray him. After that, it was simply too easy. Kenneth never expected her to hide some modern devices inside Kenneth's clothes when he was too trusting of her to take care of his needs in their deplorable state. Lelouch finishing the job without her having to dirty her hands was the only regret she had. And though she was free from it all, she still wished she could have seen the last look on that despicable fool's face when he realized she was to blame before he exploded to Kingdom Come. Well, there's nothing left for me here. With a tired sigh, the woman snapped her fingers. As soon as she did, the boundary field surrounding the premises shattered and vanished, not leaving a single trace of a Magus presence apart from the woman standing alone in the building with what little belongings she had left. One of which was a pair of plane tickets sat atop her last remaining briefcase. In the end, at least that man was able to procure a farewell gift. Before his last excursion, Kenneth had prepared means to leave Japan. All Lelouch needed was to make her way to the Fuyuki airport. She'd waited the entire night until the morning, waiting if her dear fiancé would show up on the off chance Lampi Rouge would have failed. But it would seem the plan worked out nicely. Her familiar was sent to scout the church only saw ruins of the building and local authorities trying to make heads or tails of what was going on. Without the guidance of the would-be arbiters or the Magus owner of the Fuyuki ward, Tosaka Tokiomi, the poor detectives were at a loss on what to explain to the public. But having been a non-participant ever since the death of her beloved, it wasn't her issue anymore. Leave it to the oblivious plebeians to deal with the bloody mess her former fiancé left. She'd achieved her end of the deal. The boy had done his. She was done, henceforth washing her hands of this sordid affair of a Holy Grail war. Left hand wheeling away her stuff, right hand pocketing both of the tickets, there was no point staying here any more than necessary. It was time to leave. However, as soon as she kicked open the disgustingly rusting doorway open and walked out into the cold night air, Lelouch felt something wrap around her neck. Wah, ngmph. She couldn't scream when, apart from the apparent elbow, something, or someone, had pressed a rag against her face. Having not prepared to encounter a combatant so close to her base mere minutes after disabling the boundary field, she couldn't fight off her attacker. She could only whine in defiance before slumping down silent. She'd been caught where no passerby or an ally would ever be able to save her. Her consciousness, slowly fading, had sharpened in its last moments of waking. With the temperament of a Magus that towed the line of life and death, Lelouch tried her damned best to fight to stay awake. All that she was able to accomplish, however, was catch a glimpse of her attacker. A stern-faced woman with short black hair. Target has been captured. Heading back now, Kiritsugu. Damn it. Unable to hold on any longer, Lelouch's thoughts cursed her former fiancé once more. Of all the people, it had to be the Magus killer. The last the woman could feel before everything faded to black was being hoisted up on the woman's shoulders to be brought to who knows where. Knowing the name and identity of who her kidnapper worked for, however, she didn't have any pleasant dreams, if any, of what was to come. Chapter 61, Chapter Copenhagen. So, what are we going to do now? Korea asked tersely while he sat there with an empty coffee mug. The three of them sat inside the small coffee house. Surprisingly, despite the bustling time of the weekday, the place was still almost empty in the early morning. Save for the staff and a brown-haired teenager girl who was chatting with her, they had no other company. Both would occasionally glance at them, but Lelouch would politely acknowledge them with a wave, embarrassing them enough to avoid eye contact. Korea, on the other hand, would automatically hide his face behind the hood in an attempt to spare them the gruesome sight. "We should have gone somewhere else," he commented. "We draw too much attention like this." "It'll happen no matter where we go," casually stated the only servant who insisted on remaining materialized. "It's easy to stand out when I'm as charming as I am." That Avenger had no qualms claiming as such was pretty much in line with her haughty attitude so far. Yet her smug expression wavered slightly when it met her master's gaze. "Oh, that's not to say you're bad-looking, master. You would definitely catch my eye no matter the time of day." "Well, aren't you humble?" Her partner simply gave her a fake smile and snorted behind his own mug of warm coffee. He took a sip before turning to Korea. "Don't worry about it. Right now, our main concern isn't hiding but who to go after next." Urging that they end it as fast as possible, Korea wouldn't object as much if Lelouch was going to push the topic. "The only servants left are Saber and Ryder. Didn't you say you have the address of Ryder's master?" Lelouch nodded. "Indeed, Waver Velvet is hiding among the regular folk. From what Kenneth's hypnotized police told us, he's staying with a foreigner family, an elderly couple." "Elderly?" Nobu asked as she took another sip of tea. "You saying he's brought his Magi family with him?" "No. The police dug up more info on them. Kenneth said they're locals who've naturalized themselves here after a few decades. Their own family, however, hasn't contacted them in years. Our former compatriot surmised that young Waver must be using magecraft to blend in with them. That seems like an unnecessary risk, Korea thought. To involve the regular people. But perhaps that Waver boy didn't care. He was a magus after all. Shame. Can't use them as hostages then. Nobu sighed coolly, earning the widening of Korea's working eye as he looked around alarmed. "Do not worry, Matu. No one will hear us." It didn't reassure the men if she was even trying. While he did murder his old enemy and a couple of others last night, it was more that they deserved it that he was able to calmly accept that fact. But the open proclamation of a crime was still a bit too much for he who'd grown used to living a normal life for almost 2 decades now. Regardless, Avenger continued. "Lelouch, the location of that magus killer. Can we be sure Saber and her master must be there too?" "Yes. Their absence in most of our fights recently confirms their collusion with that man. But before heading there, it might be best to send someone as a scout, preferably someone outside our group, in order to check if this Kiritsugu Amiya prepared any traps." The boy may have added that to make him feel less threatened, but Korea was not a fool to think Lelouch would mean for him to go. Berserker was still necessary to keep this a 2 versus 2 in the worst-case scenario. Still, even if that wasn't the case, neither Korea nor Lelouch had met the man yet. They had no idea what to expect of their opponent apart from his apparent cooperation with the Einsburn camp. But from the way others had described him already, this magus killer was an extremely dangerous opponent. I checked the map. Lelouch drew a small one out and laid it down for Korea to see. Their new base is located in the northern part of Miyama town. The area is a sleeping district, not suitable for fighting. Seems that, after how many fights happened in the forest near their castle, Saber and her master decided to hide here, biding time until the rest of us whittle each other down. Avenger spared the map the briefest of glances before giving them each one. But it doesn't mean the place isn't full of traps. This mercenary isn't like the pompous baldy you blew up yesterday or the one you did in. He uses modern technology, a firearm like I do. Wouldn't the civilians in the area be acting more as his living shields, making others think twice before starting an open fight near them? That may be true. But, there is no one left to supervise the rules of the war. Korea didn't like pointing it out. Without the church, there was no monitoring the Grail War or keeping its participants in line. It was only due to the church that Castor's demise was made a priority in the first place. Without the priest, cheating as they may have, it wasn't likely that the remaining masters would enforce the rules. Korea cared little about the Grail War in general. With the boy's objective of keeping anyone from winning, he was sure Lelouch was the same. That being said, this magus killer had already blown up a hotel in an attempt to cripple Lancer by killing Kenneth before. Keeping a low profile may not be enforced as much as before, but it wouldn't stop him if he targeted them next. The Velvet Kid was at least trying to stay low, but the police were able to find him after momentary magical coercion. It is true, we could be looking at an all-out guerrilla defensive from Saber's master. No doubt our remaining adversaries already learned about the fight in church, but there is no one to tell them what exactly went down. It will take some time for them to learn about the deaths of 3 masters even if they can sense the loss of one servant. The police also wouldn't go reporting on the details of the crime scene if they haven't solidly concluded their findings either. This is the opening we can use. Lelouch took a sip of his tea before settling down the mug. What do we do? Korea asked hopefully. Seeing the boy remain as calm as can be, it subconsciously told him Lelouch already had an idea in mind. We still don't know what Saber's noble phantasm is. We do know her identity and her legend, but the King of Knights hasn't used her trump card yet. To what form that takes, we'll need a guinea pig to tank it before we tackle her ourselves. Refolding the map, Lelouch tucked it away in his pocket. Not to mention, her master has someone like the Magus Killer under their command. He's an unpredictable wild card we shouldn't underestimate. If we send either Avenger or Berserker, they might be wiped out by Saber one-on-one. But send both. Well, they'd be dead. And, being a child and the husk of an amateur of a Magus, neither of them would be able to last against a professional killer. It would be better if another servant went there and lured out Saber. Lelouch continued. Luckily, the noble phantasm of Iskandar is known to us. His mobility and powers make Ryder a priority target against the 2 of us who can't survive without our servants. But why not kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Lelouch smirked. You'd have Saber and Ryder duke it out. Yes. After the banquet, Ryder and Saber started to dislike each other. This is our window of opportunity. If the 2 were already volatile enough to disagree with one another, why not give them a chance to, settle their differences? Korea thought about it. It wasn't a bad idea. Certainly not when they'd be spared the risk to themselves. He nodded in understanding. Okay. But how will we go about it? We know where their bases are, Korea. We're both aware of the homes either one stays in. Giving one party this information should be enough. They might do half of the job for us should one prove a challenge to put down. Yet, one servant dying will still be weakening any opposition we have. It's still to our advantage. Goading them into self-destruction. Korea was still unsure about this idea of pitting one against another, but in a state where he couldn't fight the weakest of the masters himself, he had no choice but to agree with the plan. So, who is it gonna be? Avenger quickly chuckled. I say let's give the kid the advantage. Oh. I thought you were looking forward to killing Iskandar yourself. Lelouch said with a raised eyebrow. Are you willingly giving Saber this honor? Don't be foolish, Lelouch. That brute will die by my hand. The woman's eager expression was not lost on Korea. Surprisingly, it turned thoughtful not a second later. But Saber's master has a mercenary under her command. One who's apparently skilled in killing the most experienced magi. That oaf's master wouldn't stand a chance should Ryder be preoccupied even for a moment. Korea had to agree on that one. Even a man as departed from the moonlit world as he was aware of the dangers professional killers had on the normal folk. One Magus boy against a trained assassin who was also aware of the tricks of magi, it was no contest. But I see your point. All right, we'll go with Waver Velvet and Ryder then, Avenger. Lelouch agreed. He did so very easily that the maimed adult could only sigh. Something is wrong, Korea. And not really, no. Just, was it really right for them to pit the kid against a professional hitman and Saber? Korea didn't dare voice it out. Not when he'd already had blood on his own hands. That he would feel a bit reluctant about using others shouldn't be in his conscience anymore. After all, he himself was using Lelouch to save Sakura, no. And besides, Waver Velvet was just another of their kind. A Magus. In his head, that designation made the boy just the same breed as Zoken, if not younger and less experienced than the old crone. In the end, they were all the same. Even the mage killer. He'd heard that the man was responsible for the Hyatt Hotel explosion in an attempt to knock out Saber's first foe, Lancer, and his master Kenneth. Sure, there were no civilian casualties, but without the arbiters to enforce the rules, who was to say it wouldn't happen again? Only this time, casualties be damned. Amiya Kiritsugu would likely try to repeat his trick with the hotel and destroy a whole city district just to get to them. The same would be said of the boy that was Ryder's master. The same would be especially said of Zoken who'd already taken the lives of many just to survive who knows how long now. It was only because Lelouch believed in his cause that Korea didn't include the boy in his mental simile. Korea's grip on his cupped hand tightened as he sighed once more. Okay. Does that mean we're going to a kid's place now? Taking a sip of coffee, Lelouch paused before replying. No. Not just yet. What? Lelouch started. As I said at the moment, we have a window of opportunity. But instead of simply charging into the next fight, it will be best to slow down and prepare. After last night's events, my partner used too much of her powers. Avenger needs time before she will be battle-ready again. You got that right. Ing. Korea spared a glance at the woman who stretched with her arms forward like a lazy cat. Using my noble phantasm is exhausting, I need at least a day to gather my strength. I can fight, but not enough to end Ryder. Snagging Lelouch's hand with her own, she gently tugged at his sleeve while giving an apologizing look. Sorry for being a liability in the state like this. The boy, to his credit, merely waved away whilst petting the top of her crimson head. Don't be foolish. You aren't a liability. Even in your state, you still have the highest kill count in this war so far. That was indeed true. While Korea had been so laser-focused on Tokiomi, and Archer by proxy, Lelouch and Avenger had been cutting down their foes methodically. Castor was one thing, but Archer was a beast even Berserker had trouble ending permanently. Not to mention the boy's cunning use of having Kenneth lose Lancer before removing the men, Assassin's former master and Archer all in a single night. Killing 2 servants was an accomplishment on its own, that Korea would concede. But having a master who not only neutralized Korea himself as a threat and managed to convince him to win this war in a different sense. It spoke volumes of their overall power in this fight. Lelouch and Avenger, both unknowns in general, were quite the powerful combo. Still, Korea's viewpoint was not one of fear. Mere awe. Why? Well, one was a boy giving a deadly servant woman what was effectively a head pat, and the other was a would-be historic figure acting like a tuckered yet coquettish young woman. That they were the pair who'd done the lion's share of the fighting, the current image was, odd to say the least. Considering Korea had been mostly privy to her maddened and battle-hardened side, the image of the redhead then snuggling up on Lelouch's arm caused Korea to question whether his good eye was seeing things. When the boy himself continued to accept the snuggles whilst drinking coffee, Korea felt more than out of place. It felt like he was third-wheeling but minus the actual envy associated with it. Ahem. Regardless, the master of Berserker coughed to garner their attention. Wouldn't Berserker be able to help in this regard then? That is until Avenger is up to the task again. Of course, Berserker could. Lelouch nodded and yet added. But unless it's Avenger, I can't be certain of a win in any fight. You don't have faith in my servant. Korea didn't understand why the words left his mouth, only that they did, and he felt a bit odd competing with a child. Even Archer was forced back by him. And yet, I was the one who dealt the killing blow. The smug smile on Avenger's face was fitting of a crown. I've been on the scoreboard since Castor. Any kills to your name, besides the cripple? If we're going by killing blow as a score, didn't Ryder kill like 100 of assassins? Korea snapped but immediately flinched when he felt the death glare. Doesn't count. That shadow was still only one servant. Instead of a veiled threat, what came out of the woman's mouth was a cute pout and harumph. She even stated proudly whilst looking away, besides, I could have killed them all as well. Had this been any normal person, Korea might have found her reaction adorable. Not so when she apparently had the armory of a warring states period shogun. Not as impressive as Gilgamesh, but it wasn't inferior, considering it managed to rend the once arrogant king down to shreds. Korea's brow above his working eye twitched uncomfortably. No, it wasn't the worms. Of course, you could have, but that's beside the point, Avenger. With a hand to her shoulder, Lelouch managed to console the pouting servant who kept glaring away from the men. The boy however gave him a pleading look, seemingly apologizing for the woman's behavior. Korea felt a little ashamed of losing his temper. Even the worms inside him must be cringing. Then, if we aren't going for the kid, what now? In an attempt to save face, he asked quietly. I think we should return to our base. Mine and Avengers, to be exact. We stowed away a couple of helpful tools before we started collaborating with Kenneth. Retrieving them will be helpful for us when we face Ryder and Saber. Then it was a stockpile measure. To regroup and resupply. Granted, they'd already had a long night's rest. But they also lost Kenneth's and his fiancée's assets when they ended their alliance with the men. The Magus woman would likely have already left by now. Korea noted with a quiet nod. However, my main objective for today was taking care of another business. Violet eyes focused on Korea. I think it is time to save Sakura. Chapter 62, Chapter. Korea froze. His only working eye went wide. The words itself were like ice being stabbed through muscle and bone. What, now? You don't need to look at me that way. I promised, didn't I? The boy smiled, but Korea couldn't. The sick man intensely grabbed his crippled arm, like he was expecting Zoken to activate worms in any second and kill him. He opened his mouth to argue, to say he was against it. But he couldn't. He just stopped working. For a long while, he remained as still as a statue, with only his thoughts for company. Korea remembered Lelouch's words. The young man only said them a few hours before yesterday's incident. The promise of miracles. The first that would serve as a sample and proof was Tokiomi's demise and his survival through it. The boy had delivered on that promise. Tokiomi was dead. His servant was dead. Coincidentally, the other two who could have done him harm after, the magus and the priest, were also dead. Of the 4 adults who walked into the church, Korea was the one who walked out alive. Delivered salvation by the hands of the boy with a demonic yet kind smile. And yet, despite what happened last night, he couldn't help but be scared by the thought of going after Zoken now. Even after managing to kill Tokiomi, Korea was still afraid. Confronting a cripple who was at the end of his rope was one thing. Confronting the old worm who was supposedly his father yet rumored to be a life-sucking immortal yet dead vampire, one whose presence and terror had plagued him since he was a young boy who rejected magecraft, that was another issue entirely. Even now, he abhorred the man, the monster, for what he'd done to others. For what he'd done to his family. But, more so than that, Korea feared Matu Zoken. He feared him so much that, even crippled and free from his grasp, Korea could only tremble where he sat. It was no wonder Lelouch was quick to pick up on his panic. Korea, the boy's hand had him jump slightly in his seat. But gently, Lelouch called out to the PTSD-suffering adult who hid under the hood. Korea, look at me. Look at me. He did, albeit slowly and with the one eye darting around, scared. Didn't I promise to show you the miracle? Why yeah. He nodded. You did. And did I fail to do it? The demon emperor waited for an answer but the grown man, the crippled and fearful adult, stayed silent. Korea. Are you daring to doubt my master now, worm? After all that he did for you? Avenger's scathing tone scratched at Korea's pride. The annoyance and pity were not lost on him. He'd given someone like you, a little weak man, a chance to get revenge and offered to save your pitiful little princess. If it wasn't for Lelouch, you would likely be nothing more than a feast to your parasites not 2 nights ago. Korea heard a little creak on the counter's wood. A peek over to Avenger's side, he noticed her fingernail seamlessly carving grooves into the polished mahogany. You realize, had you not been offered this deal, you would have been long a carcass, forever defeated and unremembered like the despicable worm you. Her remarks suddenly stopped. Noting that she sent a wary glance to her master, Korea realized the boy must have sent a mental note for her to stop. Yet, Lelouch waited. And waited. Even now, as Korea stared long and hard at his empty coffee mug, the only thing he did was tremble. All the while, Lelouch patiently waited for his response. But Korea couldn't say anything. He was too scared. Too weak. His hate and desire to get back at Tokiomi was one thing. But Tokiomi was a man. Mortal. He could be killed. Zoken, however. He felt the chills going through his body. The crest worm still slept thanks to the last of Soluyui's potions, but who knows for how long until his parents' maggots resumed devouring him from the inside out. Once they awoke, then what? He'd die. Big deal. But even if he'd tried to blow himself up and take Zoken with him, how would he be so certain the worm wouldn't rise up again, unbothered or not even inconvenienced by his actions? And that's not forgetting the one important thing. Zoken still had Sakura. Immortal and with a hostage. How does one win against such a foe? The answer was simple. You don't. Korea, the boy started but the man couldn't meet his gaze. We have a chance to save Sakura right now. While there are still other servants out and about, Zoken would be the most distracted than he'll ever be. If we do it too late, he'll have prepared for your rebellion as you offer him the Grail. And that was if he'd even get the Grail, considering Lelouch himself stated he would never accede it, corrupted as it was. Yet, knowing the words to be true, Korea couldn't move. We told you before, you can't expect to trust him to hold his word. Giving him Grail isn't an answer. Surrendering now isn't an answer. He knew that. Korea fucking knew that. But he still couldn't answer. Are you going to give in, Korea? The boy's words rang hollow. The adult knew what he was doing, he was very much aware of this tactic, but he couldn't refute it. You're doing exactly what he wants. You're afraid, I get that. You don't see any other way but to obey him and win the Holy Grail for him. Even just thinking about going against him makes you terrified. Yet, surely, you understand this is wrong. Korea hid his face. The one I would have started tearing up if his tear ducts hadn't died already. Zoken isn't a human. He is a monster. He has Sakura. And wasn't it that very fact the reason why you wished to save her? He couldn't answer that. Not when fear and reluctance gripped his heart so. The adrenaline high he'd found in the suffering of his old enemy wasn't present. The only emotions his hormones induced now was pure dread. Dread that, no matter what he'd do this time, he'd lose it all. I know what it's like, to have someone you care about taken away from you. The man's breath hitched when the boy's hand tapped his shoulder gently. I know what it's like, feeling frantic and afraid for their well-being when you wish to save them but can't. I know the fear, the vice-like grip on a person's heart when one holds that which is most dear to them above a knife's edge. The grip on his shoulder tightened. So much so that he felt his bones crack even though his skin senses had deadened long ago. But that is why you must fight to the very end. To gamble all you have for the sake of that goal. If you let fear itself grip you, you will lose everything even though you didn't risk anything. He'd die anyway. But if he didn't act, she would suffer lifelong torment. Didn't he already accept that fact? Wasn't it why he accepted Lelouch's offer in the first place? I know what it's like to go against one's parents. And not in the childishly rebellious way, no. Patricide isn't easy, but sometimes it must be done if you wish to do what is right. For a boy to calmly state as much without even the slightest hint of regret, he must have gone through hell if he was going to be this forward. But the same could be said of Korea right now, was it not? Breaking away from the slouching, Korea's face was still hidden by the hood. But he tried to meet Lelouch's gaze, weak and distracted as he was. What should I do? What is it that you want to do? The return of his question would have earned rage or a snapback, but Lelouch didn't give him the chance to be mad when 2 fingers were thrust in front of Korea's face. Whatever Zokan did to you, it left a scar upon you. One that will never fade away. But there are 2 things you can do. With his back straightened, the boy stared hard back into Korea's eye. The stern gaze pierced through him as much as it did the deep tone of the lad's voice. You can continue to look upon that scar, be reminded of the fear in your own weakness, forcibly making yourself cower away in defeat. Or, you can look upon that scar, decide that enough is enough, and attempt a revolt. Choose the first, and you would likely only need to cower until you expire, but choose the second and, well. The hand dropped from view as a smile flitted on the boy's face. It can be a trophy, a reminder of the victory you achieved as well as the last souvenir you will ever take away from this brief moment of hell in your life, apart from the life of the child you saved of course. You think I can survive this? Korea's fingers trembled as did his gaze. You think we can win? Even though you've never met that bastard. You already won against Tokiomi, no. You risked everything merely to end that man's life. What's another if the prize is freedom from hell, for both you and the girl? It's not that simple, Lelouch, he hissed back. If we fail, it's not just me who could die. Both you and Sakura could. Worried for my well-being, are you? I appreciate it, Korea. The boy smiled as easily as he stared back. But you forget. This is a war. Even if it isn't for the Grail, even if it's just between 7 people vying for supremacy, I've long come to accept the risks. Huh. When I made an alliance to help you, I long since came to terms that I may die doing so. Did you not think the same when you accepted my offer yesterday? Lelouch's violet orbs didn't flinch as they locked onto Korea's grayed-out twitching own. When you accepted my offer of an alliance, you did so with the desperation of a dying man. Your path to retreat has already been cut off and you did it with your own hand. He did, didn't he? I didn't. He accepted this man's help, and, with the death of Tokiomi, the deal was as good as made. If he were to go back on it now, there was no saving Sakura. Not even if he were to somehow kill Lelouch and the other masters and offer the Grail to Zokan. No, the boy shook his head as if to correct himself. You already cut off your own escape when you joined this war in the beginning. You either win and die, or you lose and die. The only difference now is that I offer a guarantee of Sakura's survival. Ah, that's right. In the fit of dread, he'd forgotten. The only reason he accepted Lelouch was because he wasn't the same as those magi. In fact, he was more like Korea in regards to their views on human life. Those who kill should also be those prepared to be killed. Lelouch said as much himself last night. In that same vein, the innocent need not suffer because of the guilty. From the beginning, the only reason Zokan sought out a strong child with Magus blood was because he'd chosen to neglect the family line, refusing it vehemently and escaping that house as soon as he had the chance. And, with Byakuya's waning Magus blood, that meant no one was the legitimate heir to their household's horrendous magecraft. His leaving led to Sakura's indoctrination. Yeah, it was Tokiomi's fault she suffered. Had he been a decent human being, much less a father, she and Rin would have led normal happy lives. But if it wasn't for his leaving a gap for them to fill, Tokiomi wouldn't have sold her off to Zokan of all people as a kind gesture of one Magus family to another. It was his sin. And Sakura paid for it. But now, he could right that wrong. All he needed to do was face his fear, his own life be damned. But, could he do it? Could he beat his father, knowing he'd never been able to win against that monster all his life? Knowing all he could do was run away. Don't tell me you forget your own drive, worm. Avenger's voice cut through his hesitant thoughts. Was it not yourself who exacted revenge on the men who took everything from you? Was it not you who strode forth into a den of wolves and emerged victoriously? But Korea's palms tightened into fists. Only through one of them did he feel a little blood trickle from the cut his nails made. The other hung limply, dripping small red onto the wooden tile floors below. But if it wasn't for Lelouch's plan. Nay, you fool. The one to kill that man was not my master's plan. It was you. Meager of a struggle as it may have been, that Geass still died by your hand. His death was your victory, Matu Korea. It might have been the first time the servant ever acknowledged another master apart from hers by name. Now, answer me. Do you not remember that drive? The fire that pushed you, that goaded you into achieving a selfish victory over him. Where has that drive gone now that the fight to save your most precious one is upon you? You've risked life and limb out of a selfish desire such as revenge. Does the same fire not burn more intensely for this child's life? It does. It does and will forever will. It's just. Or, don't tell me. When it comes to a choice between fear and love, this Sakura girl was never worth a damn over your own insignificant life. Now that your revenge has been appeased, I guess she doesn't hold a candle to your trauma anymore, no. Avenger pressed, devilish smile mocking him again in place. Even as you yourself are aware of your approaching end, it seems cowering until your wick vanishes is better than letting it all burn for the sake of giving the girl hope. How I pity the abandoned child. Avenger. That's enough. Lelouch cut her off, but his gaze never left Korea. I know how you feel, Korea. God knows, I do. Being weak and unable to resist, only able to stare up in defiance but nothing more. Having to kowtow to those who pull the strings for their own amusement is nothing short of a life not worth living. When you're without your own power, any and all hope you may have had could only be seen as mere flights of fancy. You live your life, day to day, knowing you can't win no matter how hard you try. But, you still want to try, don't you? I do. God knows, he did. He just couldn't. Not when he was finally thinking straight. Insanity had the perks of losing one's own preconception of reality. Anything was possible so long as you were crazy enough to try. Even if you might be falling from the top of a building, in your head, it might as well be flight. Still didn't mean you were flying, but being broken mentally meant you didn't care about the method so long as you achieved the result. So long as it made her happy, he threw himself into the pit of worms, did he not? Then, hadn't he already gone insane when the wretched elder's maggots had already eaten away more than half of his own organs by now? We. Korea started. Knowing the words was easy. Forcing them out, not so. We need to contact my brother. Byakuya should know what's going inside the house. Byakuya. My older brother, we don't have the best of sibling relationships but I know he hates Zoken as much as I do. If not more. A child can only take so much living in that household. In his opinion, his older brother was the far stronger of them, having lived with that wretch to this day. But, he's probably afraid of Zoken, just as much as me. Then trying to convince him will be a waste of time. Lelouch shot his hopes down immediately. It didn't take long for Korea to reason why. Unlike he who had a goal, Byakuya was just living through the motions now. He'd grown used to cowering under Zoken's air. Perhaps, tricking him will be the best option. Trick him. An indirect method then. If convincing Byakuya's cooperation was futile, manipulating him into doing so might prove more fruitful. I guess that will work. It shouldn't be a problem as my older brother can't use magecraft. I doubt he'd even be able to stand if you plop a servant near him. Unless Zoken around, he can't do much of anything at all. Thankfully my nephew is away overseas. Korea was glad Shinji wasn't in the city. Had the boy been present instead, what would Zoken might have done to him out of desperation? Korea didn't try to imagine what. So your brother has a family? Avenger chimed in, seemingly a little interested. What of his wife? Zoken killed her years ago. Korea averted his gaze to the floor, not fond of that memory. The old worm punished her because Shinji, my nephew, was born unable to use magecraft. And wasn't that hell for the only son that remained in the house? If Zoken inspired much fear in them both, how was he and Lelouch to convince Byakuya into conspiring against their father when he hadn't the taste of freedom as Korea had? With Zoken being an oppressor as well as a caretaker to his older brother, the risk of Byakuya turning on them out of fear of punishment was beyond nil. Very well, we will act during the night. Korea's head jerked up in the decisiveness of the boy's tone. I take only Byakuya and Zoken would be inside the family house. With exception of Sakura of course. Yeah, Korea nodded then grimaced. But there are hundreds, if not thousands, of familiars that Zoken can use to attack us. Just the mansion alone is buzzing with them all over as a security measure. Please, as if some insects can harm two servants. Avenger laughed. Even now, it seems the worms that ate away at him seemed only just that to the woman. Insects to be squashed. But the same could not be said of Korea. I'm not worried about you or Berserker. Hand over his chest, he muttered whilst thinking of the creatures asleep within him. These bugs, they're connected to that bastard. If they were awake right now. One wrong move. Lelouch was quick to understand. You fear Zoken will reawaken to crest worms inside you, or use them against Sakura. He nodded along with grit teeth. I want to save her, no matter what. But Zoken, he'll kill her, if I try to step out of a line. If he sees us. If he sees even me. He'll know something's up. The thought was damning that something as horrid as the old man could be so controlling and methodical in the projection of his power over Korea and the rest. Old yet wise, cruel yet cunning, Zoken was a master of magecraft as he was a fiend with the guise of an elderly man. Considering the entire mansion was considered their Magus family's ancient territory, respected even by the Tozakas, the Matu home was full of familiars, not just flesh-eating worms. If he carelessly approached with the obvious intent of rebellion, any flyers in the area would spot him immediately, making potential rescue missions complicated if not impossible. Hell, had the worms within him been awake this whole time, Zoken could have just snapped his existence away without Korea even realizing it. Sakura was a hostage to that kind of monster. If they'll make a move, they need to act carefully. They needed to trick both Zoken and Byakuya, get close enough to them without being detected that their servants could get the job done quickly. But Korea didn't know how. He wasn't a fool. After making the deal with Zoken, he'd tried to think up numerous ways to sneak Sakura out of there. Of course, it was to no avail. When the insects constantly patrolled in revolting swarms, out of sight of the normal folk but in plain view to him and his brother, hope was a distant thought. It only got bleaker and bleaker when he became more crippled as the days went by. Not even the servant he got was any help at the start. He'd hoped for a strong one, a powerful one. One that would be able to break his shackles and murder that monster. They were heroic spirits for a reason after all. But bound with the shackles of insanity, Berserker was anything but subtle. Not a slight on Berserker's part, but unarmed and severely drained of logic and reason by madness enhancement, Korea was more armed with a relentless tank than cleansing salvation. Powerful as he may be, Berserker couldn't help him the same way an assassin or caster could have. The same could be said of Avenger. Despite the praises Lelouch might have had for the woman, Korea wasn't convinced she could do what he needed her to without accidentally catching Sakura in a crossfire. Even as the men wholly accepted this alliance to save the girl amidst his fears for their foe, any and all attempts to look on the bright side were squashed by his derisive reasoning. Even insane and desperate, Korea grasped at straws, clinging on as best as he could before he could do something to endanger the child further. Only the guilty should know the agony. Sakura was innocent, yet she was the one in pain, not him. Thus, if Lelouch could somehow perform a miracle, no matter how impossible, Korea prayed he could. He'd give anything in exchange. Even if he himself didn't survive it. Please. Please tell me you have a plan. He expressed as much to the boy sitting next to him. The words came out hoarse, desperate, wilting to the point of a silent whisper. That he was pretty much a prisoner in his own self-doubt and inferiority made it more apparent that he was. I'll do anything. I won't continue to cower in fear of that bastard anymore. So long as she's saved from my crimes. His face, ragged as the worms and stress carved it to be, begged in prolonged silence for something, anything that Lelouch could do to bring a ray of hope to this dire situation. What he got instead was a casual smile of the demon who was playing human. What are you saying, Korea? The relaxed nature of Lelouch's voice was endearing, tempting to the men who'd lost all hope long before. Didn't I already promise you a miracle? The first was revenge and proof of his power. The second, it was salvation. Oh. So are we switching gears, Lulu? Will it be any fun like last night? Playing it coy, Avenger tickled the side of the boy's face with a single finger. Her persistence caused the lad to grab onto her with his own hand, but he didn't let up his smile. In fact, he seemed more amused than anything. Not entirely as fun, considering we're going to be delaying your little jaunt with Saber and Ryder. But, even with a few changes, you'll still have something to do, my adorable Avenger. Lelouch said before turning to his fellow master. Tell me, Korea. Do you know anything about the sewer system under the Matu house? The one working. I winced slightly in contemplation. But it didn't take long before it widened and blinked with life. Chapter 63, Chapter Matu Residence. Byakuya wasn't very fond of the daytime. The pesky sun that shone in through the windows and blinded one's eyes, the hot weather that made one sweat needlessly, but also the large number of people bustling around with life and going about their business. Or maybe his hate of the day stemmed more from dealing with a hangover he earned for drinking his sorrows away the night before. Who knows? Who cared? He didn't, that was for sure. The morning was an annoyance to him, but it was still far better than staying the entire day at the house with his newly adopted niece and his own father. Then again, should he be venting his anger on a child? Little Sakura didn't do anything to him. Even after her first training, the poor girl merely spent days just sitting in her room. Quiet. Eerily so. Had he not the small modicum of humanity he had left, he wouldn't have brought her some food. The girl had been far too shell-shocked to come out for dinner. That was a long time ago, barely a few days after she'd first arrived. Now, she was but an empty shell, an obedient doll to his father and the torturous machinations he'd commit in their basement. Korea and I went through that training dozens of times in the past, but we were older. Any attempt at mockery deflated when he realized it. Tosaka, no, Matusakura was far too young to comprehend the hell she was being put through. Using himself and his brother as a comparison, it wasn't fair. That girl. She must just be around Shinji's age. Just thinking about what if Zoken decided to train his son as well made Byakuya freeze. Neither he nor his son saw much good out of their father-son relationship. As a somewhat sober alcoholic at the moment, he preferred to avoid his only child. Not because of hate, but because Shinji was a stark reminder of Byakuya's deceased wife. The memory of his beloved being eaten alive by Zoken's little parasites haunted Byakuya to this very day. More so when he realized those same bugs were what had eaten and consumed the rest of their predecessors to prolong Zoken's life. It led to the morbid yet hopeful thought, would Shinji and I reunite with her someday? Such thinking nearly had him vomiting. Glass shattered as his hangover retching jerked him to kick an empty bottle aside. Damn it. Damn it. He cursed. But he could only curse himself for even thinking about it. I should have been the one to run. It should have been me who left Korea here. Not the other way around. Such a curse, he could never say aloud. Not to the brother who was already knocking on death's door. Escaped once but returned for the sake of the child who was now being reared by the fiend in the magic workshop beneath the floorboards. Zoken hadn't so much as complain. Quite opposite, the old worm preferred it this way. That was despite the fact the old crone enjoyed Korea's continued suffering. Between them, Korea was at least capable of some magecraft. Neither Byakuya nor Shinji were able to, but neither of them suffered for it. Instead, it was Byakuya's wife who paid the price. No doubt Zoken did it to punish Byakuya as well. Instead of rotting in a pool of ravenous maggots, he was to live out his life in guilt and mental stress. Had it been Byakuya who escaped, would he have returned for Shinji's sake? He didn't know himself. But he doubted it would matter now. He wasn't his little brother. He couldn't just leave this damned house and forget this accursed home. Byakuya had nowhere else to go. Besides, even if he hated Zoken, it didn't mean he hated their family as a whole. Rather, it was because he depended on the Matu household now more than ever that he couldn't come to reject it. The Matu clan wasn't poor by any means. Dead as their lineage was in magecraft, it was still wealthy to an extent all due to Zoken's ancient hoarding. No matter how much Byakuya spent on booze, he wouldn't ever run out of funds to satiate his addiction. And, not having a proper job, in the moonlit world or otherwise, it meant he was as much a parasite to this family as the worms were to his brother. He thrived in this environment. Perhaps, it was the depression, the lack of motivation, the fear and distress accumulated over the decades, but it all resulted in a man as broken down and devastated as he. It was enough to keep him satisfied enough with his place in the world. He was never happy. Not since losing the one thing he hoped his family could never corrupt. But he was alive. That, in itself, was enough. Besides, what could he do? He was a terrible magus. Even Korea, who ran away from family, was still a better magus than him. Forced and rushed as the training was, his little brother still managed to become good enough to summon a servant. And though that ghost of a hero was strong enough to rend people to shreds, it was still not enough to overcome Zoken. Byakuya could see it. Korea could never fight against Zoken. The immortal parasite was far too powerful to confront. And even if Korea tried, he still had a hostage. I wish this damned war would end faster. A migraine had started to consume him again. It has been happening more often these days. Just hurry up and win, you damned fool. Before your enemies decide to aim for us instead. Their family had long since been participants in the Holy Grail War. It was a risk that they'd soon come for them instead of beating around the bush. The Tosaka themselves had their mansion torn asunder and they were the best magi family in town, Zoken's secret immortality be damned. Yet still, that was the result of an attacker with severe disregard for human life. In any case, a servant's rampage meant more danger to him who was basically just another normal human. With the apparent explosion at the church and the confirmed bodies of the priest and his son, as well as the scattered remains of Tosaka Tokiomi, that meant the only magi left that were considered of note were the Einsburns in them. An enemy servant could come breaking down their walls at any moment now, a thought that didn't sit well with the morning drunkard. That caster once attacking Zoken for sustenance supported that theory. Korea's servant would have been some help, but even the presence of Berserker had Byakuya terrified. He was afraid of that thing almost as much as he was afraid of Zoken. As far as he knew, his old man was just playing with Korea. There was no way his younger brother could win this war. It was stupid to even believe that Zoken would willingly give up a potential heir even after, by some miracle, Korea won the Grail. That man cared little about the outside world and treasured magecraft more than even his own children. Byakuya felt sorry for Sakura but, regardless of whether Korea won or not, there was no hope for the girl. It was useless to fight against Zoken. That lesson had been ingrained in him years ago. Speaking of his dear father, Byakuya. Come. Zoken's voice cracked as it was heard throughout the house. It was no longer human. In fact, it rang clearly in every room despite the thing that was his father not being present in it. But Byakuya could only take in a deep breath, trying to gather strength, before obeying the old worm. As of a few nights back, only 2 humans resided within the Matu residence. Whatever Castor did to Zoken, it changed the old man for the worse. Before, the parasite was pettily cruel as he was bossy. But recently, he rarely wasted words and more enforced others to do as they were told. He would always demand something before going on his way. Maybe even chide his only remaining son for lazing about and being drunk again. Now, however, Zoken was ordering Byakuya non-stop, always ordering his failure of a first child to act in his stead for his current state was pretty much crippled if not half dead. Because it was always magecraft related, Byakuya's inability to understand or do anything in the art of magic made the old worm even more furious. He was threatened with death far more often than before. Silently making his way towards the basement, Byakuya maintained a tired scowl. The place had always been used as a training ground for the magi of the family. But in truth, it was just a breeding ground for Zoken and his crestworms. The secret facility held only bad memories for Byakuya, no doubt for Korea and now Sakura as well. Some part of him hoped that at least Shinji wouldn't have to suffer the same fate. As stepped inside the giant room, he immediately felt the cold air and terrible smell. The small sounds of squishing and squirming told him as much of the monster's presence as the echoing footsteps alerted him to Byakuya's. Looking down at the pit, his father stared back up at him. A pair of glazed blacks were met with the compound-eyed stare of a nearly 200-bug swarm. The worms continued to mulch together like living organs in a pool of flesh and muck. Castor's last and only visit left Matu Zoken in a condition that Byakuya would declare as near death. He wasn't an expert of magecraft, far from it. But the old man had been knocked down far too low to even be considered alive at this point. He needed his crestworms to survive. He needed hundreds, thousands of them. But Gillista Rice took almost everything. A majority of the bugs eaten by Castor left the fiend writhing at the bottom of the basement's pit in a deplorable rancid state of eternal decay. Forget smelling like a corpse, the entire basement was hell on earth. All that was needed now was the eternal flames of damnation. Zoken was running low on his supplies, and it was clear with his need to pester Byakuya with his magecraft work. But, of course, because his father was calling in the morning, there was only one other task he had for his son. Even now, Byakuya tried his best to not vomit at the thing writhing below. Byakuya. Did you bring my food? His face squirmed. The food the thing below demanded was the same one its abominations ate when they took away his beloved. That is to say, human flesh. Ever since the man was reduced to this state, Byakuya had been forced to bring corpses for him to feast upon. Needing human flesh, however, he had to resort to meager kidnappings and stealing from the morgue. All of which was aided through the use of 1 or 2 hypnosis-capable bugs the wretch would lend him, yet it still wasn't easy. Police were on high alert as enough as it is already. Missing children, a terrorist attack on a hotel, add last night's incident with the church. The whole city was in a panic. So much so that a few places he'd buy alcohol at claimed everything was going to shit. In the commotion, he was able to snag a few bodies here and there. It still wasn't enough though. I couldn't procure one last night, his voice cut mid-sentence. A growl seemed to emanate from all over yet came more from the bottom of the pit. Frustration beat back the fear as he cried out. What am I supposed to do? The police are everywhere. I can't even. Excuses. Always excuses. You're a worthless failure, roared the mass of worms. Ah. Both you and Korea are a waste of my time. Not only was he a failure who allowed this to happen to me, but you are also still a disappointment without any use besides giving me useless offspring. The word stung, but he bit back the bile to blame the monster. Even in this state, Zoken would still be able to kill him. If he was resentful enough, it wouldn't be quick either. I've had enough of you. Go and prepare Sakura. Tonight, I will complete her training. At least the girl will be good for something. Byakuya opened his mouth, wanting to argue, but quickly shut his mouth. Not desiring to become food himself, the false patriarch of the family decided to do as he was told. This was and always will be the safest choice so long as Zoken lived. There would be nothing he could do to stop it, much less hinder the monster of the pit. And although he knew Korea was doing it all, suffering through this war on the back foot because he wanted to save the girl, it would appear that he wasn't fast enough. A shame. Sorry girl. But this is the family that accepted you. Swallowing his pride as well as the guilt that welled up within, the parasite of the Matu home grit his teeth in shame and fear. Better you than me. New update. After the last chapter, I was happy with the positive feedback and hope you enjoyed the calm chapter. So what we had in this chapter? Lulu and Nobu flirting while planning how to kill others. And yeah, we're going after Zoken next. I had ideas about using him as big bad of the entire war, but I feel like Kiritsugu will work better in such a role. Special thanks to Beta Reader for amazing work, Reeves the Reader. Chapter 64, Chapter Matu Residence. If there was a word to describe Nobunaga's mood right now, it would be tense. Even in her spirit form, Nobu could feel that something was wrong with this place. Merely stepping within the Matu's territory was enough to make her feel her skin crawl. Even as a heroic spirit, the underlying need to raise her guard was palpable. Not even a magus, she could still feel the atmosphere, if not sniff it out of the stench, that enveloped the property. Any sense of comfort was void. This entire place gives the smell of a rotten corpse. Well, far more than just a rotten, if the husk of a man she was accompanying was to be believed. If he didn't make a request of me, I wouldn't even bother. Nobu kept the thought to herself as she stayed in spirit form. The limping men who led her remained oblivious to her would-be rude comments. Zoken should be either in his office or the basement. Matu Korea mumbled to inform her. Although it was unnecessary to do so, it seemed he was trying to distract himself by making small talk. This damn place, ing. The men stopped and took a deep breath. The moment they got close to the property line, the master of Berserker seemed to feel the pressure Nobu had been familiarizing herself with for quite a while now. Being such an inexperienced magus, the worm likely couldn't sense a thing beyond his own skin, or what was left of it anyway. Yet, despite the decaying but still living Korea's state, without a doubt, the fool of Owari would hardly consider him more disgusting than the overgrowth-covered home exuding a vile air before them. This way, gathering his bearings, Korea finally pushed on past the creaking gate. All the while, Nobu said nothing. For now, she would remain obedient and stay quiet. Still, that didn't mean the red-headed daimyo wouldn't feel a tad irritated by her current situation. Here I thought it'd be a fun fight I traded with a knight to end that blathering rider. If her ethereal form had a mouth, it'd be clicking in frustration. I will get back at Lelouch for this. That she, the rightful conqueror of Japan, had to play the role of Korea's servant today riled her to no end. How shameful. The half-dead master of Berserker could barely handle his own servant, and yet Lelouch wanted her to feign it all for their plan. It was a blessing that they didn't even have the know-how to temporarily switch contracts to make her link to him more believable. An irritating fool Lulu was to force her into a role she disliked. Nobu would still only regard him as her one and only master. Not the walking bag of worms. The demon emperor wouldn't get away with this. Forget teasing, I won't stop until I have him strapped to a bed. Face flaring as red as blood, she seethed with anticipation in making him squirm even more frantically than their interrupted night fun. All that could wait, however. She still had a role to play. The plan was pretty simple. They couldn't just burst inside the Magi residence muskets blazing because of the hostage. So, they needed to get inside close to Zoken without starting a fight from the get-go. However, the issue was that Korea couldn't just forcibly enter his family home. He'd been forbidden to for the duration of the war. It was both to stop him from getting any ideas as well as keep the old worm's workshop from being targeted by other participants. Therefore, to get inside the mansion and close enough to the true head of the Matu clan, they needed a very good excuse. And Lelouch so easily came up with one, barely ending their conversation at the coffee house. Taking note that he'd been fairly confident this plan would work because of several points he cared to share with her via their mental link, Nobunaga was fairly impressed, slight grievances aside. The boy had taken into account everything Korea had to say of the old crone. About Zoken's plan to sit out this entire war, choosing instead to spy and observe the happenings from the comfort of his own home. Had he decided to use this relative safety to contribute to his son's plight, she wouldn't think less of him. But the cowardly worm seemed to have decided on this merely to speculate the horrors Korea would have to go through alone. For Nobu, it was despicable, to say the least. He had abandoned his pitiful son and only thought to lend the sickly Korea some aid in the form of more painfully ravenous crestworms and a small plan to lure out Castor. But soon after that failed, Zoken had gone silent, forgoing everything to cloister himself in this dingy hellhole of a home. What he was doing was anyone's guess. Nobu wouldn't call Korea lucky for having escaped the man's grasp temporarily. Not when he'd already been broken into a subhuman state that could expire any day now. But in a way, he was for having Lulu be the one to save his hide. Had it been anyone else, Matu Korea and Berserker would have long been removed from the fight, neither revenge nor salvation of the child ever to take place. That being said, for salvation to be wrought, this had to succeed. Zoken was in hiding, but Korea was still wary of the ancient insect watching their movements. Being that he had bugs for familiars, the reach of his reconnaissance should be impressive. It'd make sense to assume he was at least generally informed of who had died and lived, who'd come to cross blades and who'd walk away victorious. But for the fact Nobu hadn't sent someone eyeing her or her master much since last night's events, that meant he hadn't been paying much attention though. Servants like her were highly attuned with sensing the barest changes in magical energy. Unless they were assassin, they couldn't hide no matter how hard they tried. She'd have noticed if someone was using magecraft to spy on her or Lulu. Even better, she could kill those eyes by simply burning the air where they flew or crawled. No one would be privy to her or her partner's actions without her say. But the same could not be said of Matu Korea, who carried what was essentially a parasitic nest in his gut. Are they squirming? For the first time in a while, she made to ask the men who'd limped his way from the gate to the very porch of the mansion. Not at the moment, no. Korea, despite agreeing to it all, still shuddered nervously as he mumbled. But it's just a matter of time. He expected them to be riled awake soon. Knowing who it was they were to kill tonight, he'd have to expect the worst, of course. Don't you dare die, worm. Else my master's efforts would have been in vain. I know. She couldn't help but voice the threat one last time. Considering she'd been so quiet that she might have wordlessly convinced him of such, there was no harm in emphasizing her frustration. Good news for him, he'd live a long life if he played his cards right. Aside from her not killing him for his mad knight's transgressions, the pompous Baldy's fiancé was able to suppress the bugs inside him long enough to keep them from reporting Korea's activities until now. Bad news though, they only had enough medicine to last Korea a few days. Less than one should this plan fail horribly. It was because of the man's time limit that Lelouch decided to push for this plan, much to Nobu's hesitation. But on the very brink of carrying it out, Nobu wondered if the man would expire before it was done or soon after the girl was rescued. Though, Lulu would likely argue that it was why she was there to prevent his untimely demise as best as she could. After all, tonight, Oda Nobunaga was, loath as she was to think it, Korea's new Avenger servant. She was to act as a supposed lucky break after the successful defeat of Archer at the hand of both her and Berserker, but with the adage that both the mad servant and her master bit the dust soon after winning against the smug bastard. It was a fine ploy. One that incorporated both her power and Korea's lack thereof. No one would expect Korea to win, much less survive the events of the night before without some luck. That the presumed losses were the uncontrollable mutt and an inexperienced child wouldn't be too unbelievable. More so when Korea had almost always just ducked back and let Berserker do the fighting all this time. And, as she presumably lost Lulu, a servant without independent action would just about vanish soon. Thus, it wouldn't be a stretch to say that she and Korea formed a new alliance out of necessity, a need to win this war yet. But be that as it may, being a more competent servant with far more tools, almost competing with Archer's arsenal in that regard, it would also imply that she needed a mana supply far greater than Korea's current store. That being said, even if he was a lucky dog, it wouldn't do to suddenly just fizzle out in the middle of the next fight, no. So, under the guise of seeking more crestworms at the risk of killing himself, they reluctantly returned to the Matu estate to beg assistance from Zoken. In the eyes of Zoken, Korea would be the weakling who won a 1 in a million jackpot and, not only survived but attained a stronger, more capable servant out of the ordeal. It was interesting how Lelouch could have thought up the bait and switch. Yet, it was also alarming he'd put himself at a far graver risk than Korea was in. Stupid. Wasn't there a better way? She would have voiced her complaints hadn't she already done so not a few hours earlier. She'd likely ranted his mind to death through their mental bond. There was nothing she could do to convince him to change the plan, though. The husk of a worm hive could easily be extinguished by his own father without Nobunaga protecting him. Hence the need for a servant to be present by his side at all times. Yet, being so desperate and weak, while Korea may harbor thoughts of rebellion, even with her help it would still seem unlikely at this point. Betrayal in the face of such a power gap between himself and Zoken was irrational if not suicidal if his trauma was anything to go by. That's not to forget the hostage in play either. And Lelouch stressed to her the importance of providing a convincing enough act lest the elder Matu realize the jig was up and immediately end them all on the spot, including the girl. Such ruthless wickedness, Nobu was reminded of her own family. No, more than that, she was reminded of the lengths a certain rebel leader went through. Although, comparing this spiteful worm to her only accomplice was certainly no competition. One was a selfless human reviled as the world's greatest demon. The other was just a cruel monster playing human. Still, Lelouch was playing a far more dangerous game choosing to have Berserker accompany him this time. While Nobu and Korea acted out on center stage, Lelouch had his part behind the scenes. Namely, using the Fuyuki sewer system to bypass prying eyes and sneak inside the Matu residence via the basement. Korea knew little about the worm pit despite spending a good amount of his childhood in it. The men didn't know the inner structure of the place, as well as Lelouch had hoped, but after quietly procuring the sewer system maps from the local city hall, the boy had all the pieces he needed. Yet, instead of her, Lelouch then mentioned he'd be relying on Berserker of all people instead. With Korea and she to act as the bait, the boy and Berserker would then enact a distraction from within the home itself, prompting Zukin and Byakuya's immediate attention and allowing Korea and her to secure the girl before obliterating all resistance. Still, it need not be said how so against Nobu was with letting the least sane, yet most violent, of their group be alone with her master. This drives me mad. As they entered the halls of the chilling mansion, such thoughts ran rampant in her ethereal form. Even if it's merely a part of the plan, I don't like it. Lelouch is my partner. Only I can stand next to him. Berserker better not try anything, or else. Else she'd convert to a different class than the one she was summoned as. Forget being an archer or avenger, she'd usurp the knight's role as the madman if he tried anything. She'd burn all with an indiscriminate and eternal hell. Even if it meant stripping away all she had, be it the skin on her back or her very sanity, she wouldn't let anyone take away the men she made a promise with. This, Nobunaga swore. And while any bystander would have attributed this possessiveness as simple jealousy from the young woman, never mind that the mad knight she envied was obviously a man far too insane to consider as a romantic rival, let it not be unsaid that Nobunaga didn't trust him with Lelouch. Hell, she didn't trust anyone with Lelouch. Anyone. Yet somehow, despite the irrationality of the thought, Nobu couldn't shake a different tingle down her spine induced by the threat the mad servant posed. It was to be expected of a guard who didn't have a single command seal binding him to Lulu's safety. Even she would so easily snap Korea's neck should he become a noticeable threat to them. But despite that, why couldn't she help but feel Berserker was not a knight she could trust with royalty in a far more different sense? I must be losing my marbles if this is what I feel about that boy. In the shadows of the seemingly empty manor, hidden away by her spirit form, the woman felt her cheeks burn with less fury as her noble phantasm but about the same passion when she murdered her enemies. I am so gonna take my time making Lulu squirm. Chapter 65, Chapter. Sewers under the residence. Achoo. Sniffing to himself, Lelouch noted that the servant behind him didn't flinch, not even slightly reacted, to his sudden sneeze. Excusing himself wasn't even acknowledged by the armor-clad men who continued to follow the boy's pace. The eerie silence exuded by Berserker was far more unsettling than the dark and gloomy sewers they trekked through. For a mad servant, he's been pretty docile for quite some time. Berserker hardly made a sound. Hell, he barely made any move to acknowledge anything when they split off from each other. Giving Korea only a nod after relaying Lelouch's orders for the night, he'd been a silent stalking statue following his lead through the maze-like tunnels that were the Fuyuki underground sewer system. It's such a maze, yet it's clearly of a proper design in accordance with the lay of the land. Lelouch brought the sewer map closer so he could see where they were. The small glow of his flashlight was enough to illuminate their path whilst allowing him to navigate on paper the tunnel they were in. Without the borrowed document, he could have been walking blind with his only companion never going to be of any real help. Being lost with Berserker was, thankfully, never going to be one of his worries. Then again, Castor might have had the best idea when it came to approaching this war. He sighed as he eyed the mishmash of lines, canals, tributaries and tunnels. The complex was an understatement though. Apart from providing a great hiding spot, should one's foe gain the upper hand anywhere, they need simply retreat and relocate. Less than a 30-minute jog could have them getting almost anywhere through the exit points and manholes of the cityscape. Give one great mobility in the form of Rider's chariot, then maybe hit-and-run tactics would have been plausible. If Nobu was instead a complacent assassin, this could have also worked to our advantage from the start. Stealth or mobility, it would have worked wonders on their foes who had little to no idea of the lay of the land. Kenneth himself was far from familiar with Fuyuki's above ground, let alone the sewers. Had he the option to choose his servant's class, it would have been a piece of cake. Mostly. Although saying that, he didn't need to wonder what Nobu would think of the state of their living then. She'd put up with their rundown shack, but the sewer tunnels were dangerous and unhealthy in more ways than one. The ones they've gone through to get under the Matu estate had been growing even worse than the access hatch they entered. Murkier waters, rampant mold and fungus growth, putrid stench getting ever more atrocious to the nostrils. It was far different from the least comfortable tunnels the former prince had once run through. On the other hand, maybe he shouldn't be comparing the futuristic infrastructure of his world to this one. Even though the sewers of the Saitama ghetto provided him a clean escape route when Cornelia once managed to best him, those ruins were far more efficient and well-kept because they were designed better than these aged passageways. Rotting yet overflowing pipes, barely any filters, small walkways. Compared to those of my own world, this one is built less for transport and accessibility and more for routing vast amounts of refuse. A quantity over quality workmanship had him slightly disappointed but unperturbed. Two worlds of differing standards might have been a culture shock to him once upon a time, but right now, he had a job to do. No room for complaints. Especially not now if I run the risk of running his patience thin. Lelouch subtly eyed the black-clad servant from the corner of his eye. Berserker hadn't gone into spirit form due to the need of being ready to spring into action as soon as the next phase of the plan had begun. Because Zoken was clearly a far more experienced magus than both he and Korea put together, he would be on par with, if not excelling more than, Kenneth. Sensing 2 servants inside his own home would be a cinch if Kenneth, or even Soli Ui, could sense him an avenger. And since part of their plan was to make him believe Berserk dead, the Black Knight had to remain unidentified until the last moment. Too bad urgency clashed with secrecy. But thankfully, they need not worry about scouts hiding in the gutter waters. If Korea's information on Zoken is true, then the old man should still be wary. Using his own worms as a bait for Castor was a failure, prompting him to instead send his son after the servant directly. But, considering Korea was distracted by Tokiomi, as well as being ill-bodied himself already, he pretty much disappointed the immortal magus in that respect. If Zoken felt threatened by Castor for using the sewer tunnels, I can see why he'd urge Korea to do it recklessly. But was it actually worth it? Lelouch wasn't sure. When Korea lost all correspondence with Zoken, Lelouch thought it weird of the elder who constantly pushed his son around. But now that they'd eliminated Archer and he'd left Korea in peace, it was, well beyond odd. What is he doing? What's his endgame? Lelouch wasn't entirely sure. For one, he already surmised Zoken was the type to keep all his cards close. With his nature of working with familiar insects, Lelouch was further discouraged from trying to figure out Zoken's movements. He was also disgusted to think bug magic was even a thing. It was useful but still, disgusting. Yet, the elder's movements, or lack thereof, was telling. Zoken was holing up in his basement. Why? No one knew. But if he had all his cards, in this case bugs, in a single basket, then that left them with only one thing to do. Burn it all down. Reporting. We're in the mansion. Lelouch hummed affirmation as he continued on his trek. Berserker wordlessly followed with slight clanks for every footstep. Due to Nobu being the only piece he could remotely command on the board, he was glad Korea instructed Berserker to keep a close guard of him. Even if, as a backup plan, Korea would have to use a command seal to summon Berserker in an emergency, the fact that Lelouch had somewhat of control over the mad servant was reassuring, albeit lightly. One wrong move and the knight could still snap his neck with ease, of course. Thankfully, his connection with Nobu had him informed at all times of the situation. If he was going to be abandoned, he knew to do the same and summon Nobu to his side should he need it. Arriving at a junction, the boy paused as he eyed the 3 tunnels ahead of him whilst consulting the map. Fuyuki's official map of the entire system was pretty detailed. Before all this, he sought to use it in his hunt for Ryunosuke while the serial killer had still been a threat. But there were some minor inconsistencies he noted. One of them had been the size of the place they found Castor's workshop to be hidden in. The section of the map that covered it was far more compact than the area they discovered. Whether that was due to miscalculations in the mapping or Castor at work with his barrier, Lelouch couldn't be sure. But this time, he was certain Matu Zoken had a hand in the inconsistency. Before him, 3 separate tunnels each leading towards a different cardinal direction. On the map, however, a single jagged line shakily leading away from the rest of the complex mesh of pipes. It felt off in more ways than one. According to the document, Lelouch and Berserker should have been going through a single standard tunnel until they came to an endpoint barely a kilometer ahead. And yet they found themselves looking in several directions without any idea where to go. What's more, all the paths looked at least half a century old. Maybe more if they had only been barely maintained. Odd. The map states it's a recently revisited and repaired line. The boy scoffed at taking the fine print at face value. Stuffing the map in his pocket with a sigh, he voiced an indirect explanation to his companion. Either civil officials have been slacking off, or Zoken is cunning enough to alter official documents, hiding all possible access points to his domain. If we're to advance, we won't be relying on the map any further than this. Grrrrrrrr. A simple growl, or would it be a guttural purr echoing in a metal box? Either way, that was all the knight in black had to offer. Truly, Lelouch had his work cut out for him when it came to communicating with a mad warrior. Sighing, the demon emperor stepped forward to look at the 3 old tunnels. The old man most definitely used magecraft to trick the local administration into wrongly mapping the lines that led to his domain. But be that as it may, they didn't have time to call for assistance. Or maybe Lelouch could do just that. Which direction should we take, Berserker? Not even a second of hesitation, the knight leapt over Lelouch. It was a surprise to see the servant forego the catwalk in favor of dropping right into the center of the sewer junction. As he stood there in the middle of a gushing murky current, the glowing crimson visor eyed all directions minus the route they came through. Settling on the right-hand side the knight's gaze then lowered to the water rushing past him. Eyeing the servant who cared little about dousing himself in the cesspool, Lelouch made to rush to approach when, quite suddenly, Berserker snagged something beneath the water's surface before hopping back onto the catwalk. What is it? Asking was pointless when Berserker himself tossed whatever he'd found to the floor before Lelouch. The clattering echoed up until it stopped sliding just before his shoes. Barely a second of directing his flashlight to it did Lelouch recognize the bleached white of bone. A human skull. A partial one at that. But unlike the skulls one would find from any random victim who accidentally drowned in a river of gunk and feces, this one had roughly eroded along the edges. Where one of the eye sockets should have been, lines that resembled small nibbles trailed inwards, resembling the leaves one would find in a caterpillar-infested planter. Whoever this person was, they'd been feasted upon, down to the bone and beyond. Well, that's as good enough proof as any. Ravenous insects that left little to nothing behind, might as well be a sign on a crossroads. Right path it is. As soon as he nodded assent, the mad servant grunted before walking ahead into the chosen tunnel. All the while, he remained silent as Lelouch followed closely behind. The quiet was unsettling to say the least. It wasn't just the half-eaten skull that had the boy tensing. The night ahead of him was pretty intimidating enough, forget the sewer tunnel that was likely littered with even more hidden human remains. But the sharpness of Berserker's quiet, it was akin to a knife point every time his crimson visors were trained in Lelouch's direction. Animosity? No. I haven't done anything to offend him. At least, not intentionally. Then, suspicion. Or perhaps it's wariness. The boy kept quiet in thought as their footsteps continued to echo against the damp concrete walls. That could be the case, considering I've convinced his master to forsake winning the Grail. Korea was easy to please. So long as the girl was saved, then there was no need for him to continue participating. The same could not be said of the mad servant who answered the man's summons due to his own desires for the Grail. That was bad. Especially if there was a risk of betrayal on the servant's part. Archer and Kodomine had done as much already with Tosaka Tokiomi. What's there to stop Korea from losing control of Berserker, more so when he hadn't much control, to begin with? But for the part of not knowing just who Berserker had been in life, there was no way to know what wish he sought the Grail to fulfill. Aside from asking, of course, but besides throaty incoherent snarls, what else was Lelouch going to get from the men? Apart from her name, he hasn't said anything nor given away much in terms of identification. He only had Arthurian legend to go on. That was a start. But considering that there could be differences with his knowledge of the legend and what applied in this world though, Lelouch was in a pickle. Taking care of Saber could be left to Berserker if they'd been foes in life. But Korea might not last should he go on a rampage once more. Lose him, and we lose Berserker. Not a bad deal, but if we fail to remove either Rider or Saber before then, we'll be caught in the middle. A mage killer on our backs would only tighten the pincer. He kept a composed scowl whilst suppressing a sigh as they rounded a corner and met another fork. This time, Berserker need not be asked to inspect it. Just a glance down the right then at the waters of the left had the ironclad warrior moving with a quickened pace to the ladder. Oi, wait up. Grr. Cut off by an abrupt yet impatient growl, Lelouch kept his quiet as he simply followed after the servant. Judging by the rush he seemed to be in, they were getting close. Closer to their immediate objective, but not as much progress could be made in the long term. Berserker didn't seem to need light for his path as he continued to navigate the tunnel ahead of Lelouch with ease. The haze that enveloped Berserker obscured everything apart from the vague knightly armor and the glow within his helmet's eye slits. Even with his back turned, Lelouch couldn't help but feel the men still guarded against him. With the adage that not even Korea was aware of his own servant's identity, the boy was left to ponder how to tackle this issue before they even hit the hostage situation they were working to resolve by the end of the day. At the moment, Lelouch had drawn several theories, suggestions of who Berserker could really be. All of them were related to Saber's myth in one form or another, be they her allies or enemies. From the way he shouted the King of Knight's name, it's enough evidence to assume the two servants shared a history. Albeit, only Arturia was the one who'd been recognized. Lelouch also noted that Berserk screamed Arturia masculine name, not her actual one. A small detail, but very important. It's possible he'd been among the many who didn't know the King of Camelot's true identity. But be that as it may, many of the Knight of the Rounds, as well as her foes, fit that same bill. How were they related? Was Berserk some notable knight who was slain by King Arthur? Or was he closer, someone who betrayed the king herself before or on the fields of Camlan? Berserker was furious, frenzied when he confronted Arturia. It was possible he'd been a sworn enemy of the former king. Maybe a rival noble or lord who spat the name of Pendragon until his dying breath. From what could be seen under the haze, the armor he wore was clearly of the finest make. Lelouch could clearly recognize status, but of which order? Could he be a knight from the Lelouch order? A prominent Lothian warrior, or maybe King Lot himself? Those were known enemy knights of King Arthur in legends. The ones he was familiar with, at least. But the possibility of Berserker actually coming from among the Knights of the Round was not zero either. Especially not when he was able to keep up with all the foes Arturia herself has faced. If he'd been a foe killed by her hand, Berserker should have been somewhat weaker than Saber. But beyond keeping up, it seemed as if the relentless knight might actually be a better warrior. Lelouch would believe it so, considering the knight didn't even have a real weapon yet was able to hound all his foes with ease. Lelouch's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Berserker's broad back. An idea came to mind. There was one well-known knight who turned into an antagonist in King Arthur's legend. One who slew the members of the Round loyal to the king. It wouldn't be a stretch to assume him as the Knight of Treason. It might even be fate that he was summoned to fight against his father and mortal foe once more. Then again, could Arturia actually count as a father though? Lelouch brushed that question aside. The Arthurian myth was different in the Brighton Yen stories he grew up with. Most notable of which, Arthur actually being a man. If he wanted a truly detailed explanation of how Arturia became to be called a father in this world's past, he might as well just chalk it all up to the work of magic and the Fae. Maybe this world's Merlin was actually a mage and not just some well-renowned scholar. Still, he wouldn't get anywhere without pricing his theory right. So, taking a gamble and ready with his command seals, he dared to call the man out. Please, slow down. Sir Mordred. Grrrrrrrrrr. The slight growl and over-the-shoulder glance had Lelouch scraping his theory almost immediately. Despite his face being covered by the black helmet, Lelouch could sense the confusion of the servant. Had he truly been Mordred, an inquisitive snarl wouldn't have been the instant response. Also, if he'd been correct, then Saber herself wouldn't be clueless. There was no way a great warrior as her wouldn't immediately recognize her former friend and killer. Lelouch couldn't help but curse himself for forgetting that whilst playing it off as a question. Perhaps, I got your identity wrong. HRRRMP. The Black Knight stared at him in a long silence before letting out something akin to an irritated snort. If he was capable of proper speech and facial expression, he might have scoffed or mocked him for the question. Or maybe that was stretching it a bit, considering even now, Lelouch remained uncertain about a lot of things about the servant. Wrong, it is. And without so much as a care to correct me. The boy started to re-evaluate his thoughts as soon as Berserker turned away to march on. It's either the wariness or his mad enhancement, but it's clear this man dislikes me. Be that as it may, that's one guess crossed out of the list. If he was not Sir Mordred the traitor, then there were still half a dozen other options. But that made it even more concerning. Of all the knights in the Arthurian legend, many were called heroes even in his world. But if the throne of heroes had chosen one among them to be a berserker, which one had enough hate and enmity to madden a person beyond reason? Even if Berserker isn't Mordred, it doesn't rule out another one of the traitors. But be that as it may, which of them could compare, perhaps even overwhelm, their once former and all-powerful king? To rival King Arthur in her holy sword, Excalibur, it should be someone of great skill and renown. There was one that came to mind, having been a loyal retainer of hers from her coronation to his one and only betrayal. But Lelouch couldn't help but snort at the coincidence. After all, how much would fate dare tempt him if the maddened knight that regarded him with such caution was the namesake of a dear friend's nightmare? A knight of the Round Table that fell for the queen, stealing her away from King Arthur's court out of an impulsive desire as love. Lelouch couldn't help but draw parallels now that his attention had been drawn to it. Truly, if there ever had to be a Lancelot incarnate, no one would compare to Suzaku. An honorable individual then called a traitor by the people. A skilled warrior who draws both ire and admiration from his fellows, knights and civilians alike. A man who fell in love yet lost it all to ruin regardless of his efforts. A knight forced to wear a mask, to hide his true self forever, in the name of honor and duty to those he wished to fight for. Had this not been the middle of an operation, Lelouch would have chuckled aloud. He would have marveled at the similarities, maybe even debated with Nobu about how an old friend of a past life would have been a perfect fit for the throne of heroes in this world. But he wasn't that carefree to forget the task at hand. Nor was he that simple-minded to use the parallels as veritable proof. Lancelot or not, Berserker's wish still eludes me. History's note on the men had him eluding King Arthur's wrath. Some edicts went so far as to call his and Guinevere's elopement as a romantic success. A happily ever after, if you will. But then there stands the question. What does Berserker gain out of this if that plight was already a foregone conclusion? King Arthur's reign had ended. Lancelot's story had proceeded without Camlin's fall affecting him much. Or so the stories went from his own world. Who knows how similar such details could be in this one? By technicality, should they even be believed to be the definite versions when King Arthur had already been proven to be a woman? Overthinking it now won't get me anywhere. Perhaps it would be best to shelf this thought for another time. Maybe discuss it with Nobu, considering her insights as a heroic spirit herself. I should just observe. Maybe, given time, Berserker's actions might slip up and we get another chance to figure his identity out. Although saying that, there was little to no other ways to glean information from an insane knight who was relentlessly charged with disregard to his own master's mana stores. That in itself was a hassle despite the unknown motive for seeking out the Grail. The reckless fixation on Saber, the onslaught he unleashed against Archer. Despite such ferocity, Lelouch suspected that wasn't all. The mad servant had yet to reveal all his cards, most notable of all was his unused noble phantasm. Even if I can't ascertain his identity, someone this powerful should still have a trump card I haven't seen. Each of the servants so far had something key to their identity or nature as a hero. Castor and his sorceress summoning. Alexander the Great and his loyal armies. Nobunaga and her hate for the divine. Arturia and her legendary sword. Hell, outrageous as Gilgamesh's armory was, he at least had the excuse of the epic that gave him the title King of Heroes. All noble phantasms had something to do with the servant's legend. If that was the case, what legend could be gleaned from a skilled and relentless warrior maddened beyond reason? Where did the hero end and the madness begin? Lelouch didn't know. And the fact that it could be a hindrance in the future troubled him so. Catching the knight giving him a glance over his armored shoulder, Lelouch nearly flinched in his steps. But soon after, the knight's gaze was returned to the fore. From henceforth, Berserker continued to ignore Lelouch. Quite the troublesome knight, indeed. Dealing with a wary foe was simple. Dealing with a wary foe that could snap your neck in an instant was not so. Not without a backup plan at least. So long as he's wary of me, I can't do much besides portray myself as the charitable one looking to help Korea out of goodwill. But that won't last long. The moment Berserker breaks free from Korea, it would be the moment Lelouch would have to confront the unknown head-on. But, maybe, it need not be that way. I don't know what he might need the Grail for, but so long as he can be distracted by the former king, it should work out well for now. Even if he couldn't help but remain tense in the presence of the servant, Lelouch would endure it until they saved the girl. What comes after, be it Korea's continued assistance, Berserker's betrayal, or both of their demise before Nobu can confront Rider and Saber, that would be left for the future. Chapter 66, Chapter. Inside the Matu residence. Feeling unwelcome in one's own home was nothing new to Korea. Even as he walked down the familiar hallway, the cold emptiness of the place made it far from homely. Being the place where he experienced the greatest horrors of his life, his home was where he'd made the worst of memories. Even now, he could still imagine the squirming, the squelching of the insects, the numerous tapping of critters, the buzz of wings. All reminders of the times he was locked in the basement with only his despair and ever-waning sanity to keep him company. But now, such noises were absent. The hall was silent. Deathly so. No insects, no nothing. Normally, one would be able to hear the tinkling of a wine bottle by their resident alcoholic. Or maybe some bugs roaming about as they accompanied the true master of the manor. But today, it was eerily quiet. Only Korea's footsteps and the creaking floorboards made any sort of sound. If that bastard's holed up with what's left of his bugs, then this was his chance. It was time to move before Zoken could react. He, an Avenger in spirit form, had likely been sensed already, but no sense in dallying despite it. Tossing aside any urge to cower or hesitate, the crippled man called out to the almost empty mansion as loud as he could. Byakuya. You there? Korea. It didn't take long until he heard his brother's familiar voice. But unlike the men who'd shown the smallest hint of kindness when he saw him last, Korea heard muffled swearing. Taking a few steps to round the corner, he spotted Byakuya down the hall. Back to him, the man's expression in the shadows of their home looked shaken, panicked even. Zoken must have been pressuring him. Otherwise, there was no way the normally drunken Byakuya would be raising his voice at this time of day. More so without a bottle of alcohol in hand. That might have explained the small box he was pushing into the shadows when he froze in place and stared at his little brother with a mix of shock and frustration. What the hell are you doing here? Zoken said you can't return until the end of the war. I only come for more mana. Korea cut him off but stopped to stare, wondering curiously what had Byakuya on edge. During my last fight, I used too much and, sorta lost Berserker. Loath as I am to ask, I need Zoken's help. Wait, you lost that monster? Byakuya's tone shifted. The fact he sounded hopeful had Korea narrowing his eyes as he slowly nodded. Had Byakuya been afraid of Berserker or something? He tried ignoring it. So long as he got their little story out, his older brother's opinions of the servant mattered little. Yeah. Berserker got killed just as soon as I managed to off Archer. Wait, what? Now it was a tone of surprise. He must truly not think highly of Korea's survival rates. Knowing Zoken's dismissiveness being none too overt, it was to be expected. How? How did you survive? I was able to make a contract with another servant. One who lost her master soon after I lost Berserker. His brother's disbelief was front and center, clear to him even with their mansion's dim lighting. I temporarily teamed up with another master to take out Tokiomi and his servant, but the boy wasn't lucky enough and was killed by Archer. His servant didn't want to fade away and made a contract with me. At Korea's hand motion to his side, the air shimmered as a beautiful young woman made her appearance. Clad in military garb with a trailing cape, she spared them both a glance, the lingering look of boredom momentarily turning hostile towards Byakuya before glancing around. She didn't utter a word, but Korea could tell she was displeased. She had been since the start. His senses weren't deadened enough to not notice her discontent. Byakuya, startled by Avenger's sudden materialization, flinched with wide eyes staring at the red-headed servant. He must have been taken aback by the fact she didn't growl or howl like Berserker did. That she remained observant of her surroundings like a curious yet bored woman and not a statue of a murderous suit of armor must have been surprising. This is Avenger. While I know that Zoken prohibited me from coming here, I still lack mana to supply her. But, didn't Father already provide you with more than enough? Unlike Berserker, she's more high maintenance. It should be proof enough that she survived when Berserker didn't. She didn't seem to take offense with that. In fact, Korea swore she might have scoffed smugly from the corner of his eye, but he wasn't about to make a note of that when he was already laying it on thick with the lie. Now, where is that old worm? If he wants me to have a good chance of winning this war right now, I need all the worms he has left. Only a few servants remain. Surely Zoken wouldn't ignore this amount of progress. When Byakuya didn't reply, Korea looked around, now really wondering why the whole place was too quiet. Shouldn't Zoken have at least a couple of bugs monitoring the halls if he was being cautious? Answer me, brother. Where is the bastard? If Byakuya was being stubborn, he wasn't having it. Not when he was this close at his own victory. I'm close to winning and I'm not backing out now. So, where is Zoken? But instead of responding, his brother froze again. A nervous stare down the hall had Korea following Byakuya's gaze to the one corridor no one willingly ventured towards. Down the hall that led to the basement. It would have been better if you didn't come back, not tonight, Korea. Something was off. Korea never expected a warm welcome, but his brother was acting strangely. Why was he shaking? Why did he avoid meeting Korea's eyes? Something was terribly wrong. Why was it so quiet? Where was the constant buzz? The eerie feeling of being watched. The small but overbearing aura that haunted this decrepit place. Why did it feel like Zoken wasn't paying attention to him when he'd clearly violated orders? From the shadows, Korea noticed what his brother carried in his arms. A crate of bottles. It wouldn't have been odd if they were booze. But instead, they were bottles of empty healing salves and elixirs. Why were they empty? What demanded the need of so many potions at once? Korea had never dabbled much in alchemy, but he was at least aware those were for open injuries or poisons. Not something that could be used to heal Zoken, who was already a mass of venomous insects possessed by a ghost. Byakuya. Why are you lugging those around? Korea's gaze narrowed when his brother's shoulders twitched. He could see that his brother was seriously troubled by something. Zoken ordered me to bring them. He said he'd need them later. Korea didn't buy it. Zoken never needed healing potions or elixirs. If he wanted to restore wounds, he'd sick his bugs on random people or animals. But if Zoken was using them, who would he be using it on? Realization struck him. There was only one person, one human who the solution would work on that was neither himself nor Byakuya. Only one other person resided within the mansion's walls. With a cold tone, he asked grimly. Byakuya, where is Sakura? She's indisposed. Don't dare look for her. Not when Zoken. He felt his blood boil as, without a word, he closed the distance and grabbed his brother by the collar. A crash followed when Byakuya lost grip of his cargo. Oh oi. What are you doing? Let go of. Where is she? Korea repeated. The same anger as he had for Tokiomi came to the fore in the face of his own flesh and blood. Answer me, Byakuya. Where is she? Normally, Byakuya would have been able to fight him back. But surprised by the sudden anger of his usually passive little brother, the older sibling remained silent as Korea tried to wring his neck but the shirt. He was still sickly to the point that he could only lift Byakuya by pushing him against the wall. But, with the same adrenaline that gave him the strength to kill Tokiomi, the eldest of the Matu siblings was unable to escape. KK Korea, stop it. Through labored breathing, Byakuya stuttered. Sakura's fine. Zoken hasn't started the ritual yet. Ritual. His working eye sharpened to the point of scaring Byakuya into silence. There was only one implication to the statement. That bastard. He's gone against his word. MMMMMMMMMGGGHHH. Before he could finish that thought, the whole house trembled as a terrifying bellow shook the walls. But, something was very off-putting about the noise. It wasn't akin to Berserker's maddened roars. No. This didn't sound human, let alone animalistic like that of a mad servant. Instead, it was more akin to hundreds of creatures groaning and moaning, a choir of screams all at once. Both men froze with Korea even releasing Byakuya, letting him fall to the floor on his rear. But instead of rushing towards the source or demanding answers from either Avenger or Berserker through their mental link, the crippled master stared into space. The reason for it, he heard something, someone, a familiar voice mixed in with the scream. No, he bit his lip. Sinking guilt and fear of what was to come overwhelmed him as he froze in place. No. No. No, 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 no. Saku. Oh, Korea. Another familiar voice called out to him. Echoing along the halls everywhere, Korea snarled as soon as it spoke again. Coming in at the right time, for once. Welcome home, boy. What did you do? He didn't get an answer, but he felt the walls reverberate as if someone was laughing. What did you do, Zoken? Hee hee. I wonder. What do you mean to ask me? Don't play dumb. What did you do to Sakura? Byakuya, escort your brother and his servant to me, now. As if to ignore him, their father ignored his question and caused his older brother to flinch. Hurry it up now, brat. Otherwise. It's you in the pit for your failure to procure my meal. Answer me, Zoken. He didn't. Once more, the place was quiet. All that could be heard was the sound of whimpering coming from the men who struggled to his feet. In his panic, it was said to the men that Korea directed his ire. Byakuya, you bastard. What did you and Zoken do to Sakura? You shouldn't have come. Not tonight. Byakuya's whisper turned hoarse as he struggled. Fear was clear in his constant shaking. Now, it's too late. This is all your fault. I had nothing to. The man's voice trailed off, laying blame and responsibility to others except himself. How far had he fallen when Korea was gone? But hearing those words angered Korea. He could have socked him. He could have lost it then and there, summoned Berserker with the command seal and had the Black Knight murder his brother where he stood, all for pushing things onto him who suffered far enough already. But Korea didn't. He didn't because doing so would jeopardize everything. And he couldn't risk it all on some petty anger. Get up, you. Instead, he snatched his brother by the sleeve and dragged his perpetually scared ass up. Hurry up and lead. Unless you want our dear father breathing down your neck again. Byakuya could only glare at him hatefully. But in the face of Korea's impotent rage, it wilted as soon as they made eye contact. How a functional alcoholic lost his wits in the face of a one-eyed cripple, Korea wouldn't know. In the past, he sometimes saw Byakuya as the stronger-willed of them both, choosing to stay in this decrepit home and enduring its horrors. But, maybe he overestimated his brother. Maybe, just maybe, the time he spent under Zoken's yoke had crushed any and all sense of hope, leaving him without the guts to stand up to anyone anymore. It was funny to think considering Korea's own had already been eaten thoroughly. Once we're close enough to your father, use your command seals immediately. Fading back into spirit form but following him closely, Avenger mumbled quietly enough for only him to hear. No matter what you see or hear, do not get distracted. He's already aware and ready when you are. Korea grit his teeth as a sign of confirmation. Lelouch and she still held a mental link. If Avenger was telling him this, both Lelouch and Berserker should be underneath the basement. Once called, they could enact the plan in earnest. No obstacle could ever stand in his servant's way. No one would ever get in his way. Not when he was so close to saving Sakura. No one. Chapter 67, Chapter. As the trio made their way down the staircase leading to the basement, both Avenger and Korea caught wind of the atrocious smell in the air. Something reeked of death along the walls, yet there wasn't a single bloodstain or carcass littering the place. Instead, the walls were decorated with claw marks, gashes, craters, and various holes. What the hell happened here? Asked their only guide. He needed to growl out his brother's name to get a response. Byakuya. It happened a few nights ago. The man's shoulders shuddered as he spoke. Castor attacked, leading an army of tentacle monsters. Considering that Castor was already dead, slain by the servant guarding him this very moment, then it must have happened before then. He got Zoken's order to aim for Castor just the night before that, hence his appearance on the battlefield that night, but it didn't explain why the old worm went quiet soon after. Did this mean? Realization struck him. What happened? It didn't take a genius to recognize where Korea's thoughts honed in on. His brother certainly didn't bother beating around the bush, scared as he was. Sakura and I were ignored. But that monster, it did something to Zoken. I don't know what, but you'll understand it faster if you see him. If he was taking him directly to the bastard, that meant Zoken was in the pit. Why there of all places after surviving a servant attack, Korea could only hazard a guess. It made things easier too. Less escape routes for the worm to take. But the fact that Sakura was unaccounted for still had Korea on edge. Where is she? You'll understand when. I said, the interruption was more guttural than before. Where is she, Byakuya? He didn't bother with a reply or glance. Korea only saw his brother's shoulders hitched. It appears, no matter the answer, his dear sibling already knew it would earn his ire. Hence, he opted to remain silent. Lucky for him, Korea chose not to act on that silence. Not yet, anyway. But then, Korea heard something he never expected of his older brother. "I'm sorry." It was only for a short moment. Just a brief whisper that was soon blocked out by the creaking of a door. "We're here." Before Korea could ask, Byakuya led them into the cavernous basement. The stench the door kept at bay overwhelmed them all. Even as fresh air seeped into the place from the entrance they walked through, it wasn't enough to clear the reek of death and decay. So many memories of the place caused Korea's skin to crawl. Had his insects been awake still, they might have resonated with the skittering he heard within. The ravenous swarm ignited the trauma he so desperately suppressed with the bile welling up in his throat. "Oh. You're finally here. Korea." Zoken chuckled lightly, his voice seemingly coming from all sides. But there was something else apart from the old man's mirth. "Get back." Avenger's whisper caught him by surprise as well, but not as much as the earlier sensation. Even before she materialized to stand by him protectively, he felt it. The bloodthirst and hunger, the cold chill you get when someone, or something, was staring hungrily your way, permeated the room and was concentrated solely on his person. It was as if the room that stank of corpses beckoned him to come closer, to join the pile in the dark pit below. It was in the darkness of that pit that Korea saw something that had him lose what feeling he had left in his limbs. "Uncle." Korea. There she stood. Or rather, there, in the center of a mass of worms, a naked child was enveloped by a living cocoon. A whole swarm of worms, insects, arachnids, and more, all of them continued to crawl above, around, and all over Sakura's petite and defenseless form. Even as she stood there, her limbs looked lifeless as she was held aloft by the mass of fleshy creatures continuing to violate her being. That he knew what she was going through without even asking had the bile in him escaping a little. Why? Ngh. Vomiting over the edge of the pit, he was then consumed by a rage he only felt once before. What? His fingernails grated on the cement floor as he continued to stare at the person who suffered despite his attempts to save her. What the hell are you doing to her, Zoken? "Oh, whatever do you mean?" Again, the elder ignored him as his chuckling voice echoed throughout the hall. "Oh, oh. From what I can see, it seems you've got quite the servant with you this time around. I sense a strong aura from her. Good job, my son." That he would claim fathership this late in the game was lost to Korea, who felt unbridled rage at the vampire who broke his promise. Why? She wasn't supposed to receive any more treatment until the war was over. Why? What are you doing, staying up there? Both of you, get down here now. It's rude to keep a father waiting. He could feel the stare Avenger sent his way, making sure he won't act bluntly and ruin their plan. But he couldn't help baring his teeth ferally at the horrid sight before him. With some difficulty, he got off his knees and limped towards the steps. Byakuya fearfully trailed after him, an Avenger who stayed close by, but Korea could hardly give a damn about his sibling. Right now, all his eye saw was Sakura, going through something he should have saved her from. He felt his fingers cut a wound into his palm again, eliciting a small trail of blood dripping to the stone floor. When one of the many insects came closer to have a taste of the fresh red liquid, Korea made a point of stamping on that one hard. When it exploded with a pop underfoot, the entire room rumbled with life. Oi! What do you think you're doing? Korea. He expected anger. Instead, there was amusement in the voice that seemed closer than ever before. So loud and, somewhat inhuman was the intonation that it caused Korea to scan the area, searching for the source. Hardly a week since leaving home, with my precious gifts, and not only did you lose respect, but you've forgotten how to greet your loving parent. What the hell about you is loving, you bast, ngh. When his eyes found the men, his stomach nearly emptied itself. Whether it was to vomit in disgust or shit his pants in fear, he did not know. In fact, it was because he didn't know what he was looking at that the horrible feeling overwhelmed his anger for a moment. What the hell? A mannequin of flesh. What used to be a frail-looking old man now resembled a doll haphazardly made of living, convulsing masses of meat and organs. Or so they would appear from the outside. Scree shaya sheik. But the millions of insect noises, of worms and bugs and various other creepy crawlies created by Zoken's magic, proved it otherwise. Those were not mere flesh. They were monsters. A hive of horrors feasting, meshing, crawling all over one another in an attempt to replicate a humanoid shape. The fuck? As if hearing him, the mannequin of monstrosities raised its grotesque head. Or what was supposed to be a head but was actually a bulbous blob of slimily thumping meat. It was as if the whole thing was just an unruly mesh of pink arteries attached to the stump of a neck. And that wasn't discounting the ugliest maw of living teeth Korea had ever seen. When it opened wide, however, numerous sets of varying eyes peered to him through the dentures as a voice spoke once more. Do I scare you, Korea? Hi. Ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. The second his anger melted to fear, the monster's shoulders shuddered with laughter. Its grotesque form seemingly unable to keep its voice from resounding along the basement's walls. What's the matter? Where did all your fire go to, my son? He had no response. Not when the inhuman creature turned its full body towards him. He very well damn near pissed himself when whatever the thing was raised one of its worm-riddled arms his way. And no. Gee, get away. Ha. I merely point and this is how you react. That's unsightly of you, Korea. The voice droned but echoed with the shrill squeak of 1,000 bugs every other word. And here I thought, you'd be ready to call yourself a Mateo, after all these years. And who the hell would want to be called that, to be associated with a monster like you, were the words that remained stuck in his throat. No matter how hard he wished to spit them in Zokan's face, he couldn't. Not when the thing didn't even have a face he could spit on without agitating what was likely a dozen or so of ravenous flesh-eaters. Fuck. Fuck. Fear had overcome him once more, wilting his earlier determination to dust. What do I? Stand up. Her commanding words came from behind. A quick glance over to Avenger, the not-too-amused servant steadied a glare forward, towards the beast he cowered from. Her eyes were fire, as were his insides when she spoke again. Or is this the extent of your resolve? No. Of course, it wasn't. He need not be told twice, nor follow the red-headed woman's side glance over to the girl trapped in the mulching swarm. Korea grit his teeth, biting down on his lip and cutting it, in an attempt to focus. Stand. Stand, damn you. He couldn't falter. Not now. Not ever. For what reason did I choose to walk this hell anyway? Don't give in. Don't cower to this bastard. Oh. Well, color me surprised. The thing mumbled in the voice of his bugs. Korea, I expected nothing but failure from you, and yet you of all people managed to recover. It must be that new servant of yours, isn't it? He. What the hell are you on about? He growled back at the worm who even now continued to mock him. Not only were you able to survive for so long, you actually bested someone, and even stole a better servant for yourself. The creature's dentures all wriggled like small bone spikes attached to tentacles. Korea took it as Zokan's attempt at a smirk. I heard you earlier. You said something about defeating Archer and Tokiomi. Is this true? Would I even be here if it wasn't? He. He suddenly felt the walls rumble. A soft grunting resounding everywhere meant he was chuckling again. Don't lie to me. Someone like you couldn't even hold a candle to a single one of my worms before. Korea bit his lip. Mockery as it was, he was wasting time. By now, he was close enough that he could smell the stench off of Zokan's walking worm corpse. Calling on Berserker and ending it should have been a done deal. But father is dead. The faintest twinkle of hope could be seen fading from Sakura's hollowed gaze. As she stood there, being violated by Zokan's magecraft, she could only watch and listen as he brought the bad news. No way. Uncle. Korea. Did you? Even in the midst of a rescue, it seems all he could offer the child was even more undue stress and grief. The tears streaming down her cheeks were quickly lapped away by one of the abominable insects. Bleeding from the lip by now, Korea held it in. He couldn't call on Berserker. Not when Sakura was in Zokan's grasp. While he didn't know what the old worm was capable of in such form, he was at least aware that anything he did out of place would only end up hurting Sakura further. He didn't need to see Avenger's watchful gaze to know that she would warn him of the same. He shouldn't act immediately. However, that didn't mean he couldn't lure his father into a false sense of security. Yes. He tried his best not to see the girl's expression break down further. I killed Tosaka Tokiomi with my bare hands. Chapter 68, Chapter. A momentary glance at Sakura, and he wished he hadn't. The last of the light in her eyes had long faded into darkness. The remains of her broken expression from earlier was now just a blank stare with her head tilted to the side. Huh. Is that so? Korea waited for something else, anything more to say. But Sakura said nothing. She just continued to stare at him amidst the swarm that now made to suck away the last of her drying tears. Her lifeless pupils didn't move. There was no sound of crying. The little girl seemingly felt nothing as he admitted the murder of her father. But while Sakura deflated to nihilism, her grandfather was the opposite. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. All the worms in the basement squirmed and cried. It was as if they were moved with ecstasy as Zokan laughed. Korea couldn't help but growl. What's so funny, you bastard? You, boy. The flesh doll's mirth was palpable as it was abhorrent. Several of the worms fell off, seemingly unable to maintain his form as he shuddered with stifled chuckles. Killing Tokiomi? On your own. Kariya, do you take me for a fool? Considering someone as capable as you can't tell the truth for yourself, then yeah. Maybe I should take you for a fool, Zoken. HRRM, the meat mannequin stopped chortling and stared at him. Many eyes bore into his only working one. What was that, you brat? Kariya couldn't help but smirk at the old man's annoyance. He knew he was a coward. Zoken knew he was a coward. He never had the confidence to confess to Aoi. He never had the confidence to stand up to Tokiomi. He never had the guts to go against his father, not including the time he chose to run away from the Matu family. Yes. Matu Kariya was a cowardly worm. One who could do nothing but squirm in fear of his betters. But he wouldn't be denied his one victory. A boy and his servant, a pair who'd done far more than he could ever ask for in his state, had asserted as much already. No matter what Zoken said, no matter what anyone said, he knew he won at least once. Tosaka Tokiomi is dead. Blown to pieces alongside his student, the priest, and one more in the church. You at least heard that much, haven't you? Or have all your insects been cowering in fear since being assaulted by Castor? Goading the man who made his childhood an unbearable hell, he noted the telltale signs of frustration. Although inhuman beyond understanding, teeth grit tightly, gazes on him narrowed. Any and all worms that actively moved Zoken's form squirmed with irritation at Kariya's words, proving to the cripple that his father was indeed just like him. Beaten and afraid. Knocked down a peg by the unexpected. Just as much of a fuck-up as he. Kariya couldn't help himself. So much so that Zoken took note of it. What are you smiling about, brat? It's nothing, he scoffed with heavy sarcasm. While you were hiding in your hellhole, I had Berserker best archer. Now both Tokiomi and his servant are 6 feet under. Of course, it came at a cost. But now, here I stand with proof that I'm still very much in this fight. You can think whatever you want, but I'm not done yet. I joined this war because you promised you'd lay your filthy hands off Sakura. He tried to meet the girl's eyes, but all he got was a blank stare. The shock must have still been taking its toll on her. No matter. Glaring the monstrosity down, Kariya dared take a step forward. Well, I'm winning. And now I see you going back on your promise. Mind explaining yourself, Zoken? The worm monster didn't reply immediately. For a brief silence, the thing masquerading as his father simply stared back at him. He was watching, waiting to see if this bravado would break. However, Kariya wasn't weak-willed to falter twice. My. Who knew that the same larvae that fled the hive would actually mature? You'd run away without so much as a backbone. Now I see you still have a spirit, one that needs breaking. Kariya, my son, you actually managed to do me proud. Kariya couldn't believe what he was hearing. And likely Byakuya as well. Their old man was never one for praises. He was just a sadistic and cruel monster. Hearing what sounded like a sincere compliment not only sounded out of character. It was more than a little creepy coming from this monstrosity. It wasn't enough to distract him from the fact the elder evaded his questions again though. Yet, it seemed Zoken was going to be insistent on avoiding answering him about anything. My, oh my. This makes me almost want to see if you can actually win, my son. The air shifted as the flesh of the biomass monster rippled. Zoken continued as his body started shifting. But the situation's changed, Kariya. What? You're correct. After Castor's attack, I realized that I can't continue with things as they are. That night was the closest I came to death in the last century. I can't risk anything like that again lest I vanish entirely. Fortunately, I've already accelerated the ritual. Hee. Hya. Agag. Right as he said it, a scream broke the quiet and echoed throughout the basement walls. All eyes turned to see the girl writhing in pain as more than a dozen bugs began stinging and biting her limbs' bare skin, as well as the parts of her unseen. Oi. You promised me you'd free Sakura. Kariya bellowed at the beast, nearly running up to deck the thing in the denture-ridden face if he hadn't been held back by the collar by an unamused avenger. You bastard. What the fuck are you doing to her? Zoken. Believe me, Kariya. I wish the situation was different. But my hand was forced by the deranged Castor you failed to kill at the start. Because he ate away at a majority of my reserves, I need all the mana I can get to ensure I will survive. Of course, that's not what Sakura is for, so you can relax your mind, brat. What the fuck does that mean? He didn't care if he was torn to shreds. So long as he stopped whatever the hell he was doing to her, he didn't mind being swarmed. Let her go, you bastard. Ha. Always the impatient and inconsiderate. Grumbled the worm monster as its eyes all stared into his pitifully. No wonder the girl from the Zenju never liked you. Bastard. Leave Aoi out of this. But it's the truth, no. I never said I was hurting the girl purposefully. It wouldn't do me any good to inhabit a damaged vessel. The mention of it had Korea's eye sharpening. You lying piece of shit. You said you wouldn't hurt her ever. Heh. Why so surprised, my son? Of course, I lied. It's as if you don't know your own father. And yet again, despite the anger and fury of his that returned to the fore, he was mocked with a hearty, echoing chuckle. Even now, she only suffers because her body has yet to fully accept the special crest worms I designed just for her. Don't worry. She'll adapt as she did when she took your place in the pit. It may even be far easier on her if we do it this early. If it was as he said, Korea didn't buy the bullshit. His rash treatment had him in the pit days on end, his mind tortured to madness only to get used to them inhabiting his body, much less actually be able to control them. Minutes, hours, entire nights of them going in and out of every orifice. If they were all clogged, the bugs would bore our holes and seal them up themselves, sewing their mushy bodies under his skin with ease. It broke him as any man would have been broken, reliving their trauma and more over and over and over and over and over. But the things the parasites were doing to Sakura were far more extreme. Not only were they punching holes in her, instead of just crawling in, but they were also injecting things into her veins while some explored and crawled over her body, trying to find ways to enter her aside from just tearing a hole in her belly. The only reason why she stopped screaming was that one of the damned worms, one far larger than he'd ever had the displeasure of feeding, had all but escaped down her throat already. That being said, transferring myself into a body that small, it would take time. That is unless I had an abundant mana source. The monster then glanced at the servant holding his son back. Avenger had remained silent all this time, trying not to garner attention. But it seems she was Zoken's target from the start. HRRRM. Quite tame compared to Berserker. But it's a shame, you're contracting with her dooms her all the same. Squelching noises alerted Korea to the sudden movement behind them all. Fleshy appendages with a nearly 24 insect swarm gathered at the exit, slamming the door shut and guarding the only exit out of the place. Zoken had trapped them with him. What are you doing, father, Goho? Thud. Something slammed against the wall as the meat insect tendrils returned to their owners, to Zoken's monster form. The apparent toothy smile of his eye-riddled maw told Korea enough of what answer he had for Byakuya. Be silent and behave, Byakuya. Do the only thing you're capable of and obey me. TCH. Hearing her tongue click as Avenger placed a hand on the hilt of her katana had Korea freezing in place. Sparing her a glance, she returned it with an annoyed one that Korea couldn't help but sweat buckets over. His older brother aside, Sakura still remained in Zoken's grasp. She couldn't attack him. Not right now. Thinking fast, he tried to stall. What are you doing, Zoken? As I said, I need more mana. Sakura is to be my vessel, so of course, I can't end her here. But, even if I consumed your brother, it wouldn't be enough. And there's nothing to say of you, a walking corpse, either. Yet, your new servant might work. The thing seemed to lick its entire face instead of just its lips as he said it. I never eaten servants before, but being raw concentrations of mana given form, it should work. You. The implication that Zoken never meant to see their deal through had Korea cursing his naivety. But more than that, he saw the act to follow as nothing short of reckless madness coming from a monster desperate for his own survival. You're insane. Stay still, Korea. For your hard work, I will grant you a swift death. Think of this as my first and last fatherly act. The room shook as 1,000 insect mesh tendrils and teeth-riddled tentacles erupted out of the ground. Most climbed up to the ceiling, effectively covering the whole room with walls of flesh. Every 10 meters or so, there was a pulsating boil or fleshy bubble that started throbbing with life whilst more of the meat walls sprouted tentacles and insects alike. As if it was an attempt to imitate Castor's monstrosities, maybe improve upon them, the elder wraith that was once Matuzoken summoned all he had to trap and pummel a servant to death, his own sons, be damned. Korea should have expected this. He knew his end was what would come about even if he'd been lucky enough to be the victor of an impossible war. But to finally see his old man turn his back away from him in full. Korea found it easier to harden his heart and swallowed his fear. Even as he was faced with his lifelong tormentor, surrounded by the monster's horrible creations, he wouldn't falter anymore. Not when Zoken had finally revealed the monster he'd been all this time. Not his father. Just an abomination pretending to be one. Seems, all I needed, was to see him for what he was. What's the matter, my son? Do I scare you? People fear what they don't understand. But with the truth now before him, bearing its fangs on full display, he need not fear the men anymore. And besides, if Matuzoken thought this reveal would be enough to frighten him into submission like the little boy he'd been before, he was damn wrong. I think it's about time. Don't you, little husk? Just as Korea turned to face the calm, perhaps even excited, redhead, he was met with the sight of a devilish smile. Katana in hand, Avenger directed her blade towards the apparent head of the basement beast. "Well, I'm waiting for your call, Matu Korea." That she said his name in full had him nodding calmly in return. Never had he once been this level-headed in a fight. But in the face of his final foe, he easily raised his weak and deadened arm towards what used to be the head of his family. Pulling back his tattered jersey sleeves, the dark crimson shine of command seals had Zoken's attention. Struggling to the very end. "Good. Show me how much you've grown, my spawn." He didn't bother entertaining his father with a response further. Instead, he whispered to the servant not his own. "I leave Sakura to you." Umph. The raised katana was doused in hellfire. The woman's attention was directed to the girl. "Then, your father's all yours." "Getting cocky, are we?" "Your opponent is over here." At the monster's deafening screech, many of the tentacle pustules of his tentacles exploded. Swarms upon swarms of ravenous, bloodthirsty insects escaped their meat hives as they charged their position. But Korea ignored him to utter a command that consumed one of his seals in a flash. "With this command seal, I order you. Destroy Zoken. Use all you have. Leave nothing of him behind. Come." Berserker. When space before him rippled with bloody crimson light, every tentacle on Zoken's being shifted nervously. When the air in front of him was filled in by a black figure, the mannequin monster's eyes all widened with shock and maybe even fear. When the cloud of darkness receded off of the black knight, a gleaming black blade shining in his hand, the monster of insects screeched. You bastard. You said you lost him." "Well, I lied." Leveling his gaze from behind the maddened berserker, Korea gave a final smile to his father. "What can I say? Like father, like son." Anger was the first he felt from all around when the entire swarm bellowed and shrieked. Bloodlust came after when 7 or so tentacles spouting from the walls, stingers at their tips, lunged at him. But just as they were about to hit, boom. 2 explosions rocked the basement. The first was the booming howl of the Black Knight. With his demonic blade drawn, a mere swing was all it took to sever and rend the meaty tendrils to ribbons. Korea didn't even register what cut them from this distance. All he saw was a quick swing, a bluish light, and the death of Zoken's first attack in the hands of Berserker's blade. But the second explosion was the real kicker. A loud thud followed by the cracking basement floor caused Zoken's form to sink beneath his flesh roots by about a meter or so. What the? Distracted, Zoken's swarm was held back. The surprise of losing his footing in the pit had his entire mass of flesh and bug swarms in a confused frenzy. It was a given, considering that the hellhole he'd furnished as his magecraft workshop for centuries had quite suddenly been destroyed from below. Another explosion rocked the earth beneath him, this time causing part of the ceiling to crack and fall atop his insect mass, catching a number of bugs, pustules, and tendrils in the way. "Why so surprised, father?" Korea asked, seemingly losing concentration now that Berserker was draining him of mana far faster than the usual rate. "Did you really think I wouldn't ever come back with the intention to bury you and your shitty legacy? Heh. But then you were never much of a parent. Of course, you wouldn't understand, inhuman freak. Korea. Kill him, Berserker. Maddened howls echoed throughout the Matu residence underground as it all devolved into a scene straight out of a horror flick. Chapter 69, Chapter. Sakura hated bugs. She never once did in the past. She thought they were, well, odd. Some more so than others. It was normal for a child her age to care little about their purpose in life and be more affected by how they felt to her senses. Many stink. Others were squirmy. All of them were weird in their own little way. But she never hated them for it. She did like one though. Butterflies. Innocent, gentle, fragile yet beautiful. No matter how many times Sakura chased one in the park or garden with her sister, she always thought them the most likable insect in the world. Whenever she saw them trapped as another spider's meal, however, she'd remember she hated insects. Bugs that bit down on her skin. Worms that crawled all over her body. Slugs that violated her very being, inside and out, over and over and over and over. Sakura hated bugs. They were a cruel reminder to her that the world had and always will be cruel. No matter how hard she fancied herself as a beautiful and innocent butterfly, one so gentle and fragile that she could never hurt another, the bugs would always ensnare her, torture her, break her. Body, mind, and soul, the bugs took away everything. She had nothing left. No innocence, no thoughts of escape, no will to continue resisting. Hence, she just laid there, letting her grandfather's creations have their way with her as they continued to seek out her core. Also they could shatter her and make her hollow. Empty. Empty as a vessel. She should have been scared. She should have been angry. She should have panicked. But no. All she felt was emptiness. In fact, why bother resisting? Why hope for a brighter tomorrow? Every time she tried, she'd always get tossed back into the pit. She was always reminded that she was nothing if not a trapped butterfly. There was nothing she could do but blankly stare at the fight ensuing before her. Enraged by Uncle Korea's deception, her grandfather, or rather, the rotting pile of amalgamated meat and bones Uncle Byakuya had been throwing into the basement, continued its onslaught. Lashing tentacles after waves of the endless swarms continued to bear down on the two servants and her dear uncle. Uncle Byakuya had been left ignored after being knocked aside, but Uncle Korea continued to stand tall. Taller than she'd ever seen him before. Sakura didn't understand why. Why continue to resist? Why bother disobeying grandfather? Time and time again, after being subjected to the torturous lessons, her fragile hope corroded away. Her dear wish to see her mother and sister again waned, like beach sand being violently eroded by a storm of nightmares and horrors. All because her body and mind learned one thing from those lessons. There's no reason to fight on. No one's coming to help. So, why bother with this? Sakura couldn't understand. Why did her Uncle Korea fight? For her. That couldn't be true. After all, if he really cared about her, why did she kill her father? Why didn't he sound sad at all? Why did he smile like a grandfather when he admitted taking away yet another part of her past? Sakura couldn't understand the man. Especially now when he was faced against overwhelming odds. Berserker howled for violence, the kind that a gentle girl like Sakura could never come to inflict on other people. Sword swing after sword swings, bluish-white light akin to lake water on a cool summer's day lashed out, eviscerating any and all of Zoken's attacks. Be they bony and thorny fleshy tentacles or ferocious bugs, they were all cut down. But of course, a single blade couldn't hold them back. To think you actually summoned a servant so skilled, you useless little shit. Zoken, seemingly recognizing the skill of the Black Knight, howled with the fervor of his hungry familiars. Devour them. At his beck and call, the many boils and bulbous sacs adorning the basement walls now popped and birthed even more. Another wave was ready and even more were well on their way. Sakura could feel some of the mana being drained from her being to aid their creation, but Zoken's stores were still vast. Connected as she was to him in her little cocoon, she could somehow tell. Whether by the latent talent in her magus blood or maybe just the child growing used to being violated by magical worms, she could feel it. This was not the full extent of Zoken's power. This is impossible. Knowing this only served to reinforce her earlier thought. Winning against grandfather is impossible. And then, she felt the warmth. You damn bitch. Crimson flames eating through the surrounding flesh roots were reflected in Sakura's deadened eyes, lighting a faux spark of hope within. In the many eyes of her grandfather, however, it ignited the only fury. Hey, now. Do you kiss your children with that mouth? Then again, it seems you'd rather eat them with it, yeah. With a teasing smile on full display, her eyes turned hungry as Avenger swung her katana to the side. A swathe of flames immediately incinerated the cocoon enveloping the girl but left Sakura safe. The sudden freedom dropped the girl to the stone floor. But instead of the usual icy slime, it somehow just felt warm to the touch. Stand up, girl. The woman's boots and voice had Sakura meeting the crimson-eyed gaze. Why the look of defeat? Don't tell me you've given up all hope while your savior continues to battle for his life. Sakura spared a glance over to her dear uncle. The men who'd shown more love and care for her than her own father ever had in the past few months had been forced to take a knee while blood spurted out of his arms and cheeks. A light squirming and a hand to his belly informed the girl that the worms within him must have been acting up. But why had they not eaten him through yet? They were Zoken's. Why hadn't grandfather activated them to eat him alive? Sakura didn't know. And she didn't care. For all the struggle taking place before her, she could hardly see any good to come of this fight. Not for her or her Uncle Korea. It's useless. The girl mumbled under her breath. Disobeying grandfather, it's useless. Oh. And you would call my power useless even now. As if to demonstrate, the red-headed woman swung an arm. A ring of fire burst into life around them, searing a few tendrils that tried to sneak behind her into ash. The bugs dive-bombing from above were all turned into smoke the moment they got too close. Blood splatters evaporated into steam before they could even stain Avenger's cloak. From where I stand, your so-called grandfather's attempts are the useless ones. Had he the right mind, he wouldn't bother with all the big talk and have just taken you hostage. Maybe, you're right. But even if she was, what could Sakura do but listen and obey? How could she even dare think fighting against that monster of a man? Her dazed eyes looked up to watch as Berserker yet again weathered another tentacle insect swarm. Waves upon waves of the monstrosities were battered and slain by the tempest he was throwing with his sword. But with her Uncle Korea now coughing blood, even if he continued to level a glare at Zoken, even Sakura could see the writing on the wall. He would die a futile death. Because, like her, he was weak, a coward, and nothing more than their grandfather's plaything. Why had Zoken bothered with letting Uncle Korea take her place after giving up on this war, to begin with? Why had he rushed her uncle's treatment with the worms, knowing full well that it would destroy his son's body in less than a few weeks? Why bother with it all if a broken and weak man was going to be the result? Because Zoken could do it. Because, to him, they were lesser than his bugs. Sakura hated bugs. It reminded her of how cruel the world was. If only she could have lived out her fantasy of being an innocent butterfly, dancing along the park with her sister, ignorant of the horrors of the world, she wished she could return to that blissful life. Humph. To think it'd be Lancelot of all knights. Avenger scoffed, earning Sakura's curious stare. Really now, your martyr of an uncle is quite the lucky white knight, isn't he? Lucky. A white knight. In what way? While it was true that he tried to save her, Sakura's cripple of an uncle wasn't at all inspiring like the fairy tales. In fact, once he threw away his own luck when he came back for her, Sakura could only think of him as an idiot for doing so. Even now. Because why bother with a girl as downtrodden and abandoned as her? It's not like mother or father, or Rin even bothered to try to bring me back. And yet, he was the only one. The only person to smile her way, to offer her hope. To offer her salvation, promising a return to the happy days she'd long believed she'd lost. Despite the fiery atmosphere created by Avenger's power, Sakura felt something cold trickling down her cheek. The sharp contrast of temperature had her touching on the tears that escaped her. The girl was surprised. Why? Having been broken down by the horrible torment, having experienced living hell since stepping into this house, she'd expected to have lost everything, hope and all. It seems you've yet to lose that spark of life in you, child. Avenger's soft words belied her devilish smile. Hold on to that, lest you wish to fall into hell like me. Like your uncle. As the tears poured on, the girl continued to watch, to hope against hope, waiting for her uncle to pull through. Do your best. Sakura bit her lip, for the first time crying out not in pain but in desperation. Do your best, Uncle Korea. Chapter 70, Chapter. The child's cry was the last on Berserker's mind. With his master's command seal powering his blows, his every move was directed at one thing and one thing alone. That being. You persistent little, the beast he'd been tasked to slay roared from behind a forest of bloodthirsty insects and malformed appendages. Die. The swarm and flood of flesh spewed. However, a similar flood, one more pristine and clear and blue, rushed against it. Like a river torrent, the burst of mana washed away the impurities that sought to kill him and his master. But it wasn't enough. Kill him. Br. Berserker. Over his shoulder, the knight's crimson visor eyed the kneeling cripple for just a moment. His master wouldn't last long. Due to the command seal demanding he uses his full power, he'd drawn his demonic blade. But not only was the weapon insufficient in dealing with the current threat, doing any more than holding off would continually drain his master further. The worms had reawakened within Korea, but being a power lent by their foe, it was only a matter of time before the panicked amalgamation of worms and corpses realized he could just demand the insects eat his son from within. If Korea died, he would fail to defeat his foe. Even blinded by madness, Berserker was rational enough to understand the futility of his course of action. Catch, you crazed fool. Which was why a long-barreled firearm being thrown his way was the second time Berserker was caught off guard by the Avenger servant. Rayag. If a growl could convey confusion, this was what Berserker tried to express. But a mere glance at the woman cradling a child in a vortex of flames told him all he needed. By request of my master, use this and go all out. A cheeky grin adorned her mug as Avenger drew her katana and turned the giant swarm behind her, including the flesh covering the walls, into cinders. Don't break my favorite toy now. Ack. Feeling more of his insects and biomass burned away, the monster howled as he so desperately tried to kill them. Damn you. Berserker slapped the bundle of attacking feelers aside. Turning around, he stabbed his blade before the men who summoned him. Erendite, the unfading light of the lake, stood tall in front of Korea's crumpled form. Berserker, what are you doing? Seeing him disarm himself, Korea growled through the pain. Don't stop. Kill. Zoken. Ack. As you wish. Were words he could never convey through the madness. Willing a small number of his own reserves into the weapon, the once holy sword emitted a blue light before causing water to burst forth from the buried blade tip. It then swirled to life, encompassing his master in an orb with a torrential current, protecting him from all harm. This was proven true when a sneaky tentacle aimed at the back of Korea's head failed at stabbing through the barrier. The lake water created by the divine construct would not allow any invaders in its domain. "Damn you," repeated the squirming worm monster. "Damn you. Damn you. Damn you. Damn you. Damn you all to hell." A multitude of limbs and appendages shot forth to trap and snare Berserker where he stood. Those, he easily dodged with the grace of a ballerina as he leapt up into the air. He went so far as to use a few as footholds on his ascent further upwards. Many more, however, rushed towards the now fallen Korea who'd lost his balance and was breathing heavily from the drain on his mana. But Berserker was not too concerned with the man's safety. The torrential orb tore those asunder. The demonic blade would continue to do so until it ran out of energy. And he need only finish his job and his master could then rest. But it wasn't only that. Someone had been kind enough to provide the magical energy to power the lumbering weapon he now held in his hands. With his sword out of reach, his other noble phantasm was allowed to manifest once more. The darkness enveloped the multi-barreled minigun, consuming its sleek form with veins of black and blood-red curses. Upon gripping the trigger, it whirled faster than humanly possible. It was enough to elicit actual fear on the face of the monster below. "Damn you, bastard son of Mean!" For once, the howling in response to the beast was not a growl of a night gone mad, but that of a blazing inferno. Brrrr. In the underground pit, a rain of ash and flame swallowed the beast. With the weapon in hand, Berserker directed his aim all over the place, burning away at all the swarms and tentacles that shot his way with Avenger's hellfire. Amplified by his own hatred and rage, nothing would escape. Nothing would be left alive. Nothing of the monster would survive. Stop it. Stop. Under the oppressive rain of shell and flame, the walls burned as chunks of the monster was scorched away bit by bit. Part of the walls started to collapse, crushing even more of the flesh and burning it underneath the melted rubble. "Damn you all." The monster's main body shifted frantically as if searching for something. When its gaze landed on an unconscious figure, it made a mad dash towards it with what remained of its many limbs. If it's going to be like his, then. Without hesitation, Berserker opened fire on the outstretched arm. The frantic grasp for another mana source was aborted as the tentacles failed to grab onto the unconscious Byakuya. Zoken howled as even more of his mana reserves were wasted in an attempt to heal the damages dealt to him. Even as Berserker crashed onto the floor below, he continued to open fire, burning anything that remotely was part of the creature. When that was done, he then directed full auto fire on the mannequin that was the creature's core. Damn it. Damnithiite. Without hesitation, Zoken then summoned all he had left and created a ball of debris and flesh around himself. Berserker didn't let up, letting the rounds fire on and on, tearing through the defensive blockade like it was butter. Reawawawa. It was not until the monstrous cries of the Elder Wraith died down that Berserker relented his assault. What remained of the beast was nothing if not piles of remains burnt beyond recognition. Nothing but charcoal and ash. It was over. The beast he'd been commanded to slay had been defeated. Urg. Arf. A groan of pain drew the knight's attention. The swirling ball of water around Korea dissipated. Not long after, Erendite, still planted in the floor, vanished into motes of bluish light. The mana implanted into the weapon for a short time had run out. The same could be said of the master who was now struggling through the pain. Uncle Korea, the child who'd been saved by Avenger, ran towards his pained master. But, upon reaching him, she could only cry out, unaware of what to do. When her eyes found him, she could do naught but beg. Please. Please, help him. He didn't move. He could comprehend the request to kill, but maddened as he was, violence was the only thing he could truly understand. Helping his own master was beyond the cursed night of the lake. Oi, wake up. A slap could be heard from across the room as Avenger had made her way towards the still sleeping Byakuya. That didn't last long as, with the strength of a servant, a minor slap sent the men from slumber to pained waking in a matter of seconds. Welcome back to the world of the living, coward. Get up and retrieve medicine for your little brother. HIII, panicked at first with the red-headed woman bearing down on him, it took him a few moments and a cursory glance around the burned basement before he could come to an understanding. Why you? Wah. What of Zoken's? Not that it came with proper speech. Your father's dead and now your brother's at death's door. However, my master still has a need for him and requests he be kept alive. A sneer on the woman's face was enough to elicit a scream from the cowering adult. He would like for you to accomplish this favor. In exchange, he personally promises that I won't hurt you. Got it. But the knight felt a fearful glance his way. What about? If you save your brother, I doubt the Tin Can will have any complaints with you, no. Now move. Just the command alone had the men gulping, stammering, and rushing up the steps in a matter of seconds. Now that the creature's tendrils and insect swarm were reduced to nothing but dust and dirt, the binds that kept the exit sealed were easily thrown open by a man not wanting to die. Had Berserker been sane, he would have cautioned the frantic men, maybe reassure him of no harm coming his way. But this Berserker did not say anything. He couldn't. Instead, he was met by his fellow servant's sharp gaze. I need not say this, knight, considering he's your master. But while I'm retrieving mine, I suggest you keep your temper. For his sake, as well as the girl's. Barely a second after saying so, Avenger herself vanished into light. Switching to spirit form, Berserker sensed her descent into the sewers. A speedy and careless rush to return to the boy he left below. Uncle Korea. Ugh. Sakura. You're fine. This left the former knight of the round in the company of a crying girl and his suffering yet living master. Matu Korea, weakened by the immense strain his servant momentarily placed on him, lay on his back against the cold stone floor. The girl they came here to save kneeled by his side, practically in her birthday suit. If you stay like that, you'll catch a cold. A small cough escaped the man as he slowly but surely took off his jersey top. Ratty as it was, it served well enough as temporary apparel to the child. If your mother finds out I let you catch a cold, she might tell me off. Uncle. The girl's once blank expression shed more tears now than they had in months. What are you saying? Uncle. Korea, why are you smiling right now? Am I? The man, likely not realizing he was, paused. Maybe it's because I'm glad. About what? NGH. I fulfilled my promise, right? Promise. Ah. To return you to your mom and sister. Aoi-san and Rin-chan. They're likely worried sick, don't you think so? The girl couldn't reply as tears and sniffles overwhelmed her. Even more flowed out when she felt the familiar head rub her dear uncle would often give her. It's all right now. Zoken can't hurt you anymore. NGH. The man's tired attempts to sit up failed when he fell back. Earning the girl's surprise and concern, she tried to help him. But being so small and exhausted as he was, she couldn't do anything but sit there with a tight grip on his inner shirt's shoulder. We should go get you something to wear. You can't stay like that, AAAGH. Ugh. Suddenly, his hand jumped to his gut. A silent groan escaped Korea as pain coursed through his abdomen. Uncle, eh. It turned into a spasm that had him violently writhing on the floor whilst his hands scratched on his belly frantically. Urmurg. Ngawawa. Uncle Korea. What's wrong? What's wrong with you? Hee. The girl got her answer when she heard the familiar chuckling. Only this time, it sounded quieter, as the morbid squeals of a tiny creature. Ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Zo, Ken, the cripple mumbled with a slight panic in his voice. Did you really think I will be easy a prey, Korea? NGH. Just as the man's shoulders hitched in the sudden battle cry, Korea's body lurched forward as he immediately crumpled into a fetal position. Teeth biting down on his lip, blood sprayed down his chin as he stifled the worst of the pangs yet. Ack. Sakura didn't miss the hand attempting to grip tightly on his stomach. Something wriggled under his shirt. Something that caused blood to spray from a small puncture on his skin. Uncle. A maddened howl was Korea's response. It was followed by frantic scratching and rigorous attempts to claw at his own chest. It was as if something had invaded and was attempting to destroy him from the inside. Uncle Korea. Korea. What's going on? Overlapping with the girl's panic, the elder of the Matu siblings returned. In his arms were a set of crates full to the brim with whatever recovery potions he could gather in such short notice. But on his face was fear and confusion beyond reason. But the concern was there. Even as he cautiously kept his gaze trained on the stoic knight that didn't move despite his master's suffering, Matu Byakuya tried his best to rush to his little brother's aid. Oh oi. What's wrong with you? Inside, howled the suffering cripple as he kept trying to dig into his own guts. Zokens, NGAAAAAAAH, he's inside me, ack. As the elder brother tore the bloody shirt open, the first thing everyone saw was the freshly bleeding perforation into Korea's side. It was as if something the size of a thumb had eaten its way into his gut. So this is how you escaped my detection. The screeching insect voice seemed to come from within the man's belly as it cried out and he groaned with pain. To think my bugs would have been drugged to sleep, but no matter. With this, you won't survive the night. That's enough, cried the girl who'd realized what was going on. That's enough, grandfather. Shut your mouth, girl. Whether by instinct or force of habit, Sakura immediately obeyed the voice. Even Byakuya had flinched and fallen to his rear, backing away from his brother who stared at his own belly with contempt. For betraying me. For ruining everything. I will make you suffer, Kariya. Screeching erupted and echoed throughout the basement once more as Kariya's belly started to rupture and burst from within. For all watching, they only had their imagination to assume what must be going on. But for the master who took on the curse of his family's magic, it was an all too familiar feeling of being eaten alive. Only this time, Zoken was planning to make him a living hive. Living being a temporary state as he would soon be dead for it. However, death didn't deter the men who had nothing else to lose. What are you standing around for? Through coughs of blood and internal torture, Matukariya cried out to the one weapon he had at his command. I told you to kill him, Berserker. NGH. You wouldn't. The bugs within Kariya had no warning. Neither did Byakuya nor Sakura had as well. In one moment, Kariya was writhing on the floor in immense pain. In the next instant, he was being held aloft by the scruff of his torn shirt's collar with Berserker raising him high above their heads. A jet-black blade that shone with bluish light appeared in his free hand. Wait. Don't. Without any hesitation, the servant thrust his sword through his own master's gut. Neither care nor concern was expressed as the deed was done. Not even as the sword faded to light within Kariya's wound and a gauntlet was thrust into the gaping hole he just made. And no. Please, the screeching and squealing continued as the Black Knight pulled out a little worm with a bony crust for a head. Don't. Crack squash. Without delay, the thing exploded in Berserker's clenched fist. This time for sure, the beast was dead. Ugh. However, the men in his grasp still lived. A hole now existed in his stomach, but Matukariya lived. Had it been any other blade, or a servant unskilled as he, the attempt to single out the parasitic heart of the wraith would have ended in his death alongside his father. A small voice coming from the girl below. Please, let him down. Mr. Knight. A growl escaped the crimson-slit visors. However, despite the rage emanating from within the suit of armor, an uncharacteristic action took place. Relenting his grip, Berserker lowered his master to the ground, allowing him to lie back gently. For the former knight of the round, this was his first and last act of kindness in his maddened state. For even with his vision clouded by the chains of insanity placed upon him by his master, he was still able to comprehend and respect the man's act of self-sacrifice. Berserker, somewhat aware his continued presence would only burden the dying man further, decided to sleep once more. As Kariya was now, he had little time remaining. Should he wish to meet his former king on the battlefield, he would need to allow his weak master some rest. After receiving a surprised stare from Byakuya and a grateful nod from the crying Sakura, he vanished into his master's shadow. Chapter 71, Chapter. Lelouch arrived at the scene of tears and slight relief a while later. Upon Nobunaga's return to his side, she wasted no time in ensuring his safety. That included phasing her way through several tens of meters of earth and cement, quickly appearing out of thin air in the blind spot of his flashlight, scaring the hell out of him with her devilish smile, and finally suffocating him in her bosom. All of that culminated with her teasing with the line, "Did you miss me?" To which, he replied, "Not in the slightest if this is what you plan on doing all day." Needless to say, it took him a few minutes to pry her off of him but even less to convince her to march their way back to the surface the long way around. That being doubling back via the service catwalk and up the nearest manhole. Which, surprisingly, took way too long. It only added to his concern when Nobu sent something off back up above. It would have been easier to blow a tunnel straight through to their dungeon. Lelouch quite easily advocated for the direct path. But blowing the floor beneath them twice over would have only made it worse. No, the woman so easily read his thoughts. Not that he'd hidden them, to begin with. Besides, you already collapsed that worm's exit path to the underground with your first bomb. Wouldn't any more just collapse the entire estate? There was that. Had he not gone down here for that contingency, Zoken undoubtedly might have escaped. It was because he had no way out that, in his most desperate moments, he tried to kill Kariya from within, igniting the sleeping crest worms into a frenzy. If it wasn't for Berserker, he'd be dead. Arms crossed, the boy narrowed his gaze at the sleeping master of said servant. Beside him, the child he'd saved was draped in some modicum of clothing while, sitting on the other side, the man Nobu introduced as Kariya's older brother finished tying up the bandages. Picking up the discarded bottles of the last of their elixirs, the men seemed to tense when he turned their way. Although, it seemed more of his attention was on Nobu than Lelouch himself. Lelouch opted to lighten the man's mood. "I trust Kariya will survive then. My little brother will be fine." Averting his gaze from the servant, the man gave him a somewhat wary stare. But, considering Zokin's demise, well. Something wrong? Lelouch asked, tone concerned. The worms within him still live. They're less frenzied now that their owner is gone. But they're still eating away at him, very slowly at that. Will it be a problem? The boy considered it. Will they have to be removed? I don't recommend that. The men said before going silent once more. With his contract to Berserker, it might be best to keep them in him for a while. The mana they provide would keep that thing from draining him dry. At the very least, it buys him time. Just not much, is it? Byakuya nodded. Their continued presence will sustain the madman, but it will continue to drain him. Just slower than before. It's not life-threatening yet, but if he pushes himself, Byakuya stopped himself to shake his head. Never mind. It's not my place to say. My little brother just needs some sleep. Then he can have it. Lelouch nodded back and gave the men a reassuring smile. Considering what had happened, I wouldn't fault him or his family for thinking so. Thank you for understanding. The men shifted uncomfortably under Lelouch's gaze. Maybe it was the fact that someone as young as he wasn't intimidated by the older, taller men, but Byakuya remained tense. A couple of times, he made to open his mouth in an attempt to speak. But it took a while before he actually said anything more. What do you plan on doing with him? Nothing. Not the truth, but it wasn't entirely a lie. He'd accomplished his objective, but this war was not over. What comes in the future is now up to your brother. While I do have a need for him, I will not force Korea if he isn't up to the task. After all, he has accomplished his goal for this war already. And his further staying out of it benefits me as well. I see. With that, the men shuffled around them, keeping quite the distance away from Nobu while he massaged his cheek. That was odd. I'll prepare the guest room for you. As a favor for getting rid of that pest from our lives forever. Quite the cheap payback, don't you think? We'll accept, Mr. Matu Byakuya. Cutting Nobu off, Lelouch offered a respectful bow, hoping it would ease the men to relax a bit. Thankfully, the color seemed to return to Byakuya's face. Then I'll leave my brother and niece in your care for a bit. Mr. Lampi Rouge. Leaving them alone, Lelouch's attention returned to the men and child sat nearby. The fight had rendered the place a ruin with debris everywhere. But somehow, Korea managed to doze peacefully on the stone floor with nothing but his older brother's coat underneath his head. Even the girl, who only had a tattered jersey jacket in lieu of proper clothes, lay with her head atop the man's chest. Tears had dried on her cheeks as she'd apparently cried herself to sleep as well. Seeing such a sight, Lelouch didn't even hesitate to drape his own coat over the sleeping pair. It wouldn't cover them both, but it'd serve well enough that the girl at least wouldn't catch a cold. Ah, how adorable. A voice whispered behind him. Noting the cheeky smirk on Nobu's face, Lelouch couldn't help but ask, what is? I didn't know you could make a face like that, master. The cheekiness turned into knowing as she suddenly draped both her arms around his neck and pulled him back to rest against her chest. Then again, as expected of a softy like you. Really now? Despite being hated as a demon emperor, you're quite the cutie when you smile like that, Lulu. Even as she snuggled her cheeks against his, Lelouch couldn't do anything but ponder her words. He didn't even notice he'd been smiling. Was it due to the success of their operation? Was it because of another job well done that resulted in no deaths? Or was he simply relieved they were saved? These people, Korea and Sakura, by extension, Byakuya as well, had lived under the tyranny of what he'd heard to be a monster of a parent. After tonight's events, they'd move on. They'd be given the chance to live happier lives than before. At least, if they were to suffer, it would be on their own terms, no longer shackled by the oppression of their so-called grandfather. It was a funny thought to consider, now that Lelouch thought about it. I wonder. Had people felt the same when I died? A lot of them despised him. But then he also had many that confided in him. One would definitely outlive them all and have to come to terms with his annulling their first contract. However, he knew CC wasn't the type to dwell on the past. Not anymore. So, the answer to his query was a maybe, maybe not. Who was to say exactly, more so when he was the one to wrought the oppression. Just like Zokin would never come to know of the peaceful expression on his son and adopted grandchild's face as they slept, Lelouch wouldn't know the smiles his former friends had, the people he saved, would wear from then on. It was a bit cruel, considering he only had the briefest of moments to smile after reuniting with his sister. But the former emperor hoped if he was permitted, that her smile would live on. However, in this time and place, what did it matter? He wasn't allowed to influence that world further and he'd yet to finish his final task here. The nostalgia could be saved for later. For when it was truly over. Besides, this night was not his victory to enjoy. Out of a whim, Lelouch had just seen it through. Even if he'd lent so much support and wasted a bit of time to call the other competitors, he'd done it out of goodwill for someone who needed it. Matu Korea was a man who cared dearly for something and was willing to dirty his hands for the sake of it. As someone who'd rebelled against his own oppressor and won, Lelouch was well aware he had to bow off the stage for a moment to let the men savor his long-awaited and hard-fought victory. The boy couldn't help but look back not a few days ago. This man he barely knew had risked so much. Having experienced the same, how could he not respect him? The same might have been said for Nobu as she mumbled. Perhaps he wasn't as pathetic of a man I assumed him to be. Oh, that's rare. Lelouch stifled a chuckle. Whispering to her, he asked, for you to compliment another, did his appearance tonight spark some respect within you, Nobu? Era, she didn't hesitate to tickle his ears again. Is that envy I sense, Lulu, darling? No, don't misunderstand. Oh, how happy it makes me feel. He couldn't get a word in edgewise when she suddenly jumped. He was still trapped in her grasp as she spun around. Truly. I haven't felt this satisfied until I cleaved the traitorous eye and their vassals' heads clean of their shoulders. MGH. That's nice and all, but Avenger. Lelouch couldn't repress his annoyed tone anymore. Risking waking the pair up, he hissed at the carefree woman. Can you please put me down? In the process of her exclaiming his supposed envy, she'd pulled him in for more than a hug. In fact, he was completely trapped by her arms when she spun around and he was now being carried bridal style by Nobu, who seemingly didn't plan on letting him go. This is what you get for making me spend all that time away from you, master. Nobu's smirk and thoughts weren't at all hidden from him. In the darkness of the basement pit, the eager gleam in her eyes betrayed the desire to tease. How about you make me, Lulu? The gap of their physical strength was as wide as that of a parent and child. He couldn't escape this embrace no matter how hard he tried. Guh. Lelouch couldn't help but count this as his defeat. You're quite the headache sometimes. Deal with it. I'm not leaving you alone again next time. Something about her tone and smile told him she was dead serious. Author's note. Hope you enjoyed it as well. Zoken is gone for good and little Sakura is now finally saved. Thankfully Lancelot didn't try to seduce another British royalty while he was alone with Lelouch. Otherwise, Nobu would have burned the entire city, laughing face. Special thanks to Reeves the Reader for this chapters because I myself had issues about how to finish this arc. Now to deal with remaining masters and servants. Also. Interesting fact from Reeves the Reader, did you know that in the original King Arthur legend, Lancelot did not exist? Apparently, he was only added in after the legend was transcribed into French and the original adultery role was filled in by Mordred, who married Guinevere. Another side fact, Guinevere was romanticized French for the original name of the queen, Ganymede. Basically saying, Lancelot's one of the first and most popular fanfiction OC that was canonized as part of the main cast of the old legend. And it was all because, during the time, stories of having affairs with lowly yet honorable knights were popular in the courts. Chapter 72, Chapter Matu Residence. The change after the death of Matu Zoken was largely noticeable. Lelouch knew little about the men beyond what Korea told him. However, it was easy to see that, with his oppressor gone and dead, the man was feeling way better. According to the cripple himself, it felt like a giant weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Of course, after what happened in the basement, Korea was still weakened and frail. His body hadn't escaped malnutrition just yet and he was still unable to feel anything over a good portion of his own skin. But with the help of some medicine and short rest, he looked less pale. More alive than he'd been before when Lelouch first came face to face with a man so desperate, he used his own body as a feeding ground. The crest worms inside the Master of Berserker were mostly gone. As Byakuya stated, some survived. But without their creator to influence or control them, they might as well have been inert batteries. It was only a matter of when they would completely die off and dry up their mana reserves now that they weren't replenishing themselves with his flesh and blood. However, Korea wasn't focused on them right now. His attention was on the little girl, his niece. Everything will be better now, Sakura. I promise. Lelouch glanced at the child still clinging tightly to her uncle's side. Korea had been repeating that message over and over to her for the better part of the sunless morning. Although repetitive, it was understandable for the little girl who was still having a hard time believing her nightmare had ended. The raven-haired boy felt disturbed by what she had to endure. In all honesty, his disgust hadn't at all abated. From what Nobu reported to him about last night's events, it could have all gone sourly wrong had Zoken not needed the child alive and well in the first place. To think he planned to use the adopted girl as a new vessel to replace his destroyed body. The Demon Emperor had always hated the idea of children being used by their families amongst his world's nobility. Arranged marriages and political hostages were one thing, but using gruesome magic to not only torture a person but take over them as well. It was a completely different matter. One that didn't deserve consideration at all. This child went through only a fraction of what made Korea look the way he is right now. If she hadn't been saved, how could have she turned out? No. Imagining that is unneeded. No need to disturb myself with my own presumptions. The girl lived and she'd be spared further horrors in the future. That's all that mattered, for him as a bystander and Korea as her savior. The little girl started to yawn again. She was certainly exhausted, both physically and mentally, after everything that happened. Giving his niece another quick hug and a promise to eat breakfast with her a little later, she reluctantly walked off to her bedroom. This left Lelouch alone with the Matsu brothers. Byakuya himself was still wary of him. A result of Nobunaga's heavy-handed treatment of the scared men. But now free of Zoken, neither he nor Korea managed to avoid the matter at hand. Without the monster who masqueraded as their family head, the Matsu house needed to agree on what to do next. So important was the topic that the runaway sibling didn't use his current state as an excuse to push it aside. As of now, 3 people sat inside the guest bedroom with a light, but still somewhat tense, air about them. Both servants were absent. Berserker, with no fight or foe in sight, vanished into spirit form. As for Avenger, she'd been left to burn away what was left of Zoken's workshop. Even if the man was dead, Lelouch preferred to play it safe and destroy anything and everything that was created by that man's magecraft. Even if Berserker torched it all, it was better to be safe than sorry. What do we do now? Breaking the silence, Byakuya got straight to the point. We return Sakura to Aoi, Korea stated firmly, one-eyed gaze directed at the ceiling above. A good idea, but it won't be easy, the older brother sighed. After what you did to Tokiomi, Tosaka wouldn't be pleased to see either of us. Besides, even if we tried, she'll probably doubt our motives after Zoken took Sakura away from her. I don't know what will happen, but if we bring Sakura back to her, things may get complicated. Korea narrowed his eye. What would you know, brother? Just a few hours ago, you were fine with letting Zoken break Sakura. What choice did I have? The tension peaked as the men shouted back. That was Zoken's. The old bastard would have forced me to do it even if I didn't want to. Between letting her get hurt or getting myself killed trying to. It took a second, but the man quickly cooled himself off. Breathing deep, he tried to speak again but couldn't help the cracking in his voice. That bastard tricked you into fighting this war, stupid. He knew full well you would lose if you hadn't gotten lucky, but he didn't care. All he wanted out of your struggle was a laugh when you finally broke. Someone like that. How could he fight it, was left unspoken. Truly, even freed as they were, the man was likely still in the trappings of fear and doubt. Like a looming feeling that Zoken may come back with a vengeance. Not all men escape trauma so easily after conquering the cause. Lelouch knew better than to speak up here, during a sensitive topic between families. He ordered me around for years, after you left, you know. Byakuya muttered under his breath as he relived the nightmare. Day after day, he'd boss me around. And when he didn't like what he saw, or just when he felt like it, he'd push me into the pit every now and then. Even though it wouldn't do jack except hurt me because I have zero talent as a magus, that bastard just. Training, but not for the purpose of making Byakuya a more capable magus. It was training to cripple the man's will to fight back. To break any and all resistance. To make him an obedient pawn. I don't care what you say about me. I don't want to, but I will say it now. I didn't want the girl to go through what we did. To suffer what we barely endured. He'd lowered his head but kept the determined tone. Shinji's barely older than Sakura, give or take a year alone. Do you know how afraid I was that Zoken might try to do the same to him as he did her? Or maybe, worse. A talentless child of a talentless son. The grandfather who sought an heir would have no use for them except as feed to his bugs. Servitude was an option, but why keep them when they were practically worthless to one as a magus? Even if Byakuya was kept alive, it was merely out of convenience in keeping their home seemingly occupied to the general public. A facade of normalcy that hid the monster in the basement. But then again, a creature that was vile was still able to maintain the guise of an elder grandfather living in a lavish home. Considering the versatility of magecraft, it was no stretch that he could simply do away with his useless sons and grandchild and just hypnotize their neighbors into ignoring them entirely. Zoken only kept them for fun, not much for function. That doesn't matter anymore. The runaway brother brushed his elder's plight like a stain on his jersey. Fact of the matter is that Zoken is dead and will stay that way. What's done is done. You. Gentlemen, please, Lelouch spoke up before they devolved into a pointless argument. Getting into a tussle about the past won't change or help what needs to be addressed in the present. And while thinking about what has happened long ago is pointless, it's insensitive to lose ourselves to this when we are all still under pressure. He gave an understanding nod to Byakuya but also leveled a furrowed brow at Korea for his tactlessness. He didn't want to intervene in family matters too much, but he couldn't afford them to fight about it. With their attention on him, he resumed. Without your father, the two of you are now free. I'd say be happy about it. But the issue about Sakura should be resolved peacefully. Peacefully, huh? Byakuya chuckled sourly. Sorry, kid. Lelouch Lampy Rouge. Korea corrected. Don't be tricked by his looks. Lelouch might be young, but unlike you or I, he's not one to cower in the face of death. He leaned closer to his brother and added quietly. Even if he's someone who helped me, he's far more dangerous than any of the other masters that remain. Byakuya nodded with a stern expression before glancing back to Lelouch. Reading that look, it came off more wary than skeptical. Even without Avenger around, it seems the man wasn't able to look him in the eye properly. So, kid, you helped out my little brother in surviving this far and also against our old men. I guess I should be thanking you again for that. There's no need. Lelouch shook his head. I simply did my ally a favor. In return, he paused and allowed said ally to finish the sentence. Yeah. Korea sighed with a tired smile. As promised, now that Sakura is saved and Zoken is gone, I'll be dropping out of the war entirely. I won't get in your way nor will I actively seek out the Grail. I'll just lay low and wait until things blow over from now, ngh. Before he could finish, however, Korea groaned. A hand flew to clutch his temple as the cripple quickly seized his breathing with a gasp. Neither Byakuya nor Lelouch made to move, surprised by the sudden and wordless spasm but also concerned that Korea seemed to be fine when he raised his free hand to stop them. They just waited for him to speak. Berserker. I feel like he was trying to speak with me. Your servant disagrees with our course of action, does he? Lelouch asked, expecting as much but opting to wait and see what Korea would do. I don't know what he wanted specifically. It was just another one of his screams. It feels like that time at the docks. When he just charged at Saber. Lelouch's eyes narrowed when he realized what the implication meant. But of course, it'd be that. It seems your knight in shadowy armor still bears a grudge against dear King Arthur. Perhaps he still wishes to cross blades before you completely remove yourself from the fight. Korea was taken aback by that. Due to never having asked what the servant wanted, that wasn't as much a surprise. More so with an incommunicable berserker. Revenge and overthrowing Zoken may have also played a part in that, but the point still stood. His servant wanted to continue fighting even if his master didn't. Guess I never really spared him much thought. Korea admitted with a wry smile and a sad gaze to the floor before meeting their eyes. Guess I'm still going to be in this for a while. Oi, are you crazy? Byakuya was quick to admonish him before scowling. No what? Forget what I was going to say. You were pretty damn insane to pull the stunt off last night anyways. What's your problem? You are my problem, you careless bastard. You just barely escaped Zoken eating you alive from the inside, and now here you are about ready to jump into the fire. It's my life. I do with it what I please. Chapter 73, Chapter. The snapback was received with grit teeth. Lelouch swore he heard Byakuya mutter something like, damned martyr, and, do what you want, before the man crossed his arms and looked away. Even though he was earlier regarded as a selfish coward, the fact he seemed concerned enough to protest his brother's recklessness made it apparent he wasn't entirely that bad. Just human. Having no say in their familial affairs, Lelouch kept quiet until he met Korea's tired gaze. He could only ask. Are you sure you want to continue? Berserker clearly won't let me back out, Korea said with a resigned shrug. And it's not like I don't owe him for saving me. If being stabbed open to retrieve a parasite was saving, then Korea was free to call it a favor as he wished. It still didn't sit right with the boy, however. Especially since they'd already expended enough effort just to take him out of the war safely. If that is what you want, then far be it from me to deny your volunteering. Lelouch offered his hand which the man shook in return. However, if that is the case, I believe I need to reassess our plan for the future. Especially considering the precarious state your life is in right now. The man returned a confused stare until Lelouch added, you might not survive the next fight, even if Berserker does win. The widened eye was immediately cut off by an answer. But Korea likely didn't expect it to come from his own brother, still crossed-armed to the side. I already told him. Byakuya commented. Before this stupid war started, Korea wasn't prepared as a magus. Not even close to novice level. Zoken's treatment may have accelerated and groomed your magecraft control to a substandard level, but you'd still be beaten by a child who'd been trained since they could speak. I don't need to be able to use magecraft, argued Korea, shaking his head while his dead eyes gaze sagged off to the side. If Berserker just wants to fight, then I let him. That's all. Byakuya's grip on his own arm tightened that his sleeve seemed just about to tear. Through grit teeth, he responded sharply. Even if we discount your body and mental state, you only have a small amount of crest worms left. The rate that they make mana from eating your organs has decreased since they won't be riled up anymore by Zoken, but his death also means your batteries are basically limited. The older sibling stared hard when he got neither response nor reaction. Letting out a sigh, he continued. When the war started, Zoken had adamantly stated you wouldn't live even if you won. You already had a death sentence the moment you left this house not a week ago. Anything else would just kill you earlier than that. Lelouch stared at his ally. Why hadn't you mentioned this before? Why should I? Korea lazily snapped back. Either fight and win or wait for worms to finish me off. I was going to die either way. The sick master chuckled. I suppose I subconsciously just came to accept this the day I came back to take Sakura's place. Is there anything that can be done? Korea just shook his head. Neither Byakuya nor myself spent a damn minute studying the bastard's craft. Even if we had found a way to reverse its effects, neither of us would be capable of properly executing it. Besides, the worms already ate half of my organs. Missing a whole chunk of myself wouldn't be durable, and it's not like the local hospital can lend a hand to me on such short notice and let me leave at my leisure. The men scoffed with a hard chuckle. By all accounts, I really am a walking dead man. Then, he really is done. He was just waiting for the day he keels over. Lelouch broke eye contact first. Still, to die even after you saved your niece. Come on, Lelouch. After all I'd done, you'd pity me. The cripple smiled even as he said it. Of course it's not fine, but I didn't have any other choice in the beginning. Still, I've killed all I needed to. Sakura is saved and will return to her mother. As a side, neither Aoi and her family, nor my brother, will be bothered by Zoken ever again. All's well that ends well, don't you think? The Master of Avenger smiled back but couldn't help but say it. For you to undergo so much for the child, and yet she won't be able to repay your kindness anytime soon. Life is hell, kid. Get used to it. Korea's light-hearted expression persisted. Then again, I guess I shouldn't be saying that to a kid who had no qualms with betraying another master and roasting my father to hell, to begin with. Byakuya refrained from commenting but grit his teeth in frustration, not anger, at his last remaining family's situation. It seemed even he had to agree this was unfair. His little brother just managed to get his and Sakura's freedom back. I'll die, I've already accepted that. At the very least, I prefer to go out on my own terms. Without regrets. Korea stopped and thought about it. Okay, I do have 1 or 2 regrets, but, right now, it's nothing important. The point is I'm fine with it, Lelouch. So don't feel sad about it, kiddo. Feel sad? Lelouch didn't think that's what he was feeling. No. Perhaps he was. He wasn't saddened by the unexpected acceptance. Rather, the Demon Emperor was just perplexed in seeing Korea's take on it. It was cruel. For death to be the only reward to his heroism, to die because one's parent was just a voracious parasite, to be given respite only in death. Lelouch had gotten used to being the cause of death and suffering, but it always astounded him when someone was so willing to lay down their life for a cause. It was admirable to say the least. Korea just wanted to save Sakura. He was ready to kill for it. To die for it. But even as a victor in his plight, he was going to lose, one way or another. It just hits too close to home. Lelouch thought with narrowed eyes. So this is what it is like from another perspective. How ironic. This must be what it feels like to be on the side of the martyr. Granted, only a few were aware of the true plan, but when he finally managed to end it, run through by a blade in his best friend's hands, this must be the feelings they had on the day of his death. Pity, sadness, frustration that it had to be this way. Lelouch especially hadn't really considered what Nunnally would feel at the culmination of it all. In exchange for her brother's life, she would be granted a world of peace like no other. In exchange for Korea's life, neither Sakura nor his brother would need to fear for their own under the yoke of a monster. They both tried to save others, but they were both forsaken by the world and those around them. Seeing the similarities now had the boy stifling a smile of his own. Like Lelouch, Korea wasn't afraid of approaching death. Instead, the sick man barely coasting the thin line of his own mortality was readily facing it, all to repay the debt he owed to a servant too far mad to reason with. But regardless of this acceptance, it still feels wrong. He knew he could speak for himself, considering the hell he raised in his own world. But to say Korea was a bad person would be insensitive to his past. The mistakes of his youth resulted in the suffering of the child, but he very much paid for it by now. And here I thought we could finally celebrate Zoken's death, Byakuya growled under his breath while sourly remarking to himself. Just when I thought we could finally share a drink, after all these years. Now you're going to off yourself for that crazy hunk of metal's wish. I didn't know you cared so much, brother. Of course, I do, you runaway bastard, snapped Byakuya. Even if I had to go through hell because you left me alone with that shithead of a father, we are still siblings, you selfish prick. Do you know how hard it is for me to hear you so willing to take the fall for another parasite's problem? That he was brave enough to compare Berserker to Zoken may have been the brotherly rage he felt overtook him. But regardless, whether the servant heard or not, Byakuya didn't back down nor did he hide his feelings. Korea was slightly taken aback once more, but he let out a somewhat tired smile. The first he'd given to his sibling since last night, Lelouch noted. I didn't know you'd feel that way. The hell? Did you think I was like that rat bastard and never expected me to be so against my own brother's suicidal recklessness? Hee hee. I guess I shouldn't be. It makes me a bastard of a brother, especially after I abandoned you to live with that asshole all these years. Byakuya fumed but wasn't as mad as he'd been earlier. More frustrated than anything, he hissed with slight tears in his eyes. You damn well know it. Korea chuckled to himself a bit. Hee hee. Hey, isn't Shinji overseas right now? Korea asked and continued once he got a confused nod in confirmation. Guess that means I'm pretty worse off as an uncle to him too, considering I won't be able to see him again. There was more grinding and gnashing of teeth on Byakuya's part, but Lelouch asked once more. Are you absolutely sure, Korea? Even if your servant does wish to continue, you still have the option of spending your remaining time with Sakura. But the man just shook his head. No. There's no running away from this. As much as I want to comfort the kid until I return her to her mother, I'd prefer it if Sakura just remembers me as the one who saved her from this home and nothing more. I don't deserve any more, after all I've done. Besides, I'd rather not let her see me fall apart at the seams once my time's up. If he so wished to give the girl hope and deny himself, then anything he had to say would only fall on deaf ears. If he wanted to be remembered as a hero and only that, then Lelouch would concede. While it was advantageous to have such a key piece in the palm of his hand, this was as far as the boy would extend the courtesy. From here on, Matu Korea would be his most potent knight while Lelouch played as the man's demonic advocate. Earlier, in the coffee house, we were planning how to beat Ryder and Saber, weren't we Lelouch? He nodded before Korea added. Then, let's return to that matter. Berserker wants to fight Saber and that's the best I can do for him for helping all this time. You as well. Without you, I would have never had enough courage to fight Zoken. Lelouch thought about trying to argue with him but stopped. Wasting time would only make matters worse and cut through what was left of Korea's short lifespan. Letting out a sigh, the boy smiled. Very well. I'll take Berserkers and your role into consideration. But I'm afraid we'll have to do that tomorrow morning. You need your rest, after all. He added the latter with emphasis as Korea himself was still wobbly from the last fight. Even if Lelouch had concocted a plan now, it wouldn't be helpful explaining it to someone who was dead tired. Tonight, however, I believe we should celebrate our victory and your freedom from your parent. He then glanced at Byakuya, hoping for a little support. While I don't want to suggest anything, I believe you have enough alcohol for such an occasion, at least. Humph, cheeky brat, aren't you? Byakuya laughed before heading out. Wait here. I'll pick out some of the good stuff. Byakuya. Don't you move, you little brat brother of mine, snapped the man once more. The corner of his eyes were slightly red, but it wasn't out of malice that he added. You owe me a drink for the decades of stress. Don't think you can skimp on that now. Exasperated with surprise, Korea stayed silent. As his brother left, he slowly turned to Lelouch. I didn't take you for a drinker. I know that the drinking age in the West is lower than here, but still. I'm actually not that much a fan of alcohol and don't plan to become one tonight. Lelouch shrugged. This is for you, as well as your brother. It might be your last chance to speak to one another after all. The man's working eye softened its gaze when it met his. I see. Thanks. Think nothing of it. Lelouch, knowing that having last regrets was never a good thing, replied with a smile. Spend the night having as much fun as you can. Forget about the war for now. We will worry about it when you're ready. Although saying that, a thought came to Lelouch. I have a question though. Both of you stated that Zoken lived for centuries. Does this mean he was alive during every Grail War, right? Yeah, he told us about it a few times, but he only mentioned them in passing. That meant he didn't deem either of them worthy of the information. Why do you ask? Nothing all too important. Lelouch hummed something under his breath. Did he have a diary of some kind or library? Chapter 74, Chapter. Nobu officially hated all kinds of insects and bugs and whatever the hell it was, her flames were turning to ashes up the basement walls. First, he complains about my hugs even though he knows he enjoys them. Now, he bails out on me to talk with the bumbling duo. That jackass. Needless to say, Nobunaga was pissed she had to do cleanup after all that happened. I am definitely not going to let him sleep tonight. And that was a promise she was going to keep it. She sighed in dismay still. Despite it being a request from Lelouch, she just hated the work itself. While normal bugs were no skin of her teeth, these worms birthed by the monster maggot mass were made of stranger stuff. But regardless of their resilience, they needed to be dealt with lest they pollute the area and maybe even the sewers below. While Lelouch had blown the service tunnel up to seal any escape, one can't be too careful. Still, their stench was unbearable. Even if she was the only one capable of this arduous task, she demanded compensation. Anything the Mathieu siblings could give her were likely worthless, so that left only one to suffer her wrath for this. I will get back at him for this. Lulu will pay for making me go through this. Burning down the remains took just a little over a few hours as she had to weave her flames through every nook and cranny. She would have blown the whole place up to oblivion for good measure, but undoubtedly a certain someone wouldn't be too pleased. But now that she was done, she was free to get her payment. Maybe forcibly cuddling him while he tried to get some sleep would do. Now, where is that prick? Her search led her to the main hall where she found two people she wasn't looking for. The Mathieu siblings, each with an expensive bottle of booze in hand, were downing drinks while sharing banter. Neither noticed her presence behind them. When Shinji learned about magic, he spent the entire month, running around and screaming something about a prisma. Says he saw it on TV, Sorry. Byakuya was already intoxicated. Being somewhat of a pro-alcoholic, his words weren't that slurred, but his gaze was sure as hell drifting off more often than not. Kid thought he could transform into some kind of magic girl or something. Hee. Ha ha. Makes you wish actual magecraft was that innocent, huh? Korea said before taking a slight sip from his bottle. I would take magical girls' clothing over bugs in my gut any day, I don't know, bro. I have enough reasons to drink. Tipping his bottle to clink against Korea's, Byakuya's usually fearful expression seemed to brighten somewhat. It was akin to an older sibling teasing the younger. I don't need an image of you in a tight skirt. Oh, come off it. Korea scoffed back with a grin. Don't tell me you forgot about the time Aoi made you wear a dress. Ack. You said you forgot about that. Did I? Korea lifted his working eyebrow. Can't say for sure, I do remember someone rocking that one piece though. But Aoi hated wearing that flashy thing, so. Why do you even remember that detail, you bastard? It must have been the alcohol, for even when mad, Byakuya just laughed before finally noticing her presence. Oh, hey, our bad for not seeing you there. Here. A bottle flew her way. Although she could have avoided it easily and let it fall to the floor, she deftly caught it with ease. What's this? Appeasement. Hey now, don't be so uptight, will ya? The drunkard quickly raised his bottle towards her, beckoning a toast. Cheers. To the woman who burned down that worm bastard that took my anal virginity, Thank you, fire-breathing lady. And with that, he proceeded to guzzle the bottle's contents like he'd been thirsting in the desert for weeks. Nobunaga didn't reply. In fact, she just stared. Hard. It was only when she gave a questioning glance to Korea that said, he isn't serious, right, that she finally got a response. I can lie if it makes you feel any better. Korea, saved only by the small amount he'd drunk, was able to hold back a chuckle that would have gotten him killed by the disgusted woman. Who knew magi were as disgusting as bureaucrats in more ways than one? Nobunaga massaged the bridge of her nose before brushing off her revulsion. She didn't have time to waste with these cretins. Where's my master? Zoken's library. Korea pointed at one of the doors to the wall behind them. Said he wanted to read whatever information Zoken saved from previous wars. Nobunaga raised an eyebrow. And you just let him rifle through your family's secrets? I thought magi weren't this carefree with such information. Do we even seem like actual magi to you? Korea tried to sound incredulous or sarcastic, but being semi-drunk had it coming off as more surprising. He can burn down the entire library for all I care. We were planning on getting rid of everything related to magecraft anyway. Up. Not everything. Byakuya quickly tooted. Shinji and I will need some of those books in the future. The cripple of a brother sighed heavily. Oh, come off it, Byakuya. You can't be serious. But I am, dear brother. Now with Zoken out of the way, I'm the actual head of the Mathieu clan. Whatever remains of our clan's magecraft is now my responsibility. After everything that happened, you still want to continue being part of that world. Korea was beginning to sound disappointed as well as confused by it. Neither you nor Shinji can even use magecraft properly. What good will keeping that cursed collection do? My son and I may be inept, but you can't say for certain that Shinji's children will be. Going on a drunken yet sane ramble, he added. Think of it, Korea. This might become the turning point for our family, to start small and rebuild ourselves up as a successful magi family again. Even better, we're free from that asshole forever. Besides, we still can use alchemy even if it's minuscule. I can bide my time teaching Shinji the basics and what we can dig up in our Zoken's keepsakes until our blood and descendants regain magic circuits. Think of it as righting the wrongs our dear father has done to us. Please don't call that rat bastard that. It gives me the creeps. It took a little while before Korea gave up and sighed. Fine. Do as you please. If you want to waste your life in that bastard's world, do whatever you want. Just keep it within reason, okay? Come on, Korea. Don't sound so grumpy. Not to worry. I'll make sure Shinji and I keep things safe and clean. As clean as our new basement, Miss Avenger. Nobunaga was appalled. The once anxious, cowardly, and seemingly selfish older sibling had grown into an overbearing brother under the influence. It seems he was a happy and oblivious drunk, otherwise, he wouldn't be so carefree with talking to her, the one who slapped the shit and piss out of him with just a backhand. It was no wonder he was able to endure this hell of a home. And Korea mumbled whilst taking another swig. Take care of Sakura for me, will you? Even after you return her to Aoi and Rin. Well, she will need to heal first. Byakuya gulped the last of his bottle down before adding. But I'll do what I can. God knows how the Tozekas will take it after what she'd been through. Avenger's eyes narrowed with slight interest. She'd seen the girl last night. And while she hadn't met her prior to the torture she'd endured, it was by instinct alone that the redhead could tell she was far from her old self. A child who'd been adopted would never share qualities of her new family, and yet, little Sakura did. Her eyes and hair color matched the Matu's to a scary degree. It was as if she was never adopted in the first place. Whatever the worms did to her, it altered her to the point of muting out the genetics she was born with. Though that being said, it wasn't as if Nobunaga was a practitioner of modern medicine, so she wouldn't know if anything about the girl truly changed to match her captor and tormentor. Nobunaga, slightly curious about the girl, decided to ask. And, what do you plan to do with the kid? I can tell you wouldn't send her to modern healers, considering her state. Ah, hick. It's too risky. We'll need to find someone that knows of magecraft. But it'll be difficult. Byakuya didn't even hesitate to pop open another wine bottle and only continued after he'd emptied down to the neck of the glass. The Tozekas were pretty much our only ally for the last few centuries ever since Zoken was in charge. It's not like he was even particularly friendly with others. We can't even rely on Shinji's grandparents. Korea glumly added. Though they're magi who specialize in healing. They kinda hate our guts for what Zoken did to my wife. That the men didn't elaborate told Nobu all she needed to know. It's been a decade since they last spoke to me. Then blame it on the dead. The sudden advice had both men's attention on her. Indifferent, she continued. Your dead wife's relative's issue is with Zoken. He's dead. Congratulations. From here you can try to rebuild your connection whilst pinning it all on the bastard that bit the dust. It was a common tactic back in her time. The bad blood between the family head and allies were resolved by replacing the leader of the family with one who is sympathetic to them. It wouldn't abolish all sins, but it was a start at improving relations. To the former daimyo who warred with former friends and made alliances with enemies, such diplomacy was a dime a dozen politics. To some degree, that is what she did when she made an alliance with the Matsudaira clan, even if it was mostly due to the weakening of the Imagawa clan. The point remained. With Zoken out of the Matu picture, they could now try to fix everything the old worm ruined over the years. Wow. Hick. Thanks for the advice. Byakuya barely wasted time thinking about it. With another empty bottle clinking at his feet, it seems the man wasn't as bothered about receiving advice from her so long as his sense of reasoning was dulled by the spirits. It might work, no. It will. Besides, Zoken never allowed them to see Shinji. Even if I were the one to approach them, the old lady had always wanted to see her grandson. If the Matu clan will need allies, they're our best bet and Shinji will be our ticket in. He glanced at his brother. Although, I guess this will sour our relations with the Tosaka. After all, Aoi will likely become the temporary head until little Rin grows up. I don't care about politics. So long as you don't forget about your promise to keep an eye out for them, then it's fine. Korea downed his bottle at that. Though, after a short pause, he then popped another open like his brother. It was midway through the second bottle that he continued. Honestly, the whole Magi community can eat shit and die as far as I'm concerned. All I ask is that you make sure Aoi and her family are taken care of, Magi politics be damned. Byakuya snorted before chiding, shit. And here I thought Zoken wanted you to become a family head. You would have run this family to the ground with your obsession over her. A swig later and a second empty bottle in hand, Byakuya leaned in to tease. Still pining for her from the shadows, you stalker bastard. Shoo, shut the hell up, you idiot. Flushed, and definitely not by the alcohol, Korea snapped back. I've long gotten over her. Sure, you have, Byakuya continued to tease until he fell silent. Still can't believe it. We're finally free, from that son of a bitch. May his soul rot in hell. Korea made a toast. Cheers. Amen, brother. Seeing her interest in the drunk pair wane, Nobunaga looked in the direction where Lelouch was. She kept the bottle tossed to her. Giving it a gloss over, it was apparently sake under a brand she didn't recognize. Ignoring the cheers of the drunk siblings, she disappeared behind the door her master had holed up in. To say the house was huge was an understatement. It was a mansion, of course, in the Western style. But due to being pretty empty, the spaciousness of it all made it seem dead. Lifeless. Or maybe that was giving the place too much credit. It was more accurate to call it pretty decrepit and akin to a graveyard or morgue. It had that kind of morbid atmosphere. It was certainly a far cry from the modern buildings she and Lelouch visited. Those places were teeming with life. This place had the air of undead. More so the further one got into the mansion. It would appear that Zoken didn't have much taste in decor. But despite it, he definitely influenced the walls of his home to the point of the halls inducing a creepy atmosphere. She didn't bother studying the inner architecture of this place but could still feel the fear factor the insect monster likely intended for any and all visitors. As soon as she walked into the library and found her partner in crime, she was able to breathe a sigh she didn't know she was holding back. Lelouch was nose-deep in aged tomes. The desk he'd borrowed had mountains of Zoken's personal effects stacked atop one another in neat order. Though, she also noted her master showed little respect for that which he found no worth. Even though it was a dead person's belongings, he would occasionally toss away what he thought was useless into another, more disorganized pile. Nobunaga picked up one such book and took a cursory glance. Upon reading a line, however, she immediately noticed something. This isn't Japanese. Thanks to the Grail, Nobu was able to speak and read every modern language. This one was not her mother tongue. Not even related, considering the ancient Cyrillic text. Yes. It's actually Russian. Lelouch commented as he tossed another book to the discard pile. At first, I thought the old man was only 2 centuries old. But it turns out Zoken was far older than Korea assumed. What do you mean? Apparently, he's old enough to personally know Leonardo da Vinci and Paracelsus von Hohenheim during their life. Lelouch smiled at her surprised expression. Wait. He was still around by the time I was born. The boy nodded whilst grabbing a new one from the neat stack. Huh. Impressive for a mere human that managed to live for so long. Not impressive when you take note of his methods. Apparently, he was using a special type of crestworms to survive through the years. Lelouch's expression turned grim before he explained. The old man apparently figured out how to attach his soul to living creatures. That and also the fact of keeping his human body alive was far too much effort than it was worth. So, in light of his findings, he decided to use a different method. A pause for effect as the boy tried to compose himself. One wherein he used the bodies of his descendants as his vessel. An entirely unpleasant experience for his family, went left unsaid. Nobu nodded. So he'd been feeding off of them for that long, huh? But since he's lived so long, does that mean you find anything interesting? Lelouch looked around the table, looking for the journals he saved before showing them to Avenger. Most of my findings were on the preparation for the First Grail War. About how 3 founding families divided responsibilities, with Makiri, then Zoken before he changed their clan to Matto, took great care in the creation of command seals. A sour glance was shot at his own seals. It seems we should thank the old-timer for that which binds our contracts. He didn't sound as annoyed as his expression said he was, but Nobu chalked that up to just disgust for the men and his work. Can we use it to our advantage? Chapter 75, Chapter. Nobunaga was curious if they would be able to weaponize such research. They already had a good number of unused command seals from the previous Grail Wars they stole from the priest, but additional ones wouldn't be refused. Considering the power boost Berserker got from just one being activated and him acting along the lines of its command, Nobu saw it as an absolute win over their opponents. However, the boy abruptly shook his head. Sadly, no. The notes describe a complex magic system in its entirety. And while I can come to understand a little of it at a time, it wouldn't be any time soon even if I was capable of using magecraft. And I highly doubt our ally or his brother would be much help considering their talent or lack thereof in the craft. He also didn't write anything that could be used against the Einsburn. Which is quite interesting. Oh. Nobu sensed actual interest in Lelouch's tone. Interesting, how? Lelouch thought about how to phrase it before continuing, drawing up his source material for Nobu to see over his shoulder. Although he wrote a lot of things about the Einsburn head during the times of the First Grail War, he didn't write anything actually critical about their former head, a woman by the name of Justice Lizrick von Einsburn. The mouthful of a name was oh so eloquently dictated by the boy without pause as he resumed. Apparently, the two shared a common dream about creating a perfect world. One of the oldest diaries noted a younger Zokan fascination akin to infatuation or romantic feelings for her. "You've been reading up on someone's love story since holing up in here, Lulu." Nobu couldn't help but tease as she pressed against him from behind. "That's quite adorable of you, little boy." "It's just speculation," he sighed, pointedly ignoring her bust on the back of his head. It's hard to say when he only wrote respectful praises for the person. Considering the number of people he'd mentioned prior to her, it was odd for one to be so positive compared to the overwhelming majority. Snapping the diary shut, he huffed. But still, to learn that the monster who was grooming children to become his vessels in a worm pit once sought out a utopia for all humans. Quite the fateful end, turning into a villain instead of dying as a hero. Nobu hummed at the unmentioned parallels but decided to redirect the topic instead. "So, if not the command seals or his origins, did you find anything else? He was there during the first, and you said he practically had a hand in designing the whole gig. He must have something useful." Lulu paused in silence to look over a few notes. "There is one thing curious about the Grail system itself. As you know, some parts of this war were left unmentioned to everyone outside 3 founding families, correct?" Nobu snarled with mild irritation. "Yeah. The fact servants are nothing more than glorified fuel for that cup." "Still holding a grudge?" Lelouch said with a small smile as he looked up, inadvertently leaning against her bosom but meeting her gaze from below. "I thought taking out 2 of the 3 heads of the founding families would please you, my dear daimyo. Or, what is it? Is the blood of Tosaka Tokiomi and Mikiri Zokan not enough for you? You know that I won't feel satisfied until all of them, and even the cup itself, is crushed under my foot." Lulu, doubling down on his attempts to tease her, she leaned in so that her eyes aligned with his. Both of them felt the other's breath on their foreheads. For bringing the shem of a ritual to form, even the Einsburns must pay for their sins. "Then, I shall have to serve them on a silver platter just for you, my dear." Her fellow demon chuckled while he tickled the spot behind her ear. It wasn't lost on her that a simple tug from him would have their faces mashed together. It was then that she opted to break away from the contact first before popping the cork off the bottle she brought with her. "Oh, right. You also might be interested to learn another untold secret about this war." With his back turned to her, Nobu managed to hide the flush of her cheeks behind the strong kick of sake. Despite calling them wimps and worthless, they had great taste in drinks. And what may that be? Apparently, that which a master and servant pair seeks to attain is only one of 2 parts. The knowing smile on the boy's face told her the attempt to hide her shame was seen through. "Quite the riddle there, Lulu. Mind keeping it simple for me?" Regardless, she pressed on, ignoring the smirk behind his eyes. "Did you know that there is something called a lesser grail?" This indeed caught her attention and snapped her out of the shame drinking. "And if there is a lesser, there is also a greater grail. 2 halves of the same whole." "Wait, there are 2 grails." "Not in the way you'd think. The lesser grail functions more as the key to the greater grail. Its main purpose was to store the souls of the fallen servants. In other words, the lesser grail is the device that allows the victor of the war to claim their prize from the greater grail." That changed things. From a strategic standpoint, it actually made their jobs of preventing a winner actually easier. So long as they kept the supposed winner away from the lesser grail, the war would never end and a conclusion will never be reached. Even if the other servants were all killed off. But there's more. The boy caught her attention once more. The Grail was advertised as an omnipotent wish-granting device that will do whatever its owner wants, but that's not the entire truth. "Elaborate," Nobu asked with a serious tone. Both of them already knew that servants were shafted by their true fate at victory's end, but it would appear to be all the cons. "Do masters fight for nothing then?" "No. They do get something out of it. Only the manner of accomplishing the wish itself isn't as what we were led to believe." He showed her Zokan's journals which contained the scheme. "The Grail itself isn't a wish-granting machine akin to a genie in a lamp. From what the younger Zokan defined in his journals, it grants its user a connection to a virtually unlimited supply of magical energy, the core of all magics, the root." Nobunaga paused as she carefully observed the book. There were 2 pictures of the Grail. The lesser Grail looked like an actual cup. The greater Grail, however, wasn't drawn. But there were numerous notes and drawings referring to something noted as the third magic. The longer she looked at the complex diagrams, the more furious Nobu became. So not only were we servants lied to. Any master's wish is basically null and void, forfeited instead for this. It was good, no, a great thing Lelouch was her master. Being upfront with the truth was a plus, but he was also an outsider. One she could absolutely rule out as an accomplice to those she now hated more than her traitorous kin. We are servants. Incarnations of heroes long past that have left their marks on the throne of heroes. But, we're just, expendable. just to be used and tossed aside for these worthless magi to get their hands of some fancy magic art lost to time. And here I thought the intricacies of my incarnation was a mess. Teeth ground so hard, it could be heard in the silence of the room. Something made up of glass shattered just as the floor beneath her foot creaked under sudden strain. She was pissed. Those bastard magi. Such was her fury that the shut windows of the study seemed to groan under the immense pressure her aura emanated. How dare they? To have manipulated her into the role of a sacrificial pawn, to force her into a scenario where she either fought and won nothing or fought and died for less, to have pulled the wool over her eyes with the promises of a wish. Despite having known half the truth before, Nobu was angry beyond words seeing the full story now. Nobu. Even though she was called the Demon King, she wasn't ever truly the real incarnation of Oda Nobunaga. But despite it, she still shared the original Demon King's values. She would never use her soldiers as pawns. Nobunaga sent them to fight. She as well would fight alongside them. All for a purpose. All for a noble goal. Back then, it was to unite their lands, to bring peace under her banner, even if their legs gave out and could carry them no more, until theirs and their enemies' blood flooded the rice fields, even if her relentless push would damn her to hell, she and her armies would fight on for that noble purpose. And her armies fought. Damn well, they did. Not because her allies and subjects would do everything their Lord Daimyo ordered, no. But because they knew what they were fighting for. They believed in the same dream of conquest as she. For glory and honor, for loyalty and trust amongst comrades, many pledged to follow her, to see the dream through. She is Oda Nobunaga, the one who fought and killed and slaughtered many in the quest to unify her fractured Japan. Her armies were ready to do everything to achieve that dream. But worthless magi have the audacity to call upon heroes like myself from the throne, all for the sake of an infinite mana supply. Is that supposed to be some sort of joke? The desire for omnipotent power, merely more of what they already have. The greed in such a desire was not lost on Nobunaga. And though many would argue that she was just the same in her conquest, let it not be said that Nobu wouldn't cut down the ignorant for such assumptions. Unlike me, they have no honor, no purpose, no genuine unifying reason for anyone to give up their lives. They aren't even risking theirs, sending us in as sacrifices to the slaughter. They aren't any better than those annoying monks who hid behind their walls, no, at least those monks had a sense of values that made them human. Magi are nothing but a joke. Not giving a damn about those around them and just doing as they please, ruining the lives of others. The thought of such a cold-hearted outlook on life, wherein all were just a resource to be used for one's own ends, was cruel and cold, but one she came to accept during her path as a ruler in life. But that didn't mean she embraced it wholeheartedly like the sham of seers who created the Grail system, to begin with. She didn't know what might have happened if Lelouch wasn't her master. Or maybe she did. She might have returned to the throne the moment she found out the truth and was well aware her master was just the same as the rest of them. A head would have been blown to smithereens despite any attempt to protest or appease her anger. However, Nobunaga also doubted she would have been summoned by anyone else in his place. She and Lelouch were two of the same side of the coin. They shared a similar story, the same dream, if a bit different in scale, and their deaths were the results of their own decisions. And theirs were tales with purpose and self-sacrifice. To be made pawns in some farce. They'll pay, they'll burn in hell. I'll drag their souls into it myself if I have to. Nobu. His voice pulled her out of the rage and anger for a brief second. Are you listening to me? She met his eyes. The deep violets crossed the crimson gaze, remaining as calm as they will ever be. Lelouch could feel her anger. She could sense his frustration. Neither of them needed to rely upon their connection to know. Just looking at the other's face was enough to tell what their partner's thoughts were on the matter. But while Nobunaga was consumed with hatred for those who tried to use her to such an end, Lelouch was different. Calmer. With a gentle voice and a hand clasping her clenched own, he asked of her. Breathe. Breathe and relax, my daimyo. She did as her partner asked. But it wasn't enough. Stay your anger for a moment, please. Can I burn this city? Chapter 76, Chapter. Can I burn this city? She sounded like a child, wanting to rid the stain that adorned her legacy. Japan belonged to her, but the ritual that sought to use her and had many heroes of the past ruined its purity, marking that which was hers. It would be fine if she decided to get rid of just Fuyuki, and maybe the neighboring Minami city as collateral. She could rebuild it all afterwards anyway. The look Lelouch gave her, however, was a clear parental answer. No, you cannot. Besides, such anger is unwarranted to those innocent of whatever wrongs you're feeling now, my dear. Even if it's for the Tozekas, that would be too much. If you plan to aim your anger at the Einsburns, they likely won't care if something happened to this place either since they're based in Germany. Can I burn Germany then? Petulant and immature was her tone. It was as if she was looking for an out, a chance to vent her frustrations. But Nobu asked with such a serious face that this time, Lelouch stopped and stared at her for a few seconds. There was a short silence as the two stared at one another deeply. Then, it was broken by Lelouch's chuckle. Hey, I'm being serious here. I know, but the answer is still no, Nobu. You can't burn Germany. He seemed to find it adorable with how she pouted. Lelouch seemed surprised that Nobu actually considered it but continued. Although I wouldn't actually care, considering this isn't my home world, but I can see where you're coming from. Then, all the more. Should you ask for it of me, I could destroy this world if it so deserves it. She didn't doubt he would. He'd already done so once. But our issue is still, and only with, the founding families of the Grail War. For now, at least, they have already wronged too many, including ourselves. But, if we are to claim true victory, we simply need to make sure no one will win this war. And any other beyond it. Killing or destroying anything else will simply be a waste of time, my dear. The hug she was drawn into and the composure of his tone caught her off guard. Especially his caring smile which continued to grace her even as he pulled away. But when his hand grasped hers tighter, it was only then, when she looked down upon his that cradled hers, that Nobu realized she'd shattered the glass bottle by the neck in her absent-minded fury. Lelouch was calmly brushing the glass from her fingers and tenderly searching for wounds on her palm. Even though, as a servant, she could never be hurt by simple shards. Have you calmed down now? He asked. I am. She tried to. She really did, for his sake. Forgive me, it seems. I forgot myself, getting angry for your sake. Mine, the boy's question was accompanied by genuine surprise. But he didn't stop cradling her in his grasp. Why is that? It's just. I guess it's because it wasn't just myself who would have been fooled. Had you not been informed of the Grail's corruption beforehand, you might have sought after a wish yourself, and be summarily disappointed by it all. She couldn't say it. She didn't dare. How could she when there was still a nagging feeling within, eating away at her even now? What if? Even though it was just speculation, she couldn't help but worry. What if, deep down, he still wishes to return to his world? It was a stupid notion. That'd be like asking if she would want to be tossed back to her time, alive and the same as she was when she was mortal, but just some time after her passing. Considering the fact that many reviled her and Lulu both in life, what were they to do, being inserted back into the fray with nary a purpose after their original deaths? But also consider that the wish they sought after may have been falsified, a trick simply to allow some other Magus to approach this route, what then? For what had their efforts been for? For what did they risk their lives apart from disappointment and loss? Nobu couldn't fathom what she'd feel seeing Lelouch broken by that revelation, even though he was as calm as can be before her now. You need not worry about anything in regards to me, Nobu. It was then the boy hummed, interrupting his thoughts. I don't seek the Grail, all-powerful magic or not. Besides, Zuchan's journal says more about this route than I gave it credit for. While not the wish-granting device we use to perceive it, in a manner of saying, it can still be used to achieve one's desires through sheer brute force. You mean to say? If one desires power, it is power incarnate. If one desires destruction, it is a weapon beyond definition. Such were useless to her or him. Left in the hands of those magi, more of a detriment or a threat than anything else. But say if one desires a change or peace, it can be used as a threat to enforce such, or maybe a catalyst to guide humanity down that path, should the winner be as benevolent yet strong as any could be. Such idealistic views were actually scoffed at by the boy. It's a shame, though. The Grail in our war isn't working as it was intended. Shame indeed. If only this greater Grail wasn't corrupted to all hell, I might have had a use for this third magic of theirs. It could even solve my little issue. What issue? Lelouch raised an eyebrow. Is there something you're not telling me, Nobu? Nobunaga noted the clear concern in his voice, and, with a small smile, replied. Don't tell me you hadn't noticed yet, Lulu. My body, it's hollow. Merely a shell. In the first place, after my death, I shouldn't have been able to return to this world, much less stay and live in it. My time here is limited and I would have been gone by the time I was called here, save for the linchpin that is you, Lelouch. Our contract, from the start. Yeah. She took the opportunity to draw him into a hug. That's why I was so curious to learn about the person who summoned me without some sort of catalyst. Who is this unfortunate, broken soul? Who was this brat that was so similar, so in tune with me that he was able to call upon Oda Nobunaga's incarnation, not as the conqueror of Japan, but the more reviled demon king? Confused was the boy's expression, but she shut him up with a finger before he could interrupt. I will say it bluntly, Lulu. Under normal circumstances, there is no doubt I could have been summoned. To begin with, a heroic spirit is, by nature, rejected by the world itself and is always being pushed back into non-existence. We are, in a sense, clumps of mana given form and thought. But, even compared to the rest of the servants, I'm even more of an anomaly than should be possible. Meaning, he asked, waiting patiently until she did. It to do with the fact that I, or rather, my current self, is too far a manifestation from the real Oda Nobunaga. But, at the same time, I'm the greatest and most powerful form of the hero by the same name. An anomalous amalgamation of all Nobunaga's best and worst characteristics. I don't understand. Why did you never tell me about this? Because, there was no need to give you unnecessary information, Lelouch. Would knowing my past, or spiritual lack of any real past of myself, even help you in your objective? His visage soured slightly. She knew he knew it wouldn't. Think of servants as but a fraction of the actual hero. But then also consider that I am both the furthest truth from Oda Nobunaga that there ever will be, and, at the same time, I am the closest thing to that heroic spirit's incarnation. The most ideal form they would take should they ever be called upon by someone that matches them in both spirit and soul. The boy that was her master knit his brow, an attempt to think and analyze this new knowledge. However, there was no need for it. Don't trouble your cute little head with such thoughts, Lulu. I knew this issue would only confuse you and I've come to accept it since being summoned by you. But. Drop it, Lulu. She stepped in further with the hug, laying her head against the boy's shoulder and burrowing her face into his neck. It doesn't bother me anymore. Somehow, in some strange way, you seem to have enough mana to make me feel complete. Not just in the ethereal sense, but my manifestation has never been so human before. You remember being summoned as less in the past. Who knows, she didn't, but that didn't mean she couldn't trust what she felt here and now. For all I know, maybe not. But no matter what happens, I will forever remember this time that you alone made possible. Here and now, I feel more alive than I had been in life. And I'm grateful to you, Lelouch. What are you thanking me for? She felt him reciprocate the hug. You're a fool, you know that. I am the fool of Owari, you know. Don't disregard my title, will you please? He chuckled but spoke softly. Still, you and I are accomplices. That means we must look after one another. Your problems are as much my problem as well. And I won't hesitate to help you to solve it. Lelouch gave her a sincere smile. After all, that's what partners are for. Is that so? Nobu bit her lip. She wasn't the only one who had unsolved issues. Her master had one as well. And they both knew he hadn't resolved it yet. If so, then, Lelouch Lampy Rouge, please, answer me. Have you found a new goal you want to achieve for your life? She watched as her dear master stopped and looked away. She didn't want to admit, but there was one thing the despicable Gilgamesh had over her. Lelouch had achieved his goal during his life and was now a lost lamb in need of a new one. And, with the words of the dead archer in mind, he was still a ruler in the heart. Be he dead in his world, he was still yet alive in this one. But Nobu was afraid he would be troubled with it. She was worried Lelouch wouldn't be able to move on from his former life and, therefore, wouldn't be able to find something of worth in this new one. Had he been simply another boy tossed into the flames that were her, she wouldn't have cared. But this young man had so much going for him, yet he didn't recognize it himself. Apart from her affections, of course. To him, what was the point of living if there was nothing one wanted? Why fight if one had no stakes in the victory? As a servant, Nobu had an eternity to think of what she wanted. Not just her, but the many incarnations that were her. Lelouch wasn't the same though. And she oh so wanted to help him, nay. Her heart and soul demanded she do so. You and I are accomplices. That means we must look after one another. Your problems are as much my problem as well. And I won't hesitate to help you to solve it. Such were his words. So were her thoughts. If you can't find a goal in life worth living, then I shall give you one. She didn't broadcast it via their link. She merely waited for his reply. And waited. And waited. Lelouch was silent for some time. But then he looked over the books that once belonged to Zoken. With a heavy voice, he started. I was thinking about Zoken's history. What led a man like him to become the way he was at the end? How did he become a monster? What broke him to stray from his original path? He wanted to change the world for the better. To use magic and magecraft, all he had, for the sake of masses, and redesign a new system, a better world for all. Nobunaga's hands gently clasped his face on either side. You don't mean to tell me you'd compare yourself to that worm, as if you have something in common? He didn't try to escape from her. He merely chuckled. Don't be absurd, Nobu. I knew people who had noble dreams that went too far. I'm one such person among many, infinite others, but I would never become anything like this man, for I already died a demon in the world's eyes once. No. What truly made me question things was his life itself. The man was alive for at least 5 centuries. He had a goal in mind, but look how it had ended for him. He was but a twisted version of what he used to be. He'd stopped caring about the world, his dream long forgotten, and was surely focused on getting Grail no matter what. All because he wanted to preserve his own existence. From what he read about Zokan's first diaries, the man was cold but had only good intentions. However, as time moved, Zokan changed. No. It was better to call it a fall from grace. Gone was the person who wanted to create a utopia, replaced by a parasite who sought a means to extend his own life, even if it meant feeding on his own family. The moment Zokan realized he wouldn't be able to accomplish his dream in his lifetime, he had taken a step into hell in search of a means to continue that relentless search. What he found was the monstrosity he'd soon become. Lelouch made a weak smile as he stared at the piles of wasted research material and mementos of a monster. When I killed my father, I was afraid I would receive his code and become immortal. I had the smallest of fears that, should it come to pass, I may become even less than human and more like him. One who was so detached from humanity, he didn't care if everyone died, for they would all be with him at the end of time. Such a thought was confounding, to say the least. While Nobu prided herself upon the title she was bestowed, the human side of her revealed outright cutting herself off from it all. On the battlefield, she was a demon, yes. But there was still a side of her that preferred being off it. A more human aspect of hers. Lelouch chuckled once more. However, my fears were unfounded. After all, I'd met a person who had endured immortality and was leagues ahead of me in terms of seeing it through. Willful, selfish, arrogant, and prideful. Her wrath was something I hardly missed, yet her advice was something I never took for granted. His downcast eyes belied a regretful emotion hidden from her gaze. She suffered because of her immortality, yes. She didn't want it, of course, but she endured. Even when she had the chance to throw it all away, she still. That which was so willful, so selfish, she didn't dare stop me when I told her what I planned to do. Still so human and yet not. Nobu couldn't help her flare of envy. Something inside of her wanted to know who that person was. She did already, but the urge to make it the main topic remained. Who was she that was able to cause such an expression to draw over the boy's face? But she didn't question it. She stayed silent and listened to his heartbeat instead. It was calm and soothing, as was his voice. I didn't want to see the world I changed to turn into dust. Even if it meant the end of me, I didn't want to see people I knew and cared about to die from old age before my eyes. I didn't want to live on while my friends and followers faded in time. And now, having learned more about Zokan, I started to think. Was there a possibility for me to become like him had I inherited my father's code? Had I taken my father's place, would I have grown disillusioned, lost, and twisted as Zokan was? An immortal being who'd simply lost his mind and forgot his original dream. I can't help but wonder and feel somewhat relieved of being spared such a sad existence. And yet, he couldn't help but regret leaving the other to her own. It was all over his face, even though he didn't say. Still, Nobu didn't pry that. It was insensitive too. Instead, she consoled his woes. None of that will happen. You aren't in your old world and, unlike Zokan, you accomplished what you wanted. Indeed, but that leaves me the question still. What should I do now? He broke away from her embrace, despite her grip's protest to not. What is my new goal? What am I to do with this new life? Ever since I was brought to this world, made to fight in this war, I kept repeating these questions. I don't have an objective beyond preventing others from getting the Grail. I don't know what to do after. Hell, I don't even know if I have an after. He stepped away, growing ever farther from her as he turned his back to stare at the dark sky beyond the window. Life and death mean little if someone can bring me back from the dead. What is there for Lelouch 6 Britannia to do then? Will I be tasked to do the same once more? To search for another war to stop any participants from achieving victory? What is there, for me, when I have nothing to call truly mine anymore? Nobunaga silently stared at his back. It didn't sound like her master was depressed. But it was more like he was genuinely lost. As a servant, Nobu got used to the idea that death would mean little to her. She would just return to the throne and await another summoner to call her back and fight in another Grail war. But Lelouch wasn't a servant as far as they know. Hell, they didn't even know what exactly he was now. If even the all-knowing Gilgamesh was puzzled by Lelouch's true nature and couldn't understand what exactly her master was, who was able to tell? But then again, did it truly matter? As far as Nobunaga was concerned, he was her equal. He was the same as her, a fellow revolutionary and monster to the masses by their cruelty on their path of destiny. He was the one to understand her. And that was enough for her. This bond with Lelouch was all she needed. And if her partner was lost, it was her duty to guide him, was it not? You need not answer now, Lelouch, for you can always find one by simply living. She started as Lelouch glanced her way. The old worm spent centuries trying to achieve his dream but went mad and forgot it. That would indeed inspire fear for those who have already lost their own goals. But your worry is illogical. As far as you know, you fulfilled your responsibility to your world, to your people. And now, you're free to do as you please. But. Hush, she silenced him once more with a finger to the lips. Don't forget, Lelouch. You were denied a normal life by your world. I've seen your past. Through your own memories, I've experienced what you have, felt what you did. That which should have been given was taken away from you at such a young age. So why not spend that stolen life in this world? Trying experiencing what you were denied all these years. Lelouch went silent for a moment, thinking about her words. Like what, for example? Me. Nobunaga smiled but didn't answer with that. You were born in a world that was at the edge of war. Then why not try to live in this world's lasting peace? You lost many who were close to you. Why not build new connections here? Colleagues, friends, a lover and family, it doesn't matter what. You can have all of it, any one of them, here and now once this is all over. Of course, it has its caveats, this world. It isn't better off than yours with the magi that are the worst kind of scum that still exist in hiding. This world is corrupted still and in need of change, yet you can quite easily live a blissful and ignorant life if you so wish. She smirked upon meeting the light in his eyes. Of course, you could still choose to repeat what you've done before. She took a step forward. Then another, and another. Upon reaching arm's length of him, she offered up her hand, a mirror of what someone had done for him before. This world, you can burn it down to the ground and rebuild it anew. You may be a normal human now, but if you so wish, I can offer you the power, my power, that of a true demon. It was an offer as well as an extension. What they had now was similar, but only for this war. The contract she offered henceforth was for now, and forever. In exchange for this power, you must agree to make my one wish come true. Accept this contract, and you accept its conditions. While living in a world of humans, you will live unlike any other, a different providence, a different time, a different life. But unlike the power of a king, what I offer is myself, the power of a demon. One that will not condemn you to a life of solitude, for I shall be with you until the end of time. So, answer me, Lelouch. Are you prepared for this? Royal violet eyes stared at the bloody crimson ones. His face was neutral, but she could see the small hints in his expression. She was offering him the same as she had him. But she wasn't the immortal witch of his past. She was the demon of his present. Whether the one to stand by him now would be the same as that of the future, well, it was all up to his choice this very moment. He was a sinner like her. One that would tear the world asunder should it be the means to their desired goal. If he was weak, she would be his strength. If he was lost, she would be his guide. If he was alone, she would ensure he would never be. Of that, he can be certain. So why not offer him a contract he couldn't refuse? Just like that woman had him the day his side as a demon was born. You took over the world but gave it up for the sake of your sister. However, despite your guilt, your regrets, you cannot hide from me the burning excitement you had within when you confronted the world. His gaze narrowed, but there was no denying it. She'd felt his memories, lived his emotions, experienced his everything. His hopes, his dreams, his joys, his sorrows, his despair and passion. All of it. It was that which was her catalyst. His very being was what drew her into being summoned without an actual relic of her past. Why not give in? Surrender yourself to that desire and let me help you. Do it once more, but this time, experience the pleasure of absolute control, of absolute conquest, all for yourself, with me by your side. For a time, he was silent. Nobu, but when he found his voice, she dared to stop him with her finger for the third time. This time, she dropped her arms and embraced him tightly. Gentler than she ever had anyone in life. I joined this war so I could finish what I was denied during my life. I'd initially sought the completion of my life's work. But, you denied me of this. You were brought here as the means to stop others from attaining a corrupted grail. And yet, even though I was denied my victory again, you still showed me hope. You allowed me this short time to experience what I could not in my past. A chance to live life as a plebeian, to see the world, not in the fires of war, to feel, not as merely a rival to best, but as a person to trust, to understand, to love. All of that which had been denied of me. Her grip on his person tightened. But she didn't allow him a chance to speak yet. I understand you, Lelouch. I understand you more than I do my own soldiers, than I ever had my own flesh and blood. Such was their life of betrayal, of loneliness. You ruled alone, the same as I. You had bled and cried for your sins, as my mortal self once had. And yet, here you are. Allowed a choice to carve out a new path, free of what once held you back, of your responsibilities as an older brother. So, answer me, Lelouch. Would you accept my contract? But, are you absolutely certain? She couldn't help but smirk. She knew he was asking not for himself, but rather for her feelings. But he already knew what she felt. He was no fool. Please, why hesitate now? Hadn't you once ordered God himself to march on? If the collective unconscious of humanity couldn't hold you back, is there ever really a need to consider what you can ask of me? Meeting his gaze directly, she approached to the point that their faces were barely inches apart. Even now, when I'm willingly offering my entirety to you and you alone. Nobunaga. His expression was still regretful. His feelings still wavered. But all he needed was a little push. She was ready and willing to give him even more than that. Will you join me in my journey to achieve the happiness that was denied from us? Chapter 77, Chapter. He could have called this a foolish idea. No, it was indeed a fool's errand to even doubt it was. Lelouch didn't know what the future held for either of them. For all he knew, Nobunaga might soon be defeated and forcibly returned to the ethereal abyss. In the same vein, he could die and forever be lost in the void he was pulled out of. If they failed, neither of them might ever meet again, their titles as demons that rebelled against God be damned. Death meant little at this point, but neither of them needed empty promises. I did everything for the people I cared about. I saved, I killed, and I died. Everything to give them a peaceful world they so deserved. Nunnally has and always will be his beloved sister. She who can never be replaced in his heart. The same was of those who followed him, who walked alongside him, who believed in his dream. Be they CC, Colin, Suzaku, and even Shirley, Rollo and Euphemia. They were all he considered dear to him. His mask as Zero committed heroics in the name of creating a symbol of good for all. His atrocities and sins as the Emperor of Britannia was to paint a monster that bathed in blood. To achieve the gentle world Euphemia was mistakenly killed for, he had to turn the tables around, to sway the entire world with an act that would forever mark him as the greatest sin the world had ever seen. His hands were soaked with blood so thoroughly, the end result could only be a penance for his crimes. But then. It's all done. My role in that world is long over. But, to offer me herself, in return for carrying it out once again, this time, on my own terms. Nobunaga. The devilish woman's words were tempting. It was nothing short of a selfish proclamation of the warlord who wants happiness for herself. But to extend that honor to me. Do I even deserve it? Live for yourself. Lelouch won't deny his past life was focused only on two things. Nunnally and getting revenge against their family. He accomplished both with the former costing him the price of his own life. Was it worth it? Absolutely. Did it mean Lelouch wanted to spend what might be an eternity in the void? No, he did not. Apart from being an illogical point, he didn't believe his simple death was enough for atonement. Not after being brought to this world. But Lelouch still didn't have a goal. He had a mission and target yet nothing beyond that. So why shouldn't Lelouch take Nobunaga's offer and do as he pleases? In a perfect world, two individuals such as ourselves wouldn't ever be allowed satisfaction or fulfillment. But then again, this world isn't perfect and never will be. Even now, I'm not above destroying it. Lelouch stared deep into her eyes. The warmth of her touch and the desire in her eyes were all for him to experience. So much was her passion, he felt and understood all the nuances behind Nobu's offer. She wanted and craved a new life, a redo of her own. What's more, she would only extend her off to him. Lelouch didn't deny any of what she said. Indeed, he felt the most alive at the cusps of death. Indeed, he was up for a challenge so long as his foe was the world. All he needed was a reason to work for it, a purpose to aim all he had into the one objective that was not his mission here and now. Achieving world conquest will be a hard journey. The former emperor that once had the world in the palm of his hand warned the little upstart who barely conquered an island nation. We will face challenges on our way. More so now that I have lost my original power. And yet, you have me. The Demon King snapped with a cheeky, yet somewhat worried, grin. Or, what is it? You consider my offer inferior to your little witches. She sounded jealous as she said it. Honestly, he wondered why when he himself didn't have that sort of relationship with that woman of his past. She'd been an enigma to the end, but right now, that's all she was. An incomprehensible girl. The immortal who continued to call herself Cece was someone he'd love like another but not in the same sense as anyone else. He'd also never forget such a woman. Not even till the day he dies. You misunderstand, my daimyo. Lelouch couldn't help the smirk from taking over his face. The power of a king compels absolute obedience. The power of a demon is wanton destruction. I was merely noting the vast disparity in how difficult it will be to rule over mortals with just fear and fear alone. What's world conquest without a challenge if not boorish entertainment? Nobunaga replied with a euphoric smile. It's nothing two demons such as ourselves can't handle, is it not? The smirk grew into a devilish smile. I suppose not. Then, what is your answer to my MMPH? For just as she knew how to push his buttons by mimicking CC request, he knew to stun her with his resolve by replicating something that woman did before he'd once lost his way. His answer went unheard to the world apart from her lips. Theirs remained sealed together until the dawn broke the horizon beyond the window's glass. Mackenzie's house. Waver sighed while cleaning his room from whatever trash Ryder had left strewn about. For one who calls himself a king, Iskandar behaved no different from a child. Even now, the servant was busy playing another game on the console whilst the young master busied himself with looking after the giant. "You could at least help," was the grumble that broke the silence. "Don't distract me, boy. I'm still in the preparation phase. I need more wood and gold." That Waver spared a glance at the TV screen wherein the fantastical race of orcs depicted in pixelated sprites gathered materials for the King of Conquerors' grand, albeit digital and minor, campaign to rid the world of all other races. This had been going on for hours with only a couple of bathroom breaks in between chapters, this being the 7th or so of the game. The young magus could only groan and sigh as he finally tossed what he'd picked up from the floor into the brimming dustbin. The King of Conquerors was nothing if not an overly enthusiastic gamer with zero priorities in his current state of living. It made Waver wonder sometimes how they'd managed to survive into the latter phase of the Grail War. With Tosaka and their archer out, I thought we should have been more pragmatic and plan on who to pick off next, but... Ag. Waver's disappointed gaze flew to the giant when he suddenly shouted. "The elves have mounted a counterattack. So soon. That bastard's relentlessly swarming me, but his moves say he cares little about his own number. How in the hell is such a viable strategy in these games of war? You are worthless as a leader to your nation." The Legend 27. The boy's face could only hide in his palms as the big doof laughed and cheered, his well-trained and cared-for virtual armies taking the fight to his foes. Even now, Waver debated whether telling the big idiot he was just winning against AI enemies would convince him to get off his lazy ass. "Waver, dear. Can you open a door, please? Someone is outside." However, it was the soothing and gentle voice of his false grandmother, Martha, shouting from the first floor that saved Iskandar from disappointment. Although saying that, he might just try and find something else to play. Still, it was strange to be called down again so soon after just receiving another of Ryder's deliveries for the guy. That Ryder himself didn't budge because he was too intent on his game didn't bode well. "Don't tell me you ordered another one of your shirts at my expense, you asshole." The complaint was muzzled with the patience of a sage. He had to get used to it, else he'd have lost his voice airing out his grievances days ago. Instead, he focused on attending to the visitor. "On my way, Grandma." In all honesty, Waver wondered if they should move. They'd been receiving packages on an almost daily basis, hourly had he not placed restrictions on Ryder's rampant online shopping. Then again, even if they did move, it wouldn't save the people he'd hypnotized to help them even if they relocated away from the house. He'd already placed their lives in danger with presence. They would still be endangered by those who would interrogate them for any information on Waver and Ryder's whereabouts. At best, they could only remain here, Ryder's presence being the best protection they'd get from him until the Holy Grail War's end. It still didn't reassure the boy, however. The Magus killer prowling about was still a scary assassin to be wary of, human or Magus. Considering the stories he'd heard, the man was anything but merciful. But then again, if such a foe was after his life, wouldn't he already be dead by now? By technicality, he was pretty weak compared to most of the masters in this war in the first place. And so the fake grandson walked towards the door and opened it with not as much caution as his foes demanded of him. "Who is it?" "Good morning, Waver Velvet." But as soon as the boy met the other boy's eyes, the master of Ryder could only freeze. After all, if there was one master he had to be wary of, not because of their ruthless history, but rather their mysterious past, they stood right in front of him. "Forgive my sudden and unannounced visit, but may I speak with you for a minute or two?" Wah, he tried to compose himself but failed miserably. After all, the fact that this non-Magus managed to find them faster than the rest had fear balling up the saliva in his throat. "What CC can I help you with?" "Oh, come now. There's no need to be alarmed." Lelouch Lampi Rouge, the supposedly distant heir to King Arthur, the great monarch of the Brightonnian Isles, chuckled with a polite smile. "I simply wish to ask a favor of you and King Iskandar." Had his servant not instilled within him some guts to keep his composure, Waver would have crumbled under the stare of the boy younger than himself. Chapter 78, Chapter. Mackenzie Residence. Waver was at a loss of what to do. In all practicality, fraternizing with an enemy master at one's secret base of operations, one that was supposed to be hidden no less, was tantamount to painting a target on one's back. If they knew where he was hiding, he was as good as dead. Or so the thought went. How was he to expect Lelouch Lampi Rouge of all people to arrive at his faux grandparents' doorstep, introduce himself as an acquaintance, and be invited like it was no biggie? All the while, the young prince of a boy kept the air of a calm and nonchalant visitor. What was even more astounding, despite King Arthur's heir already not keeping up with Waver's image of a stereotypical prince, was the fact that he didn't even carry himself as a magus in any way. I see. So the plot of the game is the conquest and establishment of a new homeland for themselves. Lelouch busied himself by questioning Ryder as the giant of a man continued to play his game like it wasn't an enemy master standing not 2 feet away from him. How profound for the developers to apply such motivations for what's essentially a wartime strategy game. It is, isn't it? As if taking pride in the ingenuity of someone else's work, Iskandar's voice boomed with excitement. The Greenskins have been denied their birthplace. This gives them more than enough of a valid reason for their drive for war. And with most of the world's lands already owned by others, it drives the conflict over territory to a whole new level. I'm especially fond of this Crumhellscreech fellow. He may come off as a bloodthirsty brute, but his heart's in the right place for his people and clan. Iskandar droned on as if he was the one to create the game. Like a child showcasing a new toy, he turned from a slobby shut-in to an amicable showcase host. The doof was also paying more attention to their visitor than he had Waver earlier today. Granted, the young magus wasn't at all interested, hence the cold shoulder, but he could at least pretend to listen. Would you want to try a hand at an alliance, young prince? I need a keen-eyed tactician to take over the thrall camp while I assault the enemy head-on. If you would allow me the honor, Lord Iskandar. Ahem. But, of course, Waver Velvet had to draw the line at actually playing games with their apparent foes. With a commanding, yet very squeaky tone, he tried to impress it upon his servant. Do I have to remind you that we are enemies in this war? What in the hell do you think you're doing, Ryder? Why, recruiting the aid of a sharp mind in my conquest, my boy, the King of Conquerors stated it like it should have been obvious. Which was incredulous but the norm for his master right about now. One cannot simply win by crushing each and every foe they come across. Sometimes, it is better to form truces or alliances instead of outright destruction. Lord Iskandar, we can capture this enemy camp to secure a forward base as well as hire local mercenaries to field in battle. Having seated himself beside the big guy like it was natural, the teenage royal kindly pointed out not 1 minute into joining the game. I suggest hiring giants and trolls to bolster your flanks. The enemy troops will be upon you within 5 minutes. Good man. The boy's back endured a slap of acknowledgement while the servant spared his master a cheeky grin. See. He's already got a good grasp on it. I dare say, he's more attentive than you at times. Your praise honors me, my lord. Lelouch didn't respond with arrogance. It was as if this was all in a day's work for him. Griffins to your right. The human faction has made their move. An ambush is it? No matter. The troll warlord we hired will manage. Actually, no, your highness. They are moving to our aid and handling the elven fairy riders. Ho ho. We'll use that to our advantage then. How are my siege units? I've already built 7 sent to rally on your position with 4 more queued up to go. With the skies clear, they could arrive safely within a minute. Good. Boomed the giant with the taste of victory seething in his throat. With this, the battle is. The screen immediately blacked out and the only thing the pair of players saw was their own reflection with Waver standing in the back. In his hand was the monitor and console's power plugs pulled straight out of the outlet. Oh oi. What was that for, boy? Would you take your job as a servant seriously? That doesn't mean you have to turn it all off, lad. The big man looked just about to cry. And I'd been struggling so hard on that chapter for hours. Not to worry, my lord, chimed his co-op player. I made a save file for you before the Griffin ambush. Now you know what to expect within 5 minutes of continuing from that point on. Good man. Will you listen to me, you big idiot? Waver had had enough. There was crazy, then there was retarded crazy. This whole interaction that had been going on for more than 10 minutes had pushed beyond that already. He is the master of Avenger. The servant you managed to piss off in more ways than one. She's one of the 2 that managed to kill Archer. They are our enemies. That he needed to spell it out like he was talking to a child may have made him seem more immature than he actually was. But may whatever got out there forgive him for losing it with his servant barely acknowledging his concerns. Waver was only human after all. He didn't want to die, and he certainly didn't want to lose. Ha. So, started Iskandar with a deadpan expression and crossed arms. What would you have me do? What is it that my master would have me do to the enemy master, here and now? Strike him down. Capture him and demand he concedes his rights to the Grail. Or torture and mangle him into being unable to utilize any of his command seals so we can neutralize his little lady before she can act. What will it be? The boy was slammed. He didn't know what to do, even more so now when Ryder was listing out all the options with nary a care for the subject of their next move overhearing it all with a smile on his face. Why was he being so polite when Iskandar casually suggested capture or murder? When Waver faltered under Ryder's gaze, the men added with a relieving chuckle. Come now, boy. Do you think he came here unprepared for any retaliation? While we all know he isn't like your folk of Magi, always conniving in the shadows, he still isn't a normal boy after having survived this long, you know. Of that, Waver was certain. Especially when it was his servant himself who warned him of the danger the boy possessed. If enemy servants were the giant blades you wouldn't want them to direct it at you, Lelouch Lampy Rouge was of a different kind of threat. Iskandar himself likened the boy to a snake hiding in the sand. One you would be surprised to find in your bed, but also a creature capable of ambushing you in the sand. Waver had never been on a desert marching campaign, but if Alexander the Great was going so far to depict an image of one boy, it would do him well to be a wee bit cautious. Yet that was why he was having this shouting match with the idiot who seemed more relaxed about the snake's presence than anything in the first place. For the time being, why not relax a bit, boy? Let's not soil this place with blood. Apart from being hard to get out of the walls, you wouldn't want it to be the Gramps and Grannies, wouldn't you? The warning was clear. And while he was in agreement to not involve the Mackenzies, he was still too wary of the young men who continued to smile politely as he saw Inasiza on the floor. His wariness stayed even when Iskandar slapped him on the back so hard he almost fell forward. Come now. He obviously didn't come here to fight. Or he wouldn't have bothered greeting the old folks on the way in. Nor would he have come without Avenger, yes. Turning to the boy, the servant asked. Where is the missy, by the way? A thumb was lazily thrown over his shoulder to the window. With a quick glance, both Ryder and Waver quickly found the servant in question. Standing just on the opposite side of the road across from the house, the red-headed woman glared daggers at them both with the calm of the sea just before a storm. She was clearly unhappy but seemed to restrain herself for the moment. The instant she noticed their gaze, however, her eyes briefly sparked with hellfire. Not metaphorically either. She then raised her index and middle fingers to set eyes before pointing at them. Touch him, and the entire home goes up in flames. The message was clear, the threat very much on display just for them. Even when his own servant was there to hum in amusement, Waver couldn't help gulping nervously. Her master on the other hand merely chuckled where he sat. As your highness has said, I did not come here with the intent to pick a fight. Well, not at the moment at least. Then. Waver tried to recompose himself as the boy had remained so. Why did you come? I stand before you as a messenger and negotiator. Ho ho. Ryder sounded intrigued. And what, pray do tell, would you wish to negotiate about? It wouldn't be yours and Avenger's unconditional surrender, perhaps. Ahaha. I'm afraid not, King Iskandar. I'm actually here to provide information and offer a deal. Then let's not waste time on the pleasantries. Dropping down to sit with a thud, Iskandar stared the boy down like a king looking upon an envoy. Said envoy neither flinched nor wavered. Merely kept the polite smile on. Speak, young prince. What would be so important that you would voluntarily approach us at this time of day? Lelouch bowed slightly. I will start with the information. As you know, one of the enemies we all face in this war is an infamous assassin nicknamed the Magus Killer. Amiya. Kiritsugu. Waver muttered to himself. A bead of sweat drenched his brow to his cheek. Even an inexperienced one such as he knew about him. He, alongside many others, had heard rumors and stories about the mysterious boogeyman of the moonlit world. A spellcaster who was inferior to many of the apprentices of the Mages Association in terms of magecraft but still had a reputation that was far bloodier than many of the lords themselves. Some would say he struck fear in even the mighty because he wasn't one to shy away from blowing up a plane to take a target down. But that was all rumors, no. It's not like he actually blew up bombs in public spaces, catching a runaway Magus unawares. It's not like he used a terror threat to smoke out a Magi cult's workshop. That bit of blowing up a plane, that was definitely just made up, right? But Waver doubted they were false reports. The validity of hearsay and speculations aside, there was a reason those stories held ground even to this day. Word has it that if the association wanted someone gone for good, they called the Magus Killer. Of course, they'd never admit to using him as his methods were heretical and an antithesis of the way of the Magi, but he was an effective hunting dog. Merciless, efficient, deadly. If there was anyone that could make the most confident of mages feel a slight chill down their spine, it'd be the assassin who had no qualms with the method he used to slay a target, even if it caught others in the crossfire. A killer of killers. A truly born murderer. An assassin who survived longer than the actual assassin, Ryder sensed his master's anxiety and chose inquiry over letting Waver lose face. If I remember right, he serves the master of Saber, yes. The silver-haired homunculus woman from the castle. Correct, your highness. And what about him? Concerning himself as well as Saber and her master's whereabouts, I believe I have new information as to where they relocated after abandoning their castle. So they did retreat from that ruined fort. Ryder's expectations seem to have been met. Considering we've all at least been there once, I can't fault them for leaving behind a perfectly defensible fortress, ransacked as it may have been. So, you would divulge to us this information in order to sick us at their heels. Chapter 79, Chapter. Lelouch's lips slightly raised up when he saw the intrigue on the king's face. I wouldn't put it that way, my lord, but of course, the information won't be for free. It took Waver a good 2 seconds before he noticed Ryder giving him a side glance. Without words, they communicated through their link. The offer of their enemies' movements was tempting, especially more so when they long since established Waver's subpar skill in tracking their foes in real time. But they both knew that blind acceptance would put them at a disadvantage. We aren't trusting him, but we will hear him out, right? Yes. Ryder was quick to assert. We're entering the endgame. Including him and the girl, half of the total participants of the war remain. Prioritizing the most dangerous opponents comes first now. But I don't know who will be more troublesome to deal with. Saber, or Avenger? Correct. Honestly, I don't see this Magus killer as much of a threat to me personally, but to you. Ryder need not say. He was barely an honor student at his school's department, much less the prodigy that was his teacher. If push came to shove against such a foe, he'd have died the moment he met the men in an alleyway. But, regardless of who is our biggest bane, let's see what this boy wants first. Finishing their momentary mental discussion, Waver turned to his fellow master. Name your price for this information. Being too direct is also a fault, Waver Velvet. Lelouch seemed to advise but not in an arrogant way. Smiling, he started. I will not demand anything you cannot provide, but first, I should provide a short prelude. As you must have figured out by now, another servant has recently been defeated, bringing the remaining participants to just 4. Iskandar nodded. Goldie but the dust, did he? I take it Avenger and yourself were the ones who took him out. Ryder made it a point to clarify how disappointed he was that he couldn't face Archer. Even if the Babylonian king had been too self-centered, Waver understood his own servant respected the men somewhat. But to have beaten such a powerful servant, there was a catch to that. Both he and Ryder had figured as much before today. But you didn't come here to gloat about how you'd beaten him, have you? More so when you didn't do it alone. Correct, Lord Iskandar. While Avenger was the one who dealt the final blow, we owe our victory to the cooperation of Berserker and his master on this matter. Why you teamed up with Berserker? Waver asked, unable to hide the fear in his tone. No. We were a team. The boy shook his head. As we had agreed to take down our common foe and have done so, our truce ended at the death of Archer and the Master Tosaka. It is why I come here alone to seek you out, Master Waver Velvet and Lord Iskandar. Oh, now I see. Ryder's gaze sharpened as his posture straightened up. So that's your game. I guess I can't hide it from you, my lord. The boy then turned to face Waver. I offer this deal. Accept my gift that is the new location of Saber and her master's abode and challenge them as you see fit. In the meantime, Avenger and I will take care of Berserker and Matu Korea. Wait, what? Waver almost shouted. But, wasn't he your ally? Why would you? Calm yourself, boy. Ryder boomed with a straight face. This is a war. The enemy of my enemy is my ally so long as a mutual foe exists. And, with Archer out of the picture, it seems they've chosen us as their final foes for this. Ryder then turned to Lelouch with a slight yet guarded grin. I see that you're quite the ruthless pragmatist, young prince. Your words honor me, the boy bowed once more. But as your highness said, this is war. Avenger and I have opted to take care of Berserker as neither he nor his master would expect an attack. This leaves you to sort out your differences with the Lady King of Knights, does it not, King Iskandar? Once the dust has settled, Avenger and yourself will then be free to settle the last question between conquerors. That being, who between you deserves the title, Iskandar considered it. To eliminate other threats aside from them before they finally turn their blades against one another. An uninterrupted duel for the last bout for the Grail. But while Waver was the master, in all honesty, he couldn't decide if this was their best bet or a trap. All he could do was silently stare at the floor between them. Truth be told, they weren't so lucky in keeping tabs on the remaining servants ever since the fight with Castor. They'd barely catoned on to Gilgamesh's passing had Ryder not sensed something disappearing in the distance. Waver knew that it annoyed his servant how much fighting they were actually missing, but it's not like he had a choice when they could hardly confront the ones that constantly hid themselves. All this time, they had no eyes on Berserker or Saber due to the former disappearing soon after Castor's demise and the latter abandoning their former base. Now that they could find out where one of them was, this chance to take out Saber was a tempting offer. However, they still had questions. Before we come to any sort of agreement, I have to ask. How did you manage to find us? Waver tried to keep a neutral expression. Shocking as it was for their position to be compromised, he knew better than to let it show. Despite Lelouch Lampirouge not being a real magus in the sense of the word, Waver still should have expected there to be someone able to find them if it was this easy. On that note, how did you learn about Saber's location? On yours and Lord Iskandar's base, Lord Kenneth Archibald, Lancer's former master, had used hypnotic magecraft on the local police as a means to track you down. He then shared it with me during the course of our brief alliance. As for Lady Artorias and the Einsburns, it was Archer's master, Tosaka Tokiomi, who tried to trade it in exchange for his life. Is that all? Waver asked bluntly yet skeptically. It's all I have to share. Lelouch's poker face held. The polite smile was there for all to see, but now that the boy took a hard look at the alleged prince, he saw it more like a mask. A very polite yet daunting disguise that refused to show what was on his mind. It was unnerving, but at the very least, it didn't exude much condescension or arrogance. Quite the opposite of a certain professor who would smile upon him only when he found something to insult. It was then that the boy remembered a question he wanted to ask. You said alliance. If you were once allied with Professor Archibald, what happened to him after? The answer really wasn't important. It was more out of curiosity than concern for his former teacher. That he and Ryder already knew Lancer was dead didn't account for Kenneth's survival. But, knowing the prideful lord of the clock tower, Waver highly doubted the prick would take his defeat lying down. He knew that there were 3 bodies in the church. Using familiars to scour the place shortly after detecting the end of Avenger and Archer's battle, Waver was able to somewhat identify 2 of them belonging to the priest that was the master of Assassin and Tosaka. The third remained unidentified, mainly for having been scattered all over the place as if it was the epicenter of the explosion. Kenneth Archibald has fallen. Killed during the eve of our victory over Archer and Tosaka. The neutrality and indifference in the boy's tone was strong. And, pray to tell, who ended Lancer's poor excuse of a lord? Would it really matter? Lord Kenneth has died whilst his fiancée apparently fled Japan soon after. From where I stand, their camp has lost all value in this war. That is true. Ryder had inquired with a knowing smile. It seemed he too was just as aware as Waver as to the culprit. But with the point of discussion being pushed aside, demanding an explanation was meaningless. And it's not like Waver really cared about his teacher, to begin with. Ryder continued. Still, you of all people must realize that we can't take your word at face value. Even if the information you offer is true, can't have us making a deal without being skeptical even a little bit. That's understandable, my lord Iskandar. So, Lelouch, Iskandar's tone changed from casual one to commanding one he used as king at his time. Let's stop beating around the bush and just get right to it. Tell me, young prince, what makes you so sure that I won't just strike you down here and now? Even if you do have a trap in store for it, I bet I can still stand a better chance against the Missy after cutting off Avenger's mana source. Now that I think about it, even without your help, the matter of Saber and Berserker will be solved on its own since they seem to have their own issues. It is the final stage of the war. So, why should I keep you alive? Waver balked. He'd rarely seen Ryder act out like this. At the moment, he then remembered that his lazybones of a shut-in servant was also still the king of Macedonia, the great conqueror who once took over almost the entirety of the known Grecian world. Even as his master, Waver was still fazed by Iskandar's intimidating aura. However, Avenger's master hardly flinched. He continued to wear a cold yet peaceful mask. To start, I should inform you of the fact that, if you do so, Avenger will burn down this little house and all who live in it. Next, she would raise the entire surrounding area with the same power she used to turn Castor's monster to cinders. Waver's blood chilled at the callousness of the declaration. Ryder maintained his stare as the boy continued. While your highness has a good chance to easily escape, anyone else won't be so lucky. With no arbiters in the war remaining, there would be no penalty for us to not go so far. It may even catch your master in the flames of my servant's fury. You make it sound like such a loss would hurt us, the giant stated but didn't hide the thundering of his voice. Oh, but it would. The boy smiled in the face of the heroic spirit. In any case, my servant can simply submit a report that your master was the cause of the destruction. Being labeled a terrorist will more than hamper any movements you may think to use. Not much of a problem. I can outrun and defeat any who would try to hunt him down. Magi or otherwise. Well, I wonder for how long you can keep it up. More so when the association catches wind of the news. Leveling a glare at Waver, the older boy flinched. Hiding from the police and government is one thing. But I question how long you can escape your own kind, even should this war end in your victory. The boy had them there. He wouldn't escape. Waver knew that as fact. Forget being a fugitive, if the association believed the false report, no, if they could just pin the blame on him, he'd be a dead man. No one escaped a sealing designation, especially if the crime committed was too atrocious to consider anything but a magus gone berserk or overboard. While his classmates and family could attest to his innocence simply by revealing his meager capabilities as a magus, the magic community still had laws. The top brass of the association would still need to do something in order not to lose face. And, with the Tosaka head gone and the church serving as the war's referees dead, they might as well override anyone else's opinion and take matters into their own hands. If the boy was implying all that, then certainly, Waver would be defeated even the moment he and Ryder won this war. But setting aside threats neither of us wants to deal with, there's the matter of Berserker, Lord Iskandar. As if his earlier implications hadn't been enough bad news already, Lelouch continued. Unlike yourself and Saber, Avenger is better suited to face him for we already know his real identity. The same cannot be said of your highness who stands a better chance picking off Saber with hit-and-run tactics. Mobility is already your strong suit, but it may not hold up against Berserker who can very well steal whatever noble phantasm you can call upon. Ryder stayed silent. It seems the points the boy made were very good ones. If Lelouch and his servant truly knew Berserker's identity, then leaving the Mad Knight to them would be the best option. Iskandar did have a bone to pick with Saber, and yes, they could still run circles around her if their lives depended on it. However, Lelouch hadn't finished. And besides, were there not two conquerors that had a question for the other? Would it not be best to allow yourself and my Avenger to duke it out and put said question to the test? Hey, cheeky little. Ryder grinned sourly, getting the message. And what would you ask of us in return? He sounded like it was already a done deal. Waver tried to interject. Oh oi. Ryder. As I said, my lord, but Lelouch was faster. I merely came to give you a little, you could call it a distraction if you'd like. If a certain someone were to engage Saber in a fight, we would find it easier to take care of Berserker. And once each respective opponent is defeated, there will be none to stand in the way of the conquerors deciding between themselves who deserves the title of king. Does this fit to your liking, your highness, King Iskandar the Great? Invoking his title in such a manner was akin to a challenge. One Waver knew his boastful of a servant was raring to answer. Sparing the hulking giant a glance, and he was certain Iskandar was going to accept. However, contrary to Waver's expectations, the king turned to him with the question. What do you think, boy? Waver paused. You're asking me. Who else would I be asking, boy? You're the master in our relationship. Own up to it. Iskandar's thoughts were conveyed with a small smile at the corner of his rugged face. Come on, kid. What should we do? But Waver stayed silent, both in thoughts and aloud. He was a little amazed. For someone like Iskandar to entrust the final say to him, it was a bit unexpected. More so when he was the incompetent one in their relationship. And that's including the fact that the big lug was often lazing about. Compared to the other master said before him, who was Waver Velvet but the tag-along that couldn't do much in the way of leading their pair to victory. Don't let what the prince does bother you. The booming thoughts invaded his mind. All that was missing was a slap to his back. Seeing Ryder grin with his eyes, he wordlessly pressed. You are you, boy. Decide things at your own pace. As for me, I shall follow your lead, master. Waver signed. He didn't even notice how a small smile formed on his face as he directed his attention to the patient prince. We'll take your offer. The prince smiled, but Waver continued. However, I have to ask for a little more than their location. What do you know of the Magus killer? Honestly, very little apart from his reputation. Lelouch grimaced slightly as if it was an honest expression yet continued. Aside from where their base is situated, I do not know his methods of attack or defense. I know he may use traps as he had done so when he ran circles around Lord Archibald, but then again, your professor wasn't all too kind to share his disgraceful encounter. That was understandable. If most of Lelouch's information came from his short contact with Kenneth, then there really wasn't anything Waver could glean from the boy. More so when he was but a normal person before the war started. That's if he was just a normal person before all this started. But Waver wouldn't delve into the specifics until it became a problem. What of the Einsburns master? If she's a homunculus, do you know anything about their capabilities, power, and how they support Saber? Apart from the basic mana pool to keep her here, no. Those are things I have no knowledge of and scouting was too risky to attempt. One of the reasons I turned to you too was because of Ryder's speciality. Turning to the servant, the boy added. Your chariot and speed will do better to bulldoze or evade any human traps they may have laid. At the same time, none can rival you in a chase. Of course. Accepting the compliment with gusto, the giant didn't seem to take offense to the prince nonchalantly labeling him a battering ram of sorts. Even still, Waver didn't let it bother him. I wouldn't worry too much about the traps apart from Saber herself. I highly doubt she'd rely on such ploys, to begin with. Naive girl that she is. Iskandar gave a hearty chuckle before nodding his head. All right. If that's all, then we can conclude this stifling negotiation. Ha. No more questions here. Waver sighed. Then I have nothing more to add. Lelouch bowed. I thank you for the time you allowed me. Now. Enough of that, young prince. While I may be a king, dealing with stuff like this is best left to those who can stand it. I'm better suited for the actual conquest than negotiating a compromise. Iskandar waved the politeness away with a thunderous laugh before offering a console controller. By the way, care to continue our game? It would be a waste to not do so after seeing a glimpse of your skill in control and planning. A vein popped on a young man's temple. Readir. Dahahaha. Iskandar took Waver snapping as his cue to make fun of the boy again. Ah, it seems my master is determined to be a killjoy just when I'm having fun. You need to learn to relax, boy. Just like Lelouch here. Sadly, I can understand his woes, my lord. That the boy took his side didn't register with Waver until he was about 10 seconds into beating his tiny fists against the giant's muscled shoulder. Lelouch's grin to him was still polite, but there was a hint of sympathy in it. Not everyone can step back and have as much fun as you, your highness. There are those like myself that wish to end the conflict as soon as possible. So you say, but you can't deny you were having a little fun playing game and not planning someone's death, can you? Ryder smirked as he waved the controller in front of his face as if to tempt the prince. True, I did have a little fun. As if pondering the possibility, Lelouch smirked back. Okay. It is time for you to leave. Waver started yelling before either of them got any more ideas, or the gall to act on those ideas. Give us the address and be on your way. We'll pay Saber a visit then deal with you later. Oh my, it seems I've touched a nerve. The prince didn't lose his smile even as he was nearly shoved out the door. Waver's attempts at composure lost to his patience giving out. It seems, no matter the person, he was definitely unfit for dealing with royalty. Chapter 80, Chapter. Once Lelouch had left the house, Waver and Ryder continued to spy on them from the second-floor window. Out of caution, they watched as the master waved at his servant. They were simply making sure the redhead wouldn't start a fight. However, what they didn't expect was for the woman to suddenly launch herself at the boy the moment Lelouch got close. Immediately taking his right hand and refusing to release it, she glared death at them from afar whilst the pair walked away. Even from this distance, Avenger looked far more like a clingy lover than the fearsome warrior she made herself out to be. On the other hand, the princely master acted like a caring boyfriend who seamlessly coddled the young woman snugly nestling herself against him. Ho ho. She's quite the keeper. Nice catch, kid. Iskandar mumbled with a cheery smile. What does that mean? You'll understand when you grow up, boy. Waver doubted he wanted to understand. This giant of a man was selfish and reckless, boisterous beyond belief already. A pushy existence that was already far from understandable. If Waver was then asked to try and understand something similar, except this time it was a domineering woman, he'd nope the fuck out. Stop slouching, master. BAM, spacing out with your posture like that won't help you get any taller. The loud voice was accompanied by yet another slap to the back that Waver recovered from almost immediately. Meeting Ryder's excited gaze, the servant then said. Now, are we going after Saber or not? Wait, now. But of course. I don't need to tell you how much I don't trust Lelouch. But if we were to verify his claims, it would be better to fly there immediately and see if he lied to us than wait too long. We won't attack Saber at her new base, obviously, but scoping out the vicinity of her territory will be to our advantage. All the while as Ryder said this, he'd shoddily packed away his games and console before he changed into his armor. So, are we going or not? Or do you prefer we cower here while they take all the fun? Waver blinked twice before narrowing his eyes. He knew what the man was doing. Despite relying on him to make the final decision, he was still goading Waver on. To make a decision that aligned with his wants. It was playing dirty especially when Waver was still doubting himself, but he nevertheless raised his hand and slapped the giant in the chest. Of course, we're going. Even if he's just using us, better we blow away his expectations before they backstab us. That's the spirit, my boy. Amiya residence. The air was so thick with tension, one could cut it with a knife. Or so did the young woman take it as she continued her short walk about the new place in her slim-fit, black and grey suit. Arturia Pendragon, or as her servant class denoted her, the servant of the sword, Saber, felt a wave of concern as she reassessed once more the current state of the Grail War. Gilgamesh has fallen. His killer, unknown. A worrying thought considering she didn't doubt the King of Heroes' capability as a servant. Flamboyant and arrogant as the men had been, there was still considerable power that he had yet revealed. Between Ryder, Berserker, and Avenger, there's no doubt that at least two of them are behind it. The question remained then. Who made an alliance and which was the odd one out? Whichever it is, must we continue to hide away as they whittle each other down? Saber had her doubts, but despite voicing them out and persisting that they rejoin the battle, she was ignored. At least, by her master, she was left to stand by, wasting the war away as a guard for their new abode. Of all the paths to choose, why cowardice? She doubted Kiritsugu even more now. At first, not only did he depict himself as a cold and tactical person, but he also displayed his hesitance to act and willingness to stand and watch as the other participants killed each other off. Only, that at least didn't apply to reconnaissance and subterfuge. The most non-chivalrous of methods. Using familiars to merely investigate the scene, he found the corpses in the church and quickly identified Archer's master, Tosaka Tokiomi, as well as assassins, Kotomine Kirai. He also managed to quickly identify the third body. Although it should have taken a while to figure out who the shattered carcass belonged to, since Kiritsugu himself had the fiancée of this person, it didn't take that long. Saber couldn't help but grit her teeth as she remembered the night Mia returned with a said woman in tow. Kidnapped and unconscious, she was their prisoner and had been interrogated for a time as to get them a leg up whilst they hid away, like a band of criminals. This isn't an honorable fight. The kidnapping of fair ladies was something that shouldn't ever come to mind to a knight. But with a master such as Kiritsugu, Arturia was only able to celebrate the fact that he had yet to kill this woman. She was safe. But how long will things stay that way for, I wonder? Saber approached the little shed that Irisveal used as a workshop. The rundown building was small and cramped, but the Lady Homunculus managed to make it a bit more homely, even for a decrepit storage building. But the fact that her foe master, Irisveal von Einsburn, was feeling unwell lately had Saber more than a little concerned. Not only did the lady in question try to hide it, but her husband was also making any excuses he could to avoid seeing her recently. It already bothered Saber a lot that they were having some sort of issues recently. They'd always been close before the whole war started. But for the fact that the false human was actually happy with this arrangement, Arturia couldn't understand it. Their relationship, their issues, maybe she didn't really understand either her master or his wife, but she at least knew that the husband should be the one to support his spouse even while they were fixated on the war. It was just that much of common sense for the King of Knights. Then again, am I one to talk? The irony wasn't lost on the former King of Britain. More so when her queen wasn't the happiest woman in the realm. Not by a long shot. I'm entering. Announcing herself, Saber entered the shed to see 4 magi already inside. That is, if Kiritsugu and Mia can be called as such. Artoria's eyes quickly fell on Irisveal who, despite trying not to let it show, was still weak because of unexplained reasons. Said silver-haired woman gave her a weak smile whilst sitting on a chair. Next to her, Mia continued to remain vigilant while Kiritsugu behaved like his wife wasn't even in the same room. Before him was the fourth and only Magus who didn't want to be here. Sola Ui Nuadari Sophiari, kidnapped on the eve of her escape and brought here by Mia just the day before. The black-haired woman had questioned her while Kiritsugu was away from the house. However, the method was anything but kind to the fearful noblewoman. She had bruises and cuts on her skin. She sported a cut to her lip and tears had dried on her cheeks. They were clear proof that Mia was not above more brutal torturing. It was something the King of Knights couldn't approve of but had no say in when her master demanded she only keep watch for the estate and nothing else. Even though Arturia understood the need for it, she didn't like where things had ended up. Her master had been tracking down Kenneth, Lancer's master and the tortured woman's former betrothed, for some time now. And, after hearing of his alliance with a certain boy, Saber couldn't help but want to know more, brutal approach aside. Lelouch Lampy Rouge, the boy from her homeland and supposed prince of the current royal family. He was a mystery as he participated in the war without much in the way of magecraft talent or even a selfish wish like all the other masters. And yet Saber had a deep-seated interest in the boy. Arturia didn't understand why, but she felt something within her whenever she saw the young lad. Was it because he was from Britain? Can't be, else she'd sense the same from Kenneth Archibald, Sola Ui, or Waver Velvet. It was only seeing Lelouch Lampy Rouge that she'd get the sensation. There was something odd about him. Something strange and off-putting. But Saber couldn't tell what she felt. It mattered little in the current situation but subconsciously persisted, nonetheless. Splash. Are you awake now, Lady Sophiari? Kiritsugu suddenly splashed the contents of a bottle over the woman tied to her seat. The magic formation beneath her glowed, preventing any magecraft she attempted to call upon defensively. But as soon as she was conscious and aware of her surroundings, and her situation, the poor woman nearly shrieked as she recognized the men before her. Why you? Her voice, barely audible as a croak, died when he interjected. You're. Let's cut to the chase so it'll be easier for all of us. I apologize for how roughly my assistant has treated you since last night, he motioned to Mia. However, I'm in a rush for answers. Answers I need now. Whatever you want. Sola Ui definitely wasn't the bravest soul. Nor was she the most graceful under pressure as she immediately broke down into tears. Then again, Mia's rough handling must have left an impression on her. I'll give you anything. Just, please. Let me leave. Please. I have nothing to do with this war anymore. I. Then, answer me with only the facts. Kiritsugu's tone remained as cold as ice. His expression remained unmoved by the begging. Do so, and we'll let you off quicker. The dried tear streaks were dampened once more. The threat of more torture had her singing like a songbird. Lady Soleui told them everything. Or anything that would convince her captor she was worth keeping alive. For the next few minutes, she talked. The moment she and her fiancé arrived in Japan. The relationship between Lancers and Riders Masters. Even the events that led to the beginning and end of their alliance with Avenger and her master. She went into great detail about how she, as well as her former betrothed, completely underestimated their once ally and that it was he who approached her, convincing her to abandon Kenneth and exit from the war entirely. Chapter 81, Chapter. You mean to tell me, it was the boy's idea to take out Tokiomi and his servant? Suspicious was the only word to describe Kiritsugu's tone. Are you saying he was capable enough to fool a lord as well as one of the most cunning magi in Japan? It's the truth, she begged for them to believe her. He's the one who formulated the whole thing. He even convinced Kenneth to use that worm-infested creep, Matukaria, instead of just stealing Berserker from him for that end alone. He used Berserker to take out Archer alongside Avenger, said Kiritsugu as he tried to reconfirm their findings. Then he played your fiancé into getting blown up alongside Kotomine Kirai and Tosaka Tokiomi. Yes. It sounded surreal. That a boy as young as he would be able to manipulate men far more powerful than himself was unsettling, especially for the servant who believed him to be a descendant of her bloodline. To think, there would be a day a Pendragon would go down such a path. Saber kept her silence but balled her fist. Then again, I'm not one to speak, am I? A repeat of irony. She couldn't criticize the boy for his ruthlessness the same way she couldn't criticize someone for mishandling their marriage. She was just the same as either of them. A damning similarity to both her summoner and successor alike. What else do you know about Berserker's master, Matukaria? Kiritsugu pressed the weeping woman. Despite not holding a gun to her head, she might as well have been staring down the barrel as she kept her eyes on his hollow black orbs. That man won't last. And neither will his servant. She mumbled through her fear before swallowing. His capability as a magus is shoddy at best, practically useless at worst. He's only able to manage because of the insect familiars he has inside him. They provide enough mana for Berserker, but because they use his flesh and blood for replenishment, he'd have expired in less than a day or two. In order to make proper use of Berserker, the boy had me make suppressants and painkillers keep the familiars at bay, but... When she bit her tongue, unable to give a precise measurement, Mia kicked one of the legs of her seat as a threat. All the while asking, how long does he have? It was a limited supply. A week or two at most. But... She paused once more to catch her breath. Given that I can only suppress them if he calls upon Berserker for too long, the worm's survival instincts will kick in and continue to eat at him again. At worst, he has a couple of days, maybe less. Magi using such cruel devices on themselves in their quest for power was despicable. It was bad enough that their servant equivalent was willing to use children as sacrifices. However, Kiritsugu's next few words were enough to cause Arturia to bite her own tongue. Then, Lelouch Lampirouge need only press Berserker's master to attack either us or Rider before his tool expires. Yes. That's likely his plan. He had me plant Kenneth's bomb as soon as he suspected betrayal. Lady Soleiui's confession brought new light to the boy. Saver couldn't say it was very bright. It was enlightening, but nothing positive seemed to come of this. For her own flesh and blood to be so, callous with using human lives for his own goals, it was a dreadful realization. Using his own all like this, just to betray him in the end. I didn't think he was capable. Or maybe she did and just didn't want to see it that way. Compared to the many young men and knights of her time, there were hundreds if not thousands that believed in the chivalrous ways she championed. But upon eyeing her real master, she faltered into equivocating the similarity. No. Lelouch cannot be the same as Kiritsugu. He just can't. To think she'd be related to someone who would see things like her master, it was abhorrent. Then again, Morgan existed, did she not? Still, what of his servant? What does Avenger see in him that she would willingly march alongside that boy? Saber's thoughts on the Japanese servant weren't kind. She wasn't someone who could be called a chivalrous heroic spirit. Then again, that person was lacking in heroism entirely. She could only be an antagonist if Saber were to judge. The best comparison of a person she had of Avenger was Mordred at her worst. But when the traitorous knight still had an honor that followed the chivalry code to some extent, the image that red-headed Demonis painted of herself was far more petty and bloody than the night of betrayal. Unlike Mordred, who instigated civil war for the sake of the crown, Avenger looked to be the type to slaughter merely because her foes had been a thorn in her side for too long. Snapping out of her contemplation, Saber continued to watch from the sidelines as Kiritsuga moved on to getting Ryder's location out of the woman. And you're certain of Waver Velvet's location? Why, yes. Sola nodded furiously. I sent a familiar and scouted the area. Kenneth's student and his servant were there. I swear. Very well. Kiritsugu's black coattail swirled with him as he made for the door. I'll assert your claims. Until then you will stay here. But I was telling the truth. Wait, please. Lady Sola, I have a few questions for you. Fearing this may be her only chance at conversation, Saber tried to speak to their captive. Her master glanced at her but only sighed with indifference. He neither cared nor bothered with her so long as she didn't get in their way of victory, but this time, she wanted to know something. Wait. You. However, the instant she made her presence known to the woman, all the fear and dread in Sola Ui's expression was replaced by hate. Her words were spat out with a heavy dose of venom. You're that Saber. You were the one who killed D'Armuid. You're the one who killed my D'Armuid. Saber paused at the sudden change in tone. It was only when Iris Veal broke the silence that her attention snapped back to reality. Is she under some sort of spell? A mere glance alone would have anyone thinking that. For someone who was so scared for her own life earlier, she was certainly far less fearful now that she glared at Saber. The hate in her eyes were reminiscent of those families who despised seeing the killer of their beloved. It was a nostalgic feeling for a former king such as her. Lady Sola Ui, please. Calm yourself. You must already be aware that D'Armuid Ua Dubni's curse has charmed you into infatuation. Your feelings for him aren't real. They're real to me, she screamed, surprising everyone, even eliciting a glare over the shoulder from her deadpan master's gaze. As they watched, the tortured woman started to speak with a passion they hadn't seen from her before. What do you know, you bitch? All my life, I was told what to do by my family. Forced to study what I didn't like. Forced to marry a man I didn't care about. Forced to be an obedient doll all for their sake. And when I finally tasted what real love feels like, what real freedom felt like, it just had to be taken away by you. If Glares could curse, Saber would have been long dead 100 times over. You took my darling away from me. You killed him. I just wanted to be free. To be happy abandoning this war for him. Even if it meant Kenneth was killed, I didn't give a damn. He deserved it even before he got Lancer killed. But he was your betrothed. I did not love that bastard. Her screech would have likely been heard by the neighbors had there not been a bounded field in place. Do you know what it's like to spend your life in a marriage you didn't want to be part of? To be nothing but a political tool, a prize to show to others. There is no love. There is no freedom. Only despair. Despair I couldn't even throw aside because you had to kill him with your own hands. Arturia didn't say anything more. She knew. More than this tortured soul cared to realize, she knew what it was like to be married to a person who didn't have romantic feelings for you. Guinevere, her good friend, was just the same as Lady Sola Ui. A victim because of necessity. Another confidence needed to preserve her lie. Since King Arthur was believed to be a man, it was expected of her to marry and have a queen. Guinevere was the one who had to suffer this fate. And, despite it being out of her own choice, she suffered for it. Marriage without love, built on a lie she and Merlin had to bring to the grave. It shouldn't be surprising it all ended in tragedy. The same fate would have befallen Lady Sola Ui had she not met her Lancelot. Guinevere, like their raving captive, was just a woman who was denied her happiness and love. It was no surprise that she would eventually find someone who would be able to give her that love. But as Arturia's queen, attaining it was a whole other debacle in and of itself. She couldn't express her love to Lancelot. Not when both were pressured by their roles in her kingdom and had no choice but to meet in the shadows. People called it adultery and betrayal against the king's trust. But in truth, Artoria was ready to close her eyes on this. She was the king of Britain. The time for romance and such was forbidden to her, hence she'd allow this grievance if it would alleviate the burden she'd forced upon her wife. If only Mordred wasn't so keen on getting her throne. Saber could only sigh. I can understand her struggle, but it does not justify betraying her intended. The act of betrayal was one she was very much familiar with. More often than not, it was the very antithesis of her legend. But it seems her legacy seeped in it as well. Lelouch Lampy Rouge isn't better. He took advantage of Lady Sola Ui while she was hurt and vulnerable. Convincing her to act as a tool of his treachery, even if it was to prevent being betrayed, to begin with, Arturia couldn't help but let the bile fester in her mouth. More so when she considered the mindsets of all the other participants of the war apart from her false master and Ryder's own. Selfish magi, cowardly sneaks, a bona fide serial killer. What was there to expect but depravity and backstabbing? Not a single shred of decency. Not a smidgen of chivalry or honor. Do none of the humans today have any sense of principle? Of decency? Even Merlin was more reasonable compared to all of them. That she'd see the day her old teacher was the better of many in terms of decency, the old her would have scoffed at such folly. But cowed by the woman's words, and the heaviness behind them, she could do nothing except hold her tongue until they left her be. After all, who was she to speak ill of the sins of others when she herself had committed them just the same in her time? Chapter 82, Chapter. Saber and Iris Veal left Solui with Mir remaining by her side as a guard, or an executioner should she try anything funny. Kiritsugu had soon left to scout out Ryder's location with nary a word to her or his wife. Despite the man's quick turn to action, Saber couldn't help but doubt whether she should truly act in loyalty to him. She wouldn't put it past the men to make an attempt on Waver Velvet's life through unscrupulous methods while he was away. The boy Waver was perhaps the most innocent master compared to others, now that she thought about it. Arturia hoped beyond hope that Kiritsugu would spare the young man, but she highly doubted he'd even give her the time of day. "Are you all right, Saber?" The silver-haired lady's words were filled with genuine concern. "Are you unhappy with something?" "I should be the one to ask about your well-being, Iris Veal." Saber replied with a small smile, but that quickly turned into a frown when the crimson-eyed gaze of her homunculus keeper maintained her stare. "But yes. I won't deny that I'm a bit disappointed. Is it about that boy who claims to be your descendant?" She nodded slightly but refused to meet her gaze. Instead, emerald orbs looked up into the cloudy and open skies above. "My progeny is. I must admit, it had been a concern for me earlier when I first met him. I thought that by coming to cross blades with his servant, I might be denying him something he and his own deserved. But now." Her upturned gaze fell to the earth, as did her tone. "I can see that he shares an alarming amount of similarities to his foes and other magi in general. Perhaps. Since he was from my homeland, I had hoped he would have been closer to my ideal. Well, closer than Kiritsugu ever will be." She didn't notice the weakened woman bite her lip. "Saber, Kiritsugu only wants what is best for all of us. You keep saying that, yet I haven't seen anything that would prove." The knight forced her mouth shut. She'd quipped far too hard to someone not responsible for the ire. "Forgive me, Iris Veal. But please, take a look at yourself and tell me I'm wrong. You've seemingly grown weaker the past few days and it is only by your request that I did not pry. And yet, it seems your husband has seemingly chosen to not see to your needs. He just acts as if you aren't there. Why is that?" "It's complicated." Iris Veal broke the staring contest first. As though she wanted to keep things to herself, she didn't explain. Again. But Saber was losing her patience. "If he is your husband, shouldn't he show more support towards you? Why is it that you both continue with this silence and feign ignorance?" Iris Veal looked down. Nay, she looked away. As though there were things she couldn't tell Saber, she held her tongue. What could there be that she would choose silence over resolution? Saber didn't know. It's not as if there was some big secret Iris Veal had been hiding that would crush her very soul. Why must she look away? Why did she continue to smile, despite suffering so? The knight within Arturia wanted to pry, to help. But the king within also demanded she remain silent, to keep out of concerns that didn't matter to her. It was difficult. More so than facing a dragon for that problem, one need simply continue to hit it to solve it. But here, at this time, she wondered something. Is this what Lancelot felt when he tried to assist Guinevere? A damning thought to be reminded of those long gone. To be in the same helpless position as they were. But, nay. Saber would not fall into that same scenario as her most loyal knight and her dependable queen. The memory of those who took her secret to the grave and only betrayed her out of love did not deserve to be marred by her follies and concerns. It was after a long silence that she spoke once more. "I told you once before, didn't I? That Kiritsugu and I simply want to make this world a better place. And I find that a beautiful wish, no matter who desires it. But with each passing day, it becomes harder and harder to believe that it's what Kiritsugu wants. I have seen heroes who were forced to commit terrible deeds, but never have I met a person who would willingly throw themselves on the path to hell for the good of all. Kiritsugu is that sort of person. Once, she thought of villainy as a sin. That those who resorted to it embraced villainy in its entirety. She was but a naive squire back then. Many men would be forced to commit atrocities for the sake of their own. Battlefield after battlefield, she'd seen such bloodshed done for the sake of their homes, families, and people. But what she saw here was not that. It was just wanton murder for the sake of it. For why else would Amiya Kiritsugu turn to kill all who stand in his way if not for the sake of killing itself? The only solutions I have seen him use is murder and lies. Neither sparing the innocent nor showing mercy to the defeated. He was very much the same as those magi he wanted to beat in the race for the Holy Grail. Blood was cheap. And his indifference to murder was very much clear on that. So much so that Saber couldn't help but stare worriedly at the wife who stood by him all this time. If this is the approach he continues to take on his path to fix the world, then I'm worried if the designs he has for the Grail are even worth it. Nothing was worth the senseless sacrifices. Peace on earth bought with blood was the same as a sin of betrayal, staining that which is pure because one refused to take the hard-fought path. Escaping to the easiest road with greater casualties, it was despicable for a king who should have stood as the symbol of perfect victory. Of infallible righteousness. Even though she would sooner cast that mantle aside for someone who would do better in her stead. Saber, NGH. Huh, Iris. As soon as her foe master felt it, so too did Saber sense their arrival. The gust of wind tore through the bounded field from above and he made his presence known upon a chariot that flew faster than lightning. Our rider. So, they managed to find us. Iris Veal grunted as she crumpled to her knees. Motes of blue light shimmered to life about her as the magical battle regalia of King Arthur enveloped Saber's form. The holy sword enveloped by fey winds materialized in hand and was soon held towards the invader with Saber standing before her exhausted charge. This is bad. Even without muttering to herself, it was an established fact. Kiritsugu was already long gone, but with the Macedonian king and his master present here, they were very much at a disadvantage. If any fighting were to occur. Calm yourself, Saber. The giant of a man's voice bellowed from atop his chariot. I didn't come to destroy your new abode if that's what you're worried about. So you say, King of Conquerors, Saber's guard didn't drop. But as you have a bad habit of arriving uninvited, you'd have to pardon my alarm. As is deserved. But stay your blade, girl. I've not come to cause a mess in such a beautiful home. She didn't relent but deigned him to continue with a nod. He responded by nudging his master who threw a scroll over to her feet. Inching forward delicately, she managed to pick it up and pull the cord holding the scroll together. She expected a trap. She expected some sort of attack. What she did not expect was an entire meter-long parchment's worth of paper used as a notice of challenge with the said word, challenge, inscribed with perfect calligraphy down the entire length of the scroll. What joke is this? It is not a joke, it is a challenge. A traditional message conveyed before we cross swords with all our might, boomed the moronic king whose attempts at bravado and shamelessness fell flat when his young master cowered in the chariot, cheeks red with embarrassment. What? Don't tell me your circle of knights has never received more showy demands for a duel before. I have come demanding exactly that. A duel. One where we decide between ourselves who is most deserving of the title king. Or will you relent and surrender to me unconditionally, little girl? That struck Saber's nerves. Amongst the many issues she had since being summoned, she'd almost forgotten the words of this oath being the most blatant, insensitive, and insulting of them all. Almost. She respected his history, she respected his skill, but the one thing she wouldn't ever respect was kingship as a tyrant. Even if he was kind enough to note the location of their duel being a fair distance away from the residential area, she refused to accept this bumbling buffoon as anything remotely resembling a king. But, unlike most other participants in this war, he was not partnered with a master as twisted and vile as the rest. Even now, the young man peeking over at her from the safety of the chariot was as meek as a lamb and hardly eyed her with animosity. Just innocent wariness. Catching sight of Iris Veal, Saber noted the slight concern from the boy, but being who they were to one another, he couldn't act on it. Truly, a person undeserving of the slaughter her true master would befall him should Kiritsugu catch them both unawares. But what if they didn't have to meet? What if she ended Ryder and his master's involvement in the war right here and now? Knowing the threat the servant posed now that they were found out, she might as well deal with the problem before it was too late. In that same vein, she'd deal with it in her own way, through her own tried and trusted method of killing only those who would persist and sparing the innocent from senseless slaughter. Eyeing the scroll of challenge, she noted the painstaking detail Ryder and his master must have put into it. A farce for an ancient king to partake in, but she couldn't deny that Iskandar went about things as he saw it fit. In a way, this was his own sense of chivalry, was it not? To face her directly and defeat her outright before claiming victory. Saber sighed. Very well. I accept your challenge, despite the banalities of your means. You don't have to put it like that, do you? The braggart of a king chuckled with a grin. I hear this is how men of this era issue challenge to their sworn rivals. A vague reminiscence to times of old when countries declared war on one another, is it not? It may as well have been. But alone as she was, Saber couldn't account for someone going around her back. Yet, she couldn't help but ask directly. I take it you will not mean to stab me in the back during this, however. Of course. I have no need to play dirty when crushing your spirit in direct combat would suffice in my conquest. Do not forget, I acknowledge your strength as a knight, even if I spurn your right as the king. The insult had her subconsciously releasing mana through her weapon. For the briefest of moments, her blade lit up the place with radiant fey light before vanishing once more under the guise of invisible air. Ryder hadn't so much as flinched at the weak attempt of intimidation. I expect you to go all out, girl. Show me that you aren't all words and platitudes. Otherwise, feel free to forsake your people and kingdom, King of Knights. For I shall conquer and succeed all. HYA. Ryder's reins cracked with energy as the bulls dragging his chariot caught speed. Dust blew up as the ionized atmosphere overtook Saber's sense of smell. Just as sudden as he was to arrive, so too was his speed in fleeing. Such was the speed of the Rider class, leaving nothing but a bold entrance and similarly thunderous escape. Saber's fist balled up the letter of challenge pressed by her new foe. Saber. Don't, Irisveal struggled to get back up on her feet. Having already fallen too weak, the shattering of her bounded field once more weakened her further than she must have expected. She could only mumble as Saber nodded her way with a small smile. Wait here, Irisveal. Call Kiritsugu and inform him. I shall engage Ryder in the meantime. But you mustn't. Before Irisveal could finish, Saber was gone. Jumping into the air and out of the magical hole Ryder made on the perimeter's barrier, she landed near the entrance to the residence where a bike was parked. At her command, the engine revved once before she was speeding off, racing after Ryder's still visible flight path. Even if what she was doing was wrong, even if they would all reject her for the choices she made, she would stand by them. An idealistic king, she may have been, but there was nothing wrong in seeing through what one believed to be correct. If she could end this war with as small a number of casualties as she could, then she would. For it was her honor at stake. And Arturia Pendragon had her name, her kingdom, and her wish for a peaceful world to protect. Having left 3 women alone and unguarded by anything beyond a human assassin's capabilities, another servant watching in the distance smiled at the smooth execution of her darling's plan. Chapter 83, Chapter. Irisveal struggled to get to her feet. I have to stop her. This is a trap. A trap her husband's servant had fallen for, hook, line, and sinker. Bar the fact that Ryder did indeed pose a threat, he'd drawn Saber away far too easily. The young knight must have been thinking too hard on things, and Irisveal hesitates to reveal anything, but the truth may as well have pushed the girl into taking things on her own shoulders. It's my own fault. She couldn't do it. She couldn't break the girl's heart by telling Saber her wish wouldn't come to fruition. At the end of the day, Irisveal von Einsburn was like any other magus in this war, tricking their servants for a chance at false hope. Dangling the incentive of a wish before them despite knowing full well no servant will ever survive a successful Holy Grail ritual in the end. I'm sorry, Saber. But I can't let you know of this burden. For the sake of her wish, for the sake of the men who gave her a human heart, she couldn't mess this up. Even if her body crumbled to dust and took the form of the accursed chalice many sought after, she couldn't ruin Kiritsugu's chance at salvation. Madam, the only other person who shared her burden of secrecy, cried out from the entrance of the shed. Leaving Sola Ui's side would have been prudent, but that would have been only if the woman had the means to escape on her own. Mia's priority now lay with her, the grail vessel that looked like it was about to expire at any moment. Madam, can you stand? I can. Irisveal was hardly able to say it straight, but she did her best to remain composed. But, more importantly, we must inform Kiritsugu. Saber. Saber's in danger. Mia didn't even waste time responding. With a nod, she pulled out her handheld phone and was about to activate its speed dial. However, I wouldn't do that if I were you. Boom. The device was shot out of Mia's hand with such precision, the only wounds the woman assassin suffered were from the shards of the shattered plastic cutting the skin of her cheek and fingers. Both stared at the source of the gunshot as well as the voice. There, standing atop the high wall of the property, clad in her casual clothes, a redhead smiled down upon them with a feral grin. Irisveal held her breath, knowing now who had set Ryder up against them. Avenger. The one and only. My, here I thought Saber was more the diplomatic think before leaping sort, but it seems I'm not the only one who has a bone to pick with that brute. Best not waste the time that fool Ryder bought us. The servant sighed, looking a little disappointed. Honestly, that bastard should have just got it over and done with on the spot. Why invite her somewhere else? I guess I'll never understand. Spying them from her vantage point, the exasperated scowl turned menacingly entertained. Still, here we expected any number of traps or the like, but it seems we worried for nothing. Mia tried to buy time whilst hiding a hand behind her back. Irisveal spotted the gun on her belt and tried to wordlessly warn against putting up a struggle. However, her exhaustion didn't allow for much except leaning against her last guardian helplessly. Why, my master and myself, of course. But you need not worry about it. Avenger leapt up from the wall and swiftly landed not a few meters before them. Her smile remained, deservedly, as her aura alone enforced a clear sign of superiority over them at the moment. Now, Milady Einsburn. I need you to come with me. There is something my master needs to discuss with you. Madam, on my signal, I need you to run. Irisveal didn't even have time to acknowledge the suggestion when, after being pushed aside, towards the gates of the premises, Mia tried to distract the servant. Pulling out a gun and combat knife could be considered a futile idea against a foe that could appear behind you at a moment's notice. But even now, Irisveal knew how little Hizomia cared for her own life. If it was for the sake of Kiritsugu's victory, she too would throw her life away at the drop of a hat. If she could buy time via her death, it would be worth it. But sadly, such selfless and reckless struggle meant little to a heroic spirit. You have the right instincts, woman. But the wrong body. Avenger didn't even draw a weapon. She didn't bother pulling out her blade or summoning a musket. All she did was suddenly appear before Mia, catch her by the forearm arm, mid-knife charge, then tossed her to the side with enough force to collapse the shed wall. Maybe you can try me again, once you're a heroic spirit, that is. Mia. Irisveal's cries fell on deaf ears. Her husband's longtime assistant lay unmoving as the rubble dropped around her. She still breathed, but the force of the impact must have rattled her skull in more ways than one. Mia, Guh. Ha, all this struggle when you can't even handle me. Guess you should have kept a tighter leash on your attack dog. Irisveal would have screamed out her name again but was immediately silenced when Avenger punched her in the gut. Fallen unconscious, she was tossed over Avenger's shoulders like a sack of potatoes. Okay, that's one job down. Let her go. Something caught Avenger's eye as it stirred from the side. Crumbling remnants of the shed's walls shifted as a hand attempted to pull itself out of the pile. Oh wow. You actually survived that one. I thought a normal human would die with that much strength alone. Despite knowing how many of her bones were broken, Mia was still determined and aiming her gun at her overwhelmingly powerful foe's face. Bang. Haha, nope. Avenger casually tilted her head to avoid a bullet that would do little apart from scratch her makeup. But she'd rather not be scared before meeting her master, hence her avoiding it. Not a bad aim, mercenary. Given time, you could have been something more. Avenger approached her even as the woman emptied the magazine at her head. All shots missed, barely even scratching her hair, but as she struggled to reload her weapon, a thought came to her charge's kidnapper. Hey, if you care so much about this Einsburn, does it mean he cares for you just as much? Enough to want to protect you as well. Nga. Mia neither understood nor comprehended the words. Even at her lowest, the most she could do was draw the hidden blade in her working wrist and stab it into Avenger's shoe. It didn't do anything to the healed boot, however. But Avenger was kind enough to crush her wrist underfoot. Gawa. That's a nice scream, Avenger remarked. I wonder how your scary assassin pet will react seeing his partner and employer both screaming like that. You wouldn't. Oh, but I would. It's my master's orders, after all. A flick to her forehead had Hizomia's final thoughts swirling into unconsciousness. The thought of her becoming a hostage alongside the madam, even if she knew full well and accepted that Kiritsugu wouldn't waste time saving a tool like her, the fact that she'd now become a burden was all that accompanied the tears streaking down with the blood from her forehead. And now we have two. I hope Lelouch likes the bonus souvenir. Avenger giggled to herself before pausing to stare into the hole in the shed wall. Era. Now, this is surprising, she commented as she eyed a tied-up Sola UI. You're the one Kenneth wanted to protect so badly, yes. Sola something, right? Honestly, she sounded like she could care less what the woman's name was. But said a woman in question looked both terrified and excited to see her. Avenger. Please save me. That bastard the Magus killer captured me and forced me to tell him everything. I can be useful to you and Lampy Rouge. Please, help. You told them everything, you say. The amused smile on Avenger's face froze. Her eyes sharpened with a small flicker of fire. How disappointing. Well, whatever. Where is this Magus killer right now? I don't know. I swear, I don't. The look on her face very much said she was clueless. She definitely was, having not noticed Avenger's frown overtaking the amusement. But, please. Get me out of this. I know I said I'd leave after we ended our alliance, but if you let me go, I can. Nah. Sola UI just about squeaked as Avenger picked up Hizomia's unconscious and injured form and swung it over her other shoulder. What, did you, I said, nah. You're a liability now, Solar Lady. And my darling has no need of another burden at this stage of the war. Don't you agree? But. I helped you. I helped both of you to kill my bastard fiancé. And you have our eternal gratitude for that. Avenger turned away with nary a glance to the helpless prisoner. If it makes you sleep easier, we'll make sure neither yours nor Lancer's deaths will be in vain. Catch you in hell. Eh? What? What does that? The woman's cries hitched when 24 rifles shimmered into existence above Avenger's head. Without even looking, merely snapping her fingers like she was lighting a cigarette, all weapons opened fire, getting rid of the liability to her darling's scheme. As screams of terror were crushed under the weight of a crumbling building, Oda Nobunaga left the Amiya residence with 2 hostages in tow. It was on to the next phase of the plan. Chapter 84, Chapter Miyama Town. A flash of silver sped through the busy highway. Left, right, crossing over to the opposing lane to avoid a red light stop, only to leap over a luxury sports car with ease as she drifted back into her lane. Saber didn't have the same aptitudes as Ryder in his class, but no one could call it inferior with how she displayed such skill in avoiding inconveniencing the normal folk whilst keeping up with her opponent in the sky. Merely forcing as much mana as she had into the magically enhanced engine had her revving up to speeds most modern racers could only dream of attaining. Damn, she's fast. Iskandar the Great could only whistle, impressed. And here I thought I'd be the champion of the mount. Just where in the world did she get such a steed? Bucephalus would be green with envy. Is that really what you should be saying right now? Even high in the sky, near a kilometer away from their antagonized opponent, Waver Velvet couldn't help but scream in a panic. So expressive was the lad that Saber was able to somewhat make out the complaints he was voicing to his oaf of a servant. Their chase continued. Oddly enough, despite stating they would fight in a place far out and remote so that outsiders wouldn't get caught in a crossfire, Saber wondered why Ryder chose to lead her through the city and not off to sea. He certainly had the advantage, having the ability to fly, but if Iskandar the Great already knew she was King Arthur, he should have known about her blessings of the Lady of the Lake and the ability to walk on water. Nowhere could be farther from prying eyes unless they were to leave the cityscape itself and go into the mountains. Which was where they were heading now that she thought about it. Speeding past suburbia and out onto the empty highway that curved alongside the mountain, Saber confirmed that this would do well enough. However, Ryder still kept going. Something was off. And, being short on time to play cat and mouse games, Arturia decided on the next turn that enough was enough. An empty 18-wheeler with a car ramp halfway down entered her periphery. She pumped the gas far harder than any machine would ever be able to take, launching her into a high-speed wheelie. It only took an instant to go from playing tricks on the ground to soaring into the sky as she vaulted her bike up and over. Landing would be a pain later, more so for the enhanced, yet stressed machine, but that mattered little now. More so when Saber came eye to eye with Waver Velvet, who reeled back with surprise. Ah. Ryder. Oh shit. The momentary surprise was the opening she needed. Drawing her invisible blade, a wide swing to the fore of their ride was all it took to cripple their mobility. One of the divine bulls that pulled the giant chariot nursed a slash wound in its flank, torn to shredded ribbons by the tempest that still enveloped her holy sword. It was then fended off by a spatha swung her way. However, Saber's task was done. Damn. We're going down, boy. Hang on. Upon landing on the ground, Saber came to a bouncing, somewhat screeching stop as she managed to drive her bike to a crawl. From below, she watched as Iskandar and his master came to a crash landing in the distance shortly ahead of her. He eyed his left bull. The poor animal was bleeding but still alive. But with its only mode of propulsion injured, the servant of the steed had to dismount and face her on the ground. What in the blazes did the poor animal do to you that you had to hurt it so, Saber? He glanced woefully yet smiling at her. You could have tried to strike at me or the boy. At the very least, that can be fixed easily. His master looked offended. Hey. How did you find our hideout? Is it really important when we've come here to duke it out? Something's definitely off. Saber dismounted. Her regalia was on full display, a silver gleam against the light of her motorbike. Getting about as close as they could talk comfortably but not yet reach one another with their blades, she demanded. Answer me, Ryder. Iskandar waved it away. Some bird whispered it to us. Nothing more you need to know. I came here to fight, not talk. What of you, little girl? Saying so whilst flicking his fingers at her in a challenging way, Arturia readied herself, sword in hand. Ryder, on the other hand, smiled wide when he saw her take a stance. With a quick whistle, his chariot and bulls vanished into golden dust as he swung his spatha down. Lightning struck the concrete next to him, revealing a black steed far more impressive than any Saber had seen in life. With his chariot out of commission, King Iskandar's man-eating horse, Bucephalus, had joined the fray. With a quick glance over his shoulder, Ryder made to warn the boy that fell flat on the road when the chariot vanished. Boy, you may want to sit this one out. And no way. As you said, only a master who can ride with you is worthy to command you. I'm not waiting behind. Waver said proudly, putting as much bravado as he could. Also, how do I know you're not just going to leave me behind to walk back to town, stupid? Gahahaha. Ryder's laughter roared. Well said, master. Then, let us show Saber how a real king fights. As if to give a parting insult, he turns and demands of her in turn. Say, Saber. Do you still desire to change your own legend? To forsake that which is the foundation of your very existence? I told you once enough already, King of Conquerors. Artoria clenched her hand around Excalibur's hilt. I will do whatever it takes to undo my mistakes and save my people. Even if it means erasing myself. Now. Enough with the small talk. Time to finish this farce. Still a stubborn little girl. Iskandar shook his head with disappointment. Very well. I shall end your pitiful existence, for that is all you can see it as. Golden light bathed the dusk-dim mountain highway as Saber unrelated invisible air. Glinting in all its glory, the holy blade of her legend was revealed in full. Now was the time to unleash her power. No more will she hold anything back against this foe. The conqueror drew his spatha, the short sword reflected a fraction of her sword's divine rays. But despite the power radiating off of Saber, Ryder didn't falter. Instead, he smiled. Finally, she's getting serious. Have you a firm grip, master? I do, the boy stuttered but held on regardless. Then, Ryder, Iskandar the Great, whipped his great steed's reins. Charge! Alalalalalalalalalalala. Ayawawag. With a battle cry that came accompanied by a frantic, but brave, scream, the mounted pair sped towards the lone knight. A headlong assault, devoid of trickery and malice. A pure and honest attack. Such was the ideal method of conflict she longed for. Not the kind Magi pulled where schemes and tricks took center stage. Not the type where the innocent had little meaning apart from cannon fodder or hostages. A simple and clean fight where only the strong may claim victory. Saber closed her eyes in prayer. Golden light gathered around her. She who had been blessed by the Fae stood her ground and raised her blade to the sky. Streams of invisible energy gathered into her weapon, flooding it, overflowing through. What had been a brilliant sword that exuded divine light became something more. The sword of promised victory sang a beautiful song that both warriors and not could enjoy. An ancient melody of harmony amidst the chaos, of a flower that bloomed only in the battlefield, of a million dreams that took the form of a single wish. A hopeful air took wind, caressing the beautiful knight's hair as her power spilled forth. Her dress billowed against the soft breeze, her armor clinked lightly, the whole world fell silent as she readied her most powerful attack. Arturia Pendragon opened her eyes. Emerald orbs sought out and locked onto her foe. As soon as Iskandar's met hers, his eyes widened with acknowledgement of what was to come. It was one thing to behold the attack from afar. It was another entirety to receive it. For what could be called the most devastating blow imaginable, the receiver couldn't only call it the light at the end of a dark tunnel. A bridge to the afterlife. A road to the forgotten dream that was Avalon. Its name was Excalibur. The ensuing blast tore trees from the earth, turned concrete into dust, and would have erased the living in its path. The end result was just that, minus the last bit. As soon as her holy blade's light vanished into golden fairy dust, the calm returned to the peaceful mountainside highway. Apart from the freshly cleaved mountain and road, however, there was not a single sign of battle. No remains nor dead bodies. Ryder and his master were gone. Vanished without a trace. A worrying fact, considering she'd come here with the sole purpose of defeating the only Ryder while sparing his master, but as she didn't feel his existence vanish like she did Archer and Lancer, she could only hope the young master lived. That's not to say she wasn't disappointed to fail to beat the oaf, but what could she do under the circumstances? For all she knew, he may still have more tools left up his sleeve. What? However, just as she was about to scout the area to make certain of her victory, Arturia felt something. The sensation wasn't definite. It was akin to a gut feeling. However, she always knew to trust her gut when the situation demanded it. This was one of those times. The only question that remained was, who's in trouble? It couldn't be her master, for Kiritsugu wouldn't risk revealing himself if he could help it. Apart from that, he would have used a command seal if it were so dire a plot. But instead, she felt differently. Saber stilled as she prayed against a fate that it wasn't who she thought was in trouble. Dispelling her attire back into the suit, she withdrew her blade and got back onto the bike. Barely a movement wasted as she swung the vehicle around and sped off into the breaking dawn. Her thoughts on her silver-haired mistress. Ha. Ha ha. Ah ha 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 ha. From up above, amongst the surviving trees of the calamitous blow that was Excalibur and far away from any servant's eyes, a giant hung with one arm as a teary-eyed boy clung to his belt. Guess my luck A+ is good for something. Good luck, my ass. Why the hell did you go for a blind charge into that? Waver Velvet cried whilst kicking his servant in the shin with his dangling own. He stopped as soon as his shoe slipped off and he bent a toe against the rock-hard muscles. Ack. Ha. A sigh and bruised toe later, he added. What now? Do we go back home? Nay. Let's stay a little bit more until Saber is far enough. Even if we were lucky to avoid it once, that sword beam of hers is truly incredible. Despite fear overtaking his features the instant the attack was fired their way, Ryder couldn't help the impressed smile on his face. For her to have something that can take down a fortress, the legend of King Arthur really is no joke. I want to have her in my army even more. I get that, I really do. Grumbled the boy. But how do you plan for us to get back now that she took out both your chariot and horse? Air. The giant scratched the bottom of his chin with his free hand. I don't suppose you have the stamina to march. Don't tell me that's all you have as a mode of transport. Aren't you the servant of the steed? The giant said nothing. To which the boy responded by screaming his name. But despite their poor situation, at least they had their lives. Chapter 85, Chapter. Amiya Residence. Upon her return to the home that now sported a collapsed shed, Saber knew she'd come too late. Speeding her bike and hopping off of it to see the ruins, she had to compose herself upon seeing the blood splattered all over. No, no, no. Don't bother. Neither of them is here. Kiritsugu said as he sat on the main home's porch nearby. Her true master kept the usual frown, but this time, he was burning through a cigarette with a huff. A look down and she spotted a burnt out but of his first, meaning he'd been here but waiting alone for some time already. That he wasn't berating her on sight was a surprise to the servant of the sword. Then, whose blood is all this, she asked. Our guest, Lady Soleui. It seems the poor woman couldn't escape the war no matter how hard she tried. Seems whoever came in decided to get rid of her soon after taking them. I came back as soon as I felt the perimeter alarm I set up triggered. Only, I find this mess, a shattered boundary field, and you are absent from the premises. He leveled a blank, yet accusing, stare her way. What happened, Saber? Arturia would have been reluctant to share, but considering this was partly her fault, she relented and spoke of Ryder's sudden appearance, her accepting his challenge, and the attempt to take him out which resulted in her victory by default. Victory? You call this a victory? His tone was low, like it was holding back the anger apart from the urge to cough venom. You left them alone the moment an enemy servant demanded a one-on-one. Did you not stop to consider it might have been a trick or distraction aimed at you, Saber? Apart from the veiled animosity, his voice ran thick with disappointment. As if he was talking to a child. She stared at him. It was the king of conquerors. Despite his braggart nature, he isn't the type to plan something like this. Even a barbarian like he has the modicum to not involve regular folk. And it is with that naivety that you are blind to our other enemies, he snapped back with a momentary rage. Tossing his half-burned cigarette to the ground and crushing it with his heel, Kiritsugu approached the ruins of the shed. You may be right about Ryder's character, but you fail to remember that it is not just the king of conquerors who are our foes. Your focus on him has blindsided you of your descendant and his own servant, Avenger. Lelouch. Saber felt offended despite having expected Kiritsugu to pin the blame on someone. It still didn't help that she felt a bit defensive of her progeny. How would you even be sure it was he and not Berserker's Moss? Matu Korea has neither the capabilities to go up against a normal human, much less a weakened magus, interrupted the suit-clad assassin. Even if he sent his servant on the errand, Berserker neither has the rationality nor self-control to minimize damages, much less kidnap their enemies unharmed. Falling to his knees, Kiritsugu studied the shattered remains of an electronic device. One of Mia's communicators, he explained. Destroyed by a bullet shot. The same with the shed. It's riddled with holes that can only be made by a matchlock volley. Avenger's signature weapon. Saber couldn't respond to that. If the evidence was that damning, then she had no choice but to accept it as such. But, to think her blood would resort to kidnapping Iris Veal. The boy's clever. He made sure to leave no evidence behind. Nor did he leave witnesses. Kiritsugu might have sounded impressed if he wasn't sporting a frustrated glare at the remains of their base. I should have taken him out when I had the chance. Saber would have snapped back, but she didn't. Mia being absent meant she was either dead or taken as well. The crushed remains of their captive, once Lelouch's ally, meant he also chose to remove her before she could talk any further. What more could she do to defend someone whose deeds were as clear-cut as the blood on the broken building? Arturia could only sigh as she turned to her master. What do we do now? Search the city. We can't leave Iri in his hands. I don't know if he's aware of it, but she's too valuable to. Kiritsugu stopped when he felt something vibrate in his pocket. In a swift motion, he quickly pulled out his phone and narrowed his eyes when he saw who was calling. Mia's spare phone number. Saber looked hopeful, but the sharp look Kiritsugu was giving his phone snipped that hope in the bud. What's wrong? He didn't respond to her. Instead, he just accepted the buzzing of the patient caller and waited. Stepping closer, Saber heard neither her master nor the caller spoke until Kiritsugu broke the silence first. Lelouch Lampy Rouge, I take it. Hello. You must be Amiya Kiritsugu, the Magus killer I've been hearing so much about. The boy's familiar polite voice said. I've been wanting to speak with you for some time now. It's a pleasure to meet you. Where is my employer? Kiritsugu, still keeping up his ruse as a hired mercenary, demanded calmly. And why is it that you still seek her? I won't get my payment if she's dead, now can I? Would you secede from the war if I offer to pay you in her stead, tenfold, no less? That Kiritsugu didn't reply must have been a telling enough answer for the boy as Saber heard a light chuckle on his end. Don't worry. I have no intention of hurting the only person who can lead me to the Lesser Grail. Lelouch likely didn't see it, but Saber did. The moment it was mentioned, Kiritsugu's stone-faced expression flickered to shock and silence. So surprised was he that the boy could somehow tell without anything being said. Oh ho. I take it your silence is due to being aware of it as well. My, how interesting. A mere mercenary assassin is aware of the intricacies of war only its master participants should be aware of. It makes one wonder just how much an outsider like yourself knows. What do you want? Saber had never heard Kiritsugu sound so beaten before. The man looked just about to snap. And he did when the boy continued to play the silent game. Answer me, kid. Oh come now, Master Amiya. I know you take pride in your professional title, but let's not kill the fun so soon into the game. You think this war is a game? Is that it? What else can you call the Holy Grail war if not just a big deadly game? I mean, it's full of farces, lies, deceit that is even played against one closest of allies. But despite it all, it's still a bit entertaining so long as one watches from the sidelines, is it not? Being dragged into becoming a participant, I'm just here, trying to make the most of it. Wouldn't one prefer to enjoy their life to the fullest? The moment Kiritsugu heard it, his expression froze. Memories of the deranged child killer flashed through his mind as the caller continued. And let's not forget, this is a fight between legendary figures. Heroes from across space and time. One cannot fathom just how much of a game-like scenario the old families designed such a ritual. Cut to the chase, Lelouch Lampi Rouge. The boy sighed from the other side of the call. No love for dramatics, I see. Very well, I want a duel. Between Avenger and Saber. Meet us in the community center building of Shinto tonight. Of course, no funny business like involving the police or attempting to form a truce with the other surviving servants. Not unless you want Lady Einsburn to die fruitlessly. See you there, Magus Killer. With a quick beep, the call ended. And, as his arm lazily fell to his side, Kiritsugu marched towards the exit of the estate. Where are you going? Saber asked, but he didn't look or even speak to her. He just continued to walk like a dead man heading to the gallows. Despite everything being her fault, the fact that he just ignored her rubbed her off the wrong way. She attempted a second time. Oi. Kiritsugu. I'm getting my equipment. Your successor is acting like this is a game and is playing with fire. In that case, I will make sure he gets burned for it. But, this is obviously a trap. She tried to reason with him once she realized he was seeing red. The fact that he was gunning for Lelouch was the least of her concerns, it was the fact that he was willingly going along with it without much in the way of explanation. Ryder being a trap didn't seem to stop you, did it? The comment had her reeling, but she kept her childish retort back long enough for him to add. We will play along until we're close enough to either free IRI or kill Lelouch Lampi Rouge. I'll be acting on my own as per usual while you distract Avenger. But, Kiritsugu, because you allowed this to happen in the first place, ensure she will not be able to help her master, he snapped, this time with a little more venom. I will take care of the mess you made as well as your long-lost problem child. With that, he vanished out the gate. The hum of a car engine fading in the distance told Saber she was now alone in the half-destroyed backyard of their once-new base. The girl in a suit couldn't help but sigh as she held her face in one of her gloved palms. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Stamping the ground hard enough to dig a mini crater, she sighed once more as she lifted her gaze to the red sky. The King of Nights narrowed her eyes when she was met with the rising sun on the horizon, bathing the day in a bright orange red. How the hell did things get like this? From one depressing mess to a whole fuck-up, Saber wondered how she was supposed to save her allies and friend if her actual master was this adamant in refusing to cooperate with her. But, knowing not why he continued to hate her and knowing very much that she would never get a proper answer, Saber did the only thing she could do. She prepared herself for the upcoming fight. She drained a lot to use Excalibur once today. Considering their foe's identity, apart from her former kingdom's heir, was still unknown, she needed to be fully charged in case she needed to let off more than one blast. However, the fact of the matter remained. She would be going at this alone. While it wouldn't have been a problem at the beginning of the war, it became a bit harder considering that the one person she could always speak with now had their life on the line. And while she didn't understand Kiritsugu's refusal to work alongside her in rescuing his wife, she did understand that it was still her fault. Please be safe, Iris Veal. She prayed as she entered the cold and lonely house to rest. The night only felt a small breeze in response. The silence was damning, a result of her poor choice of action. I will save you. On my honor, I shall return you to your husband, even if he does not expect me to. Author's note. Hi everyone. Hope you enjoyed this chapter and be prepared. We are entering the endgame. Now, I know that Lelouch and Arturia aren't related by blood in any way, but I will explain it later. Please wait a little bit. Also, I hope everyone who rolled for the latest Lost Belt King got him. I skipped the banner because our favorite Avenger is coming soon and I managed to save 666 SQ for her, laughing face. Special thanks to Reeves the Reader as usual. Chapter 86, Chapter Fuyuki City. The first thing that Iris Veal felt when she woke up was the coldness of the floor. She tried getting up, but pain partnered with her already weakened state hindered any attempts to move at all. With the war in its final stages and many servants having already been defeated and subsumed by the Grail, the vessel known as Iris Veal von Einsburn was feeling it the most. Her homunculus form, an unstable mess due to its inhuman design, could barely carry herself anymore after being drained excessively. More so now that her functions non-essential to survival were shutting down in place of the Grail booting up. Where am I? But despite the exhaustion, despite the strain, she instantly felt the need to assess her situation. A dying false human she may be, her magical programming and a small semblance of a human heart demanded she questions her circumstances. The last thing she remembered was being attacked by Avenger, the servant who shouldn't have been ever summoned at all. Striking when Saber was away, they were powerless to resist their captor. Although knowing this, Iris Veal still had no means to contact Kiritsugu. A quick pass through her pockets and she knew she'd been stripped of all her personal items apart from the clothes on her back. The homunculus also knew she couldn't use her magecraft to signal where she was. She didn't have the strength to utilize her circuits with movement alone causing her great pain. Aside from simple limb movements, she couldn't do anything. No. That doesn't matter. She gritted her teeth in defiance. I need to find a way to contact Kiritsugu and Saber. She forced herself to sit or, at the very least, lean against the nearest wall. But before she could try standing, a familiar voice broke the silence. I see that you're finally awake. Iris Veal's gaze flew towards the speaker and felt a small chill run down her spine. For a moment, she thought she saw someone else staring her down. But as her vision cleared and adjusted to the darkness, there, barely 3 meters away, a seemingly innocent raven-haired boy stood by. The young man's face was barely visible from the shadow of his locks, but she recognized the supposed Prince of Britain all the same. Lelouch Lampirouge then turned to give her a graceful bow, but all she saw was her kidnapper being polite for the sake of it. I'm sorry that you have to endure such conditions, Lady Einsburn. However, as my enemy in this war, this is as far as I can extend my hospitality. Forgive the insult that is my servant's rough treatment. Iris Veal bit her lip. Even with that pleasant smile, knowing what he was capable of, she had her guard up. Where am I? Shinto, at the top floor of the newly built community center building, he said so casually, not even bothering to hide it. Worry not. I've already seen to secure the entire structure. At this moment, there is only us. So, although it is a bit rude to not even offer some tea or snacks, how about we chat for a bit to pass the time? Iris Veal's gaze narrowed. Aware that she was no simple boy, she began thinking of ways to delay or stall him. Judging by the light in the sky, there had already been a considerable passing of time. With that in mind, no doubt Saber and Kiritsugu were already out looking for her. If that was the case, then all she needed to do was bide her time until they did and managed to take out this young yet cunning master. And, even if she failed at delaying, there was still a plus side to her predicament. So long as he thinks I'm Saber's master, Kiritsugu will manage. She knew he would. Though a false soul was she, Iris Veal's heart knew better than to doubt the men she loved. She was confident her husband would eke out a victory here no matter what. Not one for talking, are you? Iris Veal held her breath when she was suddenly tossed to the floor. Air escaped her with a gasp as the impact rocked her insides hard. Turning with all her effort to see the new speaker, she held her tongue when the cold metal of a katana was held against her throat. Crimson eyes met even more fiery crimson gems as a red-headed woman stared the silver-headed one down. If you plan to buy time for a certain mercenary to save you, you're too naive, Einsburn homunculus. Avenger, materializing before her to push the flat edge of a blade further against her pale skin, wordlessly threatening to slit her neck. However. Avenger, come now. That's no way to treat a guest. One knowing look from her master had the eagerly grinning woman backing down. Avenger clicked her tongue in slight disappointment but dematerialized a moment later. She then appeared behind the boy to snuggle against his neck. The boy reacted by simply running his fingers through her locks whilst smiling apologetically. Apologies for that. However, among our foes, you and yours have been let's say a particular interest of ours for quite some time. Interest. Irisville noted the glare. Avenger shot her way over the boy's shoulder. Killing you right now would be far too easy, added the servant as she embraced her master from behind. But the easy way out isn't something you deserve, Einsburn. Magi like yourself disgust me. The venom was genuine. Although, Irisville wasn't sure what to make of it. Avenger hardly paid her any mind the last time they met. She tried keeping calm as she stated, I did nothing to you or your master. For what reason do you bear such hate? Bullshit. You and the other founding families had the audacity to bait us, servants, with a chance of a wish. The homunculus trademarked crimson eyes widened in surprise, but the servant woman spewed a small fire as she failed to contain her anger. And yet, you plan to use them as sacrifices instead for your sham of an impossible ritual. If that's not an offense to me or my master, then what is? Irisville froze. The question of, how did they know, was stuck in the back of her throat. But the boy was obliged to explain the unasked. After defeating a certain Matuzokan, I had the chance to peruse an ancient collection of old journals. Though it may have been rude to dig into such personal belongings, I had the permission of the current head and now the true head of their household. How it shocked me to find the information stored there. He was feigning surprise at this point, going for a dramatic wave of his hands and raising his voice slightly. But Irisville sensed the condescension in his smile. Your family, as well as those of the Makiri and Tosaka, has quite the history, Lady Einsburn. A very dark and damning story of the invention of the Holy Grail war that was advertised as a way of achieving one's dream, only for all of it to be a farce of the highest order, designed to lure heroic spirits in as a resource to power your ritual. Truly, had I not read through the diaries of a centuries-old vampire, I wouldn't have believed a thing. And, she almost couldn't maintain her cool. What of it? Why did you choose to explain all this? Damned if she didn't, damned if she did, she opted to ask. Considering how much he already knew, she had to know what he would do with what he was already aware of. Lying at this point might just get her killed. And if that happened, Kiritsugu will lose his only chance at attaining his dream. With a poker face polished into perfection by the Einsburn's greatest sage and golem, she demanded to know whilst trying not to let anything slip. For what reason do you bring all this to my attention, Lelouch Lampy Rouge? The Lesser Grail. Her heartbeat fluctuated. Won't mind sharing what you know of it with us, Lady Einsburn. She said nothing. All she had running through her thoughts were attempts to escape this situation without explaining anything further. It was bad. Really, really, really bad. No one outside of the three founding families was supposed to learn about the true Heaven's Feel ritual. And yet, the Eighth Master and their impossible servant, a pair that appeared out of nowhere and brought chaos to this war, did know. It was just not possible. Unless. If you know about the Lesser Grail, then you must certainly know how it works. How the entire Grail war functions as a process. Process, my ass, which bitch. This entire war is a sham. A play for fools who know not that they are the finale to the comedic act. Or should it be a tragedy dressed like one? That explained Avenger's anger that was laced with bile. She continued to hiss, restrained from actually attacking only by the boy's hand on her own as it rested on his shoulder. This isn't a war. War is killing your enemies, conquering the land, and forcing your rule on others. War is assassinating, killing rulers and their heirs. War is conflicts resolved through death and destruction, of towns, of peoples, of nations as a whole. That is war. Your falsehood is nothing but a load of bullshit created by scummy magi bastards who don't have the balls to sacrifice their own lives for the sake of an ideal, honorable or not. No, you're wrong. He. Kiritsugu wasn't like that. He wasn't. To hell with your opinion of my wrongful views. Finally snapping, Avenger vanished for a second before reappearing not a few inches away from Irisville's face. Your family had no shame to call upon us warriors and conquerors of the past, promising to make our greatest wishes a reality. You all lied and used us as feed for a fucking cup. Answer me, you puppet pretending to be human. Avenger roared as she raised her by the collar. The silver-haired woman let out a yelp of pain, but in the face of a servant, she was nothing but a helpless rag doll. She was merely a tool far too easily broken. Where is the Lesser Grail? Speak now and I promise to turn you into a pile of ashes without going through eternal suffering. Ag. Nga, she hung on dearly for life as murderous red pierced through her teary own. The fact that the threat hardly promised survival didn't even register in her mind. Not when her heart was already resolved to continue on, even if it meant death. I won't tell you anything, NGH. Never. Though the servant would snap her neck as easily as a twig in this case, she wasn't going to betray her beloved. Just as he would wish her to abandon him if it was for the sake of that dream, that beautiful, honest wish, she would allow herself to be killed if it meant protecting it just a little longer. Just kill me. Kill me, and be done with it. You won't learn anything from me, Ngah. Her voice hitched as her vocal cords felt about to snap. She was beginning to black out. Just a minute, nay, 10 seconds of her neck being squeezed between Avenger's index and thumb would end her like a bug. But Avenger. That's enough. Chapter 87, Chapter. Irisveal fell to the ground. Instinctively gasping for air, it took her a second to collect herself and another to realize who spoke. Staring at the boy master as she hacked at her nearly collapsed airways, she spied him restraining Avenger with a hug from behind, only this time, Avenger didn't so much as look her way. Like a glance at her would render her master's order moot. Instead, the boy spoke for them both as she turned away from Irisveal. Sorry for the rough treatment. But then again, you must already have been aware how servants would react upon learning the truth. That she did. But for him to be able to calm Avenger despite it, it planted doubts in her homunculus brain that his wish was an ordinary one. Speaking of which, how does your saber, my ancestor Arturia Pendragon, feel about this? The prodding question didn't get a response. But silence again was response enough as the boy devilishly smiled. It was as if he expected it. My. Of all the servants, she has probably the boldest wish to ask of the Grail. I wonder, how would my dear ancestor react should she learn of her master's lie? To be betrayed by her allies once more after resolving herself on a path to prevent the first betrayal from ever occurring. Well, never had I pitied King Arthur so much before now. Again, Irisveal said nothing. She didn't dare raise her head either. She could feel his eyes burning holes, daring her to speak. However, he was right. Saber. Arturia was her newest and probably the last friend she would ever have in this life. And yet, Irisveal didn't want to think about how she and others had to betray her. The King of Knights was always fighting for their sake as well as the sake of her own, but, on a scale where one country was being weighed against all of humanity, how could that girl's wish compare to his? The only thing they could offer the girl was a false promise, a dreamy lie that would end with the world's prosperity. The cruel thought was something not quite new to Irisveal who'd grown up wanting to fulfill her husband's dream, but still. Yet, it's not like she wasn't already prepared to earn the girl king's ire. She couldn't stop now. Not when they were this close. Sorry, Arturia. I wish there was a different way. But if it means creating a gentle world for Ilia. She could already imagine it now. The face of the young woman, broken and shattered upon hearing the truth. It was disheartening. And though she'd never had a mental link with Saber in the first place, having grown so close to her since she was first summoned, she could already feel the curses that the servant would hurl her way. Spew at her husband and their selfish dream. A false master regretting lying to a servant not their own, it shouldn't have been possible for her, an artificial human, to feel so. But she did. Maybe she could have acted indifferently and told her everything, maybe, had she stayed emotionless, a husk of a person and a mere failure as a human, she could have absent-mindedly exposed the truth of it all. But Irisveal had grown a heart. In the span of being made, falling in love, getting married, having a child, she'd turned into something more than a homunculus and about as human as anyone could become on their own. She understood that, whatever she did now or before, it wouldn't change the fact that she'd shatter the last of Saber's will to fight. All for the sake of something she believed was far greater. She couldn't ask for forgiveness. Not when they still needed the holy sword wielder's power to win. Her entire role in this war was to be a bait for other masters, nothing more. Regret or not, lies or not, she had resolved herself to do this job. But, from what she understood, neither Lelouch nor his servant had picked up on this truth. So long as I can play this role, this is enough for me. Shedding her last apologetic tears for Saber, she steeled herself. Can't even admit the truth to your own servant. Avenger muttered with disdain and a pitying smile. Deny it as you'd like, but your ilk are nothing but pitiful excuses as lords. Naive as she may be, that brat king is still a retainer who devoted her services to you. But then again, she might see this as me doing her a favor if I just singe you a little. The air suddenly sparked. The stench of sulfur and brimstone wafted about even though there were no active volcanoes or large bonfires around. Avenger's glare sparked a literal flame and very nearly caught the fringes of Irisveal's hair. But not before the woman's master quickly pulled her into an embrace. One where her face was forcefully buried into his chest. What did I say about losing your cool? He muttered softly for only his servant to hear. But in the silence of the dissipating flames, the weakened homunculus didn't need to try harder to hear it all. No burning our prisoners. Not yet at least, my dear. Surprisingly, Avenger didn't argue. No. She pouted. I know, but I just want to burn something so badly. Can I at least just maim her legs? Or just singe a bit of her hair? Please. That she asked with such a childish tone made her appear more bored than she was vengeful at being tricked earlier. With her back turned to the prisoner, the surreal expression of the demon flame-clad servant couldn't be seen. But the tone she was using had Irisville in slight disbelief. No means no, Avenger. Hostages are more valuable, pristine, and healthy than half-dead. Just wait for a little bit and you'll have your fill of actual combat, okay? Only because you're asking me. Be glad your face is really cute, otherwise, this entire city would have been a wasteland by now. Yes, yes. The boy patted her head like one would a pet. And I am quite lucky to have such a patient and understanding partner. When Avenger looked to the side, clicking her tongue, Irisville spotted it. The tinge in her cheeks, the soft side glances she shot her master, it was all clear to Irisville. And despite being their prisoner, she was able to learn something new about her husband's foes. What does this mean? It wasn't unreasonable for a servant and master to share deeper feelings for one another. Though it never happened for her family in the past as they always used homunculi, there was already circumstantial evidence with Lancer and his master's former betrothed. But it also explained another thing. So that's why she hasn't killed him yet. The Avenger servant had fallen for her master and, even after the reveal of the truth of the war, neither had broken away from one another. But then that begged a question. What does the boy get out of this? Avenger's wish was already rendered impossible since the Grail required she die as well, but what did Lelouch Lampirouge stand to gain from continuing this war? If he were to win, he'd still have to sacrifice his, but what if that wasn't the case? What if he wasn't after the Grail? What if he doesn't want to win it, instead he... Irisville's eyes widened in realization. But as her stare absent-mindedly flitted to the pair who weren't doing this to win the war, Avenger, who noticed her intense gaze, smiled like a tease. Era. What's wrong, Einsburn homunculus? Never seen acts of intimacy between two lovers before. Does your artificial brain not compute what we have on display? Or do you perhaps? Avenger drew her master closer, much to his and Irisville's surprise, whilst seemingly tickling his ear with her words. Maybe she has a thing for watching. Wah. Ha. Oh. Did I guess right? What a perverted little creation you are. Not even human, but programmed with even more disgusting human tendencies. The allegation caught her off guard. Never had she been teased in such a way that her internal musings were momentarily drawn to a pause. It didn't help when the boy decided to ride along his servant's jape. Come now, my dear. A lady shouldn't tease others on their preferences. Lelouch Lampirouge met Irisville's eyes in passing before shrugging to himself. Even if the Lady Einsburn were to have such tastes, we shouldn't judge. No matter her relations with her own servant, or say, her ever-worried mercenary assassins, such talk is beneath us. A polite disengage the words may have been, the condescending look he gave her certainly wasn't. He may have only followed along to entertain his servant who continued to cuddle with him, but with how calculated he'd been wording himself since they met, Irisville wasn't certain if it was true or not. He knew well about her relationships with Saber and her husband. That look that seemed to go through her, the eyes that shouldn't belong to a boy who wasn't even invited to this war naturally, the chills running down Irisville's spine didn't let up. Wait. Assassins. It was only then that she realized he used the plurality to refer to her associates. What did you do to her? To Mia. Her eyes snapped wide, ignoring the servant's pitiful stare in jest. Where is she? What did you do to my companion? Mia. I see. So that's her name. Nodding to himself, Lelouch Lampirouge smiled. Thank you for informing me. She'd been a bit difficult, so we didn't even know her name until now. If that meant she resisted, knowing Kiritsugu's protégé, she was as stubborn and tight-lipped as her husband when it came to work. Being so loyal to him, only rivaling Irisville's own devotion to the men, his Omi would never talk, even if it meant she'd break. Irisville bit her lip. What did you do to her? Not much. Understand that we had to be a little rough, considering she was far more combative than you during capture. The boy's shrug wasn't all that reassuring. Rest assured, Lady Einsburn. We aren't that careless in handling captives. Especially those already injured beyond incapacitation. Your little mercenary still lives and will continue to be for the next, pulling out a watch, he paused. Give or take, the next hour. Which means Mia is in danger. A part of whatever plan he'd set in motion. Irisville mustered all the strength she had left and spoke with a low voice. Don't you dare to harm my friends. Kill me if you need to, but spare her. I won't mind doing it for you. But only if you would disclose the location of the Lesser Grail. Her silence was his answer. It was the only answer she could give. I thought so. But if it makes you feel better, I respect your resolve and conviction to stay silent. I will thank you in advance for behaving until the Magus Killer and the King of Knights arrive here. Irisville paled even more than usual. Kiritsugu. Calling him by his first name, I see. She held her tongue, but the damage was done. The boy looked eager as he smiled down at her. So there is something more to your relationship. Here I thought it was just a little jest to rile you up, but that explains his reaction to my call. Call. So, he contacted, but that meant a trap. A trap wherein she and his apprentice were the bait. And no doubt, Kiritsugu was already on his way if the boy was this confident about it all. Whether or not the boy was aware that her husband would only do so because Irisveal herself was the Grail, he was still pulling their strings accordingly. That meant they were knowingly walking right into it. And Lelouch Lampirouge was confident he could take them all on. The boy was no fool. Even as a homunculus, she was aware of her husband's reputation. No way this child wouldn't be after masterfully manipulating all his other foes who were far more superior in magecraft and power. But for him to be this calm, he was either arrogant or prepared. Irisveal doubted he was the former no matter how much his demeanor suggested. Isn't that nice? Avenger suddenly chimed with a haughty smile. A murderer assassin and his perverted little sex doll are going to be in one place. Only then can I ensure you both suffer for the bullshit you dragged my master and myself into. The insults didn't get to her. It was when the red-headed servant leaned down and picked her up by the chin, forcing their similarly crimson eyes to meet once more. Gone was the sarcasm. Gone were the jokes. All that she saw in the red pools was the thirst for blood. For revenge. A trait associated strongly with the Avenger class. Since you care so much about them, I will make sure you live long enough to watch them burn in hell. Your companion. Your servant. Your little lover. They will all suffer and you get to watch until I have you begging to be killed and spared the show. She didn't need to spit into Irisveal's face to get the point across, but she did. Consider this my payback for trying to trick me into becoming your accursed cup swine. Avenger, Lelouch Lampirouge was already halfway out the door as he called out to his servant. Come. We have to prepare for our guests. Coming, darling. The servant of vengeance said with a sickly sweet and soft voice that belied the devil hiding under her mask. Hugging her partner's arm as she ran into him, she spared Irisveal one last smirking glance before closing the door. Multiple locks clicked shut. But though they would be easy pickings for any competent magi, Irisveal didn't move. Attempts at escape would only threaten Mia. Attempts at ending her life wouldn't help Kiritsugu either. The helpless homunculus didn't, nay, couldn't try anything even after she was left in an empty room with barely any guards or locks holding her down. NGH. Something within her stirred. Pain coursed through her body as her circuit sizzled and hummed with power. The Grail was waking. Her instincts as a homunculus informed her that, whatever time she had left, it would be short. Meaning the zenith of the war, it was night. And her time as Irisveal von Einsburn was at an end. Ah. She sighed in resignation. So I won't even get to see you, in the end. A lone tear streaked down her cheek. The mere idea of saying goodbye to her love had never come up. Not that she never thought about it but for the fact that she didn't want to see her husband make that face should she try. He'd cried enough. As his wife, it wouldn't add more to his already heavy burden. But despite the acceptance, despite both of them being resigned, having known this day would come, I wanted to be a little selfish still. She wanted to hold his face in her hands once more. She wanted to carry Ilya, kiss her daughter goodnight, one last time. Alas, it was not to be. For the device implanted within her, the same one Lelouch Lampirouge sought after, thrummed awake. Please be safe. All she could do was lean back against the wall and pray. Pray that her beloved and friends could find respite after this storm. Please, be safe, no matter what. Kiritsugu. Ilya. If only there was anyone who could grant the Grail vessel her own wish. Chapter 88, Chapter. Shinto Community Center, Central Security Room. Lelouch stared at the monitors from his seat. One of them showed the room they recently left. The one that housed their most important prisoner. Irisveal von Einsburn hugged her knees as she leaned against the wall, complying as their prisoner even though she could very easily attempt an escape against security cameras that worked with modern technology. Magic was very versatile when it came to application, but considering the fear and threat Avenger imposed on her, it seems she wouldn't even dare to try. A bit meeker than I expected. For an artificial human, she acts less like an empty doll and more. Lelouch didn't know how to put it. He wasn't exactly a good judge of character when said person wasn't even human, but at least he knew how to handle more normal, non-magical, things. One of those being commandeering an entire building for their little jaunt against Saber and Emiya Kiritsugu. Taking over the center was relatively easy. Still, in the midst of construction, the giant tower was relatively empty apart from underpaid security. When said security was about as basic and normal as any other everyday person, taking over was as easy as giving the word. The unqualified guards didn't hold a candle to their ancestors' famed daimyo and were all dispatched without much effort. Thankfully, Nobunaga opted to just knock them out and lock them away in a separate room. Truly, the adorable young woman was acting her part as the benevolent demon. If only she was able to hold her temper back earlier. Lelouch could have done without the Ainsburn master nearly being burned alive, but it wasn't as if he had full control of Nobu's mood. She did as she willed, and it was only because he insisted she be kept alive that she complied at all. Knowing she's mad for my sake is great and all, but I'd rather she stay a bit more composed until later. Better to vent all that rage out on a target he could afford her letting loose on. For now, though, they could only wait for the trap to be sprung. MGH. Something told him it would be a long and boring wait. Or the finger mushing against his cheeks told him someone would find it boring had she not decided to plop down on his lap. I know I said you should relax until later but what, darling? Another set of fingers mushed against the other side of his face, but instead of just poking, it gently, and forcibly, tugged him to have his gaze center on his aggressor's smiling own. Making sure she was as close as possible to him, Nobu smiled sweetly while blocking his view of the camera monitors. Not even a day has passed since our declaration of undying love and yet you're already looking at other women, she stated with feigned hurt. Lelouch pondered teaching her how to improve her faulty dramatics. Truly, my partner is the lowest of the scum. Lelouch rolled his eyes. First of all, she is our main leverage against Saber. And secondly, undying love. Don't you dare tell me it wasn't, she snapped but seemingly flushed slightly. I read stories of romance when I was alive as well, you know. Oh, only the most intimate lovers would share such a passionate kiss as we had last night. I wouldn't trust some centuries-old books to portray how actual relationships work, Lelouch murmured under breath to only have his face mushed against hers. Forehead to forehead, unamused red eyes locked onto surprised violet orbs. Nobu even raised an eyebrow. And what's that supposed to mean? What are we if not soulmates destined for one another? Or, do you mean to tell me your acceptance was all a joke, Lulu? It's not, but... He seemed a bit troubled, but as that in itself was adorable, Nobunaga let it slide by hugging him tightly. It was also partly to ensure that he wasn't lying at all. Feeling a hand comb the tresses of her hair, though, she heard him say. We are demons that stand together. Nothing will change that, Nobunaga. Not now or ever. Good, she snapped back with a pout but also poked his nose with her own, hiding a smirk. Because I'm a greedy woman and hate it when someone tries to take what is rightfully mine. When he didn't push her away and just cuddled her closer, she smirked and felt her cheeks grow hotter as the distance between their faces closed. Pressing her face against his, she allowed him a peek at the monitors once more but only with him feeling her warmth all throughout. Now, what are we going to do with the homunculus and the other woman? As I stated earlier, they are hostages, Nobu. No more, no less. With the Magus Killer and Saber as their foes, he needed to use them for what he could. And with the Ainsburn woman keeping quiet, there was only one other use he had for her life. Lelouch didn't expect the infamous assassin to show kindness, but Amiya Kiritsugu's reaction to his call was somewhat telling of an underlying story. He wasn't sure what relationship he may have had with his employer or if he cared about the other woman Nobu brought in, but there was a chance. And Lelouch was certainly going to exploit it. As for the King of Knights, well, the weakness was pretty obvious. Chivalrous and honor-bound, King Arthur would more than likely halt in the face of this plan. Distraction at worst is completely defeated at best. Either way, a knight who made it their duty to protect her people wouldn't do anything rash that would risk either Lady Irisveal or the mercenary Mia's lives. However, there was something that worried Lelouch. So much so that, despite leaning back against the office chair, felt somewhat tense. What's wrong? Of course, Nobu wouldn't miss it. Do you think that this entire situation seems a bit suspicious? According to what we learned in the Matu Manor, the Ainsburns were the ones who always provided and oversaw the safety of the Lesser Grail. Though they participated in all Grail wars and never won, this one duty was something they never skimped on. Yet, now they're sending their candidate, who is most likely the only person in this war who knows where the Lesser Grail is, into the conflict. That puts far too much risk even if they planned for one of the other founders to know where it is either. True, if the winner was an absolute outsider, either yourself or one of the other four, no one would be able to attain the Grail. Nobu nodded, following his logic. Not unless it manifested before the winner themselves. It's odd. Not only is she placed at risk, but she's also been made to act as a master. With how many of the wars have gone in the past, according to Zokin's records, the master almost always dies first as their death would spell the end for the servant as well, bar exceptions like the caster and archer classes that had stores of excess mana and an independent skill. Lelouch wondered if the alchemy-based Ainsburns were just that foolhardy, just that arrogant, thinking their homunculus proxy was capable of survival against this many overpowered foes. Now that I think about it, Lady Ainsburn almost always had Saber by her side when she didn't shy away from the battlefield. And yet that very master is looking somewhat off. You noticed as well. Hard not to. Panning a glance to the monitor showing the woman still leaning against the wall, Lelouch frowned. She's somehow looking far more weakened than usual and can't even stand up. Even before you roughed her up, she looked to be in obvious pain. Though they never conversed much nor encountered them that many times before, it was clear that Irisveil von Einsburn didn't look to be in the perfect condition to fight. Hence, his suspicion something was off. But there was more to it than just her sickliness. Disregarding her, for all we know, she can have a similar condition to Korea, there is still the Magus killer. From what we gathered amongst our past allies, the infamous assassin's reputation underestimates his skills. If Tosaka and Kenneth were very much truly aware of his capabilities, they would have targeted him first, but that could just be that they didn't notice his participation until it was too late. Or they could have just disregarded him as he is useless against servants themselves. Despite this, why is he acting as the side pawn and not the main actor? Why has the Einsburn relegated his talent to the wayside while the seemingly weakened Lady Irisveil continues to take all the heat? Nobu fell silent as she too pondered this with him. It wouldn't be all that strange to have a repeat of Korea's situation. Magi were the odd bunch out that would most definitely seek their own destruction in exchange for power and a chance to win, but for the fact that the Einsburns were willing to deny everyone else the grail in their gambit. That raised eyebrows. Why put so much on the shoulders of one woman who might die at any moment? Matuzokin's notes on their clan was extensive to the point of praising their devotion to this ritual. For the Einsburns who were always first to lose, deciding to put all of their eggs in one basket. It seemed natural after all their previous losses, but this seemed a bit too much. Especially when they have the perfect potential master in the form of Amiya Kiritsugu. The man would have been a perfect choice to take the master's role. But why wasn't he? What if he actually was the Einsburn master? It was a long shot, so he decided to posit it to his partner. To make a mercenary a master? Wouldn't that put too much risk on him going rogue? Not even I would trust any soldier my men bought off the side of a road. As you should, but it's the best conjecture I can come up with. Lelouch considered it longer. Then his mind jumped to his first exchange with Amiya Kiritsugu. I can come up with several theories as to how this may be, but not enough evidence to actually ensure it. Although. Nobu prodded with her cheek resting on his chest. The fact that she was pressing herself on him harder wasn't lost on him, but he ignored it for now. We have next to nothing to support this claim. Although, if we assume that the Magus killer was Saber's true master from the start, some questions can be answered. Considering that he preferred to work out of the limelight, then it explains why the one most likely to be assumed as the Einsburn master, the homunculus woman Lady Irisveil, would persist as a figurehead. She was weak and might have been so from the beginning, but she acted as a distraction while he worked in eliminating their foes from the shadows. That explained Tosaka's surprise attack and being caught off guard. It might also explain why they never saw the hide nor hair of Castor's master, the psycho child killer, after Castor's death. Speaking of Castor, the fact that Saber allied with him to take them and Lancer out was pretty odd as well. No way Arturia was going to ally herself with someone like the child-sacrificing Magus. But if it wasn't by her own choice, then her utilitarian master enforcing it would have made sense. Yet, Irisveil didn't give Lelouch the impression of a ruthless and cold person. Just a few minutes ago, she was ready to die should her fellow captive be spared. Perhaps, the Magus killer was the man he was looking for. One who knew to use others as pawns in order to ensure his own survival. And victory. Furthermore, Lady Irisveil has yet to use her command seals to call for help. Lelouch's stare flew to the back of the woman's hand as she hugged her knees. There were red marks on her skin, yes. But he wasn't a professional that could sense the mana within. He was more likely to mistake his own command seals for a tattoo had he not been made aware of their underlying power. Even if we can't make sure as neither of us is Magi, it's possible to assume that she hasn't used them because she never did have command seals. If she hasn't been faking it all this time, then she wouldn't have any reason to play along with us if she could just summon Saber to her side. Pretty bold of an assumption to make. Perhaps, she's just waiting for the right time. Nobu theorized while tickling the underside of his chin with her index. She might think we're waiting for her to call the little knight to rescue her and they'll both end up trapped. Maybe or maybe not. Lelouch sighed. Either way, we'll get our full answer when the Magus killer arrives. Until then I will look after her while you will take care of something in the meantime. Nobu's ears perked up at that. The predatory smile she had on while looking up at him was one part intimidating and another part eager puppy adorable. Let me guess. Writer. Indeed. Having been played as the diversion, Iskandar will likely appear tonight via sensing your presence. Patting her head, he felt her get a little warmer on his chest as well as his palm. Not that we'd make it easy for him to find you. But you don't want him to interfere with our plans, yeah, she finished his sentence whilst pecking him on the cheek. Caught by surprise, Lelouch watched as she pushed off against him, making sure to grind against him as a last tease, and straightened out her hair as she reached the exit. If my adorable master wants me to deal with any interlopers while he takes care of the mystery mercenary on his own, then I will not disappoint. Call me when the situation turns sour, Lulu. I will not hesitate to sweep you off your feet like a damsel in distress. That she added a wink to that only had him scoffing back with a smile. Then, when the time comes wherein you are the damsel, Nobu, call me and I will use a command seal. To save me, or to empower me, she tried to poke, prodding for a sweet reciprocation. That depends. Although, I doubt a demoness as capable as you would allow yourself to be anyone's damsel. He didn't fall for it. The boy just nodded back before adding over his shoulder. Be careful out there. She stopped and gave him a quick glance before smirking. Watch who you are talking to, master. I'm the demon king of the sixth heaven. Oda Nobunaga. She shouted with excitement. The ones who need to be wary will be that brute rider and naive saber. That is, only our dear knight in shining armor fails to slay his king. She faded into light shortly after pulling the door shut. With that, Lelouch was left alone to his thoughts. Speaking of Berserker. Lelouch eyed the corner monitor. The camera it was attached to was the one aimed at the underground parking lot. Though not automatically obvious, there was one person waiting there, hidden in the shadows of the security guard's vehicle. Though tired and at the cusps of death, the lone master who achieved his goal without the grail patiently waited for his last turn on the stage. Despite everything that's happened, there's nothing more I can do for you. With a resigned sigh, Lelouch muttered to himself. I wish there was a different outcome, Korea. Though, maybe, in the next life, you can actually enjoy your happiness for once. Their last and likely final conversation with one another was about the plan. The master of Berserker avoided any mention of his condition and only promised that he and Lancelot would win no matter what. But the fact was he already won. He already attained his dream. There was no actual need to soldier on like this. But Lelouch couldn't refute him. As he didn't let Lelouch say any last words, saying that they will talk after Saber is defeated, the boy opted to take his word for it. Though death would come, it was all he could do to avoid saying an actual goodbye. Then again, I'm not the best when it comes to saying goodbye either, am I? With just the sight of his sister one last time, her wide-eyed expression of shock and wonder falling into tears before everything faded to black, all he'd given her was silence. Nunnally deserved better. A proper goodbye. A better brother too. But he couldn't give anything but that finale. Had he chosen to tell her the truth of his plan beforehand, he would have wavered in his resolve. But that's all in the past now. That life was gone and done with. Lelouch Lampirouge had only a new future to carve out for himself. And, by the same vein, Korea, who had lived in fear for the longest time, had finally chosen how he'd live his last. Quite childish of me to regret making a sacrifice for you, considering I didn't hesitate for my own. Just goes to show how really much of a child he actually was. Albeit, he'd never lived a proper life like one. The thought had him chuckling. I bid you good luck, Matu Korea. One such as you can no longer be called a coward. Not when you're willing to go out with a bang twice over. The demon emperor supposed that, in some sense, this was a happy ending for a tragic figure like Korea. After all, he would have died if not for Lelouch's intervention. Most people never got the privilege of righting their wrongs or reconciliation. After this, it might just be more accurate to say the men had the devil's luck. However, as soon as Lelouch relaxed at his musings, his attention switched to another camera that was overlooking one of the entrances inside the building. Or the fact that it turned offline, leaving only a black screen. A telling sign that someone was afoot. You're finally here, Magus Killer. No. Amiya Kiritsugu. Lelouch smirked, leaning back against his seat and crossing his hands before his face. I pray you don't disappoint me with our first and last game together. For the first time in a while, Lelouch smiled, somewhat eager for the challenge. Chapter 89, Chapter. First floor. The trails of a trench coat billowed past as the men rushed through the empty halls of the building. Stopping at a corner, he eyed the left and right, ensuring no one was waiting for him in an ambush while scanning the walkway for traps. It wouldn't be an unfounded concern, considering the place was still under construction. With the main structure in place, but the internals still weren't as furbished, many tools, equipment, and crates lined the empty rooms and halls. He wouldn't put it past the brat to have booby traps hidden in every corner. The only saving grace to this was that there were no civilians in sight, be it inside or near the vicinity of the building itself. Clear, Kiritsugu mentally noted to himself before dashing through the adjacent hall. With Mia taken, he only had himself to rely on in this. On the hand, he had his M950 and single-shot Thompson contender pistol. He would have opted to go heavier with gear, but because he wasn't sure what the hell he was dealing with, he opted to go light and flexible. Calico and contender in hand, he peeked around another corner with both, ready to fire, before advancing further into his foe's base. Muffled footsteps and paced yet frustrated breathing were all that could be heard of his person. To think that boy would join the fray himself. Kiritsugu contemplated the move. He managed to use Ryder as a distraction good enough to fool Saber. Either he was working with Ryder's master or the big oaf was tricked by him. Kiritsugu wasn't one to overestimate his opponents, but he couldn't relegate Lampy Rouge as just another boy way in over his head like waver velvet. No. He was more akin to the psychopath that was Castor's master, if not less random with his targets. He's most likely hiding on the top of the building. With any luck, I should be there as well. With me unaccounted for, or maybe with them, that limited his options severely. Repeating the Hyatt Hotel trick isn't an option for me anymore. Damn it. Disgruntled, he continued sneaking around the cameras and disabling the ones he could from their blind spots. If he had a second pair of hands, he could have ordered Mia to use a familiar or pinpoint the less arduous route. But as circumstances stood, he had to go solo. Not only that, but he had a time limit. Or, as much time as Saber could buy on her own distracting the Avenger servant. Just as he reached the end of the floor, a resounding ding caught his attention. Guns were immediately trained on the elevator doors that swept open. But instead of finding a person, the thing that caught his eyes were the barrels within. And a small alarm clock counting down from the single digits to 0 atop it. Sure. Not wasting a second to widen his eyes in shock, Kiritsugu ducked to the corner he'd just come from, evading the explosion from the improvised explosive device. Boom. The entire hallway rumbled somewhat as a gout of flame burned the freshly painted walls to ash. A small snap, sudden screeching noise, finally ending with a distant crash had him peeking out of his hiding spot. From his safety corner, he found that the elevator itself was gone, the line holding it up had snapped due to the ensuing fireball. Kiritsugu was momentarily appalled. Not for the explosion itself, but to think the boy had timed the elevator's arrival precisely with his in this exact hallway. What in the hell am I dealing with? He couldn't help muttering to himself. A fine welcome to you, Magus Killer, said a voice echoing over the center's PA system. Or would you rather I refer to you by name, Mr. Mercenary Amiya Kiritsugu? My apologies, but it seems the elevator I sent for you is out of commission. A pity you were unable to catch it in time. We could have resolved everything sooner too. Humph. How original. Kiritsugu held back his snarl as he ignored the taunt and started looking for the stairs. No sense in speaking to a man he couldn't see. And once he'd find him, there was enough said behind a bullet through the head. Oh come now. It's no fun if there's no response at all. While I may not hear you, you could at the very least act surprised with my gift. He was surprised, sure. But why give his attacker any satisfaction in it? Kiritsugu popped a shot into the distance as soon as he rounded the corner. A small spark in the shattering of glass killed another camera, the boy's only eyes in this building. But instead of heading down that very corridor, he opted to move to a maintenance catwalk he found in the building's blueprints. Security hadn't yet touched on this particular pathway, meaning no cams. The misdirection wouldn't last, however. It would only buy him time. Quite the unorthodox knight in shining armor, aren't you, Mr. Amiya? The boy's voice echoed from the nearest speaker. The princess awaits at the top to be rescued, yet here you are, skulking in the shadows. As the warlock that you need to vanquish, I find your methods a bit lackluster. And you've quite a flair for the dramatic. Kiritsugu wondered if he could try and bait the boy via his arrogance but shut down that idea not a second later. No. Stick to the plan. Stay calm. Stay on target. Peeking out the next exit, he snuck back into the building's main hall and climbed up the stairs. Past the first flight, he clicked his tongue upon spotting the debris blocking the second flight up. He had to find another set of stairs up. That or risk another elevator explosion. Opting for the former, he swiftly dashed down the long winding halls. He most definitely passed by another camera but missed his chance in taking it out when he spotted yet another oddity between him and the cams. Two small boxes the size of handheld radios on either wall of the hall. Stopping in his tracks, he grabbed a nearby forgotten toolkit and tossed it past the anomalous boxes. Upon the kit shattering out and its contents spilling forth, something clicked and both small boxes exploded, sending shrapnel everywhere. From his cover, he had to duck his head away when nails and small screws peppered the walls and shattered a nearby window. Looking back at the blast radius, a sizable hole had torn open the ceiling, knocking down debris in his path once more. Son of a. His eyes narrowed towards the red light of the security cams. So. What do you think? Exciting, isn't it? I'm quite the accommodating host, as you can see. This entire complex has become my castle, and you're its invader. Could you perhaps humor me and play along with the script? Kiritsugu's response was shooting down the camera and rushing to find an alternate path upwards. Such a spoil sport. I try to be nice, yet you continue to be a killjoy. Kiritsugu had no retort for a brat playing games. He was fighting a war. And he was going to make sure he'd win. For the sake of all. How disappointing a person you are. The taunts continued. Acting tough and soldiering on, despite the outcome of this war already being decided, but oh well. If you wish to save those who are important to you, then come to the 25th floor. A clue. Kiritsugu scoffed. No, a trap. An obvious one to boot. But considering he had no other hints as to Mia and Irai's whereabouts, he had no choice. The boy knew he had no choice. It was an open challenge. One he had no choice but to accept. Upon spotting the second stairwell, he eyed the place and surroundings. Nothing out of the ordinary, and neither was a servant waiting from the shadows. Thinking it was clear, he started climbing, only then to backtrack and kick off hard against the steps like his life depended on it. A resounding click near his foot told him he triggered a pressure trap that he had no humane chance of escaping. Time Autor, XXL, triggering his self-contained reality marble, he swatted a falling grenade that came from the banister of the floor above. A window shattered and he just barely ducked down before an explosion from the outside was heard. This time, Kiritsugu could barely control his anger. Goddamned brat, where in the hell did he get such equipment? Another camera must have picked up on his reaction as the boy spoke once more. Be careful now. I had quite the time making preparations for your arrival. If it's any reassurance, not every floor is booby-trapped. Kiritsugu could practically feel the boy's arrogance poking his patience. Damned brat. But resolved as he was, the man dusted his trench coat and soldiered on. Not slowing down nor giving up, he continued to avoid and evade as many traps as he could. All for the sake of killing the boy playing God. Chapter 90, Fuyuki Bridge. Night had fallen on the city, leaving the giant red bridge in cold darkness illuminated only by the street lamps. The highway that connected Minami and Fuyuki over the Mayan River had quite the charming sight under the moonlight. A bit more on the romantic side if Nobunaga would convey her opinion. The cold wind clouding her breath was nice and comforting. A fair contrast against the warm morning sun. The salty smell of the water flowing under the structure was very welcoming after having spent an entire day inside the nearby community center as well. Though she was clad in her tight-fitting battle gear, to be able to relax to the breeze without a care in the world had Nobu wishing Lelouch and herself weren't fighting a war right now. Had things been different, they could be strolling along the empty bridge, enjoying a moonlit date under the dark blue sky. But no. The bridge was empty with her alone. After Lulu made several calls to his hypnotized police, informing them to keep civilians away from the area, not even a car had rushed past in the last few hours. Not that any interlopers would have stopped me at this point, Nobu sighed into the night. Her breath formed a small cloud before being carried with the breeze. Casualties or not, nothing will stop me from taking down our enemies. As all Japanese, and by inclusion the Fuyuki citizens, were her subjects, it was therefore within her rights to take their lives if they intervened. It may offend many that she would think so little of her people, but if any were so oblivious to the auspiciousness of the surrounding atmosphere, to the bloodthirst in the air, then their idiotic survival was the least of a demoness worries. It ends tonight. Her breath made another cloud that brushed against her flowing crimson hair. With our victory. Lelouch's plan was in motion. With 2 hostages in either hand, as well as a mad knight lying in wait in his shadow, her adorable master would deal with the Magus killer easily. Though Nobunaga yearned to fight next to him, this was still fine. Besides, being integral to his plans was still a satisfying thought. One that had her cheeks flushing slightly. What am I getting all flustered for? Chiding herself, she composed herself with a light chuckle. After all, he is my fellow demon. He will be the only one to stand as my equal in this world. Yes. Of course. She meant to state it as fact. But the fact her mind was locked onto something as trivial as that, it reminded her of the woman within her that she'd never been in life. Truly, a folly her old self would scoff at, but not one her present would ever deny. Besides, it was the truth. No one would stand between them. And together, no one would stand in their way. Not the naive king of knights. Not when one of her former comrades awaited for her with a vengeance. To think Nobu had been summoned as the servant of retribution when the Knight of the Lake, Sir Lancelot himself, would be gunning for his former king due to personal issues. And here I thought I was an actual fool of a leader in life. To have what legends depicted as your most noble vassal turn on you. The thought was hilarious and pitiful all at once. While Nobu had once been betrayed and killed for it, at least her legacy was saved by another of her retainers. For King Arthur, one betrayal turned into civil war. Her legacy, which was Camelot, was lost to myth and fables. And now, it seems a certain knight was out for blood. Or so Lelouch's conjecture went upon hearing of Berserker's true name. Still, Nobu thought it was plausible enough, considering her Lulu was a smart enough cookie to guess facts from a glance alone. Avenger scoffed, regardless. You better take care of your former liege, Black Knight. Not unless you want me to burn her alive. There had been a time when Nobu was worried that Saber's foolish wish would poison Lelouch's mind. Back then, he was lost and uncertain. But now, when Lelouch and she were bound together, Nobu swore she would make sure no one, nothing, would hinder them or come between them. Ever. Not their foes nor death itself. Not even the end of this war. They had made their contract. Plagiarized as it was from an immortal witch of his past, Oda Nobunaga was still his and Lelouch 6 Britannia was now and forever hers. Not even oblivion will ever change that. The time has come to wrap up this little farce of a war. While I so enjoyed letting loose for once in eons of sitting idly within the throne, I'd much rather enjoy living in this era of peace. The Demon King muttered to herself while smiling with a feral expression, but the fiery spark in her eyes hid a maiden's wish. With him, and only him. But of course, she still had her job to do. She then raised her katana forward and shouted to the skies. Come forward, King Iskandar. Let's end our argument and come to a resolution to our conundrum, here and now. Ryder didn't make her wait too long. The night sky roared with lightning as a bolt struck the center of the bridge. Street lamps flickered, but upon relighting, the familiar chariot of the Grecian conqueror appeared. 2 divine bulls grunted and bellowed as they glared at her, but neither managed to intimidate the daimyo. It was their owner who she directed all her attention on. Avenger, he greeted her with a calm voice. Ryder, she answered back. Surprisingly, he didn't speak or boast as he normally would. Instead, he dismounted and approached her. Reciprocating, she approached him but stopped short of a few meters as did he. From over his shoulder, she spied Waver Velvet standing by the chariot. A measly boy he was, Avenger had to give the brat props for remaining by his servant's side. In the end, he was one of the very few masters both she and Lelouch had to commend for having guts. It still wouldn't save him from being cleaved by her blade, but at the very least, she would grant him an honorable and peaceful death. I see that neither of you faltered at my invitation, despite your recent loss to a certain brat. She eyed Iskandar's knowing expression. The man was aware he'd been played like a fiddle, but she could see he neither held a grudge nor was he going to be a sore loser despite her taunts. To waver at the decisive battle would only insult the challenger, would it not? Iskandar eyed her back with a grin. I came here to save your face. After all, an upstart can only earn their place after beating that which preceded her. And I shall, she grinned back with eagerness. Let it be known that tonight, history shall be decided by the victor. The crown of all the world's conquerors shall go to whoever leaves alive on this eve. Naturally, however, Iskandar raised a palm as he smiled awkwardly. His other hand went to scratch the back of his head. While I know this is supposed to be the final boss battle or at least the first stage of it, would you mind sharing one drink with me? When Nobu raised an eyebrow, he elaborated. Our little banquet of kings didn't end very well, and I sort of feel awkward about not ending it on a high note after all. Since you and Saber are still alive, I'd thought to see if we could properly finish it this time. As he said so, Ryder delicately pulled out a bottle of fine wine and a couple of cups out from under his cape. Nobunaga couldn't help snorting when she saw it. SNRK. What is this? Some kind of plan to poison me? Oh, please. I would never poison my own drink. It ruins the taste and is certainly a waste of perfectly good wine. I would know. Iskandar snickered as he reminisced about the past for the briefest of moments. Besides, I'm not an assassin and have no means to make a poison strong enough to slay a devil like you. Nobu snarled as her katana dispersed into fragments of light. Oh. You acknowledge me as a devil now, do you? Don't get your hopes up, woman. He snarked back with a smirk of his own as he sat down. While I am wary of you and your master, my opinion of your lordship still stands. I respect it, but I will not abide by it. Conquest is the name of my game, and it only ends with my overwhelming victory or immediate defeat. An amusing thought for someone about to die, but Nobu had to concede some respect in that. Still, should she waste time sharing a drink with him? Lelouch was currently alone facing the mercenary assassin and she needed to return to him as quickly as possible. Still, at the same time, Nobunaga felt like she was required to at least humor Ryder. If not on a whim, out of politeness would do. She decided to consult her master via their mental link. Ryder is here and wants to have a little chat. How is your situation? Should I finish him right now? If Ryder is so casual, he might anticipate an attack from you at any moment. Play along and wait until he will let his guard down. Ever prompt in the decision-making, Lulu immediately responded without a hint of concern in his thoughts. Do not worry about me. Everything is under control. I'll take your word for it. Nobu was confident he was all right. He was her equal after all. Still, she wasn't wasteful playing along. Iskandar was going to die so, in a way, this was his last drink before death. She was feeling merciful tonight, hence she allowed him to pour a drink after accepting the cup he offered. It seems we have the time, but do please make it quick, Ryder. My master won't make it as he's very busy right now, as is Saber, so it'll be just you and I. A shame. Here I thought I could request we play one more game. As Iskandar finished pouring her cup, he handed one to his master as well, the boy seemingly trying not to glare at his servant for the lackadaisical admission of fraternizing with their foes. What? Don't look at me like that, boy. The young prince's sharp mind is both a treat to work with and an adversary I very much wish to try my hand against. From one game alone, I can tell. He will be my greatest opponent should he rise to the taste of conquest as I have. He already has and will never be your equal, you bumbling buffoon. That the oaf was seemingly boasting about the time he spent with her Lulu had touched a nerve in the redhead. So much so that she couldn't help but down the fine wine without tasting it at all. Humph. After tonight, I'm afraid you'll never get to play with him again. Oh. How possessive of you, little lady. Don't tell me you've already gone that far with him. Ahahaha. We have promised our futures together, now and forever until the end of time. Chapter 91, Chapter PFFFFFFFFFFFT. Waver Velvet sprayed the cup of wine his own servant had offered him and doused the back of Iskandar's head. Ryder, on the other hand, ignored the sudden spray to give her a knowing smile as soon as he finished his cup. Oh ho ho, I see that the lovebirds aren't wasting any time. Don't tell me you two already went all the way. Hee hee, wouldn't you like to know? Apologies, Barbarian King, however, our love life is a private matter, Ryder. Nobu said as she emptied the second cup with prideful gusto. But I will let you know that I fully intend to make Lelouch experience every pleasure this world has to offer. Be it conquering or enslaving this world, I shall do it all with him. By my side, she added that almost too late with a hint of pink to her face. Oi, oi. I knew you were a dangerous woman but to this extent. Can't say if your master is a lucky guy or not. Nobu gave him a flat look as she snapped. And what the hell is that supposed to mean? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I'm just glad that someone else besides me was able to bond with their master beyond what the Grail established. At his hearty chuckle, Waver rolled his eyes but didn't refute it. Even with indifference, Nobu could sense they were far closer than many of the detached masters Lelouch and herself had beaten. In fairness, neither Lelouch nor Waver carried the same air as the other masters. Though the amount of blood on their hands were as different as night to day, they still cared about those around them. A testament to their humanity that differentiated them from the Magi who created the Grail system. Ha ha ha, ah. Of course, I doubt that my and the boy's friendship can be compared to your relationship with Lelouch Lampirouge. Toasting to that, Iskandar downed another cup while offering Nobu another. She accepted one as he continued. Still, I'm glad that even in death we servants are still capable of becoming attached to humanity. That we are, in the end, still human. One would think that after death, we'd be nothing but empty ghosts, shells of our former selves and nothing but our legends incarnate. He played with his cup, staring at the reflection of the moon in the sanguine pool of wine. Nobu did as well. She never let her guard down, but for this one moment, she sympathized with Iskandar on that thought. Despite death, we are heroic spirits. We are this way because humans continue to remember and worship us. And our legends. Their desires, their greed, and their beliefs were strong enough to call us. Even if the true origin of this war is nothing but a farce, it doesn't change the fact that human desire to achieve the impossible gave us a chance to experience life again. Even if it will be short for some. Nobu said as she finished her drink. A farce? Iskandar asked, looking slightly slushed but not entirely drunk. You mean to say that this war was not up to your expectations, little lady? No, it's been more than that. Avenger smiled to herself. Though it left Iskandar and his master in the blue, she need not tell them. She need not say that this war she was summoned to had both taken away and given her far more than she ever expected it to. Forget my meandering. At this point, nothing I say should matter to anyone but myself and my own. Ryder truly thought of his master as a friend. Nobunaga was sure the boy who was able to calmly drink with the rambunctious giant thought the same. At least this brute found someone to call his friend. It won't save him, but like me, he built a bond with someone. And she wasn't about to tear that away from them. She may be a demon, but she wasn't that petty, rude, and a barbaric bastard, Iskandar may be. So, Avenger, your desire to duel with me. Ryder stated the fact, already knowing the answer. Both finished their wine and now was time to finish this. Nobu laughed. Do you have any more grievances, Pretender King? Tonight, I intend to take away your title as promised. You're not here to say you'd back down, are you? Hee hee, perish the thought, upstart. Just making sure you're serious about it. Iskandar smiled. That title was given to me after my death as the greatest honor my friends and I accomplished. Sorry, but I can't so easily give it up. And what of it? I will just take it away as my tribute should you refuse. You are in my land after all and I take whatever I want here. It is my divine right as ruler of all Japan. So that's who you were. Iskandar grinned as though glad his guess was on point. No wonder your fire called out to me so. And does the failed subjugator of these isles demand to make a show against the known world's truest subjugator? I may have failed once, but I do plan to expand my empire once again. Of course, I shall be doing so immediately after this war is over. Heh, I take it your master knows about such wish. But of course. My dear Lulu and I have a contract. Upon our victory, we shall then bare our fangs against the rest of the world. After all, he promised to burn the world with her. Just thinking about it made her excited. The Demon King of Six Heaven and the Demon Emperor who conquered his entire planet in less than 3 years, two equals ruling everything together, forever. They will make this world into hell. Their hell. Ha. Ha 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 ha. I envy you, I truly do. Here I wish my master shared my dreams, but he always complains about starting another world war. Ryder sighed but kept his cheery attitude. What a killjoy. I know his ancestors may not have enjoyed their first 2 bouts, but what's a third one when I will lead them to success, right? That's not the issue here, you big stupid idiot. Nobu had to suppress her chuckle as the small master attempted to punch his servant's massive biceps. No doubt disrespectful to harm a king, or even attempt to, but Ryder took it on like a friend being chided by his fellows. It seems I'll be doing Waver Velvet a favor by putting an end to you before you enact your crazy plan. Is the one aiming for world conquest calling me insane? Quite a hypocrisy for a pot to call an urn fragile. The expression is, a pot calling the kettle black, you buffoon. Avenger couldn't help but snap back. It wasn't meant as an insult to his intelligence, but finding herself suddenly falling to banter with the barbarian Macedonian spoke volumes of his charisma. Thankfully, she was already far too entranced by another to lose her will to fight this one. Truly, despite being hailed as a god amongst men in your time, I can only see a bumbling country bumpkin that needs to be put in his place. I think this is the part where we try to kill each other, Avenger. Ryder stood up slowly. The air about him changed like the flip of a coin, so fast that his master quickly darted from his spot, discarding their cups next to the empty wine bottle to hide behind the servant's cape. Though we are foes now, I truly hoped we would have come to an accord. I wasn't kidding when I offered you a place amongst my army. Impossible. Nobu scoffed as she herself stood up. Her katana reappeared in her hand as she slung it over her shoulder like a baseball bat. I bow to no one, Ryder. But, I will admit, though I thought about just sniping your master and being done with it, I didn't think there'd be any fun in unceremoniously removing a foe as entertaining as you. Iskandar kept the smile but narrowed his eyes. Careful, Avenger. It is one thing to threaten me, I welcome good banter. But my friends are another matter. Nobunaga waved it away by pointing her katana straight at his throat. In that case, you'd best kill me immediately with all you have, lest your master becomes a casualty. The air was bone-chilling now. Gone was the gentle breeze, replaced by a tension she could cut with her blade. To demand he go all out from the start may come off as hubris, but Nobunaga knew she was already treading on thin ice, to begin with. Ryder had the advantage in mobility. Spawn as many rifles as she could, it would do little to a target she wouldn't be able to hit. And though she was confident in her mana supply provided by Lulu, that carried the caveat of leaving him alone against Saber and the mercenary for far too long. Should Iskandar opt to wear her out, she'd lose the battle of attrition and cost Lelouch his life. But Ryder was as arrogant as she took him to be. Far be it for the former king of Macedonia to back down from a challenge. He'd revel in it and charge headlong just to prove he was superior. And thus, the daimyo was assured of her victory when Iskandar drew his spatha and, with it, nudged her blade aside. I've rarely seen a warrior so sure of themselves as you. He smiled fiercely. It is truly a shame that I failed to recruit you to the end. But it will be an honor to die by my hand. She snidely smirked back. This, at least, you can take to your grave with pride. We shall see who bears the honor of going to hell first then. Lowering his sword, the giant turned to march back to his chariot. All the while keeping an eye trained on her over his shoulder. Raising a hand to bring a thumb up, he finished with, "May the best conqueror win. To the victor goes the title and the grail." Pitiful fool. Just as the master and servant remounted their chariot, Nobu spared a thought for the men. You who have not seen real hell will also be denied victory. However, I do wonder what you and your master would say should you find the cup you seek to be nothing but a mug filled with mud. With a sigh, she chased away the thought and readied herself. She dallied on long enough. It was time to end him. Iskandar held himself firm. Atop his chariot, he towered over her. But she saw him spare his master a glance as he said, "Are you ready, boy? This will be quite a ride." The boy Waver didn't look scared at all. Instead, he looked at his servant with fire in his eyes. "Then stop fooling around, Ryder. I didn't come here just to see you get drunk again." "Ha ha. That's harsh, to deny a warrior their mead before they charge off into a fight. I'd rather you win sober than die drunk, stupid." "Well, master, if you want victory, then by my role as your servant, I shall attain it." Iskandar beamed with pride as he stared at the boy who summoned him. Avenger smiled in anticipation. Just the thought of cutting into a man so high in morale, it was titillating. She couldn't help it when her grip on the hilt of her katana tightened so much that she heard her glove squeak. Ah, to be such a foolhardy braggart, just like Archer. It will be my pleasure to cleave him in twain. However, he is one of the strongest enemies in his war. The fact that he shares my wish only makes it necessary for me to be the one to slay him. This world was too small for 3 conquerors. She had already made room for Lelouch whilst continuing to plan her Neo-Japanese empire. Iskandar will not be allowed the privilege. This, she swore. The rasp of Ryder's blade tore through the air like lightning. Tonight, we ride. Go forth and conquer. Come at me, fool. Avenger readied her sword arm. Her rifles were prepped as well, ready to be summoned at a moment's notice. Come at me with your swords and spears, your chariots and armies. Come and have a taste of lead and iron, of rage and hellfire. All of that which broke the great warlords and laid waste to the Isles of the Orient. The bulls roared and electricity crackled. In a flash of lighting, the red bridge was empty. Gone was the chariot and its riders. Gone was a swordswoman who bared a glare reserved only for god-slaying. All that was left was the calm breeze and flowing river under the moon's blue light. Chapter 92, Chapter. The winds were scorching. Gone was the calm blue of the Japanese skies. In its stead, a desert reminiscent of the Middle East's harshest dunes burned under the noontime sun. Avenger found the heat of this desert quite annoying. The fires of her own hell were warm and comfortable, a pain she'd grown to come and love. The sun of Ryder's world, however, was irritating to her. Like a sunburn being poked by the salt of one's sweat. A real pain in the ass. Ha 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 ha. Accompanying the grating heat was the chortles of a bloodthirsty giant out for blood and conquest. Avenger, for daring to threaten my subjects, for daring to usurp my title, I have answered your call. The king raised his voice, bellowing into the open fields for all to hear. Not just his challenger, but his entire army heard it all. So long as I breathe, none shall harm my friends and subjects. None shall insult my pride and honor. For it is not just mine and mine alone. With a battle cry, the entire field of soldiers stamped their weapons in unison. You have not only dared to spit on my name, but have dared to usurp those who brought me the title, to begin with. For the sake of your downfall, we bring our all. More cheers, more battle cries. From where she stood in the middle of the field, alone, Nobunaga admired the fervor of his army. The passion such noble soldiers carried in their hearts and on their shoulders. Had they not been her enemies, she might have spared them. Or, at the very least, she would have prepared a special place in hell for them all. She could only smile voraciously at the thought. So long as our chests beat with ambition for the far horizon, my campaign shall never end. I, Iskandar, shall carry on the title as King of Conquerors. The roar of his people, his kingdom, exuded the pseudo-servant army's support for their liege. To those who would dare attempt to take it, you're welcome to try. Now, raise your cries of war. Ionian Hetairoi. The horde charged. As the vanguard, Ryder took the lead with his chariot. Warriors of old roared mighty howls as they all prepared to throw all they had at her, their one and only foe. But in the eyes of the daimyo, spears and arrows were nothing but relics. Toys from an age where gunpowder had yet to reign supreme. For those who were born well beyond the beginning of the age of men, such were nothing but outdated child's play. Metal whizzed by her face. She'd stepped aside to avoid one of the first arrows fired her way. It did little apart from causing her hair to fray slightly. Nobunaga smiled. An obsolete attempt at her life was still an insult should it hit. And though she didn't need to lift a finger to stop them, it would be an insult not to go to her after demanding her foe do the same. Her rifles appeared in the air around her, lining up and forming a barrier against any projectiles. Her attention never left the King of Conquerors himself, however. Iskandar didn't waste time and rushed forward. His chariot lined up at her directly. The bulls were ready to run over anything in their path. Onwards, in a reckless charge that would sow the seeds of his defeat. Pitiful fool. Dan. Her rifles gunned down all that tried to reach her. But Iskandar was a special target. His chariot gave him ample protection against her bullets. His bulls were wounded, being riddled with holes after bullet holes. But, of course, being divine beasts, they weren't going to go down like simple animals. Yes. Come closer. Come closer so you may taste lead fresh from the barrel. It didn't take long for Ryder to do just that. Not 30 meters away, just when he was assured of his win, Nobunaga was assured of his death. To the reckless fool who thinks his outdated tactics would work on me, taste the wrath of the daimyo from hell. The demoness smirked, revealing her fangs as she finally raised her katana and aimed at him. Without fail. 3-line formation. 3 rows of arquebus appeared before her. 3,000 rifles aimed at her enemies and, with a swing of her blade, it all fired, raining death and destruction to the army of servants that dared defy her. This was the strategy that won her numerous battles during the Age of War. A death sentence to any army that marched headlong into battle without cover and with unreliable armor. Lead, fire, smoke, the explosions from each shot lose. All of that served to create a horrifying display. One where a comrade in front could be torn to shreds before your very eyes. Where one's allies to their side were turned to mush under a hail of metal. Where one's steed would fail and die, leading you to fall to the earth helpless. The gruesome theater was bathed with blood and smoke, with the dirt and innards of all the soldiers you fought alongside. And at the very forefront stood a woman, clad in red and black, bearing the devil's smile as she glared pitifully into your soul, mocking your folly at challenging her in the field of battle. For you to dare use cavalry against me, for you to dare tread your army's boots on my land, rider. Face your death at the end of my barrels. Swapping out her katana for a rifle in each hand, she let loose once more, sending wave after wave of lead shells everywhere. Know thy folly in facing the greatest warlord of Japan herself. Know the might and fury of Oda Nobunaga. Iskandar's army was torn to shreds. One after another, they fell to the wall of shells. Volley fire, while not her invention, served Nobu well enough in life that her legend was canonized with its gruesome display. It was a Western concept that brought her army's glory in her great campaign. Being one of the most famed tactics that catapulted her story of conquest all across Japan, it was seared into her heroic spirit as another noble phantasm. The famous Battle of Nagashino was not the start of Nobunaga's great ambition of unification, but it was the start of the changes she'd brought to the fold. The very aspect of warfare within her nation bowed down to the might of the powder and flame. When mere peasants lined up alongside one another, firing round after round in organized unison brought down an elite, well-trained cavalry's charge, her infamy grew. Embodying the reaper that brought down even the most trained of soldiers, it enhanced her status as a servant, working its way up alongside her monk-slaughtering aspect. Together, her skills and legend carried anti-divinity and anti-riding status. For a demigod like Iskandar, the son of Zeus and servant of the chariot, it was a death sentence. Which was why her smile only grew when she'd yet to hear the oaf's death wails amongst the masses of his men she continued to mow down. What's the matter, king of conquerors? Don't tell me this is all you've got. Try as his soldiers might, none could stand against a rain of lead. Spears and arrows flew past here and there, but they were the misfires and failed throws of dying men. The shots that could have actually wounded her were shredded mid-flight by the rest of her arquebus fire. Send them all. Men, women, children. Your pets and steeds, deities and guardian spirits. No matter who they may be, for accepting my challenge, I shall not rest till all of them burn in hell. More died over her demand for blood. And yet, despite the heavy losses, many more took their place. Ionian Hetairoi was a force to be reckoned with. For it didn't matter how many she dropped, at first sight, they didn't stop charging her en masse. Nor did their king show his back as a sign of retreat. The ancient warriors continued to fall, following their king's demand for her head. In the ensuing mess of fallen bodies, behind it all, a chariot had been overturned and used as cover. The divine bulls that once pulled said chariot were all but spent, bleeding out as their master consoled them with a hand. You two can rest now. Ryder said with a hearty smile as they vanished into motes of light. Knowing that his loyal steeds' parting would be temporary as they were inscribed forever in his legend, he merely chuckled at his own ineptitude for ordering a full-on assault. Heh. Still, as expected, Oda Nobunaga's one hell of a number to pick a fight with. Now I see why Goldie was so shaken by her presence. He glanced over at the Avenger who continued to massacre his forces. This is bad. Being the self-proclaimed bane of gods, I might be at a disadvantage at this point. Waver, who'd kept his solemn composure through it all, raised his hand. The red tattoos on it glistened under the reality marble's faux sun. I can use command seals to boost your abilities and give you a chance to strike her. But, considering they will only give you as much as they could before dissipating, we will need to act fast. Iskandar met his master's firm eyes with a confident smile. Very well. We spent the entire war without using these little marks. Time to see what they can do. With a hearty laugh, he stood up, ready to charge on his own. At your command, boy. Waver nodded and raised his hand, with more confidence in his tone than ever before, he stated. By the power of my command seals, I order you, Iskandar. Strike down, Avenger. Ignore her bullets, for they will not pierce you. Take her head and win this fight, King of Conquerors. The first two marks flickered and faded from Waver's skin. And though nothing changed in his person, Ryder could feel the surge of power the magic flooded through his core. With the newfound strength, Iskandar felt like he could take on an entire army, nay, an entire country. But as tonight, he only had one foe, it would do perfectly. With a demon as ruthless as she was battle-hungry, the King of Conquerors knew he had enough power to slay the beast killing his men. Stay here, master. Iskandar jumped from his temporary shelter and glared at Nobunaga. It will be over soon. At the snap of his finger, Bucephalus was with him and ready to ride. Apologies, old friend. But I must have you work a bit of overtime before the night is done. The horse neighed as if to disregard his allowing Saber to blast him with Excalibur once before. In truth, it had taken a lot out of Ryder to manifest his steed again so soon. But, to gain the upper hand, he couldn't be stingy with what reserves he had left. Even if it meant he couldn't call on his reality marble for the third time. Waver couldn't stay silent and shouted as the king took his steed's reins and rode on. Don't you dare to lose, Iskandar. On my honor. Iskandar smirked before howling madly. Upon hearing their king battle cry, his friends and subjects shouted in unison before joining their king at his charge. Many bled like mad, from their mouths, the bullet holes in their chests, or maybe a severed arm or shoulder. But all able-bodied soldiers strode forth with the same fervor as they always had. It was always the same, their king would run at the danger without a care in the world and they, admiring his unrelenting back, would follow him to the end no matter what. This is how it was. How it always will be. In the face of the demon of war, it was a final challenge. Many a time, she'd done the same as Iskandar. Leading her warriors at the forefront. Maneuvering to cut off her enemies. Tearing through their sworn foes and traitors alike, shoulder to shoulder with those who shared her ideals. War was not always about death. But death was revealed in war. As the most powerful daimyo in the Sengoku era, and the one said to have killed as many as 10,000 souls, she was to be their ferryman to the world beyond the grave. You don't win wars by dying for your ideals, you win wars by killing anyone who will oppose them. Tonight, only one conqueror will leave this false world of yours. And it won't be you, Iskandar. Nobunaga closed her eyes and contacted her beloved. With a low tone, she uttered her signal. Now, Lelouch. He was in the real world, fighting his own fight and yet he answered her call as he said he would. By the power of my command seal. I, Lelouch vi Britannia beseech you, Oda Nobunaga. Burn away all who dare challenge us. Send our foes to hell. Yes, your highness. Chapter 93, Chapter. Her entire body was overcome with mana. The sudden surge of power, although incomparable to her still vast reserves, was tingling her insides knowing who was giving it to her. She'd never had issues with Lulu's mana supplies before, something neither of them understood completely, but those command seals, it was something else. She might even say she got a bit wet from this, not that she'd share such info to her foe. Her rifles didn't withdraw, instead, she summoned more. 10,000 more. As Avenger's body released a jet-black aura burning in crimson hellfire, her blade was drawn from thin air. Wicked sharp and burning vermilion against the desert sun, it promised death and suffering to anyone close enough to see it. Not one would be safe to its edge. Not even a god. Hiya. He. Two servants empowered by their respective masters clashed, blades in hand. One drew power from his reality marble, summoning more and more soldiers in an attempt to overwhelm his foe's firepower. The other drew her strength from the land outside the false reality, the ley lines of Japan reaching out, providing her with ancient power, namely the magic and myth that held her legend strong in this day and age. Oda Nobunaga, I must confess having been had. Just like that naive girl, history failed to depict you, the bloodthirsty demon of the Orient, as a simple maiden. Despite the situation, Iskandar found the moment to lighten the situation. But even with her blade screeching against his spatha, she offered a rebuttal to his comment. You underestimate this maiden, Iskandar. Not only will your men and master fall, for attempting to take my and my beloved's birthright to conquest, but I will also take away all you hold dear. Although he still held the advantage in numbers, being mounted, and the terrain, the king of conquerors wasn't able to push her back. No matter how much he tried, her evil smile never wavered. After all, she'd yet to deploy her final card, unlike the king of Macedon who'd already thrown all he had at her. So then did she enjoy the pause in his expression when she chanted the aria reserved for her and her alone. The noble phantasm only her aspect of vengeance could call upon at a whim. Spread the new over the old. That is my Tenka Fubu. Every me from the past, present and future shall gather. Unfold the Hajuan reborn demon king of the 3,000 great thousand heavens. The false reality started to burn. The heat of the sands changed from dry winds to molten hellfire. The sun darkened and vanished as an endless ceiling of red took over. The land itself seemed to quake as the dunes vanished to be replaced by a lone temple with Nobunaga stood at its base. A reality marble being summoned within an already active one tore the latter apart to make space for the new. As her personal hell was not an anti-world noble phantasm, it couldn't break Ionian Etiroi, but it managed to deform the landscape enough to bring shock to Ryder's face. What is this? He exclaimed. However, the only answer he got was geysers of flame that started to burst and douse his armies behind him. The sudden switch from their home field advantage of open fields to a mysterious yet hazardous wasteland had his loyal soldiers in a panic. Though, it wasn't only the area that had them under ropes. NGH. From out of the depths, a bony creature the size of a mountain raised its 6 arms, bashed 2 into the earth for support, and swept the remaining 4 into his horde, earning a second gasp from the demigod servant. This is my personal hell. The woman before him swept her blade to the side. The fire burned the section of the stairs it scraped against as she took slow steps up to the temple. Stopping midway, she turned to face him and brandished the katana that was now seeped with hell's god-killing flame. I commend you for pushing me this far, or I would, had I not been in a rush to end our little play. Avenger's devilish smile grew just as fast as Ryder's scowl had. Your end is nigh, king of barbarians. Not until the last of my breath, devil woman. Rag. A slash to her throat was parried deftly. A stab towards his neck singed his hair, but he ignored the sparks that earnestly feasted on the tips of his red locks. All his attention was on his foe, that which summoned this hell on earth. Believing that her immediate demise would put an end to the madness occurring behind him, he whipped the reins of his steed. Charge, Bucephalus. The horse neighed as he continued to press her up the temple steps. Further, she retreated, and further he gave chase. Through it all, the demoness continued to smile. As if all his attempts at attack were within her calculations. Oh my, Iskandar. It seems my little pet's found someone interesting to play with. It was at the top of the stairs that he stopped at her words. Forcing her back with a kick of his horse's legs, he sent a quick glance to his rear. There, in the distance, the skeleton monster seemed to focus its hollow gaze on a section of the army that formed ranks before one person. Your master has balls, following you this far, Ryder. No. Try as his mighty soldiers could, a mere sweep of one of the limbs had them breaking formation. The more foolhardy ones tried clambering up its limbs to hack away at the joints, but they were all turned to cinders as the beast immolated itself. All the while, its reach rapidly closed on Waver Velvet, the master his army tried so desperately to defend. Distractions lead you to mistakes, oh, king of conquerors. Caught with his attention elsewhere, Iskandar had to grit his teeth when he blocked another sword strike. But unlike those that came from above or the sides, this one that came from below had beheaded his mighty steed. Bucephalus' cleaved neck made way for a slash that nearly gutted him as he leveled with the demon king. So much for a servant of the steed. Your prized horses and chariots are all butter to my flames. Rage threatened to take over as he swung wildly and kicked back at the woman. Gracefully, the redhead took it all in stride while he continued his relentless assault, earning him cuts and gashes here and there but only the minimum cuts to her clothes in return. In the end, he far more resembled a berserker in his state now than the actual one. The redhead before him allowed a mocking giggle to escape. You and that boy are quite close. Always keeping your guard and protecting him that even trying to snipe him was a futile attempt of mine. But the phrase, divide and conquer, exists for a reason. She paused as if lost in thought before adding. Although, right now, it's more, divide and destroy, don't you think so? Avenger. Ryder screamed as he leapt forward, his sword aimed at the woman before him. However, between the two, she was more agile. Nobunaga had no issues dodging and blocking a majority of the attacks he threw. Every moment you fail to kill me, your master comes ever closer to being burned alive. Nobunaga taunted. Curse your recklessness, for it is what has gotten your master and friend killed, king of conquerors. Shut your mouth, devil. Ryder swung his sword but it didn't reach its target. Avenger was practically dancing around him, the mocking smile never leaving her face. That boy thinks highly of you. A pity, for it is that trust that has killed him. His spatha and her katana clicked as she blocked another attack. You whose dream was only that, you whose friends continued to believe until you led them to their deaths, you who promised conquest only to end it with a naive charge straight to hell. Enjoy my flames, for they shall feast on thy flesh as your pointless claim to that title has to your countrymen. History repeats itself, my dear Ryder. Aoe wag. King Iskandar screamed another battle cry before trying to punch her with his left arm. Avenger was fast enough to raise her leg and wanted to kick the approaching arm. However, Ryder's strength forced her to jump back. The doors of the temple opened on their own, allowing her to basically fly through them. As her heels clicked against the wooden floor, Nobunaga stood among the flames, a mocking smile taunting him as she waited for Iskandar to pursue her. But he didn't. Even in his angered state, Ryder could still think clearly. The status of king came with the level-headedness to think things through no matter the circumstance. Which was why he continued to stand before the entrance to the temple, the arm that held his spatha trembling. He could hear the cries of his soldiers and they desperately tried to protect his master. But the skeleton beast didn't stop for a moment. This couldn't go on. Things were at their worst and he couldn't risk it with a war of attrition. Without his chariot, he had no means to fly towards his master and save him. Without his steed, he was helpless on the ground against Avenger, one-on-one. He was out of options. He'd lost. Retreat or fight, either would end the same. The only thing he could actually achieve was a gamble that wasn't even in his favor. Die as he might alone, she may spare the boy. But at the same time, she could so easily snuff out his flame. After all, he and Waver were just human. This woman was not. Don't give up, Ryder. As if on cue, responding to his silent wavering, the boy called out to him via their mental link. That once cowardly and weak-willed master, despite having his life threatened by a monstrosity a million times larger than himself, continued to show valiant support for his servant. For his friend. By my last command seal, I order you, Iskandar, King of Conquerors. Fight. Win. Iskandar felt the energy flood him. Knowing the boy kept the last one back to keep him materialized after this fight with Avenger, the fact that he was putting all his cards in before it was over meant even Waver Velvet saw the writing on the wall. And yet, even with his life on the line, he still deigned to bet all his cards on the king, who faltered just because he thought he'd lose his newest friend. Ha ha. He laughed to himself, much to Avenger's curiosity. For you to have grown so much in just a few weeks, I really am undeserving of a headstrong master. Sorry, boy. But tyrants don't get the happy ending that we wish for. With regret on his back yet the weight of his friend's expectations on his shoulders, he squeezed his sword's hilt with a daring smile. But if it's to die a coward's death or die doing all you can, let it be known that I, Iskandar, will not disappoint you who have chosen honor. With that final proclamation, Ryder charged into the temple, sword in hand, trust in his friend in the other. Not once did Avenger's smirk falter. Not as her temple's doors closed behind the charging fool. Not when her 1,000 rifles formed ranks around him. Not when a million shells shredded and tore through the great Iskandar, bathing her in the demigod's blood. Not even as all fell silent and the fallen king's great armies vanished without a trace. Soon as the doors opened and only the Demon King stepped out of the temple, all had fallen silent as she quietly basked in attaining her new title. Even her pet, the giant six-armed skeleton warrior, had paused in its attack on Waver Velvet. The bony hand was held just above, almost about to squash the lad before everything had come grinding to a halt. Then, everything vanished. The temple, the monster. The flames, the burning sands. All of it vanished, shattering into a million lights of a defeated dream laced with a nightmare of flames. All that was left was a cowering boy stood before a smiling woman in the middle of the red bridge. Do it. Waver Velvet screamed at her. Tears and a trembling voice were as clear as the moon on the river's surface, but Nobunaga continued to watch. The fool's friend and retainer knew what had occurred. He need not note the absence of his servant, or his command seals for that matter, to ascertain anything. But, seemingly accepting his fate, he still stood tall and firm against her overpowering aura. Kill me if you must. Is that surrender, boy? Or a challenge, she asked with a hint of mocking curiosity. And neither. Nobunaga was actually taken aback by that. Surrender before death is a dishonor to those who fought to the end. Yet. I cannot challenge you with my might, not alone. Ha ha ha. Aren't you quite a loyal retainer? Yet a smart and brave one at that. I, the Demon King, have slain your servant, yet here you are, unafraid to stand against me. I see why that oaf is so taken with you. You have potential. Nobu smiled, but the boy did not take it as praise. Regardless of it offending her or not, she immediately pulled a rifle out of thin air and aimed at the boy. However, I am not entirely a malevolent ruler. If you miss your liege so much, I can very well send you to him, right here and now. The boy minorly flinched, but he never faltered. Staring at her down the barrel, he kept his defiant glare. Nobu had to admit that Waver was to be given credit for his loyalty. Still, it didn't change the fact that a boy must die, all of the participants in this war must die. Only she and Lelouch could be allowed to live. Only they were to be allowed happiness. And so she pressed the trigger. But nothing happened. Avenger blinked before pressing again, then again, then again. Not once did the rifle let a bullet loose. The surprise was for a mere second, but when she glanced at Waver, she noted he was frozen stiff, looking about to pass out at any moment. Thinking that his spinelessness that couldn't even hold out a bit longer saved her the embarrassment of a misfiring rifle, Nobunaga narrowed her gaze, frowned, then tossed away her rifle. It seems you also have good luck, boy. I've lost interest in killing simpletons for the day. In actuality, she didn't know what else to say, however, when Avenger glanced at him, she noted the brat gawking. As if he wasn't sure what to do. Are you daft, brat? Your king gave his life in an attempt to ensure you survive. Though I want it fair and square, I am not so petty as to deny my greatest foe one wish. Or are you so willing to squander your friend's last gift? Waver clenched his teeth and fists. Closing his eyes, he turned and walked away. She could see it. He wanted to scream. He wanted to avenge his friend. But he was as smart as he was loyal to Iskandar. He didn't do any of that and chose to preserve the life he was given. Nobunaga had never been one to show mercy to runaways and cowards. However, she was also aware the tears he shed weren't for his life, hence her just watching until he vanished from view entirely. Only then did the woman let out a scornful, yet sympathetic, sigh. Hey, dying for the sake of his master. Seems like we have something in common, King of Macedonia. Not that she liked the comparison, considering how much of a barbaric fool he was to the end. Still, it was the truth after all. She'd give her life for Lelouch's sake. But before it, their enemies will have to come close to killing her first. After all, his death was something Oda Nobunaga wouldn't ever allow. Not even over her dead body. Chapter 94, Chapter. The center building's parking area. The building's internal parking lot was empty, save for a lone knight in a battle dress who cautiously entered, seeking out the presence of the enemy servant. Given that Kiritsugu wasn't giving her precise orders, she could only do what she believed she could. That being engaging Avenger directly as per her descendants' demand for her master. But saying that, arriving here to find no one was frustrating, to say the least. There was no foe in sight. Not a civilian passerby or city authority either, despite this building being relegated as under construction still. To the latter, Saber was glad no one else was around. At least, there wouldn't be wanton casualties of random bystanders. But she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Not a master nor servant awaited her in the depths of the place even though she'd earlier felt the presence of one just in the vicinity. Either they'd relocated or were hiding, but that meant this place was clear. Yet, Saber couldn't be hasty lest she exposes her back. Just like she did before. Kiritsugu's refusal to work with her might be due to her mistake that led to his wife's kidnapping, or he may well be using her as a distraction to get to Lelouch Lampirouge directly. Though the former was deserved, the latter was more apparent, going by the man's utilitarian thought process. That being the case, now that she was here, Saber had no clue what to do. She'd sensed someone, another pair of servants clashing in the distance, but considering Berserker and Rider were still unaccounted for, she wondered if it was them. If it was neither and Avenger was over there, then would anyone even show up to her aforementioned duel? Her grip on the hilt of her blade tightened. If no one would, then she'd take matters into her own hands. She'd save those she'd left behind on her own if she had to. She'd right the wrong she dealt with both Mia and Irisveal, Kiritsugu's plan to assassinate her progeny be damned. Even if he was her master, she needn't bother with him until he used his command seal to summon her. After all, he hadn't bothered with her much to begin with. However, just as she entered further into the place, she noticed someone skulking in the shadows. No. It was better to say he was leaning against a pillar for support before realizing she'd spotted him. He slowly made his way forward to stand right in the middle of her path. A servant, she thought. Sauntering out of the darkness with a limp, the hooded man tried his best to remain standing. Even in the darkness, she could see the shaking in his working leg. But although he looked to be a cripple, she sensed the magical energy surrounding him. To her surprise, however, it wasn't at the level of a threat to her. No, she changed her assessment. A master. Saber couldn't see his face but she could tell it wasn't Lelouch. After meeting him once, the boy carried an air far more confident than the one stood before her. More than that, the hooded man continued to wobble in place. It was like he was bleeding out. But there was no doubt that this was Magus, and since he was inside Lelouch's domain, it could mean only one thing. Master of Berserker, yes. She stated it whilst pointing her invisible sword at the potential foe. The men said nothing, but it was good enough admission as it was obvious he was not the boy Ryder brought with him that night at the Einsburn castle. She knew that it was likely Avenger and Lelouch had allied with this particular servant. While Ryder and Waver were not off the table, Arturia doubted Avenger would even agree to working with the King of Conquerors. Not since they seemed to carry a bit of rivalry. This one here could only be Berserker's master then. The man in question twitched lightly as he stared at her. The hood shifted a bit to the side, allowing Saber a glance at the one and only working eye trained at her. Pale-faced and covered in bandages here and there, he was actually dripping blood from one of his nostrils. With half of his face deformed, she could only attribute it to magecraft that abused the physical body. And yet, despite looking like he should be in so much pain, the man looked calm. Huh. So you're Saber. King Arthur, right? Matu Korea asked between heavy breaths. His expression drifted from drowsiness to genuine surprise then back. So you really were a girl? Heh. Sorry. Couldn't believe it until I actually saw it. You've heard about me, she inquired, eyeing the master sternly. Lelouch said you might come through this way. Sorry. For greeting you, like this, King of Knights. Ha. Korea returned an expression that was partly regretful and partly tired. But as you can see, I'm not, in the state, to offer a welcome. Or, much of a polite one, anyway. And was it Lelouch who demanded you stop me? Saber asked as she slowly started to approach him. She couldn't see Berserker, but it only meant that he was in spirit form, waiting for the moment to strike. Korea shook his head. No. He didn't demand anything from me. If you have to ask, it was Berserker, who wanted to meet you. To that, Arturia's eyes narrowed. So his servant is someone from my past. Verifying this was a godsend, but that didn't narrow it down much. Even if he was a knight of such renown to be inscribed on the throne, she still didn't recognize him. Because of the servant's dark aura, even his armor was nothing but an unidentifiable haze. Whatever order he belonged to, she couldn't tell from sight alone. More so since he didn't use his own weapon, she could distinguish if he'd been a friend or a foe. You say it wasn't Lelouch Lampirouge that asked you to come here. She pushed all that aside and opted to reason with the men before her instead. You say it was your servant, not him, that wishes to face me. Can we not set this battle aside then? For a time when neither you nor my master is at risk of being caught in the crossfire. Arturia wanted to negotiate a truce. If his servant demanded a duel, then so be it. She'd oblige him all he wanted later. But for now, she'd much rather see to Irisville's safety first. If she could convince the men to stand down as he didn't seem to hold any stakes in this, then Saber could. You know. I don't really have a reason to fight anymore. Her grip on her sword shifted a little as he muttered. I mean, I've already done what I needed, saved those that I wanted to. He smiled slightly as though he was drifting off into a dream. In his delirium, he added. The reason I even had to fight for the Grail is gone. The person I wanted to save is free. I don't need the stupid cup anymore. Then why do you keep fighting? If you don't have reason to stay, then please leave. You don't have to die in this war anymore. If he didn't care for the Grail, then why was he still here? Why wasn't he limping away to lick his wounds? Why was he smiling, like he knew it was the end for him either way? The mere fact that he would say all this yet not move aside, it could only mean that he was resigned to fight, resigned to resist her. Resigned to die. But, why would he? Korea chuckled. True. I don't need to die. But, you see. I was a dead man walking the moment I joined this stupid ritual. You should know by now that magi aren't the most ethical bunch. Even if I run, there was no escape from the consequences of my mistakes. Not anymore. What are you saying? She didn't understand it. She couldn't, but she didn't want to just cut him down. Even though he was obstructing her from saving another, it was against her chivalric code to kill someone as weak and helpless as he. Enough of this. Please, stand aside. If I'm going to die, no matter what, I choose to die like a man. He interrupted with a confident tone and took one step back. Besides, I still have a debt to pay for the help I got from my allies. Lelouch, Saber muttered, but Korea shrugged. I see, you're wary of him too. Yeah. It was the same for me. That boy, he's a dangerous one. The second scariest person I ever knew. And yet, he was the only person in my life who helped me. It's because of him that I'm free. That Sakura is free. Arturia didn't recognize the last name but concluded it was related to Korea's original wish. But you see, King Arthur, he wasn't the only one who saved me and my family. Upon his stating it, the shadows before the men shifted and warped. Materializing with a black haze shrouding his form, Berserker's kneeled form on the pavement caused Saber's guard to jump up. She readied her sword, however, surprisingly, Berserker didn't move from his spot. His crimson visor kept its glare on the concrete floor. Berserker is, well, he's a wild card for one. Not someone I can control either. But he's a heroic spirit. He was the hero that killed the monster that plagued my life. The one who helped save me, despite my inadequacies and lack of fulfilling his own wish. A wish to face you, NGH. GAHA. He fell to his knee, but neither knight made to move and assist. Blood escaped his throat, but he still had it in him to speak through it. Ha. Ha. But now, he can have it. It's time I made amends for his help. As his master, it is the least I can do for him. Korea's exhaustion was at its peak. With the presence of Berserker, his servant, the drain on him had skyrocketed. He was very much standing on his last leg, both figuratively and literally. Berserker. He muttered again to his black knight's back. Grrrrrrrr. Was the low growl reply. With the rest of my command seals, I, Matu Korea, order you. The red tattoos bathed them in a flash of crimson. Then, the lights vanished. Do what you will with Saber. Chapter 95, Chapter. The Black Knight didn't move. He didn't speak or was swayed by the seal's inference of a command. Instead, the one to act was the blood-covered man in a hood who forced himself up and walked towards the nearest exit. Even in his shabby state, he still managed to reach the doorway before muttering over his shoulder. "Thank you, for everything. Farewell, Black Knight of Madness." The man vanished with the door's loud thud. Kiritsugu would have been pissed that she let him escape, but she didn't care. She wouldn't cut down the one who stepped away from this. And besides, she already had a foe waiting patiently for her. All that was left was the servant of madness. Though he would always seek after her in a fit of rage, it was now that he was at his most calm. An eerie silence should Saber be allowed to describe it. But be that as it may, he was still a servant that now stood in her way. As the king of knights bound by honor to save her charge, Arturia Pendragon had no choice but to fight. The black miasma surrounding the knight wisped and waned like smoke, preventing Saber from a clear view of her foe. Though they shared histories, she was still unsure of which among many countless knights of the realm he was. If she didn't recognize him amongst her foes, was Berserker perhaps one of her own? Arturia raised her invisible sword and pointed it at him. "Ye who demands a duel with the king, if thou demands a duel between knights, then you'd best not dally and pull out your sword, Berserker." He did no such thing. Instead, he stood up and faced her. Just as calmly as he stared down Archer once before, the knight in black trained his crimson visors on her form. "If you continue to insult me, then I shall answer in kind." If he refused to reveal his blade after demanding they face one another, then she had no choice but to cut him down. Though his behavior now was a vast difference from the past, she couldn't afford to waste time. She swung her blade down. Ha! Clang, eh. Only to have her eyes widen in shock when he caught the downward swing to his helmet between the flats of his armored palms. To her surprise, it was then that the silent knight roared. Keh. Saber wasn't allowed a chance to breathe. The moment she registered his pent-up rage, she had to raise her free arm to her side. And though she blocked the flying knee, she was still sent several meters back, landing against a van and denting its side door with a crash. Impossible. She hissed to herself as she recovered to her feet. He can see through invisible air. To know the length of her blade well enough to predict its approach, that bordered on clairvoyance through her fey magic. But, in his rage, the Black Knight didn't look to be an expert of magic, nor did he appear to have a tool to see through the sword's enchantment. However, if it wasn't that, then, there could only be one explanation. Acute familiarity. "So you truly are a knight of my past," she hissed as he writhed where he stood. He didn't look to be in pain, but every fiber in his being exuded the desire to attack her this very instant. She couldn't comprehend which foe in her life would be so familiar with her yet just as hateful. "Name yourself, knight. As your king, I order you." Gh, was Berserker's response. That and a rush to kick a nearby vehicle over and rip an object taped to its undersides. It was only by Saber recognizing firearms that she immediately jumped behind the nearest pillar. But what should have been a normal machine gun didn't sound like it. An onslaught of lead severed the cement pillar in two like paper. Not only did they obliterate Saber's hiding spot, but they also pierced through and were barely deflected off the flat of her sword. The tinge of cursed black-red metal identified the bullets as under the mad servant's still unclear noble phantasm. Even you would resort to such means. Arthur. Berserker didn't comment except for her name. The fact that his special ability turned even modern weapons into his noble phantasm shocked her. Allowing even mundane bullets to harm servants, for such an ability to exist, she wondered just how capable of a knight he was in life. All thoughts of his identity were redirected to her own survival. A barrage of shells continued to assault her as Berserker held the rifle's trigger down. Saber had to bob and weave between and under vehicle after vehicle. All in an attempt to avoid the full automatic fire that continued to melt and perforate metal like it was butter. Knowing that she was going to be forced on the defensive until she could get close with her blade, Saber grit her teeth in frustration until she spotted a larger vehicle down the car park. Ha! With a mighty kick that looked impossible to come from her lithe form, the van toppled to its side and blocked her from view. She then kicked once more, sending the vehicle careening towards the knight who remained rooted to the spot. The madman opened fire on the flying van. Being thicker than most, it managed to tank a few hits, but by the time it got to him, a simple swipe of his free hand sent the now hunk of metal flying overhead and splitting off into two exploding wrecks. The resulting flame provided a dull orange light to the car park, but beyond the origin of the van Saber kicked, the King of Knights was nowhere to be seen. Grr, creak, grawa. Brrrr. Upon hearing something to the side, behind another car, Berserker shot what would have been a magazine full of bullets into the corner. However, nothing hit. The enraged servant of madness remained composed, despite his anger and frustration of losing his target taking hold. But, no matter if she hit herself, Saber knew she wouldn't be able to avoid him entirely even if she chose to flee now. Which was why she begrudgingly took a risk and opted to strike him from his blind spot. Something she rather preferred not to but had to try. Ha! She threw a swift strike to his side. One that, if it hit, would impale his lower torso and slow his movements even if it was shallow. Rayawayawag. But, in an unbelievable show of dexterity, Berserker swiftly pulled himself back, out of her still invisible blade's reach, and swung down the butt of his rifle on her head. What's more, he was doing so from the barest corner of his periphery. The crimson of his helmet visor wasn't even looking anywhere near her. It was as if he'd known she'd pull such a cheap and reluctant attack in a heat of desperation and was countering her out of habit. How does he know? She internally screamed as she instinctively blasted magical energy out of Excalibur, dispelling invisible air but also buffeting his counterattack with a violent squall. Aiming the tip of the golden blade to the underside of his face, she didn't allow him another second and put her all into her own counter. Mana burst. Ragh. Once again, he dodged a fatal strike, allowing his head to tilt back and letting the blast graze the chin of his helmet. Immediately following that, he backflipped out of the way to kneel with the rifle in hand. He didn't even need to aim properly with her being directly in front of him. Shit, she raised her sword defensively. Thur. A barrage of shells pelted her like rain. Sparks flew as she stood her ground. Of course, the sword forged by the Fae couldn't be damaged or broken by modern weapons, but the attack was draining her stamina as its random spread had her swiping at and dodging shots in near light speed. Unlike certain servants that enjoyed the safety of protection from arrows, the hail of gunfire could very well kill her if she wasn't careful. Saber was forced to endure. It didn't help that Berserker's possessing the rifle seemingly gave it an infinite supply of bullets, likely a corruption of his ability forced it to use magic to replicate the shells. But magic shells or not, she wasn't going to sit idly forever. Pooling her strength into her blade, she waited. She continued to deflect the shells until her chance came. It did the moment another car exploding rocked the place. Having done a great deal of damage to their surroundings in an attempt to kill her, Berserker had unwittingly raised hell throughout the parking lot. Still shooting regardless of what happened, he suddenly had his vision blocked by debris flying everywhere. Ha-iya. She exploited the momentary opening for all she could. Thrusting directly towards her foe, she fired all the magic she stored into Excalibur. The resulting gale knocked him in the chest, sending his weapon firing off to the side. It was then she kicked off and brought her sword down on him. This is the end. Blessed metal scraped against dull steel. She achieved a breakthrough as Berserker was forced back once more. He'd attempted to use his rifle to block her part way, but she kicked into him, resulting in the gun itself taking the brunt of her attack. Well, apart from his helmet anyway. Crick-crack. The ground skittered and sparked beneath the knight as his retreat was his swiftest yet closest yet. But at the same time, a winding break slid down the center of his helm. Oddly, he assessed the damage with a light grasp to his armored face. Weaponless and soon to be helmless, Berserker mulled in silence at his current state. Do you still wish to continue with this farce? Challenging him, Saber leveled her sword to his face once more. She would have continued her attack had he had the sense to try. She would have ended him if he showed more of the rage his class required of him. But she wished to spare him of that if she could. After all, she refused to break her code of chivalry, that of attacking the weak and unarmed. It would be another story if he were to bare his fangs even now, though. However, she knew he was still holding back. Draw your sword, Berserker. Thou art a knight, are thee not? Though he showed exemplary control and skill with any weapon, firearms or not, the way he could predict her blade, avoid it, adapt to it, from when they first met to now, she could tell. Or do you mean to further insult me by playing around? Chapter 96, Chapter. He kneeled there in silence. When the building's anti-fire sprinklers sprouted on and doused them both in a generous shower, he still kept quiet. Then, Berserker stood up and raised his right arm before him, grasping on an invisible weapon pointed at her throat. As the air shimmered and the water spray just started to envelop something in the shape of a long sword, he attacked. Prepared as she was for a sneak attack, she responded in kind. A high swing, she deflected and thrust. He parried, freeing her guard. Berserker weaved his formless sword around for a low blow. She deftly avoided it by hopping back but pressed him with a center swing aimed at his chest. He reciprocated and they clashed once more. Saber could see it. The grace and strength behind his swings. Such seamless transitions, the swift movements devoid of wastefulness and honed to efficiency. This was Berserker's real strength. Not mindless rage consuming his charge, but a relentless dance that evoked harmony as it did power with every attack. Clashing once more, an invisible blade locked in place. Berserker's own then finished materializing. And it was then, when it took full form, did Saber's mind flood with confusion and trepidation. Wah, her jaw slackened. Sleek and black, covered in familiar fey runes. Not only did she recognize it, but she could also sense the familiarity of its make as her own carried the same. It can't be. Water obscured her vision slightly, dampening her hair as well, but nothing could disguise the sword being held against her own. After all, it and Excalibur were sister blades. And it was one that she hadn't seen since the fall of Camelot. Aaron. Dite. Noting her recognition of the blade, and thus its owner, the mad howl stunned her for a brief moment. It was enough for Berserker to kick her back, freeing their swords. In her stupor, invisible air dissipated. Shining divine light bathed the flat of his black blade, momentarily coloring it in its former glory. There's no mistake. It's genuine. But, that can't. Questions overtook her thoughts. She couldn't think straight. Hence, when she spoke, it was in broken, shaken speech. Why are you? What happened, too? Why do you abhor me? Why are you consumed by rage? Many inquiries came to the fore but none were asked. Not a single proper sentence escaped her lips. Nothing apart from the utterance of his name. The name of the most loyal of the Round Table. The most exemplary of all knights that even she strived to emulate in life. Sir. Lancelot. He didn't respond. The silence was all he gave. Crack. That was until his helmet shattered in clean halves. And metal fragments fell away, revealing not the smiling handsome face of a friend of old, but instead one glaring with rage and fury. Of teeth gnashed and ground to the point of sharpness in his madness and insanity. Of tresses of hair unkempt and wild. Of eyes bloodshot and glaring, absent of any and all rationality. Gone was the facade of the most honorable knight in the realm. Gone was the composure he used to address their colleagues. Gone were the caring eyes Guinevere fell for. Gone was the very humanity that she admired of him all those years ago. Arturia Pendragon froze. Her stoic face was replaced by horror as she came face to face with the corrupted, broken man the Knight of the Lake, her old friend and the best knight of Camelot, had become. Arthur. With his helm gone, to see and hear the very man she'd respected and rely on, growl her name with such detest and loathing in his voice. It was heart-rending. Not that her state of mind was any of the Mad Knight's concern. Sir Lancelot, wait. He did not. Heavy swing followed by a graceful thrust. She retreated. A swift stab that turned into a disarming strike. She fell back further. An upward swing that was chained with a mighty cleave down and almost beheaded her. She had to lock blades with him. Worse still, she had to come face to face with his horrifying mug and see the very light in his eyes had already long since vanished. All that was left of the man was a burning desire to tear her apart. Sir Lancelot. Please, stop. He refused and pushed even harder. Allowing her blade to slant slightly, she slid away from his push and blocked the resulting side swipe. Getting a little breathing room, she tried to think of a way out of killing her former colleague. However, seeing him like this, she was certain not even her questions would be designed as a response. Apart from claims to her life, that is. But maybe, there was another way. Reawag. She evaded another strike but then feigned an attack to his neck. Her attempt was blocked, but that was expected. Sweeping Excalibur's guard down to meet with Arondite's own, Saber forcibly locked blades with him again. Only this time, she tried her best to speak while restraining his attempts at escape. Heed me, old friend. I do not wish to fight you. Though met with yet another hull through grit-sharpened teeth, she persevered. I apologize. I am sorry. Because of me. Because of my failure as your king, I have ruined you. I have brought ruin to our kingdom. To Britain and Camelot. Sparks flew from his sword grating against hers. Neither would break in the other's lock, but only time would tell how long she'd be able to hold him back. I failed you, my knight. I have failed us all. Those of the Round Table. My queen and confidant. Everyone. Her eyes became wet, and it wasn't the sprinklers as those had long since stopped raining, leaving the whole parking lot a dim and damp mess with only two knights still locked in a struggle. But forgive me, for I cannot accede the grail to you. No matter your wishes, I wish to demand something of it. I need it to make things the way they're supposed to be. To return the sword of selection back to the stone and prevent an unworthy one such as I from ever drawing it again. It was at that point that the strength Berserker put into resisting suddenly waned. Not that Saber realized it, for she was far too lost in her emotional confession. I must win this war, so that the mistake that was my reign would be undone. So that someone else, another more worthy of Caliban and the crown, can take my place and lead Britain to a brighter future. She made a small nostalgic yet pleading smile. Please, old friend. I beg of you. Let me fix everything. Let me erase my sins from history and allow you a brighter future. For a moment, all was silent. Perhaps he'd come to understand her. Maybe he'd concede then and there, as a sign that there was still a fragment of the men she knew within the beast. But then, Lancelot's grip on Erendite shook violently. A sudden burst of strength broke through her lock on his sword, forcing her back. Thor. Her name came out slurred. The look Lancelot gave her stayed the same, but the impotent rage he'd been exuding seemed to be amplified tenfold. What the? She couldn't contain her surprise when she blocked his next strike. He not only swung down with enough power to force her to a knee, the floor beneath her cratered under its weight at least a foot deep. What are you doing, Lancelot? Did you not understand me? I said I need to do this for everyone's sake. For your and Guinevere's. His response was not a mad howl. In fact, it was pained. Hurt beyond belief at what she'd said. But there was no way she'd notice when that same pained man was attempting to cut her down. The man's loyalty mixed with frustrations was but a cloud of madness to the naive king's eyes. And the end result was a relentless clash of a holy sword against a cursed blade. Sparks flared. Not just the air, but the wet concrete floor was littered with fading embers as Lancelot's attacks went beyond glancing blows to rending their surroundings asunder. Saber had to fall back, unable to bring herself to go on the offensive as he was. Over and over, she deflected and dodged to no avail. Why can't you understand, she cried. Why must you get in the way? Old friend. He overpowered her yet again with another howl. Why would you not allow me a chance to atone? Why do you obstruct my path? I thought you of all people would understand me. Sir Lancelot. Her pleas went ignored as she deflected another swing. Chambered behind it, however, was a stab to her throat. This time, it got very close to skewering her throat had she not dodged it at the last minute. Upon nicking her skin slightly and drawing the most amount of blood yet, Saber resolved herself. Very well. Hardening her heart, she parried the next strike and kicked him back, making distance and buying time to reaffirm herself once more. I will not hold back any more. Not for you, dear friend. There would be no convincing him. And should she hesitate any longer, she'd only end up sabotaging Irisveel's rescue. And maybe even Kiritsugu's life, hence her wish. Gritting her teeth and suppressing the tears, she steeled herself into slaying yet another one of her knights. Excalibur glowed with its blessed luster as it always had. But in her grip, it wept at the realization of tasting yet more of another one of her comrades' blood. If you cannot accept. No, that'd be unfair as you can't even comprehend what I ask of you, in your madness. Forgive me. Her golden blade was once again trained on his throat. This time, with regret weighing it down slightly. Should you still be able to hear me, in your heart? I pray you to forgive me. For I shall have to cut you down myself, Sir Lancelot. Lancelot, nay. Berserker charged. Aiming for her throat, he lunged. She parried. Chambering a follow-up for her torso, he sliced at her. She blocked and counterattacked. Not even evading it but allowing the blade to graze his breastplate, he got close to punch her with his free hand. She avoided the fist and threw an elbow to his chin which he deftly avoided. Aya. He growled. But although it was quieter than his usual, she didn't see it as him backing down. In fact, she sensed him putting his all. The water on the floor reflected the tinge of blue emanating from Arondite's blade. It was only through pure instinct that Saber knew to charge up her own magical energy before he struck. Battle cry met with mad howls. Golden light clashed with torrential blues. The power behind Excalibur warded off Arondite's own blast, but just barely. Though the blades were not equal, their wielders might have made it so. And with Knight of Honor being rescinded due to the presence of the cursed unfading light of the lake, Lancelot's parameters, amplified by mad enhancement, had potentially exceeded that of his former liege. The sword of promised victory grated against its sister blade with a painful shriek every time Arturia swung it. Both representing the pain and torment to be found when being rejected by someone who'd been dear to her as well as needing to kill them with her own hands. It was a hard-pressed battle. Clash after clash ruptured and shook the building. But although their attacks threatened to collapse a mere section of the parking lot every swing, neither of them relented in their battle of the ideals and wishes. Though, even now, Arturia wondered what her most loyal knight was thinking as they fought like they never had before. To think you'd be my bane, when in life, you were my crutch. Saber muttered to herself as her battle instinct screamed at her to duck. Arondite's black and blue steel managed to clip a few hairs but no more. Had she been too late, the sword's anti-dragon properties would have ended her then and there. I wonder, was your madness a fault of my own as well? Did my mistakes, my ineptitude as ruler, turn your honorable self into this? Reawawag. His growl came accompanied by yet another graceful strike to her head. Even in his madness, the man clearly knew her weakness. Though it may not truly have been necessary anymore as she lacked Avalon to even keep any wound of hers sealed indefinitely, but it spoke well enough of Lancelot's understanding of her. Of his former king. Each and every attack was measured and practiced. Akin to moving in a practice dance that resembled their training spars from eras long past. He knew her as well as she knew him. Or, as well as she'd hoped she knew the man. Reawawag. An armored fist knocked her counterattack aside as Lancelot pushed for another neck slice. Saber would have simply dodged it and waited for another chance opening. However, she no longer had the leeway to play by the rules. That her foe was aware of all her skills and abilities, of her habits and favored stances, made winning harder. Which was why she caught the madman by surprise when she ducked below him and threw debris into his face. I pray you find safe passage in the next life once more. Reappearing directly behind him, she apologized. Sorry. Gaha. Blood spurted as a golden blade pierced the knight and exited his front. Not only did she manage to tear through armor and bone, but she'd also ripped through and tore away at her ideals. A backstab was not a chivalrous way to fight. However, in the face of an adversary, she had no chance of beating as quickly as normal, picking the dirtiest fighting method was all she had. It pained her to even resort to such when she tried her hardest not to. But, even so. Even if I were to be called a fool. Even if I were to be shamed as a failure. Even then, I shall win the Grail. She muttered aloud but sounded as if she was trying to convince herself. For if I don't, there'd be nothing left I can offer as recompense, for my sins to you, for my sins to all. Sorry. This was fine. So long as she was the only one to be damned to hell, it was fine. So long as she could offer salvation to those she held dear. Even Lancelot would understand. Clouded by madness now, he'd surely. Ah. My fool, of a king. Caught off guard by the raspy yet familiar voice, her eyes widened when she saw his eyes peering at her over his shoulder. The pity in them, absent of insanity, rocked her to her very core. To continue, making that face, even now. Lancelot's breathing stilled as he spoke legibly for the first time since ever. I will tear it away. You can Gaah. As the softness of his voice stalled her train of thought, the tension rose sharply when he screeched once more and backhanded her in the face. Pulling her sword along, a gaping hole was left to bleed profusely in the man's chest. But that didn't stop the servant of madness from mumbling to himself. My king. You understood me. Saber grasped at straws as she hoped against hope. Sir Lancelot. If you can come to reason in your state, why do you? You are a fool. Her breath hitched as the man, formerly silenced by madness, proclaimed with such sorrow and hate seething in his gaze. As your knight, it is my duty to end your suffering. Ngaah. Ah. As if suffering a delayed reaction to the hole in his person, blood escaped the man's mouth as he further lost any signs of reason and fell back into madness. Clang. The scream of her name was all the warning she got before she intercepted a devastatingly powerful blow. Despite being wounded, he was still going full throttle as his attacks resumed. But unlike earlier, when she thought she was facing a man who'd lost all reason, her resolve wavered. That he could speak, that he could understand her, it all pointed to the fact that he perceived everything she'd said. But, to continue fighting in his state, that meant. Why, she cried as she blocked and countered his attack and follow-up parry. Why must you get in my way? He didn't answer. Just attacked. Why do you stand against my path of reconciliation? Saber swung at him, sword barely grating against a shoulder plate before ducking under his fist. Why must you reject my attempt to right all wrongs? He didn't answer any of her pleas. Apart from swinging at her, he continued to ignore it all. Then, with a wave of his once holy blade, Arondite blasted a huge wave of water gathered from their surroundings as a high-pressure stream in her direction. In the instant it fired, Saber could do nothing in her stunned state but block it all with the flat side of her blade. I will save you. She heard his mutters over the heavy gushing of water. It got stronger when he screamed, the madness returning to his once sane voice. I will save you. She didn't understand. Save her from what? She was not the one in trouble. She was not the one who was wronged. It was the world. Her country. Her people. Her comrades and family. It was they, all of them, that she wished to save. From whom? Of course, from herself. From the mistakes she'd made. From the path of ruin she led them all to. Had it not been her? Had it been someone more than her, then, no one would have to suffer. Nothing would have turned out the way they went. Nothing good ever came of her actions. Why is it that no one could understand that? Why must they stand in her way? No longer. Clang crack. The ground beneath her cratered once again as she stopped Lancelot's most devastating attack yet dead in its tracks. This is the only way to fix everything. Calm was her voice. But, in truth, she'd only hardened her heart further, suppressing any and all emotions. That's right. Wearing the mask of the king once more, killing the girl that wielded the holy blade. All for the sake of seeing things through to the end. I know this path would damn me, however, I will do whatever it takes. Even if it means striking you down, my old friend. The knight's black blade glowed an iridescent blue. Water droplets flew from the puddled flooring as small darts and spears, aiming to skewer her from all sides. With the blessing of the Lady of the Lake, Arturia Pendragon wouldn't have been harmed at all by this technique. But with the legend of erendite slaying, a dragon, any and all attacks perpetrated by the sword carried in itself anti-dragon properties. Something her dragon core and blood made her vulnerable against. But, it wasn't just a single fey of legend that blessed her. Oh, wind, guide my steps. Wind buffeted water. A large gust enveloped her form, rending all the droplets as but rain against the pavement. But just as it clad her, she also transfixed the wind's blessing onto Excalibur, speeding her attacks. A slash down was followed by a gale. A thrust was faster than the eye could see. All of which is a testament to her inhuman physical strength in life amplified by her stats as a servant of the present. The fact that Lancelot managed to evade and mitigate most of it, however, was also a clear example of his luck and skill on the battlefield. But avoiding her for long was never to last. Not when he was already pierced and wounded once. And especially not when his master was but a hollow corpse pushing through on willpower alone. Chapter 97, Chapter NGH-GAHA. Off in the distance, Matukaria spewed even more blood as he slunk back against the center veranda's railings. Having sequestered his way to safety, out of the Magus killer's way at that, he was allowed a view of the moonlit sky in his final hour. Too bad, he couldn't enjoy it much in his state. Especially when he was also losing vision in his only working eye. Sorry. Berserker. He muttered to only himself. But, it seems, this is the end, for me. NGH. Pain seared through him as the last of his magical energy was drained in the night of the lake's last attempt to break through his foe. But even as Korea couldn't see the night, he felt it all. The man's frustrations, his despair. His love and guilt. His dashed hopes and his earnest desire. All of it was conveyed through their mental link as the madman tried his best to fulfill his last wishes. That of saving the girl who couldn't save herself and owing up to the mistakes he should have been punished for. It was a beautiful dream. A chivalrous knightly fancy spoke of in fables. One that Korea wished he could have lent a hand to had he not been in such dire straits himself. It was funny how he'd come to admire such bravado from a knight in fairy tales at his age, but it was only due to having been saved by said fairy tale knight that he could think such things as acting chivalrous himself. Or, at least, that was what he'd hoped to accomplish, coming here as weak as he was. Now that everything was falling to pieces, even himself both literally and figuratively, the only thing he could do was offer the mad servant a pat on the back. Though it's probably not what the men would have wanted from him after all the shit he put Lancelot through due to Zokan. It's fine. Master. Korea flinched in his silence as he heard the words. It was from a voice he'd not heard before, but a quick glance at the back of his hand, on where the former command seals were etched, he understood. Ah. Have you, finally done, what did you want? Yes. A simple, honest answer. One that came from a tired man rather than a mad dog. I thank you, for the opportunity you have given me. Is that really, what do you think? Korea doubted it. He'd failed on all accounts to grant Berserker his wish. Selfishly taking his own victory, he pretty much wasted himself away before Berserker had his own chance at retribution. Still, he smiled wryly at his own incompetence, subconsciously knowing the knight would likely do the same if he could. Is this really the outcome that you wanted? The answer was automatic. Ironic to think that the only thing he and his servant shared was a tragic end filled with many regrets. Regardless, Matukaria accepted his servant's answer with a sigh. The answer was quiet and regretful, but it was also one Korea hoped he could believe was honest to the very end. Yes. Lancelot muttered into her ear with a dry smile. His body weighed heavily against her shoulder. This is how things should be. Two knights stood against one another. One had dropped his sword to the floor with a loud clang. Erendite faded into the night as if sinking into the pool of water beneath, reclaimed by the Lady of the Lake who watched as her blessed child fell to his knees. Similarly falling to her own knees, the second knight remained stoically still. Excalibur's light shone brightly, as if burning through the second hole it perforated through the Black Knight's armor. Stained red, it evaporated the blood as its light was reflected off of its owner's jaded eyes. Saber remained quiet. She didn't flinch. She didn't shout. She didn't scream. But her tears, masquerading as one of the many droplets sprayed by Lancelot's torrential attacks, was clear for the world to see. That included the friend who slipped off of her shoulder to fall limply to the floor. Ah. A calm voice exhaled as he breathed his last. I failed you, once more, my liege. Sir. Lancelot, she couldn't help but mutter as her gaze drifted over his still form. The still visage of her composure was cracking at the seams despite all attempts to restrain her emotions from consuming her. I failed, as a knight. He continued. A nostalgic smile plastered his face as his gaze aimlessly wandered to the wet floor. Though I continue to admire you, continue to be loyal. I failed to protect you from yourself. What are you saying? Her voice whispered. Britain needed a king. Many of us thought this true. And the one we received couldn't have ever been more perfect. The pride in his wandering gaze, a spark breaking through the jaded rage of madness, pierced her heart. But what we didn't see was how much you'd given yourself to the curse of the crown. Curse? What is he saying? Saber wanted to decry it. To denounce that she'd fallen for such. That he was just speaking madness due to the curse of insanity that befell his summoning. But he persisted, words grating against her stone-clad heart. Fools were we. To ignore the pain and burden you'd taken up for our sakes. Fools were we to not see the weight on your small shoulders. To lie and feign ignorance to your own personal wants, all for our sake. Always fighting. Always composed, for us and Britain, but not yourself. What are you saying? She finally demanded, voice cracking. Do you mean to state that Britain's prosperity was not my own wish? Do you mean to deny it? That what I did for my people was not my deepest desire? My fool of a king. The man chuckled to himself wryly, painfully, as he sighed his last. If your wish for the Grail, for your people, was born from thine heart, why don't thy smile not shine as brightly as it used to? His words rang her hollow. His smile at death's door, incomprehensible. She didn't understand why he'd smile so. She couldn't. Not even when she saw her face's reflection on the puddle of water. Tears, and the anguish of a woman who was on the verge of breaking down. Quickly, she'd restored the facade, but Lancelot, despite his vision blearing, saw it all too clearly. His words had marred her, causing her to waver as she listened. They didn't fully dissuade her, but he'd affected her so. More than swinging his sword, reminding her of the cheerful past they shared brought more pain than the shallow wounds he'd dealt. King Arthur, the man whispered as his body started to slowly fade from existence. No matter what anyone says. No matter what you say. Then, and forevermore, thou who selflessly took upon the mantle of king. Thou who took upon a role grander than any. Don't. She mumbled back in protest. Thou, he continued as his torso faded into ash and light. Who swore an oath to uphold all that is just and righteous. The one who went so far as to pardon myself, he who committed the sin of forbidden love. Please, don't. Thou, who continues to take the sins of Camlan on her small shoulders. He smiled as he vanished from the world. You were the greatest among all kings. All who served you truly believed that. The pool of water beneath him rippled. It was as though tears of the Lady of the Lake herself disturbed the still water's surface. But that was wrong. Splash. What caused the ripple instead was the king of knights who'd fallen to her knees. Tears streamed down, unable to hold it back. For to hear his words, his honest praise, was but a nail into her guilty heart. That's wrong, she screamed out to no one. It's all wrong. You should have hated me. You should have reviled me for my failure. She was tired. The exhaustion and stress had begun to pile up. Having lost a friend due to her own incompetence. Then to have to kill one from her past, one who'd likely fallen to madness due to his blind faith in her failure as a ruler. Why would you praise me, old friend? She contemplated it but couldn't think straight with the emotional turmoil she was feeling. What would make you say such, when it was my mishandling of it all that you'd all paid the price for? She was hurt. She was distressed. She was confused. She was all of that and more. But did it mean she would stop now? No. Of course not. She donned the mask of a perfect king once more. Always composed, always just. Pushing back all that she'd mulled over, she decided on a single thought alone. This is the best example of how I failed. She denied Lancelot's claims. This is but one of the many nights I failed. Sir Lancelot was wrong. No one saw her as the perfect king. Her nation fell because of her. There was no getting around that. What right do I have to continue calling myself king? None, she believed. Not when her friends and subjects suffered because of her mistakes. She lied to her nation, to her friends about her identity. All for the sake of appearances, she was truly a perfect king. But it was all a lie. An act. And at the destruction of her stage, the inevitable fall of Britain soon followed. Her reluctance to address her relationship with Mordred beget weakness. That weakness to address Lancelot and Guinevere's relationship properly brought with it Mordred's and half the round's betrayal. That betrayal tore Britain in two and culminated with Camlan where no true victory was beheld. What victory was there, in spilling the blood of my countrymen? The king asked the girl within. The girl had no answer except for one. There was no victory, for there was no rightful king. Such was her belief in her rule. Or lack thereof. I'm sorry I disappointed you again, old friend. Curse me in hell. But I can't stop now. The king lived and ruled for the sake of her people and her people alone. Even if it led to her demise by their hand, nothing could mean more to kingship than laying down one's life for the sake of her loved ones. There was no other way around it. Iskandar, Gilgamesh, and Avenger were tyrants who couldn't understand her for they selfishly ruled and reigned over all. Not one of them understood her views in life. Not one of them knew that the heroic spirit called King Arthur could never accept being called a hero. Not when all she had to her name was the failure to save anyone. I will accomplish my wish. To that end, she got up and walked towards the exit. All the while, her thoughts flitted to her final foe. The one stole away Irisveal for the sake of playing games with her master. Lelouch Lampirouge. Her heir apparent to the throne of Britain as well as her distant progeny. During the banquet, the boy once said he could see where Arturia was coming from. Of why she would desire such a wish. But he disagreed with her. Arturia Pendragon didn't understand him. Like her own apparent progeny, she never tried to properly do so after realizing he could become a potentially dangerous foe to her. It was like Mordred all over again. However, the king was resolved to not stop. If Excalibur's blade was to be stained by yet another of her bloodline, so be it. Mordred or Lelouch, she didn't care. The king lived only for the sake of her people. No one else can stand in the way of that. As she left through the emergency staircase, she passed by a catwalk that had one person sitting by its railings, staring into the moonlit night sky. No. It would be more apt to say he died staring at the moon up above in the night sky. Saber spared a gaze for the deceased Matukaria, a man who was supposed to be her enemy yet actually had no stakes facing off against her. The one who'd proclaimed he'd already lost the need to seek the Grail yet allowed his servant to face her, at the cost of his life. Why he'd done so, she couldn't piece together fully. Even if he was bound by contract to Lancelot, he could have so easily commanded Berserker away, to stop and nullify their contract so that he wouldn't be drained away by the knight's last stand. And yet, here he was. Dead and gone, yet smiling and satisfied at his own passing. Just like Lancelot, so was Matukaria. Content with their end, as though continuing to live their lives as hell in and of itself. Saber didn't understand, but she respected their resilience to face death. That was the only thing her facade as the perfect king would allow her foes as she trudged on to face the last enemy in this war. Chapter 98, Chapter. Community Center, top floor. A light footstep echoed softly on the walls as Kiritsugu peeked out over the corner of the stairwell. He'd finally reached the top floor of the building after running through Lampirouge's gauntlet of traps. That he'd yet to find another bomb or tripwire on this floor had him taking baby steps lest impatience get him killed. But regardless of his cautious approach, the whole trek up the building had him ragged enough that his breathing was anything but calm. He had time to rake half the building. Considering the efficiency of each trap to only damage small sections of each floor, and the number of them in total, he's practically an expert terrorist. His thoughts of King Arthur's heir was already soured. Taking all this into account, Kiritsugu wondered what the hell kind of training went into a royal's repertoire these days. But does it mean he has some help apart from Avenger? It was plausible. He'd brought in Nya to act as support after all. It wouldn't be strange to assume another master thought to use subterfuge in numbers as he had. But at the moment, Kiritsugu had to assume Lamperouge's support to be nothing more than domestic terrorists as well. Considering his mannerisms and apparent goals for this war, it wasn't a very reassuring fact. Damn it. For someone like him to slip into the Grail War yet be this flippant about it. He cursed his bad luck. It was one thing to get a serial killer who didn't bother restraining their crazy servant. It was a whole other can of worms to get a child that had a fondness for pressure plate mines, Viet-sewn cartridge traps using construction nails instead of bamboo shrapnel, and Molotov tripwires that broke sprinklers willy-nilly. Whoever Lelouch really was, he had experience and knew much about guerrilla warfare weaponry. And the childish way he used them was straight out of a Home Alone movie. The teenage parody of Kevin McAllister wasn't a mere magus, Kiritsugu understood this much. However, not once did he run into a trap that wouldn't kill him. The boy most likely didn't know how to use magecraft, but that didn't mean he needed it to be a hazardous hassle. Still, that didn't mean the magus killer was at a disadvantage. In fact, it saved him time in terms of the boy's mortality. No magecraft means he has to resort to more mundane means of protection. Wasting an origin bullet wasn't necessary. Just regular rounds, a well-placed grenade, and, hell, even a knife would do. Utilizing time Autor should give him enough leverage as well in a one-on-one. In short, all I need is to get close enough. With that in mind, he proceeded to walk onto the floor and glance in every direction. No sign of a trap. The boy was good at hiding them. Using time Autor to escape had begun to strain Kiritsugu's body, but as he'd done so sparingly, taking things slow and steady sufficed. He still shot any cameras he came across, however. It wouldn't let the boy observe his pace. He'd notify Lelouch Lamperouge when he was there simply by cutting off his eyes, but he would keep him guessing until they met face to face. It also lessened the risk of having Avenger suddenly pop up in front of his exact location should Saber fail to distract her. After trudging through the deepest hallway, he ended up in front of one of the many rooms. Nothing special stood out from it apart from one thing. Of all the rooms, it was the only one that didn't have work dust dirtying the floor before it. That meant someone had been in it recently. Noting that the neighboring room was just the same, he opted to cautiously check them both, starting with the one nearest him. And so he opened the door and entered what looked to be an unfinished meeting hall. It wasn't clean by any means. There were no chairs or wallpaper yet. On one wall, there were stacks of wooden boards and various construction materials. On the opposite end, what should have been a large window was just an empty gap with a few strips of yellow tape blocking access to a freefall. It seems installation of the glass hadn't taken place yet. Not here. He muttered a bit disappointedly. IRI wasn't here, and neither was her kidnapper. Then, she may be in the other room next door. Thinking that, he double-checked the place for clues. But upon further inspecting the interior, what had appeared to be the innermost wall fell forward, surprising Kiritsugu. His guns were then aimed at what should have been the adjacent room to this one, however, he balked at the sight. NGH. The windowless wall to his right extended to the other, leaving the next room over to have the same open-air access to the outside world. But unlike his side which had safety tape blocking accidental falls, the other room had a chair just a few inches away from tipping over into the 10-story fall behind her. The one who was strapped to said chair widened her eyes in surprise as he uttered her name. Mia. Kiri, Tsugu. His assistant and apprentice uttered back. Upon a quick inspection, not only was she bound to the seat, her limbs sported various wounds and bruises. Her legs especially had large tears from which he could spy deep gashes, and maybe even bone fractures. In all respects, his specially trained assassin of a partner was crippled to helplessness. Unable to escape, her life was in someone else's hands. Said someone appeared immediately with the sound of clapping applause. Well. I see the hero has finally appeared to save the princess. Lelouch Lamperouge appeared from the shadow of a few crates, smiling smugly as he stood beside Mia's chair. But this is probably not the princess you were looking for, no. Keh. Not wasting his breath on a response, Kiritsugu opened fire with the calico. The barrage of bullets rained on his target, but they didn't kill him. Instead, they struck a wall as large cobwebs of thick shattered glass appeared between them. Lelouch smirked when Kiritsugu narrowed his eyes. This special glass was made especially for this office. So people could see the entirety of Fuyuki City without fear of failing. It's strong enough to endure high-rise wind currents. Similarly, it's also thick enough that small arms fire can't so easily pierce through. Workers were supposed to place them sometime tomorrow, but, as I had some free time, I had Avenger do them a favor of installing it early. Where is Iris Veal? Oh. Kiritsugu interruption was met with feigned surprise. Not even going to ask about your friend over here. Is that really how a true gentleman behaves, Mr. Amiya? She is just my assistant, nothing more, he said dismissively, not even breaking his stern poker face when the boy eyed him warily before turning to her. Mia was loyal enough to him that she didn't bat an eye to his claim. Such was her understanding of his cold, selfish nature. You said you had my boss in custody. Where is Irisveil von Einsburn? He said as much while drawing the contender. If small arms didn't work, then what about a pistol with the same firepower as a sniper rifle? The master of Avenger looked slightly disappointed. Quite the professionalism. Here I thought you'd get emotional, seeing as you three were really close. Judging from how defensive Lady Irisveil was of her, your casual disregard of one of my hostages makes for a very curious dilemma. The boy smirked as if sensing Kiritsugu tense. If you really don't care for Miss Mia over here, does that mean I don't need her anymore? The callousness of the child's tone caught Kiritsugu off guard when a shot suddenly rang out. Gah. Af. Pained by the bullet that tore through her leg, Mia's cry had Kiritsugu contemplating on whether to shoot the boy through the glass or not was the best option. Considering he still didn't know where Iri was, it might not have been the best option, but he could do nothing as Lampi Rouge made a show of his most loyal subordinate. You're wasting my time, boy. Kiritsugu didn't even move or show any emotion. Apart from impatience, that is. Where is my boss? Quite the utilitarian, are you? To discard the liability that got herself caught and continue to threaten me, the only one who knows where your wife is. A job is a job. Subordinates and colleagues aside, whether or not I can fulfill it is all that matters. The coldness of such words hid the pain tearing at him within. However, it was not lost on Mia as she smiled wryly through biting her own lip. She'd always know that if it was needed, he'd sacrifice her in a snap of a finger. For most of her life, after he saved her, she devoted herself one-sidedly to him. Second, only to Iri, she was his closest ally, even if her life was but another tool to him. Mia knew his character just as well as, if not more than, his own wife. For the sake of his dream, she'd do anything. Anything. Which was why he couldn't fully hide his emotions from Lamperouge's critical eyes as he glared at the raven-haired boy. HM. Lelouch laughed. Ha 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 ha. What's so funny, brat? Just musing to myself, he said, stifling his chuckling. Your resolve to your job is admirable, but I'm curious as to how your boss would be reacting to this show right about now. Kiritsugu's eyes widened then narrowed for a second. It was then that the boy gestured over to the corner of the room on his side of the glass wall. There, a red light blinked subtly in the shadows. Please, smile for the camera, Mr. Amiya. Lady Irisveil looked so lonely, so I decided to show her something to pass the time. Lelouch walked to the camera and picked it before moving to the bulletproof glass and filming Kiritsugu directly. Considering this a performance review of your work. A demonstration of the lengths you'd go for even as a mercenary. After all, this may be the last time either of you does business together. Son of a... Mia hissed furiously through grit teeth. Is it wrong to give a critique of one's work ethic? Lelouch smirked before turning towards Kiritsugu. Now, Magus Killer, do tell. Would you still want me to shoot your little assistant over here, or not? I'm sure your boss has a strong opinion about it, but as you said she is just your subordinate, nothing more. And this is all a job, yes. What do you say? Kiritsugu clenched his fist. The bastard brat was doing it to torture Iri. His wife was a kind woman. Far too kind for someone as cold as him. An irony considering she was an inhuman creation. Yet, despite her origin, Irisveil von Einsburn had a human heart. She would never allow anything to happen to Mia, unnecessary torture included, if she could help it. His wife was an understanding woman who knew what the two were doing behind her back, yet she accommodated not being able to console him by allowing it all. It was all due to the human heart he fostered within her all those years ago. Both a blessing and a curse to a Grail vessel that wouldn't survive the war's end. Her time was near. But even though they hadn't exchanged much in the way of words since moving away from the castle, Kiritsugu was well aware of what his homunculus wife was thinking. And what she would feel as she watched this exchange. As someone who'd once abandoned someone dear until their gruesome demise, the least he could do was spare Iri the painful scene of watching someone close die because of his negligence. What do you want, he said but didn't lower the contender. Chapter 99, Chapter. It's good to see you're willing to negotiate. Lelouch's smile turned devilish. As for the specifics, well, let's see. How do you using up all your command seals to order Saber's suicide sounds? Kiritsugu's teeth grit. When did he? What? Surprised I figured it out. I will admit, you really pulled the wool over my eyes, but after some thinking, I started to wonder. Lelouch started to pace around Mia's seat, keeping his gun trained on her. Why is it that King Arthur, the noble knight who stands for chivalry and righteousness, ally herself with the child murderer, Geass de Rice, at the last second of their fight? Why was Lady Irisveil, the only person from the Einsburn camp that should know about Lesser Grail, always stood dangerously close to her servant, being near the fight more often than not? Not to mention, she spent hours here in our care, and yet not once did she try to call on her servant to save her as soon as she awoke. Even when Avenger caught her and your little assistant at your new base, Saber was nowhere to be found. And that was despite the immediate danger. Why is that? The boy goaded him with a smile and Mia with the barrel of his gun. Neither made to refute his claims, but neither could get a word in edgewise to deny anything. Why risk her life like this when she has two mercenaries who could be of use instead? Lelouch continued. Why cooperate with a monster of a man when she doesn't seem like the type to hurt a fly? And that's when I had to change my point of view. The stare he gave the brat hid apprehension. Kiritsugu was beyond wary of him now. More so with the following assertions. What if she wasn't Saber's master? What if it was someone else? Someone who is not only famed to be more ruthless in his tactics but also wasn't present when the Lady Einsburn was kidnapped, hence being unable to call upon Saber to protect his employer. Lelouch Lampirouge was beyond guessing. The sureness of his expression already expressed his confidence in his conjecture. Well. Was my guesswork sufficient, Mr. Magus Killer? Or do I need to provide more evidence, Amiya Kiritsugu, master of the Einsburn camp? Are you done? The found-out master didn't flinch nor did he make to save face. Instead of trying to lie his way with a poker face, he faced the arrogant boy down. His gun found itself being aimed at the boy once more. The utilitarian mindset of his thought about using command seals before Lelouch could react. But once again, the brat was one step ahead of him. I wouldn't try anything if I were you, Mr. Amiya. Not only will I be able to call on Avenger faster than you, the room in which I've hidden Lady Irisveal has been rigged to blow. Alongside the rest of this entire floor as well. Lelouch's hand pulled aside his coat. There, on his person just above his heart, a small radio device was strapped with tape and had a line tied to its trigger. No doubt, it was a detonator ready to be triggered should something untoward happen to him. How sensitive it was rigged to be was up to debate, but Kiritsugu couldn't rule out anything. He hadn't noticed any bombs through the hallway or in the floor directly beneath this one, but the boy had proven to be skilled in hiding traps too deadly even for him. One wrong move, not only did he risk losing Iri and Mia, he'd have lost the war entirely. He gritted his teeth, frustrated at meeting a professional suicide bomber. While I'm still uncertain as to whether or not you care for your assistant, I'm very sure neither of you nor I wish to die alongside Lady Irisveal for nothing, yes. What more could you possibly want that's worth risking your life? Kiritsugu couldn't help but snap back. I still need to know where the Lesser Grail is located after all, and something tells me you may know the answer to it. That the boy's smirk widened was a testament to having noted the shifting on Kiritsugu's anxious expression. Here's your ultimatum. You can either give me the Lesser Grail's location or order your servant to kill herself. In either case, the boy won. Kiritsugu would lose. Try as he might think of a way around this, he'd been backed into a corner by a brat. And said brat likely didn't understand the real reason as to how he did it. The Magus Killer was placed into a hard position. He needed to find a way out. But he also needed to kill Lelouch. In any case, he needed to buy time. This deal doesn't sound fair to me. With that in mind, he made to speak while restraining himself and his stressed emotions. With difficulty, of course. What is there to gain should I accept anything you say? Fairness has always been absent in wars, don't you agree? Should you obey my demands, I will allow you, Lady Irisveal and your assistant over here to leave alive. You mean to let us scot-free after denying our chance at victory? Kiritsugu couldn't help himself. Well, aren't you a benevolent psychopath? A psychopath wouldn't give a damn about anyone and have their way with or without your consent. The boy smiled wryly as if he was doing them a favor. Take it from me. You, all of the other masters and their servants, had already lost this war the moment it began. Though, not by your fault alone. It is only due to my intervention that you will be allowed to leave with your lives. Kiritsugu narrowed his eyes, feeling his emotions escape. And what? Leave Grail to someone like you? Don't make me laugh, boy. Be it you or Avenger, nothing is getting in the way of my achieving our wish. A bastard like you won't get in the way of our dream. His gun was truly leveled and unshaking as it aimed at the boy's head. If he used his time Autor, he might be able to fire 2 shots, pierce the glass wall, and kill the boy in barely an instant. But he was caught off guard by the boy's chuckling. What are you laughing at? He asked. Hee. Dreams, huh? Good, old wishful thinking. Lelouch Lampirouge's guard didn't drop, but the air about him changed. It was as if, to Kiritsugu's eyes, the boy's expression aged slightly. Like years had passed him by in the blink of an eye. Everyone has them but not everyone can achieve them. A fact an adult like yourself that seeks the Grail knows all too well. What's your point? He pressed, mind distracted from going through his plan and pulling the trigger. Do you know what the other masters in this war wanted? What did they seek the Grail for? What about the servants? You and I both knew they were lying from the start. Lelouch glared at him. Be honest with me, Magus Killer. No. Amiya Kiritsugu. You and your mistress knew about the true role of servants from the start. Come now, there's no need to deny it. I've confirmed it with her myself. No servant would ever live to get their wishes granted, as they are needed as a sacrifice still, like all their fallen foes. I'm sure you've been saving your command seals especially to order Saber into ending her own life by war's end. Were you not? He knew far too much to be a simple accidental participant. Kiritsugu was hired by the Einsburn clan but was only told some parts of the true ritual. It was when Irisveal who made everything clear to him that he came to the same realizations as the boy had. Servants would die out of necessity, but they needed to use one to do just that. Moreover, they needed something to get rid of their servant when all was said and done. The fact that servants couldn't fully resist their master's command seal served to avert a master's would-be downfall by a betrayal gone wrong. After all, comparing a present-day Magus to a hero of old, the power gap was too severe. So why not append that by betraying the hero at the very end, all the while keeping the illusion that they too would get what they wanted? Such cold-hearted thinking mattered little to Amiya Kiritsugu. Heroic spirits were just that. Spirits. Ghosts. They were, all of them, already dead. Being cursed by 1, or 7, or 8, for betrayal and lies was worth it for the wish he had in mind. They were heroes. They'd understand it was for the right reasons. But it was also one of the reasons why he avoided Saber. Though he was called callous and praised by even his foes for his practical mindset, to command her to commit suicide was going to be difficult no matter the outcome. Saying, "What's another death for the sake of many," though common for him, it was far too painful to say in the face of a child whose people forced her to carry the burden of kingship. Amiya Kiritsugu didn't hate Arturia Pendragon. But he hated the circumstances of how she was raised and the role the child was forced to play. How do you know about all this? With his grip on his gun tightening, he repeated. Why in the hell does a brat only in it for entertainment know about the truth? Does it matter? Lelouch shrugged. You who lied to the perfect ideal of a knight, a chivalrous comrade who defended you and your own all by your lonesome, seek moral justification as to my own knowledge. The boy's smirk returned, taunting him. How I know is none of your concern. However, I will let you in on a little secret. It's what I plan to do with what I know. Looking at the camera, he made a face that sought to tear into both Iri and himself as he spoke. I, Lelouch 6 Britannia, seek to dismantle your sham of a war. To remove it from the face of the earth as it is but a bore to the world. He made to bow as if he swore to it. At first, I considered it entertaining. But after a while, I learned of its intricacies and realized the faultiness of it all, as well as the malicious designs its creators would place upon my servant. The Master of Avenger wanted to make Irisveal feel guilty while dangling his victory in their faces. So he said, therefore, as the winner of this war, I have decided to shatter the trophy I've won and declare it an insult, both to its creators who seek its fulfillment as well as those who would demand I sacrifice a friend for such a thing as an impossible dream. Kiritsugu clenching his teeth, his wife was the kindest person he ever knew. She already suffered over holding the truth from his servant. She was suffering day and night the longer this war went, and Kiritsugu hated that he was part of the reason. His wife was going to such lengths so he could achieve it all. His impossible dream. But, more than that, he hated that there was yet another absurdity more daunting than reality getting in his way. What do you know, boy? He asked with venom. To find a foe who was not only assured of their win but also magnanimously proclaiming dismantling his one and only goal, his only way out, it enraged the normally jaded man. Why in the hell do you think we went through with this? Did you think we were the same as you? That we freely carried out what we did, as though it were some sort of sick game? Truthfully, no. The boy retained his condescending smile as he faced him and seething and at the end of his patience. Even as a mere outsider, I could see that you all fought tooth and nail for the cup. A brave attempt for a chance of the impossible. But it is why I can only pity you fools who know not of the fall that awaits you. Just like the servants, you, my fellow masters, have lost before the games had even begun. What in the hell did that even mean? Kiritsugu didn't know. But he was beyond caring at this point. His favorite gun didn't waver. His finger hovered over the trigger. I've not lost yet. Even if a brat like you gets in my way, I will do whatever it takes to achieve my wish. Oh. Such passion. And what, pray to tell, does such a wish entail? What does the infamous Magus Killer dream for that he is very willing to bathe in the blood of both children and fallen heroes? Kiritsugu didn't know what possessed him to answer. He didn't understand why he hadn't fired yet. But a brief moment of silence passed. It was just a blink, but as soon as he momentarily shut his eyes, he remembered someone. He saw her. Not his wife or partner. It wasn't even his daughter. No. It was someone he held most dear. A girl, innocent of all wrong, earnestly seeking out the future despite the reality of it all a mere impossibility to a child. One like him who naively dreamed of a better world. A girl who was most likely his first love. But she was also the first to die because of him. The first among many. It was in the briefest of moments that he was compelled to answer the brat who knew nothing. The boy who held nothing and seemingly waved power to do his whims without the care or concern for others. My wish. He held his breath as his emotions consumed him. My wish is for the salvation of this world. To save all peoples from all walks of life, from wars and conflict. From death and destruction. I would ask for the Grail to make the world a better place. Chapter 100, Chapter. Uncharacteristic of the killer-for-hire image he'd fostered for many years, Kiritsugu stated it all. In an attempt to claim the moral high ground against a boy who knew nothing, he put his heart and soul into those words. That's right. Lelouch Lampirouge knew nothing. Nothing of the world that burned and bled because of human greed and pride. Nothing of the blood spilt due to misunderstandings and conflict. Nothing of the many lives Kiritsugu himself regretfully ended due to the earnest desire to bring justice and peace for all. For if he did know, he wouldn't scorn the men who took it upon himself to change it. Changing the world for the better. Such was the dream of a man who willingly bathed in the blood of the few for the sake of the many. Such was his desire for an end to the madness, all for the sake of those he loved to be able to live a peaceful and joyous life. The birth of a perfect world from the shadow of this sinful one. A miracle beyond miracles. A utopia for all where no one else would cry nor unjustly die. Even if it meant he'd be the only one to suffer the injustice of paying in blood for it all. Such was the man Irisville fell in love with. NGH, the woman, trapped in her room rigged to blow at the slightest misstep on her significant other's part, moaned in pain. With one hand to her chest and the other to a security monitor, the boy master placed nearby, her fingers traced the screen. The garbled image of her husband hissing and crackling gray light on her person was the only source of light in this explosive cage of hers. Her only hope maintained a steely gaze. As dashing and resolved as when she fell in love with him. When Irisville gained a human heart. Ack. Another pang surged through her being, eliciting a gasp-turned-cough as black blood escaped her mouth. Examining it in her palm and under the bleak lighting, she realized it was already the end for her. Ah. So this is what it feels like to die. With 6 servants, the original prerequisite to begin the Grail's manifestation, all the conditions have been met. As the vessel, there was nothing left for her, but to be broken down and rebuilt in the cup's image. The regret of not having spent more time living the life of an actual human, the remorse for having lied to the innocent knight, the yearning to hold her loved ones once more, even for a little bit, all of that came collapsing down on the soul that believed itself human. That grew to want to become human. So were the thoughts and emotions that filled the homunculus as she laid her head to rest on the stone-cold floor. Her eyes watched as the image of her husband faded from view, her senses shutting down consecutively till nothing was alive in the room anymore. Then, the body of the former person named Irisville von Einsborn burst into mystical flames. Magical energy swirled and burned and melted and formed into the image of a golden cup, the Holy Grail. Or rather, the lesser version that acted as a conduit for the greater and true version. All at once, magical energy from the deceased and fallen heroic spirits filled it to the brim with a red liquid. However, it overflowed. Concrete sizzled and burned. The monitor on the floor started to melt and its plastic caught fire as soon as it came into contact with the liquid, once red but now blackened and murky. Like mud. Said mud continued to flow, overflowing until it consumed the entire room in a flood. The door melted open and allowed the sea of cursed liquid out, corrupting all in its wake, be it the explosives Lelouch had set or the very walls of the building itself, corroding them to nothing. All the while, the Grail that had once been a person continued to glow as it expelled more of the accursed magical energy, pristine gold surrounded by the black corrupting darkness. Like a star in the night, the young woman faded into the deep never to wake again. Lelouch chuckled. Heh. He-hey. And chortled. Ha 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 ha. And laughed. Ha 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 ha. Like a madman, the boy laughed. He heaved and held his chest, seemingly looked weak in his knees as he kept a hand delicately on the detonator to his chest. He couldn't believe it. There actually were people more cold-hearted and idealistic than he'd ever been. Kiritsugu's statement resonated with him. But he couldn't find it anything but amusing. It was only when the boy fell deathly silent and made a wry smile that finally reached his eyes that the man, the wishful knight clad in shadows, spoke again. Had enough. No, Lelouch let slip a slight chuckle as he restrained himself. Not in the slightest. Is mocking an old man's dream that amusing to you? That said, the old man scowled harder than ever and proved his words true. Amiya Kiritsugu really was a dreamer. A realistic and blood-drenched one, but an earnestly selfless one regardless. It was almost uncanny the demon emperor would find one like himself in this world, and so close and so soon to boot. Oh. Oh, my dear man, you have no idea. The boy shook his head. For fate to have dealt me a card like you. Heh. Ha ha. Ah. God must be mocking me right about now. Karmic justice for using his Geass on the collective unconscious? Probably. He'd never been the superstitious type, but after all he'd been through, there may be merit in somewhat believing the supernatural. Such a coincidence like this out of the left field was too fateful to be a coincidence. But be that as it may, though he once shared the man's ideals in the past, the same couldn't likely be said of their methods. For when he took it upon himself to change the world, this man sought out a cursed artifact to change it for him. His duty still stood. So he spoke once more. May I ask one more thing of you, Amiya Kiritsugu? The boy wasn't asking. In fact, he smiled as if Kiritsugu already gave him a yes, and just pressed the gun further into Mia's cranium as a threat if he refused. Do you really think your dream is so impossible as to be achieved by normal means? Do you honestly believe there would be no other way but to resort to using the Holy Grail for your desire? Wasting time was not an option. But there was a yearning curiosity within. Answer me. Are you like me, or are you? Yes. The dreamer of a mercenary assassin stated with a jaded expression. A world without wars is only attainable through the power of the Grail. When I attain it, there'd be no need for any other solution. Much less continue to act on it through human means. Ah. So you really are. The boy sighed as he replied. For human means are merely a futile struggle with no end in sight. Considering you'd have to continue murdering all who stand in the way of peace, yes. I agree with your logic, however, I shall have to disagree with your methods. What? Lelouch's smile all but vanished. Replacing it was a cold stare. One without but certainly devoid of compassion. You would wish for the Grail to stop all humans in the world from fighting. You demand the impossible, Amiya Kiritsugu. Do you take me for a fool, brat? Why else would I seek an omnipotent wish-granting device? Because you had given up on humanity in the first place. Lelouch didn't bother verbalizing it. War was hell itself. There was no hope to be had on one, no matter the noble goal. A single death was the tragic loss of another. Be it civilians or soldiers, no one was safe. There were no heroes. Just people who paid the price of victory at various degrees. But unlike you who'd chosen to throw all your cards into this one gambit. I struggled to control everything. Humanity has never openly recognized its flaws as truth for eras long past. Billions upon trillions of the bygone ages had their lives ruined for the sake of something or other. But that was when no one controlled every single one of them. Each time a conflict began, there'd be a dazzling hero leading the charge but also blinding all to the horrors of their deeds. Of that, Arturia Pendragon was one. Every time war ended, people convinced themselves it had to be done but break down when the reasons they fought were worth the very dirt they spilt blood on. Of that, Suzaku used to be. But Lelouch wasn't like that. He was more pragmatic about it. True human nature has never advanced a step beyond the Stone Age. Kiritsugu then proclaimed. It is because human nature itself is flawed. That is what I seek to rectify. And that is where you have failed humanity. Human nature implied humanity. Humanity implied the nature of civilization as a whole. There would be no end to men fighting men, for there was no end to human beings seeking their wants. Wants beget envy. Envy begets conflict. Over. And over. And over. And over. Human beings would lie, cheat, steal, and take away from one another. But, so what? What was wrong with being human? What was so wrong with wanting one thing so much that you'd kill for it? Anyone would kill for the sake of their own, especially those they loved and cherished the most. What was wrong with that? Murder? Sanctity of life? Those are just excuses made by someone who wasn't willing to stain their hands in blood and guilt. If one actually cared about such, they wouldn't trample on the dreams of others. But in the end, that's what made them humans. Flawed, selfish, greedy, but also honorable, loyal, and willing to die for a cause they believed in, like martyrs. Which was why he didn't get why the man was angered when the former emperor stated thusly and disappointedly. Such a naive look on your face, Amiya. To have such an opinion on humanity's oldest and most humane trait. I dare say, you lack creative vision. Kiritsugu blinked once. Then twice before he muttered. What? Creative vision, my dear selfless hero. The boy let slip a small smirk before schooling his features regally. That narrow-minded mentality of yours fails to look at the bigger picture. War is hell, yes. To that, I shall not argue. However, you fail to accept it as a fact of human nature. And because of that, I find your dream a pointless endeavor. Don't you dare, NGH. The clicking of a gun safety being turned off had Nia, who'd been silent until Lelouch's comment, going quiet as she stared into the barrel of a pistol. I will dare to insult such a desire, my dear, because I have such a fond respect for humans who live their day-to-day life struggling every step of the way. Turning to Kiritsugu, he continued. War is hell, yes. But it is through war and conflict that those oppressed can finally break free from their oppressors. Tell me, how many people have you killed fought only to free themselves from someone else? Surely a professional killer has had much experience in putting down small rebellions, or am I wrong? Chapter 101, Chapter. Amiya Kiritsugu should have denied it. But he didn't. Perhaps, there was a kernel of truth to that assumption. Yes, Lelouch denied the man's dream. Not because he disliked a peaceful world, but for the fact, it was built on the same foundation as his greatest foe's own dream. The world isn't simply colored in either black or white. As a fully functioning adult, more so one who has been paid in blood money, you yourself should understand that fact most of all. Revolution and rebellions aren't always started out of mere human selfishness. They are not always won by heroes, nor are the sacrifices ever forgotten by the victors. In the same vein, fighting for one's freedom from oppression can't be equated to a fight for survival. Even the Stone Ages you reference was a time when people fought tooth and nail for the sake of limited resources and adequate living spaces. The Grail will then answer the unspoken question. Kiritsugu refuted. It was certainly sounding hypocritical when the men didn't deny participating in the cycle of conflict. Why do people fight? Why do they resort to violence? The cup will give me the solution to end that pointlessness. I will not disagree with your views, you would be ally of justice. However, the boy shook his head as if he was speaking to a child and not the other way around. War is a mode of diplomacy reserved for when talking is no longer an option. War was not always done out of greed or pride. There were certain aspects to it done out of necessity. Food and homes were just a couple, but also unavoidable. Harsh climates and famines in the past weren't fully understood, yet many still died due to the destitute desperately seeking the riches of the well-off. And who was to blame but the corrupted nature of self-serving humans? But saying so didn't mean humans themselves were in the wrong for being human. Humanity wasn't innocent. It lashed out at the unknown but tried to present itself civilly in the face of injustice. When pushed to the point of hopelessness, it will resort to biting its own arm off for the sake of survival. But of course, that wasn't always the case. Nothing was ever that simple. Nothing. War is a part of humanity. Human conflict is natural to us. It is no different from breathing. Certainly, since the early days of our species, we have fought over countless pointless things. But pointless to us only in hindsight. Many of those in the past have committed mistakes because they neither knew nor fully comprehended their situation. The same happens every day. But we still move on. During peace, we assess the damages and grow better as people. Upon the eve of conflict, we reassess our flaws that led up to the conundrum. This has been the tried and tested method that has helped humans evolve and advance. Certainly, it was born out of murderous and overly ambitious desires, but could your nation be the way that it was today had history's greatest conquerors not left their mark? Will you wish the same if it meant the eradication of what already is and what is meant to be? I do not intend to change the past, spat the man. The boy's preaching had no effect as Kiritsugu sounded more emotional than before. Such a naive way of thinking won't ever improve humanity no matter how good the intentions. My desire is for a peaceful future. And the people who inherit it. Any peace, be it long or short, will soon be replaced by another war. It is only natural, for no man can ever hold the world together. Kiritsugu looked about to refer to the Grail once more, but Lelouch beat him to it. Say you use the Grail. Then what? You have to take away the notion of war and you are left with people who cannot always act on their desires. If a nation that has been asked to share their resource refuses, then the ones who are in dire need of it die. If a government oppresses its citizens but the people cannot rebel, they suffer. The Grail will have a better answer than that. Kiritsugu defended. An omnipotent object capable of granting any desire is beyond human understanding. Then let's take an inhuman solution and put it to the test, shall we? Say you use the Grail and take away human desires. Then, and only then, will your wish succeed. If everyone is content, you need only give them what they need. But that is simply stagnation. An eternal lack of progress. A standstill in time. Surely, people will never die of wanton destruction or violence. But would you ask billions of people to go about their lives as they always have been? Now and forever the same. The cursed Grail would never be able to accomplish anything good. Say it does answer the man's wish, then what? How will it do so? Reminiscing of the men he'd once feared, and the mother he once sought vengeance for, there was no worse-off solution than being forced into eternity. Even if it was supposed to be a paradise for all, living and dead. What would you know? The man's gun shook slightly, hinting at disgruntlement. Or confusion. How could you possibly understand the horrors that I and millions of people experience because of injustice? Just as I know little to nothing about you, so too will you not understand me, Lelouch muttered under his breath, resigned. However, he added. Regardless of my views then, how do you think the Grail would respond to your request? Kiritsugu didn't answer. Of course, he wouldn't. Not even Matuzokan knew how the Grail functioned to its fullest extent. Only that it did. Of all the participants in the Grail War, Lelouch hoped the Einsburns, the ones responsible for the device itself, knew what the supposed third magic would entail. But seeing their representative falter like this, it was disappointing. I am not a magus. That much is clear. He admitted calmly. I have no understanding of your Grail's third magic, this. Heavens feel. But what I do know is your wish. And how do you suppose the Grail will carry out your dream? Will it force your wish upon mankind? Will you have it change their values and take away their free will? Get rid of all desires or notions of conflict in the name of eternal justice? What, that's. Will you strip them of their very flaws, what makes humanity human? Change them all into something else no different from cattle living idly in the field? To tear away any and all of the other humans' own wishes? What are you talking about? Kiritsugu was confused, but Lelouch didn't care. Please answer me directly, Amiya Kiritsugu. The boy, no. The eighth master, Lelouch Lampirouge stated. The air about him shifted from debating to the regality of his former lineage. More judging than observing, as if attempting to discern just how similar Kiritsugu was to himself, or Charles Z. Britannia. How do you intend to change the world? What is your desired method to bring peace upon this sinful planet? The boy waited, quietly reassuring in muted silence that nothing would happen should the man actually need to give it some thought. So Kiritsugu did. The boy had come to many conclusions about the man's wishes. Apart from his parents' own sentiment, there were many solutions to bring about a peaceful world. But the one thing he couldn't abide by was the eradication of humanity itself. That which allowed human flaws to create happy mistakes and moments, that allowed him to meet his friends and colleagues, that allowed his sister to live a content and happy life by his side. Lelouch couldn't, nay, wouldn't allow the removal of human nature itself. It was why he loved his sister. Why did he care for her? Why he fought for her well-being and the future of their own world. If something were to take that away from not just him but the denizens of this world as well, he wouldn't allow it. Not if it'd mean the fulfillment of Charles's and Marianne's dream for a single person that didn't deserve an eternity of anything. A paradise disguised hell. Even if she wasn't here, no doubt Nunnally would wish for him to stop that at all cost. You don't really know, do you? When the man's gun dropped to his side, Lelouch figured out he had no proper answer to the question. Disappointment filled the boy's core. I expected more from a men who devoted themselves to such a dream, Magus Killer, yet it seems as though you'd given up entirely for the sake of the easy way out. And here I thought you'd be more resolved to carry the martyrial burden you've taken up for yourself. Why did the man look so broken? Just how much did he lose to have jaded him so? Where was the human ambition? The fervent desire to succeed? Where was the fiery passion only seen in another person when they were so close to achieving their goals? Perhaps we aren't so alike after all. The assessment caused his excitement to die down. For once, he thought he'd been thoroughly cheated. What he thought he found was a firm rebel against the cruelty of the world. But what I found was actually a man broken into submission, resorting to anything and everything so long as it was satisfactory. A man who would cruelly toss aside their loved ones if it was for the sake of reaching a contenting conclusion. A man just like his father. Had Amiya Kiritsugu actually shown such promise, such a difference to the man Lelouch feared the most, he might have given him a chance to live. A brat like he would never understand. Mia, who'd been behaving since her earlier would-be outburst, spat in the boy's face. You know nothing, bastard. Lelouch smiled lightly. Nostalgia flitted to his expression but only for a bare moment before looking at her. I know a lot of things, Miss Assistant Assassin. In regards to your accomplice's dream, in regards to his methods, all of that which you desire from the Grail, I know. Believe me or not, this is the truth. He then turned to face Kiritsugu once more. Gone was the smile. What remained was a scowl. However, after hearing all that you have to say, I believe I have to re-evaluate my plans. Meaning time was up. Just as Kiritsugu concluded it, a rhetorical question was asked of the men. Earlier, I gave you a choice, didn't I? Order the suicide of my ancestor, Saber, or betray your camp and divulge the location of the Lesser Grail. But seeing as you'd chosen neither, I'll take it as your resolve to continue no matter the cost. Of course, the men answered but looked tired as all hell as he did. Pity. The boy met his gaze. Bored violet orbs stared into jaded black. Apologies, Amiya Kiritsugu, but I'm afraid negotiations end here. He pressed his gun to Mia's temple once more, prompting Kiritsugu to raise his own at the boy. They stared at each other in muted silence. Lelouch however couldn't help but maintain his gaze on the men, as if searching for something more to Kiritsugu than his observations gave him. But, in the end, such a long pause was wasted. For when he committed to getting rid of all of them here and now. Boom. An explosion rocked the entire building. What the? HNG. Considering how the boy himself was just as openly surprised as he, the trained assassin within Amiya, Kiritsugu quickly discerned that this wasn't a part of Lelouch's plan. Meaning this was the opening he was looking for. Time Autor, Lelouch heard the muttering, feeling the temperature drop a few degrees as magical energy coalesced towards the mercenary's magic casting. Square. However, he didn't get to hear the men finish. At that moment, the ceiling above them cracked and burst. Bang. A desperate shot rang out, but it only struck the glass, breaking it but not piercing through. With widened eyes, both Lelouch and Kiritsugu could do nothing as black mud spilled from the cracks, consuming them all. Chapter 102, Chapter. The roof of the community center. Observing the nightlife of Fuyuki City from the top of the highest building currently, Nobunaga exhaled deeply, a wide smile plastered on the redhead's face. The war's zenith was upon them. Just now, she'd received Lulu's report that he'd made contact with the Magus killer. With his many contingencies in place, there was no way either of his hostages or their final foe himself would escape. Though, if they couldn't win but tried to bring her master down with them, she was already prepared to swoop in and save him. I won't allow anyone to hurt you. She kept such thoughts to herself and out of their mental link. She need not distract him with her romantic musings when the boy already knew how she felt. As both of them had suffered when they were alive, now that the two demons had sworn themselves together, neither would allow the other to be hurt. Not ever again. Speaking of potential dangers to her significant other. My, oh my. And here I hope the Mad Knight actually bested you, little girl. Nobu smirked when she felt the presence of the last servant behind her. Glee filled the Demon King's voice as she addressed the King of Knights herself. Era. You seem to have lost some of your drive, Saber. Has the meeting with Lancelot, your devoted friend turned madman, shocked you so? Arturia wasn't in the mood for any banter, teasing or otherwise. Her eyes were devoid of patience and amusement. The fight with her old friend and knight had seemingly drained her mentally. Her quiet stare back was cold, almost lifeless. But upon hearing Berserker's true name, she narrowed her gaze comparable to the point of her invisible blade. You knew about Sir Lancelot? Yes. During my master's whimsical jaunt to assist his own, the chivalrous maniac revealed his sword and I, having been blessed with information from the throne, instantly recognized it. So. Tell me. How did it feel, fighting an old comrade from the past? Nobu couldn't help her expression turning a little sadistic as she could see her words ruffling more than a few feathers. How does it feel to mete out justice upon one of your many traitors responsible for your downfall? Did you feel relief or satisfaction upon delivering divine punishment? Come now and share. I'm curious. For Nobunaga, killing traitors was a matter of necessity. Many times, she'd been betrayed and her dreams and goals crushed. It was only deserving she, the demon that commanded her own hell, would find enjoyment in fighting their just deserts. However, she too was curious if others felt the same. Unlike Lelouch, who took things in stride, betrayal and all, the idle curiosity concerning those not them still remained. So her assumption said that it should be the same for the King of Knights, whose own trusted circle, the Great Round Table, shattered into civil war. However, whereas Avenger who drew her power from a seeped-in desire for vengeance, hence the name of the class, Saber was apparently different. The girl who pretended to be king glared hard at Nobunaga. Don't you dare compare me to yourself, Avenger, she spat with a hint of venom. I never once took pleasure in killing my enemies. And neither shall I find satisfaction in slaying my old friend, betrayer or not. Sir Lancelot did as his chivalry dictated. Through dishonoring me, he'd fulfilled his duty as a knight. On his honor, an enemy in this conflict he may be, I will never look down on him for what he did to me. Nor will I stand for you to insult him further. Avenger's smile turned into a disappointed scowl. Her innocent, albeit not entirely so, the question was answered with the tip of a blade. Ah, is that so? And here I thought you and I could have had something in common, King Arthur. You are wrong. We are nothing alike. Saber glared at her as she raised her blade near her face, readied for a swing. We will never be alike. So you may think, yes. Even though both of us sought to unify the bicker clans of our tiny island and create a prosperous nation that would have lasted for centuries, we are nothing alike. Avenger laughed as she started to walk around the tiny knight, giggling mockingly every step of the way. Both of us had been betrayed by our most trusted and died as a result of it. Both of us failed to carry out our greatest ambition for our people. Yes, in all respects, we are not alike. I will restate myself then. Visibly ticked, Saber replied. In life, our actions and ambitions were somewhat alike. However, unlike yourself, I would never stoop as low as to desire vengeance upon another. I would never forego my ideals to become a spirit of vengeance like yourself, Avenger. No, you wouldn't. Nobunaga shook her head as she agreed. You're the idiotic type to do something more outlandish. Instead of mulling in hate and anger like any human being would, you'd go for something more self-destructive. Yes, that's the word. Oh, how dramatic. The great king of knights, the paragon of virtue, demanding to wish herself out of existence for the sake of people long gone. Arturia narrowed her eyes as she spits back. And what of your wish, bastard woman? Wishing to incarnate only to bring about death and destruction to the human realm once more. Have you learned nothing during your life as a tyrant? Tyrant. Oh please. I didn't have time to properly act like one. But that will change soon. Nobu giggled. Japan and more will become mine. Soon, this world will be all of mine and Lelouch's to rule. Quite dramatic, don't you think? The best power couple of demons openly ruling over these foolish mortals. This time Arturia actually stopped to stare inquisitively with widened eyes. You, and Lelouch. Together. What's the matter? Something wrong with two soulmates finding one another during wartime? Is it that hard to believe such an open proclamation? Or perhaps you're jealous of our bond? If fate does exist, then she is the one who allowed us to meet. Nobunaga's tone exuded childish glee, convincing Saber of her genuine emotions while also weirding out she who'd never once experienced actual love. Ah, how so much of a trickster, fate is. To have my beloved's predecessor look so appalled that I've been proposed to by her descendant. Is that an attempt to mock me, wench? Ahahaha. So my ancestor-in-law has really taken a dislike to me. The modern era's tropes for romantic drama is very much on point, isn't it? The redhead's prattling not only caught Arturia off guard, but it had also infuriated her slightly. Though her master-servant relationship was kept a closely guarded secret, the fact that many of the other participants in this war ranged from romantic to cordial to somewhat obedient had her a bit ticked off. Even Lancer, though not getting the best of the bunch, at least had a master that ordered him to fight in his stead. Kiritsugu abandoning her to the wayside for most of the war annoyed her when the woman before her looked so much like a girl lost in love. Speaking about my future darling. Nobunaga's expression was no different from fiancé who was about to walk to the altar, yet the air still sharpened as she materialized a katana and pointed it at Saber. You might be the closest thing to a relative Lelouch has in this world. Though you aren't directly related, I would still demand tribute from you as a gift to our union. Even now, you dare to jest. Saber shifted her stance to a defensive one. On the contrary, no, my dear ancestor-in-law. A dowry is no joke, especially in Japan. Well, not in my time, anyway. The air about Nobunaga sizzled and flared as a red aura akin to hellfire encompassed her. Still, I shall forgive your tardiness if you'd surrender something worth the delay. Either your legendary sword or your head will suffice, King of Knights. Your marriage be damned, I will not surrender my wish, Avenger. Excalibur flitted to view for but a second before a gale erupted, hiding the golden light of the holy sword. Even if your intentions towards my progeny are anything but pure, I still have no choice but to ward off a deranged vixen such as yourself from a future king of Britain. Stop being so dramatic and give us your blessing, mother-in-law. Or should it be a father? Shut your trap already, loudmouth tramp. Smiling gleefully that Saber finally gave in to bantering, even if it was just playing overly resistant in-law trope, Nobunaga relented all she had. For the last battle between the last two servants of the Fourth Holy Grail War, nothing would be held back. Not anymore. But so lost were they to the heat of battle that neither noticed the trouble that befell either of their masters in the floors below. Chapter 103, Chapter. Pain seared his being. There was only pain burning all throughout his body. The cause? It was the mud that he and his foe had been bathed in. What is this? Kiritsugu coughed as he examined the bloody black muck that pooled around him. But rather than blood, it was more apt to call it mud. Upon one's touch, it burned slightly. Even his damp clothes soaked with the stuff felt heavy, almost as if the grime of the liquid was weighing it down more than it should have. But all thoughts of the pain and mud drifted away when he lifted his gaze and spotted something glowing up above. Golden majestic rays shone down on his head as his eyes beheld the instrument to his goals. There, hovering in the sky, the golden cup awaited. The Grail. He muttered to himself. Which means? IRIs already. No, he couldn't waste time on that. He had to claim it before anyone else could. And just where do you think you're going? As soon as he made to lift himself onto his feet, the sound of a gun clicking at the ready caught his attention. Lelouch Lampi Rouge, looking a little worse for wear, eyed him cautiously. On one hand, he had a gun trained on Kiritsugu's chest. In the other. Ack. Mia gasped as blood escaped the corner of her lips, or was it the mud, as Lampi Rouge carried her around, arms no longer bound but still limp at her sides. From where Kiritsugu sat, he could see she was still in pain. But unlike earlier, when she could stomach it, now she was actually fighting back tears as her wounds continued to smoke and blacken by the second. The mud that seeped into it appeared to be cauterizing, or perhaps it was worsening her situation. Even her ropes looked to have been singed or crusted away. Either or, she looked to be on the cusps of death, but that didn't stop the brat from using her as a human shield against him. To think the Lesser Grail was in Lady Irisveel's hands all this time. Or rather, it was within her. The boy snidely commented, still feigning being in control of the situation. I guess I should have just killed her from the start. Saved myself the trouble of unnecessarily having to deal with you. That caught Kiritsugu's attention. You would have the Grail destroyed. Of course. The boy's eyes flitted above once then returned to meet Kiritsugu's. Had I known the cursed Grail was within your employer all this time, I would have ended this farcical conflict with a swift stroke and saved everyone the time of battling it out for false promises. False. The mercenary assassin eyed the brat carefully. Even now, saying all he had, the boy continued to use the half-dead Mia as a barrier between them. But all the while, Kiritsugu noted the boy's slow retreat away from him. That spoke volumes of how much on guard Lelouch Lampirouge was against his foe. Saber, report your situation. In a surprising turn of events, the master who'd continuously ignored his servant for the longest time broke the mental link silence. And, as soon as the young knight recovered from her momentary shock to respond curtly of her even battle against Avenger, Kiritsugu sighed. Conditions for his win had never been so perfect until now. Earlier, you mentioned that all of us masters had lost before the war had even begun. Kiritsugu kept a steady, unflinching gaze towards Lampirouge. Care to elaborate? Would you even listen to the one who openly mocked your dream, the boy remarked with a smirk, but that vanished when Kiritsugu returned solemn silence. Would you believe me if I told you that the Grail you seek is cursed? Corrupted? Would you accept it as fact if I told you that something has been wrong even before the first servants were summoned? What do you mean, corrupted? IRI had never mentioned any of that. Such familiarity. I guess it really wasn't just an employer-employee relationship. The boy's mumbling went ignored before he continued. I doubt Lady Einsburn, or any of their kinsmen, knew of the corruption beforehand. Had they realized it, they wouldn't have gone through this folly when a parasite had latched itself onto the cup, tainting it, changing it. Where's your proof? Kiritsugu demanded. Why, look around you, Mr. Hero. The boy's smile was as devilish as it was taunting. If the Holy Grail is such a glorious prize, why does it spill a muck that eats away at all? Kiritsugu paused at that before sparing his surroundings a glance. Truth to the boy's words, the walls and flooring were damaged. But unlike the results of a simple flooding, there was a clear distinction between the burn marks on the plaster as well as the seemingly melting glass. Mia's wounds themselves were clearly getting worse, and even Kiritsugu himself felt a bit drained. Like he'd been doused with a depressant slowly eating away at his life force. A monstrous hero of a caster. An eighth master and servant. What's more, a new servant class is far different from the established ones. Though I cannot speak of the past wars, wouldn't you say something had been off from the start? No. Kiritsugu wouldn't deny it. However, the boy was wrong in many parts of his assertions. You're mistaken, Lelouch Lampirouge. Caster isn't so much of an anomaly as he is a usual occurrence. The Grail's definition of heroes include twisted amalgamations and different interpretations of their legends. Berserker is a prime example. As for Caster, Bluebeard was a hero himself once. Until he'd lost the only one who mattered to him most. As for your servant, there has been an Avenger class before. But unlike your own, that one had fallen quite easily in the Third Grail War. Kiritsugu gathered his OD and prepared himself for one last gambit. Raising his voice slightly, he garnered a reaction from Mia. She was still conscious, albeit barely. But if she could move, then. And another thing. Though you may say the Grail has been corrupted, you do not have concrete proof of anything. Only conjecture. That's why I won't let you get away. With a momentary cry, he darted for his gun. The contender had been discarded from his person not a few meters away, but with his training, he could make a run for it. Bang. A gunshot rang followed by a splash of mud near his foot, but that didn't deter the hardened killer. Nothing would. Clicking the gun's chamber open, he pulled out the empty cartridge of his earlier missed shot. Persistent bastard, AAEG. NGH. A quick glance to the boy, and Kiritsugu's eyes narrowed. Mia had pushed through back to the world of the living to distract the brat one last time. Do it now. Kiritsugu. Click. Saber, distract her now. He conveyed his second command to his servant. At the same time, the contender turned to his target, the back of his most loyal tool, as well as one of the few who truly understood him. Sorry. Mia. Bang. Ack. Ga. The shot struck true, piercing through Mia who grunted her last with a smile and then hitting the brat with half the force of a sniper rifle. Lelouch Lampirouge collapsed to the mud beneath him, wounded in the lower abdomen but trapped under the weight of a corpse. There was no way he'd escape now. Damn it, the brat coughed with widened eyes. Kiritsugu had approached, looming over the boy with a gun trained on his head. Ah. I see. Checkmate, for me. Is it? You don't sound surprised, Kiritsugu, sounding bored, clicked the gun ready. Or did you already expect your ancestor to break her code of chivalry? That was correct. Via his mental link, he'd ordered Saber to distract Avenger through any means necessary. With as much imagination as a teenager could think of under pressure, a verbal threat to release Excalibur into the building and killing her master alongside them all had caused Avenger to hesitate for a moment. It was that very moment that Lelouch Lampirouge was caught. And it was because of that lapse in judgment on the servant's part that her master now had a gun pointed to his head. To think, this is how I go, the second time. The boy exhaled lightly, blood escaping his own lips. Not being stabbed, but shot. Kiritsugu said nothing as he met the brat's eyes. With a practiced motion, he pulled the trigger. Bang. The boy's head fell flat to the mud, sporting a new hole through his left eye socket. Dead as can be, his last foe was gone. And very soon, his servant would fade away. He'd won. Kiritsugu had finally won. But, at what cost? His gaze drifted to the other corpse nearby. Turning over Mia, there was a soft smile gracing her usual stoic features. Even in death, she was still able to smile in a way that cut through Kiritsugu's core more painful than she could stab a knife through him. The man let out a dry sigh, stifling any and all tears for the departed. There was time to grieve later. Right now, he had to claim the Grail. Shutting his apprentice's eyes to allow her a peaceful eternal rest, Kiritsugu rushed out of the destroyed hall to find a still-standing staircase. With how high the Grail floated up above, he needed to get closer in order to access it. In his rush, he failed to notice the black mud claim the boy's body as it dragged him into its shadowy depths. Aoweawag. Pain racked his body. Specifically, his left eye. Gasping for air, it took a long while before Lelouch noticed that he was still alive. Or, he knew he was, for what else could he be? Still, to experience such a realistic gunshot to the eye but still clearly be able to see, something was wrong. Only, he didn't notice in his panicked rage. Damn it. I was so close. So close, yet so far. He'd been distracted by the man's asking for the truth. After a quick debate whether he should or not, his arrogance in allowing the men to hear some of what he knew before killing him bit Lelouch back in the ass. Only, he couldn't be angry at Amiya for it entirely. Curses. I should have just shot him. But be that as it may, right now he needed to contact Nobu. His vengeful daimyo no doubt realized his mistake as soon as he did, and he needed to calm her before she burned down the city. But at this very moment, Lelouch froze. His eye, the one that was shot, still saw. His vision continued to adjust to the darkness until finally, he was able to recognize his surroundings. And just that thought alone, apart from his still being alive after receiving a headshot wound, was what caused his very soul to freeze in time. What the? Where am I? The Demon Emperor found himself inside a familiar room. Straightened sheets, a simplistic and well-organized study desk. A shelf full of study and research material. Walls that looked bland and lacked the decor that was expected of any teenage high school student. It was the very same room he spent years living in during his time as a normal student. Ashford Academy. The clubhouse building. His assigned bedroom. Home. The only thing missing was the green-haired goblin that normally claimed his bed on the pretense that a gentleman would accede to a lady and take the floor. This is impossible. His mind raced for an explanation, but no one could explain it at all. What is going on? I heard some noise. A voice, a very familiar one, called out from beyond the door. Millie, is that you? No. No. Even more than before, Lelouch's breath hitched as he jolted to his feet, tripping onto the floor. It can't be. It was then that the door opened, and a familiar person, one he'd never forget in all his years ever again, strolled in, driving her wheelchair to a stop before him. No. Bright purple eyes stared back into Lelouch's jaded own. Please, don't. His reason for living stared long and hard, as did he. The one for whose sake he became a hero, and Monster clasped a hand to cover her mouth. Tears escaped her eyes that could now see as the once helpless girl whose smile was the light that could always brighten his life exclaimed with happiness she'd never exuded before. Be big, brother. The sight of her disbelieving expression tore through Lelouch's heart as tears started to form in his own eyes. Whispering her name, his voice broke. Nunnally. Author's note. The reasons behind this fanfic existence. There are two reasons, but right now I will reveal one of them. Back in 2020, I became interested in FGO, grave mistake, and that was when I saw the Avenger Nobunaga. I was so captured by her design that I started to read about the real deal Nobunaga and soon was reading his life history. Soon, I started playing FGO NA, so yeah, Nobu made me join this salty hell, laughing face. But beyond that, I wanted to roll for her and heard about how some players will perform strange and weird things to summon their wanted servant, the catalysts they are called. And so I decided to do it too, but in a different way. Many of you probably already figured out what was my catalyst, laughing face. This fanfic is my catalyst for Avenger Nobunaga and it worked. LVL 100, NP1, October 10th 10. So yeah, special thanks to Reeves the Reader for making this chapter amazing.